Chapter 1. TSK, do you still not understand? You are merely an ordinary zombie, nothing more. From the very beginning, we have never regarded you as human, nor have we ever believed in you. That's not entirely accurate. You are not just ordinary, for you're the only zombie I have encountered who retains memories from your human days. A mocking voice echoed through the room. In the laboratory, a man clad in protective gear approached Lin Mu, wielding a specially designed chainsaw. The chainsaw whirred ominously, its cold glint reflecting the stark white walls of the lab. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. His throat and limbs were pierced by half-meter-long specialized screws, pinning him to a bed of an unusual alloy, while dark, viscous blood flowed freely. Come, let me see what the crystal core of a zombie like you looks like. Accompanied by this chilling voice, the sound of the chainsaw slicing into flesh sent shivers down Lin Mu's spine. In an instant, the excruciating pain of dismemberment and the fury of betrayal pierced Lin Mu's mind, leaving an indelible mark. I will not accept this. In an ordinary rental apartment in Dajiang City, a roar of defiance erupted, startling the sparrows perched on nearby power lines. Within the room, Lin Mu bolted upright from his bed, gasping for breath. Moments later, he seemed to sense something, raising his gaze to survey his surroundings, the anger in his eyes gradually morphing into confusion. What is happening? Did I not die? Lin Mu murmured softly, a sense of bewilderment mingled with an inexplicable familiarity. Why did it feel familiar? Lin Mu cast his gaze around once more. In the chaotic room, unidentifiable white paper balls lay strewn about the head of his bed. On a distant table, the computer screen remained lit, displaying the failure summary of a game, while an ergonomic chair lay toppled on one side. A single bed, a bookshelf. Suddenly, Lin Mu appeared to recall something, his eyes widening in astonishment. Memories, dormant for over a year, surged into his mind like a torrent. He finally understood the reason behind the familiarity. This was the apartment he had rented during his internship before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse. These three words seemed to possess a magical power, guiding Lin Mu's gaze to his hands. Distinctly defined, long and strong. Within the rosy white palms, faint blue veins were discernible. Most importantly, these were not the hands of a zombie. In his previous life, Lin Mu had transformed into a zombie the very moment the apocalypse began. Such hands were impossible. At that moment, a thought materialized in Lin Mu's mind, then uncontrollably consumed his entire consciousness. I have been reborn, and I have returned to before the apocalypse. Upon realizing this, Lin Mu swallowed hard, the confusion on his face gradually giving way to shock, which then transformed into uncontainable joy. In the next instant, he rubbed his face, forcing himself to regain composure. I need to verify if this is truly the case. The over a year of survival in the apocalypse had endowed Lin Mu with sufficient self-control and calmness. He was not so easily overwhelmed by joy. Lin Mu swiftly rolled out of bed, taking 2 steps at a time until he reached the mirror. Peering into the reflective surface, a youthful visage appeared before him. He bore dark circles beneath his eyes, his hair disheveled, clad in mismatched slippers, and even his clothes were put on inside out. Yet Lin Mu paid no heed to these details. His gaze remained fixated on his own face. In that moment, Lin Mu finally confirmed his suspicions. He had truly been reborn. Accompanied by immense joy, a tumult of emotions and memories surged within Lin Mu, flooding his heart. In his previous life, when the apocalypse descended, he was among the first to transform into a mutated zombie. Unlike other zombies, he retained memories and thoughts from his human existence. At that time, Lin Mu naively believed that despite his zombie body, as long as his mind remained human, he was still human. He foolishly thought others would think similarly. He was reluctant to feast upon humans, even as the aroma of flesh continually tantalized his senses. He believed that his zombie form could achieve remarkable feats during the apocalypse, saving more lives, and thus he resolutely joined the ranks of humanity. Later, as human bases were established, as core cities arose, Lin Mu devoted himself tirelessly to the survival of humanity. But what was the outcome? All he received in return was relentless suspicion and ridicule. Once, he rescued hundreds of survivors from a zombie den, narrowly escaping death. Yet some doubted the numbers, believing he had secretly slaughtered survivors. Some even claimed that his intent in rescuing survivors was merely to satiate his own hunger amidst the chaos. Lin Mu had explained himself, but no one was willing to believe him. No one believed the words of a zombie. Those humans would only trust what they deemed right, despite the absence of any evidence. After that, Lin Mu grew increasingly silent. Yet he said nothing, for in Lin Mu's heart, to ensure the continuation of humanity, he could endure misunderstanding, tolerate all disdain and doubt. This was the last belief propelling Lin Mu forward. However, with the sound of that chainsaw, this final belief crumbled. In that moment, Lin Mu realized that all he had done was nothing but a farce. Humans had never truly believed in him. In their eyes, he was merely a disposable tool, a zombie to be exploited and discarded. How utterly ironic. In the end, the reason they sought to kill him was simply to study the crystal core within his mind. What a ludicrous justification. It was akin to discarding a husk after extracting all its value. Lin Mu could still vividly recall the expression on the researcher's face when he uttered those words. Contemptuous, indifferent, as if it were an entirely unsurprising matter. Upon reflecting on this, an overwhelming fury and piercing pain surged once more into Lin Mu's heart, as if a sharp blade had pierced through his warm heart, leaving it exposed. Very well. Fine then. Before the mirror, Lin Mu painfully closed his eyes, his body trembling with rage. Since they insisted he was not human, that he was a zombie, then what was there left for him to cling to? Was it merely wishful thinking? If that is what you say, then so be it. I shall fulfill your wishes, you humans. Let me be a pure zombie. I have exhausted all my compassion. With this thought, Lin Mu's trembling subsided, a sinister smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. The anger and disappointment in his gaze vanished without a trace, replaced only by an icy, penetrating coldness. I have returned to life. This is your greatest misfortune. Lin Mu spoke slowly, his voice laced with murderous intent as he gazed into the mirror. In his previous life, those humans who had ridden on his back, reveling in their power. Those who had scorned him. In this life, he would spare none. They all must die. No, they must suffer before death, to experience the despair he had endured. With this thought, Lin Mu suddenly burst into laughter. Yet to others, that laughter resembled the whispers of a demon, instilling fear. There's no rush, no rush. Take it slow first. Let me ascertain the current time. As the laughter ceased, Lin Mu retrieved his phone from his pocket. After entering the password several times based on memory, he finally unlocked the screen. The first thing that caught his eye was the time. July 4th, 2020, 11 hours, 31 minutes, and 24 seconds. Upon seeing the time, Lin Mu's pupils constricted. He distinctly remembered that the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse in his previous life occurred precisely at noon on July 4th, 2020. Not a second off. So that means there are less than half an hour before the apocalypse descends. With this thought, Lin Mu furrowed his brow. Originally, he had planned to procure some fresh flesh to serve as his first meal post-zombification. Now it seemed that time was no longer on his side. However, the inability to acquire fresh flesh did not preclude him from making other preparations. Compared to the livestock flesh available in supermarkets, human flesh was far more enticing. That alluring aroma. Moments later, Lin Mu appeared to have an idea, narrowing his eyes. With his phone in hand, he walked toward the bathroom. After closing the bathroom door and windows, ensuring soundproofing measures were in place to prevent neighbors from hearing, Lin Mu activated the recording function on his phone. After a brief moment of contemplation, a piercing and desperate cry for help echoed within the confines of the bathroom. Help me. Zombies are chasing me. I want to live. Please, open the door and save me. After recording this segment, Lin Mu pressed the button to stop the recording and began the next one. I am Lin Mu, your neighbor. I implore you, do not turn a blind eye to my plight. There are currently no zombies behind me. Everything is fine. As the audio recordings continued to roll, a smile graced Lin Mu's face. When the apocalypse first descended, all zombies, including Lin Mu, were merely ordinary undead. These zombies, while possessing strength comparable to that of a regular human, were slower and more rigid in their movements. Thus, unless amidst the initial chaos of the apocalypse, it was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary zombie to catch a human. Even if they did manage to pursue, their attacks usually resulted in mere scratches, rendering them incapable of tackling and devouring their prey. Moreover, should one manage to bring down a target, one still had to guard against the onslaught of other zombies. After all, when confronted with the scent of fresh blood, zombies behaved like ravenous beasts, rending apart anything that stood in their way, even if it were another zombie. Consequently, Lin Mu did not intend to immerse himself in the initial turmoil. The number of humans infected was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the quantity of flesh and blood he could consume. Lin Mu's primary objective was to devour enough humans to metamorphose into a first-tier zombie. Only then could he possess a semblance of self-preservation and the strength to seek opportunities in this desolate world. As for the requisite number of humans to consume, previous research conducted by human bases in his past life suggested approximately 10, assuming they were intact. After the initial chaos, most survivors would retreat into ruins or other fortified shelters, and the heavy iron doors became insurmountable barriers for zombies like Lin Mu. At this juncture, the act of consuming flesh and blood transformed into a skillful endeavor. Lin Mu's recordings were prepared precisely for such a moment. He aimed to use the audio to entice them into opening their doors. As for those who refused to comply, that was entirely to be expected. How many individuals, even before the apocalypse, would possess the goodwill to come to another's aid? The overwhelming majority would choose to turn a blind eye. However, adding a few other elements could alter the situation. I have supplies if you help me by opening the door. I'll give you everything, all of it. I beg you. I possess many weapons if you save me. I shall reward you. Lin Mu recorded numerous such messages. His gamble was not on the goodness of human hearts, but rather on their darker inclinations. In his past life, during the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Mu witnessed firsthand how someone, clutching a bounty of food, sought refuge with a neighbor, only to be struck down by an axe in an instant, the provisions swiftly devoured. Ultimately, the recordings Lin Mu now made were merely reflections of what he had observed in his previous existence methods to compel humans to open their doors. As for why he could not simply force his way through with brute strength, Lin Mu could only smile wryly. This was not a university dormitory. Such fragile doors were a rarity. At least in the complex he rented, all doors were sturdy iron barriers. Before attaining the status of a first-tier zombie, one could not hope to break through with sheer force. As for whether one could pry open a door with a wire, Lin Mu could only chuckle again. Ordinary zombies were excruciatingly rigid. Their fingers could barely bend, making it nearly impossible to grasp a wire, let alone use it to pry open a door. Of course, the fundamental reason was that Lin Mu simply did not possess the knowledge to do so. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound from the restroom gradually ceased. Lin Mu replayed the audio to confirm the quality of his performance, then tucked his phone into his pocket. Upon exiting the restroom, he made his way directly to the wardrobe, selecting a hooded black coat from within. He examined himself in the mirror. Once Lin Mu confirmed that his hat could sufficiently conceal his face, he took a mask from the table and donned it. Merely having a recording was insufficient. He needed to disguise himself as a human. Fortunately, during the apocalypse, few had the composure to observe the appearance of others. Moreover, the behavioral patterns of zombies differed drastically from those of humans. The average person would never suspect that a zombie could masquerade as a human, thus providing Lin Mu with a unique opportunity. After scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror for a while and ensuring everything was in order, Lin Mu plopped down onto the ground. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, signaling the imminent arrival of the apocalypse. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Finally, 5 minutes later, with a resounding click, the hour and minute hands aligned at 12. The apocalypse had arrived. Accompanied by a grand and somber sigh. A faint white mist began to billow in from all directions. Glancing out the window, Lin Mu beheld the city plunging into chaos in an instant. Those who came into contact with the mist experienced rapid changes. Their skin turned ashen, and their flesh began to rot. Then, as if driven mad, they clung to those nearby and began to bite. No, darling, what is wrong with you? Don't bite me. Get away. What is this? Zombies. It's the zombies. The outbreak has begun. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams, wails, and the roars of the undead. Within the room, as Lin Mu came into contact with the mist, his own body began to undergo a rapid transformation. The color drained from his once youthful face, leaving it gaunt. His skin cracked, and his flesh began to decay, blackened blood oozing forth and pooling on the ground. In mere moments, Lin Mu had morphed from a young man into a full-fledged zombie that he lifted his head, his eyes now a vivid crimson, glistening with hunger. Had he truly become a zombie? Lin Mu opened his mouth, but found himself unable to speak, only able to emit a low, guttural growl. His limbs felt cold and stiff, rendering even the simplest action of standing a challenge. After approximately half a minute, Lin Mu dragged his body to the mirror once more. Confirming that he appeared as intended, he did not linger. He pushed open the door of his rented room and stepped outside. The corridor had transformed into a veritable hellscape. Wails and growls intertwined in a nightmarish symphony. A pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Not far away, several small zombies were hunched over a mangled corpse, tearing into the flesh with fervor, blood splattering everywhere. The closer look revealed that the body still twitched. The creaking of the door as Lin Mu stepped out evidently caught the attention of the small zombies. They turned their heads toward him, bits of flesh and blood dripping from their mouths. Upon realizing Lin Mu was merely another zombie, they let out furious growls before resuming their feast. This roar was a warning, a signal for Lin Mu not to encroach upon their meal. As for Lin Mu's peculiar attire and his distinctly different behavior, the small zombies paid no heed. Their simple minds could not fathom such complexities. Their singular focus was on consuming. Lin Mu, merely glancing at the small zombies, shifted his gaze toward the closed doors of the nearby rental units. The fresh blood and flesh beneath the zombies were undeniably alluring, even causing drool to trickle from the corners of his mouth. Yet, rationality urged Lin Mu that he could obtain more without competition. Possessing the capacity for reason and thought marked the greatest distinction between Lin Mu and typical zombies, serving as his paramount advantage. To abandon this advantage and join the ranks of ordinary zombies would be akin to self-sabotage. Resisting the allure of flesh, Lin Mu, his stomach growling, approached the nearest door. He retrieved his phone and cranked the volume to its maximum. With a beep, the recording commenced. In the next moment, Lin Mu's pleas for help echoed from the device. "Help me. Zombies are chasing me. I want to live. Please, open the door and save me." Simultaneously, Lin Mu began to pound on the door. The thunderous noise and cries for help caused the small zombies to pause once more, their crimson eyes reflecting confusion. They had heard the sound of potential prey but could not discern its source. The small zombies craned their necks, reluctant to abandon their meal, yet curiosity won out. After a moment, they ultimately resumed their gruesome feast, one of them leaning forward to emit a growl in Lin Mu's direction, as if questioning his antics. However, Lin Mu paid no mind, continuing his relentless knocking. Seconds later, he faintly heard footsteps approaching from within. Yet, the person did not speak. Observing this, Lin Mu stifled his excitement, his fingers stiffly selecting the next audio clip. "I am Lin Mu, your neighbor. I beg you, do not turn a blind eye to my plight. Please, I implore you, do not forsake me." As the recording played, Lin Mu's knocking grew more frantic, as if the zombies were indeed closing in behind him. The person inside hesitated, the doorknob gradually turning. Witnessing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in Lin Mu's crimson eyes. His breath quickening, he envisioned fresh sustenance beckoning him. Soon, as Lin Mu tapped his phone again, the next recording played. "I have supplies, water, and food. If you let me in, I will share everything with you." Upon hearing this, the person inside seemingly reached a decision, the door creaking open with a click. Peering forward, Lin Mu beheld a girl clad in scant attire standing in the hallway. She clutched a kitchen knife in her trembling hand, her body quaking with anxiety as she rapidly instructed. "Hurry in, are there zombies behind you?" Before she could finish, her eyes widened in alarm, having spotted something. It was the phone, incessantly emitting cries for help. Was that the phone making the noise? How strange, why isn't he speaking? Confusion flooded the girl's mind. In the next moment, upon glimpsing the sinister crimson beneath Lin Mu's black hat, her trepidation morphed into sheer terror. She desperately attempted to slam the door shut, but it was too late. Lin Mu abruptly raised his head, revealing his bloodthirsty eyes. Zombie! Accompanied by a piercing scream, Lin Mu lunged forward, tackling the girl to the ground. No. No. Get away. Tears brimming in her eyes, the girl lifted her knife, aiming to strike Lin Mu, but there was no opportunity for that. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mu swatted the knife aside and sank his teeth into the girl's neck with a sickening crunch. Blood gushed forth, rich with an intoxicating aroma. Just inhaling that scent made Lin Mu feel as though his very soul was ascending. Moments later, the girl lay motionless in his grasp. Releasing her, Lin Mu swallowed the sweet nectar, stifling the urge to devour further, then rose to close the door behind him, excitement coursing through him as he bent down once more. The reason for closing the door was primarily to prevent the small zombies outside from snatching his prize. Half an hour later, Lin Mu wiped the remnants of blood and flesh from the corners of his mouth, satisfaction radiating from him as he opened the door, sensing the stench of blood wafting through the corridor. He felt the flesh in his belly transforming into energy, rapidly absorbed by his body. Every zombified cell within him seemed to tremble in euphoric delight. This sensation of becoming stronger was exhilarating. Free from the constraints of human rules, it was utterly liberating. Upon stepping outside, Lin Mu squinted against the sunlight and stretched lazily, then turned his head to gaze at the tightly shut doors. His expression resembled that of a connoisseur surveying a row of canned goods. Yet, to liken them to mere canned food would be a misrepresentation. After all, humans are capable of rebellion. Take that girl from earlier. Had she wielded a fire axe, Lin Mu would have been at her mercy. Before evolving to the first tier, ordinary zombies possess remarkably frail bodies that an adult, should they conquer their inner fears and possess the right tools, can generally handle 1 or 2 ordinary zombies. This is also one of the reasons Lin Mu refrained from joining the initial chaos that erupted at the onset of the apocalypse, with the overwhelming presence of both humans and zombies. A moment's carelessness could lead to a swift demise. After a brief pause, hunger surged once more within Lin Mu. Drawing upon memories from his previous life, he scanned the surrounding closed doors and identified his next target. He decided to avoid rooms with more than 2 tenants, those housing muscular men, and any that were known to possess deadly weapons. With these criteria in mind, Lin Mu once again approached another door in the distance. A keen observer would note that his movements had become less rigid compared to before. This was a sign of zombie evolution, despite still being an ordinary zombie. After consuming a complete corpse, Lin Mu had embarked on the path towards transformation into a first-tier zombie. Arriving at another door, Lin Mu employed his previous tactics and took out his phone. The call for help echoed once more. As time elapsed, the cries for assistance from the phone intertwined with the anguished screams of survivors, resonating through the floors. Blood stained the ground where Lin Mu had traversed, and the aura emanating from him gradually grew stronger. At some point, the small zombies that had previously accompanied him returned, trailing behind Lin Mu, scavenging leftover scraps, their gazes now tinged with fear. This reaction was instinctual among zombies when confronted with a more formidable counterpart. Devoid of any connection to intelligence, Lin Mu, however, paid no heed to these lesser zombies, for the remaining scraps held little value to him, and if he could manage to recruit a few zombies in the process, it would be a pleasant surprise. As Lin Mu passed by the staircase, preparing to descend to the next floor in search of sustenance, a familiar sound caught his attention. He turned to observe the elevator, where the buttons began to flicker, and he could faintly hear the low hum of the elevator in motion. During the zombie crisis, the peculiar white mist had not disrupted communication signals or electrical systems. It merely transformed humans into zombies. Thus, in the early days of the apocalypse, most networks and power systems remained unscathed, allowing the elevator to function normally. However, it seemed that zombies were incapable of using elevators. Lin Mu glanced back at the 3 bewildered little zombies trailing him, then shuffled toward the elevator doors. If zombies couldn't operate the elevator, then it must be humans inside. Excitement gleamed in Lin Mu's eyes, even causing the decaying flesh on his face to twitch. If the rental rooms were akin to canned goods, then the elevator before him represented an upgraded, deluxe version that it was a delectable feast practically served on a silver platter. With this thought, Lin Mu felt a trickle of saliva escape the corner of his mouth. Wiping the drool away, he approached the elevator, extending his pale, decaying hand to press both the up and down buttons simultaneously. He then let out a low growl to ward off the three little zombies behind him and began to wait in silence. Inside the elevator, for young individuals, 2 men and 2 women stood anxiously. The cramped space saturated with tension, and faint whispers could be heard. "Lin Chao, you'll keep me alive, right?" One anxious girl asked the young man beside her. "Of course, I will. My home is on the top floor. And I've stockpiled plenty of instant noodles. It'll be enough for us to survive." The young man, known as Lin Chao, replied, his hair matted with sweat. At that moment, another boy with a flashy hairstyle suddenly exclaimed, "Whoa, someone pressed the elevator button on the 5th floor. We need to stop there first." His voice trembled slightly. Lin Chao smacked the boy's head and whispered, "If we stop, why shout so loud? Do you want to attract the zombies' attention? Zombies don't use elevators. It has to be a human. If it's a human, there's nothing to fear." As he spoke, Lin Chao retrieved a bloodied wooden stick from his backpack. "If there are supplies, we take them. If not, we kick them out." Hearing his words, the boy with the flashy hair and the 2 girls calmed down, nodding in agreement as they focused on the elevator doors. Moments later, with a soft ding, the elevator arrived at the 5th floor, the doors slowly opening to a gust of foul air. "Odd, there's no one outside," Lin Chao remarked, glancing around the elevator lobby, his voice laced with confusion. Following his gaze, they saw only blood splatters on the floor and shattered vases strewn about. The elevator lobby was utterly vacant. Could it be a malfunction? The anxious girl suggested uncertainly. "Perhaps," Lin Chao replied, though he remained vigilant, unconsciously lowering his wooden stick. What they did not know was that in the blind spot of their vision, just around the corner of the elevator doors, Lin Mu stood quietly, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the elevator doors, searching for the opportune moment. "Hurry up and close the door. If you don't, I'm afraid the zombies will come," the smallest girl among them said nervously, pressing herself into the corner of the elevator as if seeking solace. Hearing her, Lin Chao nodded slowly and pressed the close button. As the doors began to shut with a soft hiss, the 4 felt their tense hearts finally relax. "I told you nothing would happen. See, I was right." Lin Chao began to turn, intending to continue speaking with his companions, when suddenly, the girl cried out, "Behind you, a zombie!" Lin Chao instinctively furrowed his brow. The doors were about to close. What zombie could possibly be there? Wasn't this just a case of scaring oneself? He was about to admonish the girl when, in the next moment, the corner of his eye caught an unbelievable sight. That a pale hand wedged itself into the closing elevator doors. With a decisive click, the doors halted just before closing entirely. In the blink of an eye, the owner of that hand, a zombie clad in a black coat, forced its way through the gap in the elevator doors, entering the compartment. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second. Holy crap! A zombie! Upon witnessing this, Lin Chao's spirit fled in terror, even forgetting about the wooden stick in his hand. Before he could react, Lin Mu lunged forward, sinking his teeth into Lin Chao's neck. The immense biting force tore away a large chunk of flesh, exposing the pale vertebrae beneath. Crimson arterial blood gushed forth, instantly staining the confined elevator in a vivid scarlet. Lin Mu took another bite, completely severing the young man's neck, his blood-red eyes scanning the interior with excitement. The zombies had arrived. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, the petite girl found herself at a loss for words. Collapsing onto the ground in utter shock, the youth with the tinfoil hair and the young delinquent trembled uncontrollably, their faces etched with despair that a zombie had obstructed the elevator doors, and the backbone of their group was instantly bitten to death. In that moment, they were utterly bereft of any means of survival. As for the notion of pushing the zombie aside and making a dash for freedom, regrettably, they lacked the courage. These 3 individuals had been thoroughly paralyzed by fear. Moreover, what transpired next left the 3 survivors utterly stunned. They beheld the zombie extending its hand to press the elevator's close button. Surely, this must be a cruel joke. Zombies cannot operate such mechanisms. The youth with tinfoil hair stood agape, his gaze fixed in a daze, his voice reduced to mere terror. Was it merely an illusion? He felt as though he had detected a trace of mockery upon the zombie's visage. Could a zombie truly exhibit such a human-like expression? The youth could not fathom it. Yet, he would never know the answer. With a resounding click, the elevator door sealed shut. In the next instant, a cacophony of heart-wrenching screams erupted from within the confined space, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Outside the elevator, time progressed. The external light gradually waned. The first twilight of the post-apocalyptic world descended, with a series of sharp clicks. The elevator doors swung open, spilling forth a torrent of blood that a fleeting glance revealed the interior of the elevator drenched in crimson, resembling a hellish inferno. Lin Mu licked the blood-stained tips of his sharp teeth. Stepping out of the elevator with a sense of satisfaction, his black coat was thoroughly soaked in blood, exuding a pungent odor that permeated the air. This stench, of course, was only repugnant to humans. Lin Mu relished its aroma that a closer inspection would reveal that his aura had undergone a profound transformation since the cataclysm first erupted. The energy derived from the abundant flesh and blood coursed through his being. As if he were a vessel brimming with water, Lin Mu understood that he was on the brink of metamorphosis, evolving from an ordinary zombie to a first-tier zombie. The time elapsed from the onset of the apocalypse until he entered the elevator. He had consumed more than 10 humans. Not to mention, he had feasted on 4 more within the elevator itself. Were it not for Lin Mu's intentional restraint, he would have already ascended to first-tier status. As for the reason behind this deliberate suppression, it was quite simple: to prepare for future evolution and to pave the way for becoming a special zombie. Not all zombies could seamlessly evolve into a corpse king or even a zombie monarch. The vast majority of zombies, due to their physical limitations, found themselves unable to bear more energy and often remained stuck in the lower tiers of the zombie hierarchy. Naturally, many zombies also struggled to consume sufficient flesh and blood, never even grazing the threshold of evolution. The same principle applied to special zombies. Apart from a fortunate few who were inherently predisposed to become special zombies, the majority had to ingest a rare fruit known as the corpse blood fruit. This peculiar fruit thrived amidst piles of corpses and contained a bloodline power capable of fundamentally transforming an ordinary zombie into a special one, potentially endowing them with unique abilities. However, acquiring such power was fraught with peril. The vast majority of zombies that consumed the corpse blood fruit ultimately perished under its brutal energy. To survive this ordeal, one crucial factor was the enhancement of their capacity to endure energy. The simplest method to bolster this endurance was to suppress their energy prior to a breakthrough. If an ordinary zombie did not restrain their energy, upon ascending to first-tier status, their physical strength would only double. Conversely, if they consciously limited their energy, they would reap greater rewards during their breakthrough, enhancing their physical strength even further. An increase in physical strength naturally corresponded to a heightened capacity to endure energy. This conclusion was reached months after the onset of the apocalypse by humanity. Due to the lack of consciousness in zombies, they instinctively advanced once their energy reached its limit, never consciously suppressing themselves. Thus, for a considerable time, humanity remained oblivious to this phenomenon. It was not until the latter stages of the apocalypse, when the special corpse kings effortlessly tore through human defenses, that humanity began to systematically study zombie evolution. Lin Mu became one of the experimental subjects in this research. After countless experiments, humanity finally arrived at the aforementioned conclusions. However, they likely did not anticipate that this research, originally intended to combat zombies, would ultimately serve as a catalyst for Lin Mu's evolution. No, they must have foreseen it. Perhaps from that moment on, they decided to eliminate him. Such a well-calculated scheme. Lin Mu cast his gaze toward the elevator entrance, his crimson eyes narrowing, glinting with a chilling light. Yet, they surely did not expect that I would be reborn. With this thought, Lin Mu's decayed lips twitched, seemingly curving into a smile. Then, as the fluctuations of energy intensified, Lin Mu let out a roar, his entire body trembling violently. The metamorphosis had commenced as a torrent of black blood streamed down through the fissures in his skin, pooling onto the ground. The once decayed flesh gradually dried out, giving Lin Mu an appearance of greater emaciation. However, only he understood that beneath the ruptured skin and decaying flesh, new life was steadily forming. An immense agony coupled with a profound numbness coursed through Lin Mu's mind. Yet at that moment, he felt nothing but exhilaration. He could sense his power surging, rapidly growing stronger. This sensation is undeniably addictive. As dusk deepens, time slips away unnoticed, accompanied by a gentle cascade of moonlight. In the stairwell, Lin Mu's body finally ceases to tremble. In the next moment, a chilling aura emanates from him. A first-tier zombie is born. Supporting himself with his hands, Lin Mu gradually rises to his feet. From a distance, it is apparent that his form has grown somewhat larger, though still draped in decaying flesh. The pale, newly formed skin beneath is subtly discernible. However, The most significant development is that within Lin Mu's mind, a cluster of pure white crystal marrow has now formed. Whether a human evolver, a zombie, or an evolved beast zombie, stepping into the first tier results in the emergence of crystal marrow within the brain. This represents the energy organ of evolved beings and serves as an emblematic marker of a creature's true embarkation on the path of evolution. Nevertheless, although all are termed crystal marrow, the distinctions between the crystal marrows of different beings may be greater than that between trilobites and humans. For instance, in nature, the organs used to receive optical information, the eyes, exhibit vast differences. The compound eyes of insects and the eyes of humans, while generally categorized as eyes, follow entirely independent evolutionary trajectories, resulting in significant disparities despite achieving similar functions. It is noteworthy that as evolved beings undergo evolution, the crystal marrow itself also undergoes metamorphosis. For instance, when a zombie ascends from the third to the fourth tier, completing its first life stage transformation, the crystal marrow solidifies, transforming into a more potent crystalline core. Within the elevator, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Lin Mu lets out a low, exhilarated growl. He estimates that his current physical strength is approximately threefold that of his pre-transformation state, with speed slightly exceeding that of an average adult male. This surpasses the typical first-tier zombie, that a standard first-tier zombie possesses strength roughly double that of an adult male, with speed comparable to that of a human. This advantage is a direct result of his prior suppression of evolutionary speed. Of course, the benefits of becoming a first-tier zombie extend beyond mere alterations in speed and strength. More crucially, the rigidity of his body has been significantly alleviated, allowing Lin Mu's hands to perform a greater array of tasks, such as wielding human weaponry. One can only imagine the striking image of a zombie charging towards a crowd, armed with an anti-tank rocket. However, this scenario is contingent upon Lin Mu acquiring such weapons. Aside from rocket launchers and firearms, conventional melee weapons like cleavers and clubs offer little assistance. The claws of a zombie are far more effective. After all, having entered the first tier, Lin Mu's strength has surged to the point where he can easily rend humans apart with his claws alone. After a brief period of acclimatization to his transformed body, Lin Mu suppresses his excitement and begins to contemplate his next course of action. That he is acutely aware that even with the suppression of his evolutionary speed, he is undoubtedly among the first batch of first-tier zombies in the sprawling metropolis. After all, devouring 10 whole humans is no trivial feat. Most zombies might infect 40 to 50 humans without having the opportunity to consume such a quantity of flesh. Furthermore, only half a day has elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. The time frame is exceedingly brief. Lin Mu, since the dawn of the apocalypse, has hardly paused in his feeding, to the point where his jaw threatens to dislocate from relentless chewing. And it is this voracious appetite that has culminated in his ascension to a first-tier zombie. Reflecting on his past experiences, he notes that a widespread emergence of first-tier zombies typically occurs on the 10th day following the onset of the apocalypse. Thus, Lin Mu stands as one of the most formidable zombies in the entire metropolis. This status implies that he can accomplish myriad tasks. Yet, numerous essential undertakings lie ahead. The onset of the apocalypse. Speed is of the essence, akin to a snowball effect. Only by continuously accumulating advantages can one ensure they remain unexceeded. In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, the principle of survival of the fittest is starkly evident. Should one be surpassed, they face the imminent threat of death, threats from humanity, other zombies, and even the evolved beasts and aberrations that roam the desolation. All of these can swiftly claim the life of a lesser zombie. With this realization, a gleam of determination ignites in Lin Mu's eyes as he recalls memories of his past life and contemplates his next moves. The foremost tasks before him are twofold. First, he must establish his own zombie den in densely populated areas while simultaneously amassing his own influence. This is readily comprehensible. For zombies, fresh flesh equates to resources, and only in populous regions can rapid evolution occur. However, it is prudent to consider that excessively crowded locales may harbor additional threats. Thus, for the time being, it is advisable to strike a balance by selecting an area that is relatively populous, yet poses minimal danger for the establishment of his lair. Once he gains strength, he can gradually shift towards more densely populated territories. Building an influence will facilitate the better collection of evolutionary resources while also alleviating many minor inconveniences that end the apocalypse. Human evolvers are as pervasive as flies, occasionally causing disturbances that a formidable zombie faction not only serves to intimidate humanity, deterring them from rash assaults, but also provides a wealth of information. These insights are invaluable experience gained from Lin Mu's own encounters. In his previous life, he witnessed numerous powerful lone wolf zombies fall victim to human eradication via firearms with alarming ease. The second task involves seeking out the corpse blood fruit, aiming to become a special zombie as early as possible. The sooner one attains the status of a special zombie, the greater the benefits, as well as the likelihood of evolving into a more powerful variant, according to intelligence from human bases in his past life. The malleability of low-tier zombies is significantly greater than that of their mid-tier or high-tier counterparts. Of course, this low-tier classification has its limits. One must at least be a first-tier zombie. After all, the frail physique of an ordinary zombie cannot withstand the brutal power of the corpse blood fruit. Instead, it would merely serve as nourishment. In his previous life, Lin Mu missed the opportunity to acquire a corpse blood fruit due to a mission at a human sanctuary, only to reach the 5th tier before he could become an ordinary shadow zombie, a regret that haunted him deeply. In this reincarnation, he is determined not to repeat that mistake. Lin Mu lets out a low growl, shakes his head, and turns his gaze once more towards the elevator doors. The 3 little zombies that had previously trailed behind him have inexplicably returned. They gaze hungrily at the open elevator door, saliva dripping as they swallow repeatedly. However, under the influence of Lin Mu's formidable aura, the 3 little Karami dare not utter a sound. They can only wait outside the elevator, adopting a subservient demeanor. This stark contrast to the first time he encountered them is striking. The suppressive effect of a first-tier zombie on ordinary zombies is remarkably potent. Contemplating this, Lin Mu emits a growl, permitting the 3 little zombies to move. In the next moment, accompanied by a chorus of excited howls, the 3 zombies rush into the elevator, squeezing into the blood-stained compartment beside Lin Mu. The sound of their teeth gnashing is grating. Retracting his gaze, Lin Mu retrieves a blood-stained phone from his pocket. After a quick wipe, he activates the screen that he intends to check the map and gather information about the human world from the internet. Notably, as a first-tier zombie, Lin Mu finds operating the phone considerably easier. However, fingerprint unlocking remains unfeasible. He can only unlock the phone by entering a password. With each tap, the smooth surface of the phone reflects Lin Mu's grotesque visage. A torrent of messages and notifications floods in. Shocking. Zombie crisis. Is this the twilight of humanity? An elderly woman bites her own son to death, and the perpetrator is this is retribution, nature's vengeance against humanity. We are reaping what we sow. Sifting through these inconsequential alerts, Lin Mu clicks on the community group for residents of this complex. The long-standing 99 messages notification bursts open. Who can save me? I'm on the 5th floor of Building 3. I have food at home, and will share it with you. Please come and rescue me. How can we help, brother? I can barely protect myself. There's a zombie right outside my door. The entire building do not venture into the external stairwell. There is no escape, for it is teeming with zombies, and several lives have already been lost. The same applies to the 3rd building, during the apocalypse. Many thought to flee to the stairwell, only to find it now overrun with zombies, completely blocked. The 5th floor of the 5th building has turned into a haunted place, with the same individual constantly crying out for help. Everyone, take heed. Avoid the elevator as well. In the owner's group, varied messages swirl about, resembling a chaotic reality. Before long, a particular message caught Lin Mu's attention. The corpse hunting team of the 5th building is launching a second assault. Targeting the small shop beneath the building, volunteers are urged to join swiftly. All who enlist will receive a share of the resources. To be frank, these zombies are exceedingly weak, accompanied by a photograph. The image depicts a young man with yellow hair wielding a machete, having just severed the head of a zombie. Upon seeing this, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. A corpse hunting team. Shortly after the apocalypse in his previous life, he lost his phone, so he was entirely unaware of this zombie hunting squad's activities. Moreover, the 5th building is precisely where he resides. It might be worthwhile to investigate. Resolute in his decision, Lin Mu nodded to himself and then bellowed behind him. Moments later, 3 small zombies scampered eagerly to his side. Evidently having learned from their recent experience, these 3 little zombies now understood that following him meant a chance for sustenance. With a creak, he pushed open the safety door of the stairwell. Lin Mu barreled through one zombie after another, methodically descending the stairs, accompanied by the 3 small zombies. Under the moonlit night, the sounds of screams intermingled with roars echoed between the floors. The other members of the corpse hunting team including Jobin, found themselves completely surrounded by a throng of zombies. The gruesome sounds of flesh tearing sent chills down one's spine. After discarding the lifeless body of a tattooed man, Lin Mu let out a low growl towards the swarm of zombies. Before long, he spotted the 3 small zombies in his line of sight. With Lin Mu's approval, they began to gnaw on the corpse of the tattooed man. Lin Mu tore off a chunk of flesh and approached the notably robust zombie he had previously noticed in the owner's group messages. During the early days of the apocalypse, the potential for a zombie's evolution and physical strength are directly correlated. In this regard, this sturdy zombie was evidently exceptional. Moreover, during his recent encounter with the corpse-hunting team, Lin Mu observed that this formidable zombie exhibited some instinct for combat, instinctively dodging certain lethal attacks. Otherwise, a typical zombie could not possibly withstand the onslaught of the hunting team for so long. This indicated that this zombie, before its mutation, was not merely a muscle-bound brute, but likely had undergone extensive combat training. Upon recognizing this characteristic, Lin Mu quickly entertained thoughts of subjugation. If he could recruit this zombie as his subordinate, it would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance. At the very least, its resilience would make it an excellent shield. Pondering this, Lin Mu produced the piece of flesh in his hand, refraining from unnecessary words, and roared at the robust zombie. "I have saved you. Bow to me, and I shall provide you with flesh, or face death." As he growled, the fierce aura of a first-tier zombie began to emanate from him, his crimson eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. The growls among zombies serve as a simple yet effective means of communication. Researchers in his previous life believed this was primarily linked to the brainwave activities of zombies and the emotional changes they expressed. Even ordinary zombies could grasp some basic meanings from the growls of their peers. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Mu's roar, the downed robust zombie hesitated momentarily. However, sensing Lin Mu's intense murderous intent and the enticing flesh in his hand, it ultimately chose to lower its head slowly. "Submit to me." Accompanied by a submissive roar, the robust zombie prostrated itself before Lin Mu, indicating its allegiance. Lin Mu was not taken aback by this outcome. A first-tier zombie naturally exerts dominance over ordinary zombies. Furthermore, this sturdy zombie was injured and desperately needed to consume flesh to replenish itself. As for whether a zombie would betray him after submission, that was a matter of reassurance. Zombies belong to a hierarchy that is remarkably stringent and values strength. As long as you possess power and can provide sustenance, you become the leader. It's that simple. Unlike humans, who are rife with deceit and treachery. Of course, this coercive form of submission comes with the prerequisite that you must ensure you remain the strongest. Having successfully subdued the robust zombie, Lin Mu felt a surge of elation. He turned to bellow behind him. The 3 small zombies, reluctantly dragging a sizable piece of flesh, approached Lin Mu. "You are robust. From now on, I shall call you Pancher." With that, he snatched the flesh and tossed it to the robust zombie. Although Pancher did not comprehend the meaning of Pancher, he vaguely understood it was his name. He nodded in understanding, then began to devour the flesh hungrily, his growls transforming into short whimpers of delight. Observing Pancher feasting with blood splattering everywhere, Lin Mu felt a twinge of hunger himself. However, before turning away, he noticed the bewildered expressions of the 3 small zombies. How to describe such expressions? It seemed to convey, "This big oaf has a name now. What about us?" Lin Mu felt a pang of discomfort under their gaze, so he patted the head of one small zombie and growled, "You will be my shadow guards, accompanying me henceforth." Upon hearing this, the 3 small zombies erupted with joy, excitedly roaring. Perhaps to them, having names was the highest form of praise. Gazing at Pancher, who was indulging heartily, along with the 3 small shadow guards frolicking about, Lin Mu cracked a rotting smile, revealing the first genuine grin he had felt since the onset of the apocalypse. Though this smile appeared grotesque to humans, he knew that the foundation of his burgeoning power was already established. As Pancher continued to consume flesh, the knife wounds on his body began to sprout new flesh, visibly healing before Lin Mu's eyes. With sufficient flesh, a zombie's regenerative abilities are astonishing. This was also why Lin Mu had been able to survive through so many experiments in his previous life. Meanwhile, Lin Mu let out a low growl, driving away the zombies feasting on the bodies of the corpse-hunting team members. He then led his 3 small shadow guards towards the gruesomely disfigured corpses of the hunting team. Along the way, Lin Mu casually picked up Jobin's phone that had fallen to the ground. The screen displayed an image of a confident man in a headscarf, continuously looping. Lin Mu, with a hint of amusement, clicked the send button. He then used the phone to record the surrounding scene. Pressing send once more, observing the newly added messages in the chat group, Lin Mu wore an enigmatic smile before discarding the phone and commencing his feast on the flesh before him. For a first-tier zombie, The flesh of ordinary humans offers little benefit for evolution. They require the flesh or crystalline essence of evolved beings. Nevertheless, that did not deter Lin Mu from consuming flesh to satiate his hunger. For who does not enjoy delicious food? At that moment, in the owner's group, following the dispatch of Lin Mu's message, the survivors who had been awaiting the corpse hunting team's execution of Pancher fell into confusion and doubt. The previous video I could understand, but what is this? There are corpses everywhere. It's so disgusting. Ugh, why send such things? I'm about to throw up. Take it away. Where's the video of the zombie execution? Why send this instead? Amidst the torrent of complaints and curses, someone seemed to notice something and posed a question. Did you all notice that the clothing of those corpses on the ground is identical to that of the recent corpse hunting team? With the utterance of this sentence, the once boisterous chat group descended into a profound silence, akin to the stillness of death. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally mustered the courage to type a few trembling words. Are they dead? The corpse hunting team has perished. Instantly, a tempest of shock and disbelief erupted within the group. Is there any brother out there who can confirm this? I was just contemplating joining them. With a flourish of expletives. How terrifying. They were so full of confidence just moments ago, and now they're gone. Thank goodness I didn't go. I narrowly escaped a calamity. Phew. Amidst this chaos, another question slowly emerged. If the members of the corpse hunting team are dead, then who filmed the video? In an instant, the chat group was struck by silence once more, as if a pause button had been pressed on. I'm scared, Mom. I'm scared. I want to go home. Oh no, please don't scare me like this. That zombie outside my door is still lingering, and I almost screamed. I've already screamed. What should I do? Rest in peace, upstairs. Rest in peace. Lin Mu. Oblivious to the damage his actions had inflicted on the fragile hearts of the survivors. Had no intention of understanding. At this moment, he was voraciously consuming flesh and blood, his pale fingers navigating the map on his phone. Soon, he seemed to have spotted something. His eyes widened, and he let out an involuntary roar. The community hospital. This place seems promising. The location Lin Mu had fixated on was the community hospital on this very street. Although it was merely a community hospital, it was adjacent to a commercial area, with a large shopping mall just across the street, boasting a much higher population density than the current neighborhood. Both the hospital and the mall were likely to contain a wealth of essential supplies for humanity. Surely, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, people would continuously flock here. Furthermore, at a distance of 500 meters, it was not far from Lin Mu's current position, ideal for establishing a nest for the undead. Speaking of which, in his previous life, a formidable zombie king had appeared here, only to be swiftly eradicated by the surrounding shelters shortly after its emergence. What was the reason again? Lin Mu pondered, suddenly frowning, unable to recall the specific circumstances. After all, over a year had passed. Who could remember such irrelevant matters with clarity? Retaining a vague impression was already commendable. However, this was not a significant issue. Regardless of what lay in that location, Lin Mu believed his current strength would be sufficient to handle it. Contemplating this, he gazed towards the fully rejuvenated Pancher and the well-fed 3 shadow guardians. Judging by their aura, Pancher had recently consumed a substantial amount of flesh and blood, nearing the threshold of a first-tier zombie. Lin Mu estimated that before encountering him, Pancher had already feasted on quite a bit. On the other hand, the 3 little shadow guardians exuded an aura stronger than that of an ordinary zombie. Clearly, Lin Mu's decision had significantly accelerated their evolution. It was time to set out. After restraining Pancher's urge to advance, Lin Mu cast one last glance at the neighborhood before letting out a roar. Accompanied by Pancher and the 3 shadow guardians, he strode purposefully towards the community hospital, disappearing into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of blood. At midnight, beside the community hospital on Yuanning Street, in a concealed alleyway, a 7-member team crouched quietly, seemingly awaiting an opportune moment. Each team member was armed, clad in heavy clothing. This level of preparedness would be considered fully equipped among survivors at this stage. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could see that the middle-aged man had a holster at his waist, housing a pistol. This team was undoubtedly far more formidable than the earlier corpse hunting squad. Captain Huang, these zombies seem to have gathered in the hall for some unknown reason. Should we proceed? Asked a short, slender youth as he lowered his binoculars, directing his query to the middle-aged man in front of him. We must go in. The temporary stronghold in Xixing has just been established, and securing medical supplies is of utmost importance. Without them, even a minor ailment could prove fatal in this environment. Furthermore, only with ample resources can we attract more individuals to join our stronghold and strengthen our numbers, Captain Huang responded, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. But what should we do? There are too many zombies. A female team member inquired anxiously. We must observe. The sheer number of zombies certainly has its reasons. Without understanding them, entering would be far too risky. Let us wait for the right opportunity, Captain Huang replied, casting a cautious glance at the community hospital. At that moment, the initially anxious youth appeared to spot something, handing the binoculars to Captain Huang as he whispered, "Captain, there is something happening. Those zombies seem to be turning on each other. Should we take advantage of this opportunity to enter?" Captain Huang accepted the binoculars and peered into the distance, following his line of sight. In the darkness, a figure clad in a black coat, accompanied by 3 small zombies and a robust one, slowly emerged from the shadows, the unmistakable Lin Mu and his subordinates. Opposite them, 7 or 8 zombies clad in hospital gowns surged out from the community hospital. And amidst a chorus of growls, the two groups appeared to be rapidly confronting each other for some reason. Captain Huang observed this scene, a flicker of excitement crossing his gaze. He turned slightly, murmuring, "Let us wait a moment. If these two groups of zombies engage in conflict, we'll seize the chance to rush in. Prepare yourselves." Hearing his words, the other team members nodded, gripping their weapons tightly as they began to steady their breaths. Meanwhile, before the community hospital, Lin Mu furiously roared at the few zombies clad in hospital gowns blocking his path, the meaning of his growl unmistakable: "Get lost." Yet, to Lin Mu's astonishment, the zombies not only refrained from retreating but instead clustered together, growling at him with hostility. Witnessing this, Pancher and the 3 shadow guardians beside Lin Mu stepped forward, emitting their own furious roars in response. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, his expression contemplative. After a brief moment, an idea seemed to strike him, and he gazed with interest at the lobby of the community hospital ahead. Logically, ordinary zombies would not confront first-tier zombies. Such behavior was against the very nature of their kind. If such a scenario were to occur, there would generally be 2 possibilities. The first would be the presence of a higher-tier zombie exerting control, which was evidently impossible, as less than a day had passed since the apocalypse began. And first-tier zombies were already at their peak. Second-tier zombies could not exist due to a lack of resources and time. Eliminating this possibility, the second would be that something within the community hospital was attracting these zombies, compelling even ordinary ones to take the risk of opposing a first-tier zombie. There were only a few treasures in the entire apocalypse capable of inciting such behavior among ordinary zombies. At the onset of the apocalypse, there was only one: the blood fruit. No wonder a formidable zombie king had appeared here in his previous life. It all made sense now. In a flash, Lin Mu comprehended the causal relationship, excitement flooding his crimson eyes. Initially, he sought merely a base for establishing a nest for the undead, yet unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon the blood fruit as well. What a delightful surprise. With this realization, Lin Mu no longer hesitated, letting out a roar as he unsheathed his claws and charged towards the zombies in hospital gowns. Pancher and the 3 little shadow guardians followed suit, roaring as they charged behind Lin Mu. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed violently, blood splattering everywhere. In the distance, the lurking 7-member team observed this scene, their anticipation reaching a boiling point. "Let us go. Charge in. Keep your voices down. Don't get discovered." Captain Huang cast aside his binoculars and gestured towards the rear. In the next moment, the 7-member team stealthily advanced along the edge of the building, swiftly making their way toward the community hospital. Meanwhile, the area before the hospital had transformed into a stage for Lin Mu, engulfed in a haze of blood mist. Before he had become a first-tier zombie, Lin Mu had been confident that his combat experience from his past life would enable him to handle these few zombies. Moreover, he had already ascended to the ranks of a first-tier zombie. Suddenly, a zombie clad in a hospital gown emerged from the blood fog, lunging at Lin Mu with outstretched claws. Yet, Lin Mu did not flinch or evade. Instead, he extended his pale arm, his palm wide open. With a chilling roar, Lin Mu's hand penetrated the zombie's attack. Gripping its head firmly, he lifted it effortlessly. Despite the zombie's futile thrashing in an attempt to break free, it was to no avail. Lin Mu's grip gradually tightened. His inky black nails pierced through flesh, dark blood oozing forth as the sound of cracking bone echoed. In an instant, with a resounding pop, the zombie's soft skull was crushed. A mixture of yellowish-white viscera and black blood splattered in every direction. The surrounding zombies, engaged in their own frenzied struggle, halted in unison at the sight. As Lin Mu released his grip, the headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. 3 shadowy sentinels in the boulder turned to gaze at Lin Mu, their crimson eyes reflecting a sense of awe. The remaining hospital gown-clad zombies began to waver, 2 of them even retreating in terror. their bodies trembling. Clearly, the fear of death was gradually overshadowing their thirst for the flesh fruit. In the next moment, one of the hospital-gowned zombies let out a howl, prompting several others to abandon their resolve and turn to flee. However, could they escape before Lin Mu? As the boulder and the three sentinels moved to block their retreat, Lin Mu stepped forward, transforming into a shadow. Once again, the area before the hospital was engulfed in a storm of blood and carnage. Limbs and organs were sent flying, littering the ground. This was a one-sided slaughter. From the shadows in the hospital's corner, two female team members of the 7-member squad were compelled to vomit at the gruesome scene. "This zombie is terrifying, entirely different from what we've encountered before," remarked a short, thin young man, pressing himself against the wall as he advanced swiftly, his voice tinged with shock. "Its speed is astonishing. Its movements so fluid. It feels as if it has evolved," added a portly teammate, his voice laced with unease. With a population of over 10 million in Dajang City, who could predict what kinds of monsters would emerge in the apocalypse? "Stay close," Captain Huang urged, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Upon noticing the fear in some team members' eyes, he added, "No matter how strong this zombie is, can it match the power of my gun? It's just flesh and blood." He patted the butt of his gun at his waist. The other 6 members remembered the presence of their firearms, their worries alleviating significantly. Yet, just as they were within 10 meters of the hospital's main entrance, Captain Huang seemed to sense something. He swiftly crouched down and whispered urgently, "Conceal yourselves. We have a situation." The team members immediately crouched. Peering ahead, a blood-soaked zombie with a scarred face emerged from the community hospital's lobby, leaving bloody footprints with every step. At that moment, the team held their breath, acutely aware of the oppressive aura emanating from the scarred-faced zombie, rivaling that of the distant black-clad zombie. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had dispatched all the zombies around him and turned his gaze toward the hospital entrance. Clearly sensing the presence of the scarred-faced zombie. A first-tier zombie. Is it? This must be the zombie king from my previous life, Lin Mu mused, narrowing his eyes, a glint of cold light flickering in his blood-red pupils. Just as he prepared to take action, he sensed something else, his brow furrowing as he discreetly glanced toward a shadow near the side of the hospital entrance. Humans. There is a human presence there. Despite the team members believing they had concealed themselves well, they underestimated the sensitivity of a first-tier zombie to human sense. Rather, they had underestimated Lin Mu's acute perception of human presence. In his past life, Lin Mu had dealt extensively with humans, becoming intimately familiar with every aspect of this species. Upon discovering the human squad and the first-tier zombie ahead, Lin Mu remained calm, swiftly making a decision that he growled to the boulder and the shadowy sentinels beside him, instructing them to temporarily hold off the scarred-faced zombie. Without hesitation, he surged forth, dashing toward the direction where the humans were concealed with a breathtaking speed. This choice was not arbitrary. Although the scarred-faced first-tier zombie was formidable, the current strength of the boulder and the 3 sentinels was sufficient to contend with it. Unlike the human squad, whose strength was fraught with uncertainty. This would also serve to hone his subordinates' ability to confront a powerful zombie directly. The prior assertion that ordinary zombies could engage first-tier zombies only under normal circumstances stemmed from the existence of special situations. The assault launched by the boulder and the sentinels against the scarred-faced zombie exemplified this. Their attack was born from their own volition, rather than the instincts typical of zombies. This distinction was significant. Ordinary zombies rarely developed their own thoughts. Their actions were driven by instinct alone, be it drawn towards the flesh fruit or yielding to higher-tier zombies. The emergence of subjective consciousness enabling choice marks a profound change for living beings. Akin to humans choosing to strive for the seemingly impossible in the face of adversity. Before the community hospital, upon receiving Lin Mu's command, the boulder and the sentinels overcame their instinctive fears. Roaring as they charged toward the first-tier zombie, the boulder made contact with the scarred-faced zombie first, their violent collision sending a foul liquid splattering. Just as the boulder was thrust back, the 3 sentinels seized the opportunity like phantoms, pouncing on the scarred-faced zombie and leaving several gashes upon its body. The cost, however, was that the sentinels were sent flying by a sweeping attack. Are the boulder and the sentinels actually attempting to coordinate? Their combat talent is remarkable, Lin Mu observed with surprise, his feet pounding the ground as he raced toward the direction of the human squad. "What the hell? It's coming this way," exclaimed the short, thin young man, his voice filled with shock as he realized that despite their meticulous hiding, the zombie clad in black had detected them. Captain Huang reacted swiftly, grabbing the young man by his clothing and shouting, Into the hospital. Head to the lobby. This zombie is too fast. We can't outrun it on flat ground. We must rely on the hospital's complex layout to evade it. Hearing this, the other teammates cast aside their hesitation, gathering their courage to rush into the hospital. At that moment, a female team member, in a panic, stepped on an 4 bottle and fell to the ground with a thud. Licia. Sister Lee. The sight sent the other team members' eyes welling with tears. Yet, the terrifying zombie loomed behind them, and they dared not turn back to save her. Licia struggled to rise, but there was no opportunity left. A gust of foul wind rushed toward her as Lin Mu closed in. The sight of his blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes was utterly horrifying to Licia, as though she had plunged into the depths of hell. In the next instant, a scream pierced the air. Save me. Licia's body was mercilessly torn apart by Lin Mu's sharp claws. A deluge of blood gushed forth, and Lin Mu stood amidst the blood rain, licking the stains from his hands. This gruesome scene left the remaining team members aghast, their eyes wide with terror. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had encountered their fair share of zombies, even clearing out a significant portion of a neighborhood while establishing the Shishing stronghold alongside their comrades. However, they had never witnessed such a terrifyingly powerful zombie as the one before them. Li Jie, one team member exclaimed, raising his weapon in a desperate attempt to confront Lin Mu. Yet, his legs trembled uncontrollably, preventing him from taking a single step. Anguish and fear intertwined within him, creating an agonizing struggle. Observing this, Captain Huang wasted no time and drew his pistol. Damn you, zombie. Let me show you the strength of humanity. He gritted his teeth, muttering a curse under his breath as he swiftly disengaged the safety. With a click, the gun was ready to fire. On the other side, upon noticing the glint of the gun's muzzle, Lin Mu's pupils constricted. He quickly darted into the shadows. Though a Tier 1 zombie was stronger than an ordinary one, it was still flesh and blood. Being shot in other parts of the body might not be fatal, but a shot to the head was a guaranteed kill. Uncertain of the middle-aged man's marksmanship, Lin Mu dared not gamble with his life. Even if he were to take a chance, it had to be at a more opportune moment. Currently, he was over 10 meters away from the gun-wielding man. Lin Mu needed to close the distance. Thus, in the community hospital's lobby, Captain Huang stood with his gun drawn, facing Lin Mu in the darkness, the atmosphere thick with tension. Outside, the battle between the scarred-faced zombie Pancher and the dark guards intensified. The scarred zombie bore numerous claw marks left by the 3 dark guards, while the guards themselves were riddled with injuries, one of Pancher's arms completely shattered and hanging limply by his side. However, this standoff did not last long. Just a few breaths later, in the shrouded lobby, Lin Mu finally reached one of the team members. With a chilling scream, a hefty team member was suddenly yanked into the darkness by an overwhelming force, followed by a series of bone-crunching sounds that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Bang! Captain Huang spun around and fired in that direction. The loud gunshot echoed through the lobby but found no target. Damn it! Sweat beaded on Captain Huang's forehead, and his grip on the gun trembled. He dared not fire again, aware of the limited ammunition and fearful of attracting other zombies within the hospital. Although the recent gunfire had already garnered the attention of the nearby zombies, a slight delay in their arrival could provide them with a chance to survive. Captain Huang and the remaining survivors were tense with anxiety. While in the shadows, Lin Mu savored the flesh and blood in his mouth, wearing a mocking expression. The game of cat and mouse had begun. Mere seconds later, another scream pierced the air as one of Captain Huang's teammates vanished behind him. Captain Huang turned, gun in hand, but saw nothing. Lin Mu's movements were too swift. The repeated deaths of their comrades cast a heavy shroud of fear over the remaining team members. They huddled back to back, trembling, utterly unaware of where the next attack would come from. Nothing was more agonizing than waiting to die. No, don't kill me. I want to go back. I want to return to the sanctuary. Finally, a female team member, unable to bear the weight of despair any longer, began to cry out. Yet, in turning her head, she unwittingly provided Lin Mu with the perfect opportunity. Du Chiu, watch out behind you. A teammate warned. Panic etched across his face. But before the warning could fully escape his lips, Du Chiu was seized by Lin Mu. This time, Lin Mu did not immediately sever her neck nor drag her into the darkness. Instead, he charged toward Captain Huang, with the struggling Du Chiu in tow. For Lin Mu, each successful assault had weakened the team, and now the time was ripe to swiftly eliminate the armed man. Captain Huang turned, raising his gun to aim, but upon seeing Du Chiu's desperate struggle, he froze. Shoot. The person isn't dead. observing the tears and snot streaming down Du Cho's face, her eyes pleading for mercy. Captain Huang hesitated. He wavered, but Lin Mu would not. At this moment, they were less than a meter apart. A cold smile crept across Lin Mu's lips as his claws shot out. The sound of flesh tearing filled the air as his claws pierced through Du Cho's abdomen, then plunged into Captain Huang's gut. The other team members. It appeared as though he were skewering a candied fruit on a stick. The excruciating pain caused Captain Huang to convulse, a pain scream escaping his lips, and his hand that held the gun faltered momentarily. Realizing what had just happened, he disregarded the blood trickling from his mouth and raised his arm, striving to retaliate. Yet, that brief moment of hesitation proved fatal. In the next instant, another claw swept through, severing Captain Huang's gun-wielding arm at the joint, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Overwhelmed by agony, he fell to the ground, wailing. The entire assault, from Lin Mu's initial attack, transpired in a mere 2 seconds. The remaining 4 survivors, witnessing this horrifying scene, found their courage utterly crushed by fear. They turned and fled. But, as the saying goes, how could they possibly escape? Accompanied by screams. Blood and flesh splattered throughout the lobby. Several fleeing team members were swiftly and decisively eliminated by Lin Mu. Only a slender young man managed to dash out through the hospital's entrance amidst the clash between the scarred-faced zombie and Pancher. Lin Mu watched the young man flee, shaking his head. Then, as if struck by an idea, a cruel smile spread across his cracked, pale lips. He bent down to pick up Captain Huang's abandoned gun. After loading it, Lin Mu slowly aimed at the panicking human before him. Before you run, I consulted with the corpse Saint Emperor. I will fire 3 shots. The first shot missed, clearly, as a Tier 1 zombie. Hitting a target 20 meters away proved challenging. 2 shots left. Without hesitation, another shot rang out, the bullet landing beside the slender young man's feet, igniting a shower of sparks. TSK, it must be the gun's fault. Lin Mu glanced at the weapon in his hand, clicked his tongue, but refrained from firing a 3rd shot. Forget it, I'll spare your life, just to lure your fellow humans into a trap. As if struck by another thought, Lin Mu's smile widened. After a moment's contemplation, he redirected his aim, slowly targeting the scarred-faced zombie, which was merely 7 or 8 meters away, seizing the opportunity amidst its movements. He fired once more. Bang! Another shot. Bang! Finally, after the 3rd shot rang out, the scarred-faced zombie's skull was blown apart, collapsing to the ground. Observing this, Lin Mu nodded to himself. Now that I've hit it, I knew it was the gun's fault. Lowering the firearm he held, Lin Mu felt a twinge of regret for the wasted bullet for half a second, before slowly approaching the corpse of the scar-faced man, outside the hospital, on the street. A slender, short youth stumbled and fell to the ground, startled by the gunfire. Liquid began to trickle down his pant. As he drew nearer, it became evident that the youth's face was now vacant. Devoid of any spark of life in his eyes, it seemed that he had succumbed to sheer terror, his psyche thoroughly shattered. Inside the hospital, after dispatching the scar-faced zombie, Lin Mu cast a glance in the direction of the short youth, but chose to ignore him, allowing him to crawl helplessly into the darkness. Moments later, the battered rock, dragging the corpse of the scar-faced zombie, approached Lin Mu's side. He pointed at the slender youth and let out a low, puzzled growl, as if to ask, why not devour that morsel? It could be delectably satisfying and make you stronger. Clearly, Rock's thoughts were consumed by the desire to eat, and articulating coherent language was still somewhat challenging for him. Lin Mu shook his head, fully aware that Rock would not comprehend, but patiently explained, let him go. Once that base realizes their comrades have perished here, they will undoubtedly send more to this location. At that time, you shall heed my command. I assure you, I will provide these little morsels with a grand surprise, a feast fit for a king. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, well aware of the temperament of human sanctuaries. In the early days of the apocalypse, many powerful human strongholds and shelters regarded zombies with disdain, akin to refuse. Indeed, it was not the fear that one might expect. Rather, it was an air of contempt. For during the initial stages of the apocalypse, zombies were far too feeble against human weaponry. This scenario persisted until more than a month into the apocalypse, when the first 4th-tier zombie, having undergone a transformation, emerged and the tide began to turn. 4th-tier zombies no longer feared ordinary firearms or conventional weaponry. Only high-yield explosives could pose a genuine threat, as for the subsequent emergence of 7th-tier and higher zombie overlords. Humanity would ultimately become mere prey for the undead. However, at this moment, humans remained confident in their ability to contend with zombies, believing that with modern weaponry, they could easily vanquish them and even reclaim the entirety of Blue Star. This mindset bore a resemblance to the hubris exhibited by the corpse-hunting team before encountering Lin Mu. Arrogance and presumption that in a fleeting moment. Lin Mu recalled a phrase he had seen in his previous life and couldn't help but smile. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to the survival of civilization. Arrogance is, whether it be for self-preservation, the sake of this gun, or the pharmaceuticals within the hospital, or the resources lying in wait within the nearby shopping mall. The inhabitants of the sanctuary would inevitably come. All he needed to do was relay the message through that slender youth, then dig a pit and await patiently. With this thought, Lin Mu's eyes narrowed, revealing a satisfied expression. Yet, it was evident that Rock had only latched onto the phrase grand feast and began to excitedly roar. Witnessing this, Lin Mu smacked his forehead, realizing he might need to subdue a more intelligent zombie. This was not merely a whim. When he had captured Rock, he had already considered this dilemma. Rock would handle combat, while the 3 shadow guards would ensure his safety, but he would also require a zombie to help manage the entire horde. In the future, the number of zombies under Lin Mu's command would undoubtedly increase. Relying solely on himself for management would be excessively burdensome and time-consuming. Lin Mu's primary focus must remain on enhancing his own strength. For in this apocalyptic world, nothing was certain. Personal power was the greatest assurance. Refocusing his thoughts, Lin Mu glanced towards the fee window at the end of the hall, a thrill surging within him. That was the location of the blood fruit. As his gaze settled, amidst the eerie white bones lay a massive mound of flesh, formed from heaps of corpses, seemingly crawling with veins that pulsated rhythmically. Vivid crimson blood and unknown filaments spread from its base like the roots of a plant. Atop this mound of flesh rested a scarlet fruit, emanating a mist of blood and pulsating like a heart. Exuding an otherworldly allure, the blood fruit. With just a glance, Lin Mu felt as though he had been ensnared. The deep-seated craving from the very marrow of his being made every cell within him rejoice. It was no wonder that those zombies were so desperately intent on obtaining this prize. It was irresistibly tempting. Lin Mu forcibly turned his head to look behind him. Rock and the 3 shadow guards, under the influence of his formidable aura, reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Go eat those corpses. They are meant for you, Lin Mu growled, and the few zombies understood his intent, especially for Pancher, the moment he heard the word food. The disappointment etched on his face instantly transformed into exhilaration. With a roar, he lunged towards the nearest corpse. The 3 little shadow guards, unwilling to be outdone, joined in with sharp cries, leading the 4 zombies to bicker among themselves. Lin Mu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he turned his gaze back to the corpse blood fruit. This time, having prepared himself, he was not swayed by the allure of the fruit. Observing the pulsating fruit, reminiscent of a heart, not far away, Lin Mu's expression turned contemplative. Judging by the current situation, it was evident that this corpse blood fruit was still unripe, based on the richness of its blood energy. It would likely take approximately 3 more days to mature. This was, in fact, good news for Lin Mu, for even among corpse blood fruits, the energy and bloodline power contained within could vary greatly depending on the quantity of flesh and blood absorbed during maturation. These 3 days essentially provided Lin Mu the opportunity to cultivate the corpse blood fruit. The most ordinary corpse blood fruit, upon maturing, appeared dull in color with a withered blood aura, only capable of aiding zombies in becoming the most basic special zombies. Examples include the shadow corpse from the corpse hunter pathway, the ravager from the tyrant pathway, or the crawler and licker from the aberration pathway. While these special zombies are indeed stronger than typical zombies, their potential remains limited. Only high-tier corpse blood fruits can elevate ordinary zombies to extraordinary heights, bestowing them with elite ranks and facilitating their continual evolution towards becoming zombie kings. At this juncture, it is essential to clarify the concepts of zombie pathway and ranked in the previous era. Humanity categorized the myriad special zombies into subjective classifications. Special zombies adept at commanding hordes were classified under the zombie lord pathway, encompassing ranks such as leader and dominion. Those specializing in speed and hunting fell under the corpse hunter pathway, exemplified by shadow corpse and assassin. Special zombies excelling in strength and defense were categorized within the tyrant pathway, alongside those grotesquely deformed and fused with various creatures, classified under aberration. Simplistically, one might liken the zombie pathways to the professions of warriors, mages, and knights in online games, while ranks represent more specific subdivisions, such as paladins, shield bearers, and dragon knights. However, this analogy does diverge from reality in online games. Professions are designed by developers prior to any subdivisions. Whereas in reality, zombie pathways and ranks are subjective classifications. Beyond the common corpse hunter, zombie lord, tyrant, and aberration pathways, there exists the enigmatic wraith pathway. However, mystery does not equate to strength. Among the numerous zombie kings observed in the previous era, the most formidable were predominantly from the corpse hunter, zombie lord, and tyrant pathways. These special zombies are straightforward in their capabilities, embodying pure strength, a numerical beauty, if you will, particularly the zombie lord pathway, capable of commanding hordes. Boasts notable figures such as the End Emperor from Dazhong City, one of the most powerful zombie lords within China. It single-handedly instigated a cataclysmic horde of millions within what was once China's most prosperous urban conglomerate, leading to the obliteration of one of China's premier core cities, Hanhai. Lin Mu vividly recalls the harrowing scenes from the footage he witnessed of that battle, the front line extending for miles within the largest urban cluster in China. Smoke billowing into the air, bombers, surface-to-surface missiles, and main battle tanks roared incessantly, skyscrapers crumbling, people fleeing, and scorched earth stretching as far as the eye could see. At that time, China deployed nearly every weapon at its disposal. Yet it proved futile. The End Emperor's presence was elusive. Ultimately, human leaders were driven to despair, resorting to the nuclear device's launch button to abandon the core city. Following that decision, the populous core city of Hanhai ceased to exist, and the End Emperor vanished from human sight. For the sake of a single zombie, humanity sacrificed an entire core city housing millions. This exemplifies the terror of those special zombies perched atop the pinnacle of power. However, such zombie kings are few and far between. In over a year of the apocalypse, merely a handful emerged within the entirety of China. Moreover, these zombies possess a strong territorial instinct and seldom wander far from their domains. In this new life, ordinary special zombies are evidently not Lin Mu's target. Armed with such a wealth of information, his ambition is to ascend among the most formidable special zombies, such as the hunting god charm from the corpse hunter pathway, the blood emperor from the wraith pathway, and the supermutation from the aberration pathway. From there, he intends to build upon this foundation and progress step by step to stand atop the world. Naturally, he also aims to settle past grievances along the way. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an indescribable aura of cold, killing intent emanated from Lin Mu, causing Panshir, who was feasting nearby, to instinctively shudder. Moments later, Lin Mu calmed himself, exhaling, and turned his gaze back to the corpse blood fruit. The quality of the corpse blood fruit upon maturation directly correlates with the amount of flesh and blood it absorbs before reaching maturity. The larger the mound of flesh below, the more sustenance it provides, thereby enhancing the fruit's growth. Thus, Lin Mu's objective was straightforward: to acquire a substantial amount of flesh and blood to nourish the corpse blood fruit. Ideally, the flesh would come from evolved creatures. Although most of the energy from evolved beings is concentrated in their crystalline cores, prolonged nourishment allows their flesh to retain some energy, greatly benefiting the corpse blood fruit's evolution towards higher quality. As for the crystalline cores, based on previous research, the roots of the corpse blood fruit are incapable of absorbing energy from crystalline cores, making it impossible to cultivate the fruit using the energy contained within. With that in mind, Lin Mu dragged the corpse of the scarred-faced zombie, rummaged through its brain, extracted the crystalline core, and tossed the body onto the mound of flesh. The roots of the corpse blood fruit writhed, wrapping around the corpse of the scarred-faced zombie before shaking excitedly, beginning to draw energy from it and slowly undergoing metamorphosis. Lin Mu, in turn, swallowed the crystalline core and commenced absorbing energy as well. Meanwhile, Panshir and the three little shadow guards were reveling in their feast, their presence gradually growing stronger, reaching the peak of ordinary zombies. Lin Mu merely reminded them to temper their own auras before leaving them to their enjoyment. As time flowed gently onward, everything appeared to be progressing favorably, except for a temporary outpost a few hundred meters from the community hospital. What did you say? They're all dead? You 7, and Captain Huang still had a gun. Yet you were the only one who escaped. That damn hospital, is it truly that cursed? An angry roar echoed through the office, stirring up dust, before a corpulent middle-aged man, the previously fleeing scrawny youth, bowed his head. Trembling uncontrollably, they're all dead. Dead. There's nothing we could do. We were helpless. In the face of questioning, the youth's expression was vacant, merely repeating his words. That it was evident he had yet to recover from the terrifying ordeal he had just experienced, possibly even rendered speechless by fear. Are you even listening to me? I already know they're dead, but how did they die? What about the gun? Do you expect me to believe that zombies took the gun and shot them all? Do you think I'm a fool? The overweight man, growing increasingly irritated by the youth's incessant repetition, bellowed once more. Yet the scrawny youth seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to shudder, seeing the youth's state. A plump woman beside the fat man sighed and shook her head. Director Liu, please calm down. Let's let this boy rest for now. We can question him again tomorrow. As she spoke, the woman signaled her subordinates with a glance, then shifted the conversation to another topic. I have some good news for you. A new group has just joined our outpost, bringing along a substantial cache of weapons. At her behest, several of her subordinates dragged the dazed, lanky youth outside. Meanwhile, upon hearing this news, Director Liu squinted slightly, his expression of anger gradually dissipating. He glanced at the woman before turning to a man in a tactical jacket seated on the sofa. Speaking with a hint of trepidation, Hongjia, you and Captain Feng are responsible for settling them in. We are in dire need of manpower and weapons. By the way, did any of them bring firearms? Captain Feng, arms crossed, remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. The woman recalled briefly and shook her head. Unfortunately not. Their weapons consist mainly of knives or makeshift spears, given the current circumstances. Acquiring firearms is exceedingly difficult. Director Liu nodded slightly, gesturing for the subordinates in the office to leave, then plopped down into a leather chair, deep in thought. The office was left with only Director Liu, Hongjia, and Captain Feng, the three decision-makers of the temporary outpost in Xixing. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, the dim night casting shadows that seemed to carry the distant moans of the undead through the window. After a while, Captain Feng opened his eyes and addressed Director Liu. Director, I advise against sending anyone to that hospital. I know old Huang's capabilities well, and the zombies he faced are undoubtedly formidable. Sending people there now would be tantamount to a death sentence. Director Liu scoffed. You know I am aware of that, but the firearms are still there, and we must retrieve them. You understand how crucial they are for our outpost. Moreover, no matter how strong the zombies are, they are still just flesh and blood. I suspect that Huang was simply too complacent, which cost him his life. Even if we were to entertain the idea, zombies can't possibly hold onto firearms forever. We are merely going to reclaim them, and direct confrontation with the undead is not a necessity. It should not pose a problem. The more he spoke, the more resolute he became, his gaze flitting between Hongjia and Captain Feng, his voice growing increasingly animated. But Captain Huang does not strike me as someone who would be careless, Hongjia interjected hesitantly. In this apocalyptic scenario, anything can happen. Caution is advisable. Hearing her words, Director Liu paused momentarily, instinctively furrowing his brow, narrowing his eyes into slits, and remained silent for a while, lost in thought. Noticing his silence, Captain Feng stood up, leaning against the table as he gestured towards a simplified map affixed to the wall. My suggestion is to build up our strength first. Once we have sufficient manpower, we can then exterminate this horde of zombies and retrieve the firearms in the process. Our primary objective now is to clear out the commercial district, particularly focusing on the Youfa shopping mall. As he spoke, Captain Feng traced the map they had sketched out earlier that day with a pencil. The Youfa shopping mall is relatively close to us. Earlier today, I heard from those who escaped that a group of survivors has congregated there. No matter how strong the zombies in the hospital are, they have territorial instincts and cannot simply migrate from the hospital to the mall. By rescuing those survivors, we can also acquire supplementary supplies from the mall. Upon hearing this, Hongjia nodded in agreement. Then let us send people to the mall tomorrow. The sooner, the better. During their discussion, the three solidified their plans for the following day and informed the entire outpost. After Hongjia and Captain Feng departed, a subordinate who had been lurking by the door slipped inside and whispered to Director Liu, Director, should we really heed their advice? Technically, Captain Feng is merely here to assist you from the military. And you are the one in command of this outpost. As for Hongjia, she has long been under your control, hasn't she? Director Liu seemed pleased by this remark, the corners of his previously downturned mouth curling into a smile as he replied. So what? The firearms are not in our possession. Without them, what can I decide? The subordinate, catching on, chuckled knowingly. Director, isn't there a gun in that hospital? We simply need to retrieve it. No, it shouldn't just be called retrieving. It should be termed as heroically reclaiming. How eloquent of me, he added with a grin, slapping his own face in jest. Director Liu also chuckled, the flesh on his face jiggling. All right, then this task falls to you. The subordinate's smile faltered as he pointed at himself, his expression suggesting disbelief to me. To go and fetch a gun from the zombies that killed Captain Huang. Is this for real? Fool, you aren't leading the charge. Just take a few capable hands with you, Director Liu admonished, smacking the subordinate on the head. Yes, yes, Director, your wisdom is unmatched. Director Liu withdrew his hand, casting a glance out the window. Do you truly believe those zombies at the community hospital are as formidable as they say? The subordinate snorted dismissively. I think that Captain Feng is simply angling for your authority. He claims the zombies are too strong. Nonsense. I think it's his people who are too weak, with firearms in hand. They still can't handle the zombies. It's laughable. He just doesn't want to relinquish the guns to you. As for how strong those zombies are, I know very well. We've dispatched at least 800 of them today to establish the outpost. Hearing this, Director Liu let out a cold chuckle, nodding to himself. Just to be safe, have someone observe the hospital from a distance with binoculars tomorrow to ascertain the situation inside. Understood. Under the luminous embrace of the moonlit night. Time flows silently as the faint light of dawn breaks from the east, illuminating this chaotic city. The second day of the apocalypse has indeed arrived. In the lobby of the community hospital, the bloodfruit has absorbed the remnants of flesh and blood from the zombie with a scarred face, exuding a faint crimson glow, as if it were about to drip with blood. After consuming the crystal essence, Lin Mu has experienced a slight enhancement in his abilities, though he remains in the early stages of the first tier. For an evolved being, transcending the early, mid, and late stages of the first tier is essential, as only upon amassing sufficient energy can one break through the bottleneck into the second tier. Lin Mu realizes he has a long journey ahead, estimating that he must consume 3 more crystal essences to reach the mid-stage of the first tier. However, he is not in a hurry. As previously mentioned, ascending in tiers could paradoxically increase the difficulty of becoming a top-tier special zombie. Thus, Lin Mu chooses to slow his progression, focusing entirely on the bloodfruit. The first observed second-tier zombie in his previous life appeared approximately 10 days into the apocalypse. He can afford to wait 3 days. At this stage, the paramount concern is how to become a formidable special zombie. In the apocalypse, the tier of a zombie does not equate to its combat prowess. Some powerful special zombies can effortlessly engage in cross-tier battles, while those of the zombie lord path can drown their opponents in hordes of undead. Therefore, rather than rushing, Lin Mu prefers to advance steadily, maximizing his potential at each stage and accumulating advantages gradually. It mirrors his deliberate suppression of transformation during the ordinary zombie phase. This is not mere conjecture. Based on his past experiences, within the same tier of evolved beings, there exists an additional state of perfection beyond early, mid, and late stages. Generally, evolved beings will actively break through the bottleneck upon reaching the late stage, transitioning into the next tier. Moreover, this state lacks distinctive markers, which is why it often goes unnoticed. Even Lin Mu only discovered it after extensive exploration. Transitioning from the late stage to perfection requires energy comparable to the entire journey from early to late stages. In simpler terms, breaking through to the next tier demands double the energy. Furthermore, at higher tiers, such as the transition from third to fourth, additional conditions applied. Of course, these correspond to the effort expended. This voluntary self-suppression, aimed at achieving a perfect state of energy and bloodline, yields greater benefits. For instance, when Lin Mu transformed from an ordinary zombie to a first-tier zombie, his physical enhancements were significantly pronounced. In this new life, he certainly will not overlook such advantages. Returning to his thoughts, Lin Mu begins to contemplate his subsequent plans. His initial intention was to establish a zombie nest, and then venture out to hunt evolved beings and humans to elevate his tier, while also seeking opportunities to acquire more bloodfruit. However, with the early acquisition of bloodfruit, his original plan necessitates modification at the very least. Before the bloodfruit matures, he must remain nearby and cannot stray too far, while also needing to gather a substantial amount of flesh to nourish the bloodfruit. Additionally, he must devise a plan to undermine the human stronghold. As these thoughts percolate, Lin Mu retrieves his phone, connects to the hospital's network, and opens a social media app. An avalanche of information floods his screen. Posts flood in. On the second day of the apocalypse, did the cat survive? Daily needs for nourishment. The apocalypse is so hard. So many people died last night. What should I do? I'm on the verge of collapse. Likewise, I'm starving. I'm prepared to venture out for food. Wish me luck. A plethora of distress signals and discussion threads proliferate, with some individuals already resigning themselves to the despair of the apocalypse. As he scrolls through the chat boxes, a prominently pinned post catches Lin Mu's attention. Attention citizens of Dajiang City. It has been decided that Dajiang City will enter a state of emergency today. The military and government will establish 4 temporary shelters for humans at the following locations. Images attached. Citizens in need may come at any time. So, the embryonic forms of the 4 human bases in Dajiang City have emerged this early? Lin Mu raises an eyebrow at the post. Generally, in his previous life, human settlements housing between 100 and 4,000 individuals were referred to as strongholds, typically armed with minimal firearms and primarily relying on improvised melee weapons. Lacking self-sufficiency, settlements with populations exceeding 10,000, possessing a degree of self-sufficiency and a complete organizational structure, were generally termed shelters, as the name suggests. These were places that could protect humanity during the apocalypse. However, from Lin Mu's perspective as a zombie, these aspirations are rather naive. Beyond shelters, there exist human bases resembling small cities, typically housing around 500,000 individuals, alongside core cities established by the Unified Human Front organization amidst the power struggles between evolutionist factions and traditionalist factions. In the past, the distinctions between these human gathering points were quite strict. Perhaps it was a quest for safety, or perhaps it was an attempt to satisfy a rare sense of vanity post-apocalypse. Some places even propagated sayings like, rather than eating instant noodles in a shelter, it's better to gnaw on tree bark in a core city. Back then, possessing a residence permit for a core city was a coveted prize. With many willing to risk their lives for it, as he continues scrolling through his phone, Lin Mu can't help but feel a sense of irony that in his previous life, he only learned of the 4 human bases after a month into the apocalypse. By then, these bases had already erected tall walls, with each shelter gathering survivors numbering in the hundreds of thousands, equipped with an array of weaponry and protected by numerous evolved beings. They resembled cities within cities. He recalls the considerable effort he expended to join the human faction. How naive he was. The glint of coldness flickers in Lin Mu's eyes. His painful experiences in his past life began with these very human bases. Particularly the Dajiang University Town base, known as Base Number 3. The head of that base and everyone in that research institute are targets he has sworn to eliminate. They were the ones who manipulated and exploited him step by step. Until the Unified Human Front organization established the core city in Dajiang, casually uttering a sentence that led to his brutal demise. In his conscious state, they severed his head to extract the crystal core and dismembered his body. Did these individuals ever enjoy such suffering? As these thoughts swirl, Lin Mu clenches his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the slow trickle of dark blood. After a moment, he regains his composure, exhales gently, and gazes at the sky outside the lobby, gradually calming his emotions. This hatred is etched deeply within him. Yet, Lin Mu is not blinded by vengeance to the extent of recklessly confronting these foes. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Until he has grown strong enough and possesses a solid advantage, he will refrain from taking action that he intends to become powerful, to slowly torment these individuals, allowing them to perish in endless agony while he bears witness to the unfolding consequences. With this thought, Lin Mu's gaze hardens, and he redirects his focus back to the screen of his phone. The overall news of Dajiang City is still too broad. He requires more specific information about the university town and the vicinity of the community hospital or shopping district to formulate an appropriate response. Fortunately, even in the apocalypse, the online realm remains bustling, as people seem to vent their fears and desires amidst the chaos. News of all kinds abounds. After all, when people send messages, they never imagine that a zombie is eavesdropping on their conversations. How absurd. Before long, Lin Mu discovers the information he seeks from a public account, even learning about the rescue plan of that human stronghold. The inhabitants of this temporary shelter wish to return for their firearms and intend to dispatch individuals to the mall for rescue. This indicates that there are survivors within the mall. Excellent. Let me ascertain their location. As he perused the incessant stream of news online, Lin Mu's blood-red pupils gleamed ever more brightly, his body trembling with excitement. It seemed as though he beheld a myriad of succulent, fresh flesh beckoning to him. The cultivation of blood fruits required a substantial amount of blood and flesh. Just last night, Lin Mu had been troubled by this very issue. To his astonishment, this temporary stronghold had swiftly assisted him in resolving his predicament. It was indeed true that when one is in need of rest, a pillow conveniently arrives. How comfortable. Wasn't that human stronghold preparing to dispatch individuals to the mall to rescue survivors? Weren't they planning to collect supplies from the shopping center? Perfectly. He could first eliminate all the survivors within the mall, and then lie in wait like a hunter for the arrival of the stronghold's team. First, a lavish meal, followed by a light repast. Contemplating this, Lin Mu couldn't help but break into a grin, emitting a chilling laughter reminiscent of a creaking windbox. Although peeking at the screen was somewhat unscrupulous. He was, after all, a zombie. What did human ethics matter to him? Could one eat such a thing? However, on the flip side, the human stronghold exhibited a degree of rationality. They did not, as Lin Mu had anticipated, deploy a large contingent to besiege him. Instead, they opted to temporarily bypass the community hospital to rescue survivors from the mall and gather supplies. Once they had amassed strength, they would then eliminate him. For ordinary zombies, this tactic is indeed effective. In his previous life, the scar-faced zombie that had occupied this area likely met his demise in such a manner. Yet, Lin Mu was far from an ordinary zombie. Moreover, he possessed the ability to discern all actions of this temporary stronghold through his phone, akin to having a full map with cheats in a game. How could he possibly lose? If anyone were to be blamed, it would be the misfortune of the human stronghold. Of course, even if that group of humans did not intend to confront him directly, some necessary preparations still had to be made. For instance, as he had previously contemplated, it was time to dig some pits for that group of people. More importantly, he needed to safeguard the blood fruit. After all, no matter how miraculous this fruit might be, it could not withstand the onslaught of bullets. If it were to be inadvertently damaged, he would be utterly bereft of tears. Lin Mu was not particularly concerned about finding another blood fruit. Although scarce, based on his past experiences, delving into densely populated areas would invariably yield results, especially in a colossal city like Jiangda. The primary issues were time and the sunk costs already incurred. With this in mind, Lin Mu retracted his smile and continued to browse the news while contemplating. Amidst the chaotic information, Lin Mu learned that at least 30 survivors had gathered in the Youfa Mall on the western side of the commercial district. From a photograph taken by a netizen, it appeared that these survivors were currently congregated in a warehouse on the top floor of the mall. 30 survivors could not possibly be dealt with unscathed. Relying solely on himself and his 4 subordinates, if those individuals were to unite, there might even be a risk of counterattack. Thus, Lin Mu's foremost task was to subdue some zombies and bring them along to the mall. This was not a difficult task for Lin Mu, as he was already a first-tier zombie. Generally speaking, a first-tier zombie could intimidate and recruit around 10 ordinary zombies. Furthermore, his companions, the formidable Rock and 3 agile shadow guards, had already reached the pinnacle of ordinary zombies and could each recruit a few zombies as well. As for the source of these zombies, the community hospital was rife with them. The carnage from last night had only eliminated a few zombies in the hospital's main hall. Numerous zombies still lingered in the other corners of the hospital. This was a perfect opportunity to conceal the blood fruit. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Mu observed the blood-stained map of the courtyard wall for a while before turning around and roaring to call Rock, who had been dazedly staring at the blood fruit, along with the 3 lively shadow guards. They proceeded into the community hospital, embarking on their quest to recruit zombies. Along the way, some zombies clad in white coats or patient attire sensed the aura emanating from Lin Mu and, after a brief hesitation, followed suit. Occasionally, they encountered resisting zombies, but these were swiftly surrounded and torn apart by Rock and the 3 shadow guards. Throughout the journey, they did not come across any traces of human survivors. This was hardly unexpected. After the outbreak, places densely populated with zombies, such as hospitals and malls, were undoubtedly the most perilous. Those remaining within had little chance of survival, even if there were survivors. Their first instinct would likely be to gather some supplies and medications before making a hasty escape. Of course, those completely trapped inside did not count, much like the survivors in the warehouse on the 4th floor of the mall. Approximately 2 hours later, Lin Mu's figure reemerged in the main hall of the community hospital. Behind him trailed 4 subordinates and nearly 20 roaring ordinary zombies. After a brief contemplation, Lin Mu gazed toward the blood fruit situated in the center of the hall. Having taken advantage of the opportunity to recruit zombies, he had roughly familiarized himself with the layout of this street community hospital. The hospital stood 4 stories tall, with over 50 beds, being located in a large city with numerous major hospitals nearby. Patient transfers were convenient. Therefore, this hospital was not equipped with an abundance of large-scale equipment and lacked formal operating rooms, only possessing a few emergency treatment rooms and a concealed medicine storage room. This was precisely Lin Mu's target. He intended to relocate the blood fruit to this medicine storage room. Indeed, the blood fruit could be transferred. Much like transplanting a tree, as long as the blood fruit was moved along with the pile of corpses, it was parasitizing. It could be successfully relocated. As a treasure containing evolutionary substances, the blood fruit was not as fragile as it appeared. Although it looked luscious and delicate, shattering at the slightest touch, its skin was, in fact, akin to rubber, impervious to the bites of ordinary individuals. The stem and roots below were even sturdier. Nevertheless, despite this resilience, the blood fruit remained vulnerable to human firearms or other ranged weapons. As he pondered, Lin Mu directed the zombies to move the blood fruit and its underlying pile of corpses toward the medicine storage room. Approximately 20 minutes later, the transplantation of the blood fruit was completed. In the hall, Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings, confirming everything was in order before leaving one shadow guard in the medicine storage room to guard the blood fruit while discreetly monitoring the situation within the hospital and the streets outside. As for the main hall of the hospital, Lin Mu had placed several larger-looking zombies to confuse any potential observers. Thus, even if that human stronghold came to investigate, they would only witness a facade. Having completed these tasks, Lin Mu did not linger unnecessarily. He led the throng of zombies straight out of the community hospital and onto the desolate streets, heavy with the stench of blood, making their way toward the Yofa Mall in the Western Commercial District. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor of the mall, within the dimly lit warehouse, faint lights illuminated the weary faces of the survivors. Some were crouched on the ground, fervently praying, while others paced back and forth, their bodies trembling. Regardless, these individuals shared a common trait. They dared not raise their voices. The tense atmosphere hung thickly among the crowd. In front of these individuals, closest to the warehouse's entrance, sat a little girl clad in a floral dress, clutching a red handbag, accompanied by a large white dog panting heavily, judging by its appearance. This was undoubtedly a Samoyed. However, compared to the average Samoyed, this large white dog was remarkably oversized, measuring over 2 meters in length. The young girl crouched beside him, resembling a delicate repose against a petite white hill, creating a striking visual impact. However, the state of the large white dog was far from commendable. Its fur, which should have been as pristine as snow, was marred by copious black blood, matted together, and patches of hair near its rear end had even fallen out, revealing skin marked with deep claw wounds. It was evident that this large white dog had endured numerous brutal encounters with zombies. Were Lin Mu present, he would immediately recognize this large white dog as an evolutionary beast of the first tier. Unlike humans, who require injection of a first-tier evolutionary serum derived from crystal marrow to ascend to first-tier evolutionists, evolutionary beasts are born of nature, needing no such injections. The reasons for this distinction took humanity of the past a considerable time to comprehend. In essence, it relates to certain biological peculiarities of immunity and the corruptive properties of zombie energy. Indeed, zombie energy. In the previous era, due to cognitive biases, humanity simplistically associated zombification with mere infections from specific pathogenic microorganisms or viruses, akin to prion diseases like mad cow disease. However, through extensive research on countless zombies, humanity ultimately discovered that the true culprit behind human zombification was, in fact, zombie energy. This was a substance that did not exist in the world before. To label it as a substance is somewhat misleading. Later physicists invested significant time attempting to amend theoretical models, yet ultimately failed to describe this entity that straddles the line between reality and illusion, defying even the laws of physics and mathematics. The scant conclusions that could be drawn indicated that within zombie energy lies the zombie aberration factor in pure energy. The zombie aberration factor is lethal and harmful to humans, directly leading to zombification, while pure energy enables ordinary individuals to embark on the path of evolution. The so-called evolutionary serum is essentially the pure energy stripped of aberration factors. Naturally, were Lin Mu here, he would scoff at the aforementioned assertions regarding aberration factors. Rather than the prejudiced term zombie aberration factor, Lin Mu would prefer to refer to it by another name, bloodline power. Returning to the warehouse, as seconds trickled by, the dim lighting and the distant roar of zombies outside infused a palpable tension and anxiety among the crowd. At this moment, a young man seemed to glimpse something, suddenly lifting his head in excitement and exclaiming, "Everyone, there's hope. The Shishing outpost has dispatched a team to rescue us." His words fell like a stone cast into still waters, revitalizing the previously silent crowd. "Has help truly arrived from the temporary outpost? How wonderful!" Finally, salvation is at hand. We've been stuck in this godforsaken place for almost a day. It's unbearable. You think that's unbearable. Mine is far worse. Damn it. Someone just dropped a stinker here. It nearly suffocated me. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, momentarily forgetting they were still within a zombie-infested shopping mall. It was only when the large white dog beside the young girl suddenly growled fiercely at the warehouse entrance that the survivors were jolted back to reality. Woof! The resounding bark of the dog eclipsed the clamor of voices, instantly snapping the survivors back to the present. Our earlier noise won't attract the zombies, will it? Someone gulped nervously upon hearing this. The collective gaze of the crowd shifted towards the warehouse door, instinctively shuffling away from it. What should we do? I don't want to die. Help is on the way. I can't perish now. A woman pushed through the throng, anxiously scanning her surroundings. Soon, as if grasping at a lifeline, she turned her gaze towards the little girl still crouched at the entrance, trembling as she implored, Xiaolinger. You will save us, right? Your white dog is so powerful. You can't leave us to our fate. At this moment, nearly everyone had squeezed into the farthest corner of the warehouse, hiding behind shelves for cover. Only the girl named Linger and the large white dog remained isolated at the entrance. Hearing the woman's plea, Xiaolinger did not respond directly. Instead, she bit her lip, hesitantly glancing at one of the dog's hind legs. There, beneath a towel adorned with cute patterns, its snow-white fur was torn, blood seeping forth. This was the most severe wound sustained during its previous skirmishes with zombies. Although a first-tier evolutionary beast cannot be infected by ordinary zombies, thus avoiding mutation, this deep, bone-exposing injury still compromised the dog's combat effectiveness. Moreover, after a day of relentless fighting, the large white dog was already utterly exhausted. The big white dog needs rest. It cannot endure this much longer. Xiaolinger summoned her courage, addressing the survivors huddled at the back of the warehouse, her voice ringing clear. What does a dog need rest for? If you have the ability, will you really stand by while we perish? If you do not command this white dog to act, we will all die. The woman cast a glance at the panting large white dog, her tone shifting from pleading to assertive, as if it were a moral obligation for Xiaolinger and the dog to save them. Around her, other survivors began to chime in. Why aren't you sending this dog to bite the zombies? They're about to breach the door. A heavily made-up girl's voice was urgent, tinged with resentment, her gaze towards the dog devoid of compassion or gratitude. What is so special about a dog? It should consider it an honor to have the chance to save us. Isn't that what owning a dog is for? Protection of its master? Surely, a dog's life is not more precious than a human's. Someone scolded, frowning that in that moment, Xiaolinger seemed to become the target of collective ire. Surrounded by a barrage of urging and moral coercion, like an incantation binding her. But Xiaolinger shook her head vigorously, attempting to speak, yet was interrupted by the same woman from earlier. What do you mean but? The zombies are coming. Hearing this, Xiaolinger fell silent, biting her lip tightly, her expression torn. After a moment of indecision, she raised her hand, trembling as she reached out to stroke the back of the large white dog. Go, big white. Upon hearing Xiaolinger's command, the large white dog turned its head, extending its tongue to lick her face gently. It then rose slowly, dragging its bloodied hind leg, and forcefully pushed open the grand door. Rushing outside, witnessing this scene, the other survivors in the warehouse breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xiaolinger gazed at the silhouette of the large white dog, her eyes filled with concern. With a loud crash, the door was flung open, and a foul stench immediately flooded the warehouse. Not far beyond the entrance, two ordinary zombies, previously wandering aimlessly, sensed the commotion and abruptly turned their heads, charging in this direction. Yet, before they could step inside the warehouse, a white shadow intercepted them. In the next instant, a paw larger than an average human face swept across point. One of the zombies barely had time to react before its skull was instantaneously crushed. Black ichor erupting like a fountain, splattering onto the pristine white ground, sending chills down one's spine. That it was none other than the large white dog that had just burst forth from the warehouse. In sheer physical strength, a first-tier evolved beast indeed surpasses both first-tier evolved humans and zombies. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. The disparity varies across species. For example, a first-tier evolved tiger undoubtedly possesses far greater physical prowess than other creatures, with some formidable individuals even rivaling typical second-tier zombies. Conversely, small creatures such as mice, whether they become zombie beasts or evolved beasts, are weaker than their larger counterparts. This is dictated by objective laws. However, One must never underestimate small organisms simply due to their diminutive size. In a post-apocalyptic world, swarms of zombie rats often pose a far greater terror than solitary fierce evolved beasts. With a low growl, the large white dog steadied itself as another zombie lunged at it. The zombie, having regained its composure, roared and swiped a claw towards the large white dog's direction. Yet, in the eyes of an evolved beast, the ordinary zombie's speed remained far too sluggish. Even with its injuries, the large white dog effortlessly evaded the attack. With a swift twist of its body, it dodged the claw, its nearly 2-meter frame exhibiting remarkable agility in battle. In the next moment, as its massive jaws descended, the ordinary zombie's neck was instantly severed, its vertebrae ground into dust. After dispatching the zombie, the large white dog nonchalantly shook off the ichor from its forepaw and retreated to the entrance. Crouching down once more, however, the fierce exertion had exacerbated the wounds on its hind leg, causing the cloth that had wrapped it to fall away, revealing a gaping wound from which blood flowed freely. From a distance, Ling Mu observed this scene, biting her lip as her small fist clenched involuntarily. In the next moment, she released her grip, swiftly retrieving a clean towel with an unopened tag from her backpack, and approached the large white dog, seemingly intent on rebandaging its injury. At the rear of the warehouse, survivors hiding behind the shelves breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing this act. Voices of gratitude echoing through the air. Yet, just then, the large white dog suddenly stood up, baring its teeth and growling towards the now inactive escalator. While growling, it wagged its tail, gently brushing against Ling Mu, as if urging her to keep her distance. Ling Mu clearly understood what her loyal companion intended. She clenched her fists and slowly retreated, casting a worried glance at the large white dog's still bleeding hind leg before following its gaze towards the distant escalator with trepidation. The other survivors also recognized the unusual behavior of the large white dog. Before they could voice their thoughts, a towering zombie with a long scar on its right arm appeared slowly on the escalator. It was none other than Pancher. 3 minutes earlier, at the entrance of the mall, Lin Mu led 4 subordinates alongside nearly 20 zombies, traversing the glass-strewn floor as they entered the first floor of the mall. Shortly after stepping inside, Lin Mu faintly heard barking from the rooftop. Without a doubt, he knew it was related to the survivors on the 4th floor. After a moment of contemplation, he growled at Pancher, instructing him to take a few zombies to the 4th floor. He then issued simple commands for the remaining zombies, including 2 shadow guards, to scour the entire 1st floor of the mall. Although reports from forums indicated that survivors congregated solely on the 4th floor, not every survivor would willingly disclose their whereabouts. Many who wished to hitch a ride with the rescue team, yet preferred to avoid gathering with the humans on the 4th floor, drawing the attention of zombies, often hid in other corners of the mall. Moreover, such individuals were not uncommon. What? You ask how Lin Mu knew this? Well, survivors from the previous world had mentioned it themselves. Each time the rescue team ventured out, they often returned with more individuals than expected. Of course, there were many instances where these self-serving survivors continuously joined in, resulting in the entire rescue team failing to return with anyone. As the zombies dispersed, Lin Mu stood quietly in the lobby of the 1st floor, occasionally growling commands. Those corners that would typically go unnoticed by zombies were relentlessly searched. Moments later, as the first scream pierced the air, a cacophony of roars and wails filled the entire 1st floor of the mall. Some zombies, having tasted success, even began to learn from experience. Meanwhile, those zombies already present in the mall eagerly joined the hunt for snacks. In an instant, the entire 1st floor of the mall descended into a hellish scene, the stench of blood rendering the air suffocating. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the mall, zombies. Why do these zombies seem different from before? This is an evolution. Did you see the news from last night? The laboratory in Dasan City reported that zombies are evolving. And it is indeed true. My goodness, how could this happen? Is this truly a punishment from the heavens upon humanity? In the warehouse, a cacophony erupted as the crowd surged, descending into chaos. Outside the warehouse, Pancher and a few ordinary zombies, upon entering the 4th floor of the mall, immediately noticed the large white dog. They rushed down the escalator, collectively growling towards the warehouse, while the large white dog, undeterred, flared its fur and stepped forward, growling in response. Although the zombies were numerous, it was evident that the large white dog held the advantage in terms of presence. Evolved beasts, even one that is injured, are far beyond the capability of a few first-tier zombies to contend with. Even Pancher, with its robust physique and combat instincts, while stronger than ordinary zombies, could not bridge the gap between evolved and regular beings. This is the chasm that separates evolved life forms from ordinary ones, a difference in the very essence of life. Fortunately, Poncher's directive was merely to scout the fourth floor. Thus, it only needed to engage with the large white dog while awaiting Lin Mu's arrival. Ahem. Well, in truth, Poncher could not comprehend the complex terms such as scouting and engaging. The command given by Lin Mu was rather straightforward. There are tasty snacks on the top floor. Don't die. Thus, driven by an eagerness for those delectable treats, Poncher eagerly made its way to the fourth floor. Little did it know, instead of encountering the anticipated snacks, it was met with a creature capable of treating it as a snack. A dog? A word suddenly emerged in Poncher's mind, though it had no idea where it came from. Yet, it seemed to aptly describe the large, furry creature before it. Poncher felt a surge of intelligence, having learned the term smart just the previous night. It seemed that the leader felt himself lacking in intelligence. Just as Poncher was preparing to continue his contemplation, a deep bark interrupted him from ahead. Accompanied by the echoing growl, Daba rushed towards Poncher with a fierce roar. Instinctively, Poncher sidestepped, narrowly evading Daba's charge. However, before he could regain his balance, Daba's subsequent assault came swiftly. With a resounding thud, Poncher was sent staggering backward by Daba's casual swipe. Following a low, rumbling bark, Daba pivoted its body and charged at Poncher like a speeding vehicle, unleashing a torrential onslaught that left Poncher no room to catch his breath. Seeing that this strike could not be evaded, Poncher let out a primal roar, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. In the next moment, accompanied by a muffled grunt, Poncher's entire body was flung backward, sliding across the blood-stained floor for several meters before coming to a halt point. One of his arms lay broken, while the other bore deep gashes that exposed bone. Such was the might of a fully evolved beast's frontal assault. Poncher was fortunate, as his robust physique ensured he did not suffer life-threatening injuries. The other zombies that had been trailing closely behind him were not so lucky. Two of them, attempting to ensnare Daba from the front and rear after Poncher was sent flying, had their heads crushed as Daba swatted them away like overripe melons. Another zombie, trying to mimic Poncher's defensive stance, found its arm broken and its chest caved in by a single swipe from Daba. Of course, such intense combat came at a cost. Daba bore several new wounds, and previously healing injuries began to bleed anew, forcing it to pause and pant heavily, its gaze fixed on Poncher. Clearly, even a first-tier evolved beast had its limits. Meanwhile, aside from Poncher, who was slowly rising, two other zombies lurked menacingly beside Daba. In the distance, more zombies were drawn to the commotion of the battle. However, the survivors in the warehouse could not witness this scene. To them, Daba appeared to effortlessly shred the zombies, including the one that displayed obvious signs of evolution. In an instant, the previously stern demeanor of several survivors towards Xiaoling transformed as they emerged from behind the shelves to praise her. Xiaoling, your big dog is truly impressive. Without this magnificent creature, we would have struggled against those zombies. Indeed, I knew Xiaoling's companion would save us. What a little hero, remarked an elderly woman, approaching Xiaoling, eager to pat her on the head. Yet, Xiaoling sidestepped her, having not cast a glance at the survivors, her attention solely on Daba in the distance. This left the elderly woman feeling somewhat awkward, especially under the scrutiny of so many survivors. However, her discomfort was short-lived. Look, that tall zombie is calling out. It seems different from before, exclaimed a young man near the warehouse entrance, pointing past Daba to the slowly rising Poncher. The gazes of the warehouse survivors followed suit. At the side of the escalator, Poncher stood up while letting out a brief, low growl. The sound was not loud. If one did not listen closely, they might even overlook his roar. What is that sound? Is it begging for mercy from our dog god? It was so fierce just now, and now its voice is dwindling. Someone chuckled. It seems this evolved zombie is quite amusing, reduced to pleading for mercy. With this comment, some survivors erupted into laughter. Our Xiaoling's dog is amazing. It has driven this zombie to plead for mercy. Perhaps we won't even need that rescue team. We can escape them all ourselves. Daba's valiant display evidently instilled these survivors with an unrealistic sense of confidence, as if they had forgotten just moments ago when they had huddled at the back of the warehouse, morally coercing a young girl and a battle-scarred dog. Nevertheless, regardless of their remarks, Poncher's low growl persisted. Perhaps in the spectrum of human hearing, his growl was indeed faint. Yet, to the zombies, it resonated differently. Help. Help, boss, save me. In the perspective of the zombies, the resonant cry echoed throughout the mall, causing those zombies on the fourth floor, who had been approaching, to halt in their tracks under the sonic assault. A few more sentient ones even raised their stiff arms to cover their ears. At that moment, Lin Mu, who had been waiting at the corner of the escalator on the third floor, shook his head and covered his ears as he ascended. Indeed, he had long since brought a few zombies to the third floor after teaching 2 little shadow guards and the zombies on the first floor how to search for survivors. The reason for his absence was twofold: to hone Poncher's combat abilities while gaining a clearer understanding of him, and to glean some insight into the survivors in the warehouse through the ongoing battle. After all, he intended to eliminate all these survivors without a single one escaping. While the battle raged on, Lin Mu had already commanded several little zombies to block all possible exits of the warehouse, leaving no ventilation ducts unguarded. Sighing, Lin Mu thought of Poncher, who needed only to fight. While he had to consider many more factors, that a peculiar jest from his past life crossed his mind, prompting him to chuckle before he raised his head and growled towards the escalator. "Stop the noise, or I'll dispose of the corpses." Upon hearing this, Poncher's eyes lit up. He turned to Lin Mu and, using his unbroken arm, patted his chest while howling several times. Witnessing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile again. How delightful! In just 2 days since his rebirth, he had likely laughed more than in his entire previous life. Free from the constraints of humanity, he discovered that this post-apocalyptic world was indeed filled with endless amusement, evoking a feeling akin to all creatures competing for freedom beneath the frosty sky. Every being thrived, save for humans. With that thought, Lin Mu concealed his smile and stepped off the escalator. Meanwhile, several survivors in the warehouse took notice of Lin Mu's appearance. Their gazes shifted past Daba, who was still engaged with the zombies, and landed on Lin Mu. At that moment, Lin Mu seemed to sense something, turning his head to meet the eyes of the survivors. The brief exchange sent chills down the spines of these survivors, as if their blood had turned to ice. From Lin Mu's crimson gaze, they glimpsed a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. This was unlike any zombie they had encountered before, completely different. Gone was the murkiness and ignorance typically found in a zombie's eyes, replaced instead by an overwhelming intent to kill. Is this really a zombie? A young girl, seemingly frightened, let out a scream before losing her balance and collapsing to the ground. What's going on? What happened? A furrowed brow cast a gaze in that direction. Within mere breaths, the attention of all survivors was drawn, converging upon the figure of Lin Mu in the distance. Without uttering a single word, an unspoken understanding enveloped the crowd. The solitary zombie, clad in a black coat, with a gaunt physique, was unlike any they had encountered before. It seemed they had misjudged the situation. The hulking zombie they had recently witnessed was not pleading for mercy, but rather for assistance. This revelation settled in. An eerie silence fell over the warehouse, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In the stillness, Lin Mu advanced steadily. Behind him, 2 shadowy figures and over a dozen ordinary zombies emerged from the escalator, emitting low, menacing growls. The once defiant Rock swayed his weary head, retreating to Lin Mu's side while nursing his arm's injury. Before retreating, he cast a taunting glance at the panting Big White nearby, as if to say, "Surprised, aren't you? I have a boss now." Yet, Big White was clearly preoccupied, instinctively sensing that this zombie draped in black was extraordinary, possessing a power akin to his own. With Big White snarling and baring his teeth, Lin Mu led his followers closer, while the few zombies encircling Big White also moved in, despite many of them being grievously wounded. One, in fact, had only its upper body remaining but still clawed at the pristine tiles. Inching towards Big White. On one side stood the wounded, slowly retreating Big White, alongside the survivors in the warehouse who dared not step outside. On the other loomed Lin Mu and his formidable horde of zombies. It was evident which side held the advantage. For the survivors, what had once been a favorable situation had abruptly turned dire. "What do we do?" someone whispered, fear palpable in the air. "Don't worry, trust me. These zombies are merely posturing. Shall we charge at them together and fight?" A young man, unable to withstand the tension, turned to the crowd, but his words fell on deaf ears. It was preposterous. Had they possessed the courage to charge, they would have done so long ago, much like the earlier daring groups of survivors who had, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, wielded fire extinguishers and makeshift tools to carve their way out. The remaining survivors in the mall, barring a few exceptions, were predominantly those who clung desperately to life. As Lin Mu's zombies drew nearer, many began to retreat discreetly, casting anxious glances in search of an escape route. A few even commenced dismantling the ventilation ducts within the warehouse. Yet, in front of them, the fragile figure of Xiao Ling remained crouched by the entrance, unwilling to back away. She was terrified, her body trembling incessantly. But overshadowing her fear was a deeper concern and the faintest glimmer of hope. "Mama, Papa are gone. Big White, please don't leave me." Tears welled in her eyes as she repeatedly murmured this plea. Could it be that this little girl was too frightened to flee? Was she worried about that dog? Why bother with such thoughts? If that dog were to perish, what use would the girl be? Would one wish to escape while dragging along a dead weight? Behind her, a few survivors murmured amongst themselves, retreating further behind the shelves. Just then, a frenzied bark erupted from outside the warehouse, shattering the oppressive silence. Big White, muscles tensed, lunged at Lin Mu, its massive jaws agape, propelled by instinct. There was no retreat left. Behind him lay the warehouse entrance, and his little master awaited just beyond. Thus, Big White chose to strike first. In an instant, over 10 zombies roared in unison, fetid saliva mingling with blood flung forward. However, Lin Mu halted their advance, charging toward Big White alone. Two primary motives fueled this decision. Primarily, he aimed to ascertain that the timid humans within the warehouse would not intervene. And amidst the ensuing chaos, he sought to hone his skills and acclimate to his newfound strength. After all, it had been ages since he had fought as a first-tier zombie. Many aspects required adjustment, and opportunities to engage with similarly tiered evolved beasts were scarce. Moreover, Lin Mu's peripheral vision caught sight of the little girl crouching by the warehouse entrance, particularly fixating on the backpack slung over her shoulders and the retreating survivors. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he drew upon his past experiences. He had encountered all types of survivors. He quickly discerned the unfolding scenario. Lin Mu possessed an acute understanding of humanity, its malicious nature, and the misguided benevolence that could prove perilous in the apocalypse. In his previous life, had he not succumbed to the so-called goodness? Refocusing on the charging canine, Lin Mu's expression hardened. He would not spare any survivor here, including the little girl and Big White. Yet, he believed that brave souls should meet their fate with valor. He would regard this as a capricious choice, for in his past life, aside from his initial decision to join humanity, he had never truly had a choice in any matter. It seemed as though everything had been preordained from the moment he opted to ally with humans, including his demise. In the apocalypse, choice was a rare luxury, necessitating sufficient strength as its foundation. With a firearm at his side, Lin Mu was destined not to lose. His superior physical condition, surpassing that of a typical first-tier zombie, allowed him to contend with the injured Big White on equal footing, if not slightly to his advantage. These were Lin Mu's assets. With a thunderous crash, Lin Mu collided forcefully with Big White. The gust of wind billowed his blood-stained black coat, propelling Lin Mu nearly 2 meters back. Yet, that was all. He swiftly evaded the snapping jaws of Big White, pivoting to the side and ensnaring the dog's neck with his arm, aiming for a decisive blow. However, Big White reacted with remarkable agility. The Samoyed's fluffy fur belied its true size, leading Lin Mu to miscalculate, allowing Big White to break free. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle. Observing from a distance, the zombies roared with enthusiasm. But the survivors in the warehouse reacted differently. Some turned pale, realizing that although they had anticipated the strength of the zombie in the black coat, they had not expected it to grapple with Big White on equal terms. Impossible. This zombie appears far smaller than that hulking one we saw earlier. How can it be so strong? Damn it. What good is impossible? We need to figure out what to do. Those zombies are closing in. Following the direction indicated by the man's finger, 2 shadowy guardians and a steadfast rock led the way, as the ordinary zombies, who had previously been spectating, slowly began to encircle the warehouse's entrance. The proximity of fresh blood evidently heightened their frenzy. Each zombie gasped heavily, drool pooling on the ground, with some trembling and excitement. Yet, none dared to advance. This was not out of reverence or admiration. After all, these mere zombies lacked such advanced emotions. Their hesitation stemmed from a grim memory, having witnessed firsthand at the community hospital how all zombies that defied Lin Mu were mercilessly torn to shreds. Though zombies often displayed fearlessness in the face of death, they were not devoid of cunning. They awaited a command, one issued by their king, a signal to feast. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long. Mere moments later, Lin Mu's struggle with the large white dog reached its climax. With a primal roar, the exhausted creature lunged at him once more, baring its teeth. This time, Lin Mu made no attempt to evade. The previous tussle had largely been deliberate, a means to hone his combat skills. If his sole intention had been to eliminate this dog, he had countless methods at his disposal. As he fixed his steely gaze upon the creature, he drew a loaded handgun from his coat pocket, opting for the most reliable course of action. Estimating a momentary lapse in the dog's defenses, Lin Mu thrust his arm, gun included, directly into the dog's gaping maw. The creature, caught off guard, failed to comprehend the absurdity of this zombie offering itself as a target. However, Xiaoling, who had been watching intently from behind, recognized the imminent danger. That's a gun. No, don't. Overwhelmed by instinct, she sprang to her feet, intent on saving the dog. But fate was unkind. She stepped into a pool of blood left by the earlier struggle, crashing to the ground in truth, even without the blood. She would have been too late. The speed of a small girl could scarcely rival the ignition of a gun. As the dog's jaws closed with a sickening snap, dark blood erupted from Lin Mu's arm, followed by the dull report of a gunshot. The sound, though not loud, drew the attention of nearby survivors, and the howling zombies. A spray of crimson burst forth from the back of the dog's head, its staggering form crashing to the ground, bloodied for swirling as if narrating a tale of demise. With a grimace, Lin Mu withdrew his nearly severed arm, wiping the gun stained with dark red blood on his coat. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, broken only by Xiaoling's suppressed sobs. Gazing at the encroaching zombies, the little girl trembled, yet her sorrow ultimately triumphed over her terror. With reddened eyes, she knelt and inched toward the fallen dog. Lin Mu, standing before her, observed her struggle and cast a glance toward the survivors hiding in the warehouse. Narrowing his eyes, he gestured subtly to the shadowy guardians and the steadfast rock, bellowing, "Feast!" Instantly, the horde of corpses surged with excitement, rushing toward the warehouse. Meanwhile, the survivors, still disoriented by the unfolding chaos, debated the absurdity of zombies wielding firearms. How preposterous! This was no ordinary zombie. However, as the horde burst into the warehouse, their discussions abruptly ceased, replaced by sheer terror. It was over. All was lost. Run. With such terrifying zombies, humanity is doomed. A hapless survivor, attempting to escape through the doorway, was caught by the steadfast rock, his neck twisted grotesquely, blood splattering everywhere. A massacre had commenced. Amid the survivors' anguished screams and the zombies' ecstatic howls, blood and viscera danced through the air. The floor, shelves, walls, and ceiling transformed into a crimson nightmare, morphing the warehouse into a hellish purgatory. Nevertheless, under the restraint of the shadowy guardians and the steadfast rock, the zombies refrained from devouring all the flesh, leaving behind a portion of prime cuts for Lin Mu. For first-tier zombies, the flesh of ordinary creatures was of limited utility. Yet it was not entirely worthless. Although relying solely on the flesh of common creatures to transcend from late first tier to second tier was a foolish dream, it could provide some energy accumulation from early to late first tier. However, the sheer quantity required was immense. Based on the laboratory findings from his previous life, a rough conversion indicated that 10 complete specimens of ordinary creatures equated to one of an evolved being, excluding the energy contained within the crystal marrow. Thus, to transition to late first tier by consuming ordinary flesh, one would need over 100 complete corpses. Hence, for Lin Mu, achieving rapid evolution solely through the flesh of common creatures was an unattainable goal. Nevertheless, consuming some for sustenance was still beneficial. Outside the warehouse, as two zombies were driven away from Xiaoling, the little girl finally knelt before the body of the large white dog. The warm blood seeping from the creature stained her crimson knees. As if offering a final caress, trembling, Xiaoling retrieved a handkerchief resembling the one wrapped around the dog's leg, adorned with the image of a small white dog. She gazed up at Lin Mu, her eyes filled with confusion, sorrow, and despair. Yet, he saw no resentment within her gaze. Though he had ended the life of this creature, the true source of its demise lay with humanity. However, such contemplations were not Lin Mu's concern. He acted not only out of necessity, but also because he saw a fragment of his past self in the bond between the girl and the dog. He was granted a second chance. While this little girl would not have the same opportunity, or perhaps she might have. As if struck by an epiphany, Lin Mu gradually crouched down. At that moment, Xiaoling was bent over the dog, attempting to use her handkerchief to staunch the flow of blood from its wounded head, hoping it would alleviate its suffering. Lin Mu observed her, extending his thin, withered claws to etch a crimson line across her delicate neck, before plunging them into the dog's fur. The power of the zombies swiftly surged through both Xiaoling and the large white dog via the infection. It had been previously mentioned that an evolved being of equal tier and an evolved beast. There exists a certain degree of resistance to infection among zombies of the same tier. In other words, as long as exposure is not excessive, being a first-tier evolved beast, would not succumb to infection by Lin Mu and transform into a zombie beast. However, this is all contingent upon Dabai remaining alive. In a previous life, many evolved creatures were infected by the remnants of zombie bloodlines within them after death, thus becoming members of the undead. As for Xiaolinger, ordinary humans possess no resistance to active infection from first-tier zombies. Conversely, common zombies are incapable of infecting Dabai. Research from previous years suggested that this may be attributed to a disparity in energy levels. Furthermore, experiments have shown that creatures actively infected by higher-tier zombies often exhibit greater evolutionary potential post-zombification. A small fraction of these infected beings may even establish a bloodline connection with the zombie that infected them. In summary, energy and the zombie bloodline are truly remarkable phenomena. Researchers in the past tended to attribute any issues to the metaphysical concepts of energy and bloodline. However, Lin Mu is neither human nor researcher, and thus does not require an understanding of the specific mechanisms behind these phenomena. In fact, when elements that defy the laws of physics, such as energy and bloodline, come into play, discussing science in relation to them is inherently unscientific. Some zombies, as they continue to evolve, may awaken certain habits from their former lives, and even fragments of memory. For you and this large dog, becoming zombies might indeed be the most prudent choice. As Lin Mu whispered, the process of zombification commenced. In the case of Xiaolinger, it manifested as a once adorable little girl transforming within mere minutes into a zombie, her skin cracked and rotten, with crimson pupils. In contrast, for Dabai, the power of zombification healed the various wounds upon its body, and its once pristine white fur began to shed, ultimately rendering it a balding, shabby Samoyed. At this point, even if Xiaolinger had not undergone zombification, she would likely struggle to recognize Dabai. Approximately 10 minutes later, as the wound at the back of its head healed, Dabai, now in its zombie form, shook off its sparse fur and stood up. To Lin Mu's surprise, the zombified Dabai neither rushed towards the distant warehouse brimming with blood and flesh, nor was it drawn to Lin Mu's aura. Instead, it was the first to gaze at the similarly zombified Xiaoling. Xiaolinger opened her mouth, emitting a raspy sound directed at Dabai. Remarkably, the zombified Xiaolinger took a few stiff steps forward and embraced Dabai. Dabai, instead of resisting, turned its head to nuzzle against her, using its large tongue to lick her cheek. It is noteworthy that even in its zombified state, Dabai remains a first-tier zombie beast. Generally, newly zombified creatures would flee at the mere sin of a first-tier zombie, terrified of being torn apart. Clearly, the bond between this large dog and the little girl was indeed extraordinary, deeply rooted. Although this scene was unexpected for Lin Mu, it was also something he had hoped to witness. To put it differently, the very reason Lin Mu chose to transform Xiaolinger and Dabai into zombies was to observe this moment. Of course, this should not be misinterpreted. It was not merely to see them reunited. Seeing his own reflection in the little girl was undoubtedly one of Lin Mu's motivations, but it was far from the primary reason. The foremost reasons lay in the unique bond shared between Xiaolinger and Dabai, which sparked within Lin Mu the possibility of cultivating a special type of zombie known as the Beastmaster zombie. The Beastmaster zombie is a subclass under the Zombie Lord pathway, depending on the specific type of beast controlled. It is further divided into various subcategories. However, they are generally referred to collectively as Beastmaster zombies. Only zombies with a special bond to evolved beasts or zombie beasts have the potential to become Beastmaster zombies. In contrast to other types of zombie lords, which emphasize dominance and control over numerous zombies, the characteristic of the Beastmaster zombie is its small but precise control over others. Historical examples of renowned Beastmaster zombies include the zombie Bear King from Silver City and Angel Kyle from across the ocean in America. The zombie beasts they commanded did not exceed the number of fingers on one hand, with Kyle commanding only a single zombie beast, which he referred to as Angel. Although he governed merely one zombie beast, it did not diminish Kyle's formidable strength, nor did it lessen the power of the Beastmaster zombie. A year after the apocalypse, Kyle, standing among the world's top zombies, as listed by the Human United Front, was nearly equivalent to that of the 3 sovereigns and 10 emperors selected from within China, both ranking among the top 100 terrifying zombie lords globally. Many believe that Kyle's true combat prowess even surpassed that of the lower-ranked 10 emperors. Some even speculated that Kyle might have a chance to break into the top 50 of the global zombie rankings. In his previous life, Lin Mu, as a subject of research, possessed extensive knowledge of these top-tier zombies. The deeper his understanding, the more he recognized the terror of these zombie lords and the substantial value of this ranking. It is worth noting that, despite being called the global zombie ranking, as time progressed, various anomalies, mutants, and evolved beasts posing threats to humanity were also included on this list. One could say that the beings listed on this ranking had, in fact, reached the pinnacle of the world. They were the rulers of this apocalyptic realm, the only authority. Should he manage to cultivate this little girl into a powerful beastmaster zombie, it could potentially provide him with significant assistance in the future. With this thought, Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement within. In his previous life, he had never entertained thoughts of reaching the pinnacle of the world. His sole desire was to see human civilization endure. Yet, this life was different. With a shift in perspective, he truly began to appreciate the allure of the apocalypse for the first time. It was a charm born from the vigorous evolution of all things. The rapid growth of one's own power, and the infinite allure present in the disruption of old rules and the absence of established new ones. In a single sentence, this era brims with boundless possibilities. This was not the potential bestowed by the constraints of the old world, but rather the limitless potential grounded in one's own strength. In this life, Lin Mu also wished to behold the scenery from the highest point. Returning to the present, Lin Mu once again gazed at the little girl and Dubai before him, a glimmer of hope and a smile gracing his expression. I have done all that I can. Now, it is up to you both. The unique types of zombies can ensure a minimum standard for a zombie, but to advance continuously in the apocalypse, merely having a minimum is insufficient. In the previous life, countless zombies were cultivated in laboratories, boasting top-tier professions, yet ultimately, their strength fell short of even reaching the toes of those zombie kings. In this apocalyptic world, true strength lies in comprehensive empowerment. This cannot be achieved through a single zombie blood fruit or a singular fortuitous encounter. Lin Mu reached out, ruffling Xiaoling's hair, and then gave Dubai's head a gentle scratch. Just as he was about to name them, Xiaoling pointed to herself and then to Dubai, her voice emerging in a disjointed and somewhat unclear manner. Hao Ling, Hao Dubai. Although the words were fragmented, Lin Mu deciphered her meaning. She was revealing her name and that of the bald dog. Nodding slightly, Lin Mu removed the backpack from behind Xiaolinger and, after a brief search, discovered the little girl's full name inscribed in a small notebook. Lu Ling. Very well, I shall call you Xiaolinger. And as for the large dog, I suppose Dubai will suffice. He cast a glance at the almost hairless creature, Big White, which was far from white in appearance. Though somewhat reluctant, Lin Mu let out a low growl, conceding to the name of Big White. For him, this was not the moment to dwell on names. As his voice trailed off, Lin Mu's hands remained in constant motion, rummaging through his backpack as if hoping to uncover something significant. Finally, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes when a peculiar object appeared in his grasp. It was a crumpled piece of brown craft paper. As he unfurled it, he scrutinized its contents. 3 brown pills, each roughly the size of a thumb, reminiscent of ancient elixirs. The reverse side of the paper was adorned with a series of haphazard lines, resembling a crude map. This must be it. Ever since he first laid eyes on the little girl, her backpack had irresistibly drawn Lin Mu's attention. He observed that, apart from himself, the other zombies, including the shadow guards and Rock, had failed to notice anything extraordinary about the backpack. Could it be due to his status as a first-tier zombie? While pondering this, Lin Mu returned the craft paper to Xiaoling's backpack, continuing to contemplate the peculiar pills in his hand. The peculiar allure emanated from these pills, yet he remained uncertain about their nature. Generally, objects that exert a strong attraction on zombies are unlikely to be harmful substances, as such impulses arise from the primal instincts or bloodline instincts of the undead, similar to how the blood fruit draws the attention of zombies. However, Lin Mu could not ascertain what these pills were or the significance of the map. Most importantly, how had these items come to reside in a little girl's backpack, apart from essentials like a few notebooks, some water, and food? The only remaining contents were these pills wrapped in the craft paper. This led him to infer that the map and the pills must be of considerable importance. Otherwise, Xiaoling would not waste precious space in her backpack carrying them. While Lin Mu was deep in thought, Xiaoling gazed at the pills in his hand, uttering a few ah sounds in awe. Important, important. Do you remember what this is? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flashed in Lin Mu's crimson eyes as he turned to Xiaoling with a question. She hesitated for a moment before gently shaking her head. Observing her response, Lin Mu felt a tinge of disappointment but refrained from pressing the matter further. Perhaps, once Xiaoling recalled more details, she would recognize what they were. Moreover, Big White's evolution into a first-tier beast might very well be linked to these pills. This was not an illogical conjecture. Just 2 days into the apocalypse, first-tier evolved beasts were exceedingly rare. especially a domesticated dog. If a pack of tigers from the Dajiang City Wildlife Park had transformed into evolved beasts the very next day, Lin Mu would not have doubted it for a second. However, the evolutionary potential of a pet dog was quite limited, making its transformation into an evolved beast exceedingly difficult. Well, he would address that later. Understanding would eventually come, after placing 2 of the pills back in Xiaoling's backpack and discreetly keeping one for himself. Lin Mu turned his gaze toward the horde of zombies still feeding in the distance within the warehouse. Xiaoling and Big White followed suit, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger for flesh. Their primary task now was to feast. Wiping the drool from the corner of Xiaoling's mouth, Lin Mu strode purposefully toward the warehouse with the 2 zombies in tow. Half an hour later, Lin Mu emerged from the warehouse alongside Xiaoling, whose face was smeared with blood and who had just burped Big White, and the 2 shadow guards. As for Rock, that fellow had already reached the limits of a typical zombie and was currently undergoing transformation within the warehouse to become a first-tier zombie. Glancing back at the warehouse, Lin Mu observed Rock standing at the center of numerous severed limbs, continuously emitting low growls. As the metamorphosis progressed, the deep, bone-exposing wounds on Rock's arms rapidly healed, and beneath the decaying flesh, new pale skin began to emerge, much like Lin Mu's own transformation. However, unlike Lin Mu's initial experience, Rock's body visibly expanded during the transformation. His already prominent muscles grew even more formidable. Judging by Rock's evolutionary trend, if he were to consume the bloodfruit afterward, it was highly likely he would evolve into a Tyrant Path zombie. Not too shabby. Watching Rock's transformation nearing its conclusion, Lin Mu wore a look of satisfaction. Just then, the vibration of his phone in his pocket drew his attention. This was a reminder he had set before departing, specifically to monitor messages from the human temporary outpost. Instinctively, he opened his phone and glanced at the screen. And his expression brightened. A post on the West Xing Outpost forum boldly occupied the top spot. Search and rescue team has departed. Destination: Youfa Shopping Mall. Survivors, please prepare. The post was accompanied by several images depicting a small team of about 10 individuals. Dressed more formally than the group Lin Mu had encountered the previous night, bloodstained steel rods and fire axes were slung across their backs. On the individual resembling the team leader, Lin Mu spotted a gun stock and a grenade clipped to his waist. Furthermore, perhaps learning from the previous day's experience, he noticed several of them were equipped with walkie-talkies. Clearly, these were communication tools directly linked to the so-called West Xing human temporary outpost, given the distance of a few hundred meters. Standard walkie-talkies would suffice for direct communication. Well, a post-meal snack had finally arrived, but it seemed this little treat might be a bit tough to chew. With a self-deprecating jest, Lin Mu swiftly redirected his attention to strategizing against this small squad. Had it been night, in an environment akin to that of the previous day's hospital, he could have employed shadows and his own remarkable agility to hunt down the team. However, during daylight, he felt compelled to accord a measure of respect to this fully armed group. Moreover, they possessed grenades. Although, beyond the 4th tier, the zombies could withstand some firearms. At the onset of the apocalypse, everyone was merely a 1st or 2nd tier zombie. It would not be an exaggeration to call such ammunition a great equalizer. Should he fail to escape the epicenter of an explosion, even Lin Mu would meet his demise. Perhaps he could leverage this warehouse to his advantage. Thoughts flickered through his mind, and a simple plan rapidly took shape. Accompanied by a chilling smirk, Lin Mu beckoned a few small zombies that had gorged themselves and were now idly standing nearby. He issued a few straightforward commands. These small zombies, having procured a damp mop from somewhere, began to laboriously clean the floor, scrubbing away the remnants of blood that lingered outside the warehouse. Within the warehouse, Lin Mu directed several other small zombies, along with the eager and howling Rock, who had just completed his breakthrough, to lie in wait in the shadows. He meticulously turned off the lights and secured the warehouse door. This time, Lin Mu was poised to deliver a monumental surprise to the rescue team. Once everything was in place and the ground outside the warehouse was swept clean, devoid of any significant signs of the previous battle, Lin Mu signaled to 2 shadow sentinels and stealthily infiltrated an adjacent, abandoned clothing store. Meanwhile, he instructed Xiao Linger and Da Bai to conceal themselves in another store across the way, effectively encircling the warehouse entrance and leaving the rescue team with no escape route. After establishing their positions, the entire 4th floor of the mall descended into silence. The flickering lights above and the 2 small zombies that Lin Mu had deliberately stationed at a distance, pretending to wander aimlessly, seemed to indicate that everything on the 4th floor was unchanged. No one would suspect that dozens of zombies lay hidden in the corners of the mall. Nor would they anticipate the grim scene awaiting them when they eagerly pushed open the warehouse door. These carefully orchestrated surprises were, at this moment, waiting for a fated encounter. Just then, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass from the first floor, these fated individuals had evidently entered the mall. Boss. There seemed to be fewer zombies in this mall than I anticipated. With this number of zombies, it shouldn't be difficult for over 30 survivors to charge in, remarked a young man from the rescue team, casually dispatching a lunging zombie. Hearing his words, a middle-aged man shook his head slightly, scanning the surroundings with a furrowed brow. According to the survivors who came out earlier, there should be more zombies than this. That I sense something is amiss. As he spoke in hushed tones, the middle-aged man raised his gaze to survey the fourth floor area. Though everything appeared normal, he could not shake the feeling that something was off since entering this mall, as if he were being watched, just as he was about to voice his concerns. Another member of their team, a plump fellow clad in body armor, interrupted him. Hey, boss, I think Lego has a point that you're being too suspicious. If they're just zombies, what is there to fear? We are the most elite squad from the outpost. If we are paranoid, what will others think of us? Besides, they are mindless zombies. How much trouble can they cause? Can they really compare to us humans? While speaking, the plump fellow agilely sidestepped a zombie attempting to ambush him. With a grunt, he smashed its skull with a steel rod. That I could take on a horde of these weaklings by myself. After uttering this, he wiggled his backside as if mocking the fallen zombie, provoking laughter from his teammates and dispelling the previously somber atmosphere. Perhaps I am indeed being overly cautious, the middle-aged man mused. Just then, the walkie-talkie hanging from his chest crackled to life with the voice of Captain Feng from the Xixing outpost. Laoli, how is the situation on your end? Captain Feng's deep voice, accompanied by crackling static, emanated from the device. Captain Feng, everything is normal here. It's just that there seem to be fewer zombies in the mall than expected. And so far, we haven't encountered any survivors seeking refuge. The middle-aged man, surnamed Li, replied while surveying the area. Meanwhile, in the makeshift office at the Xixing outpost, Captain Feng, Hong Jie, and Director Liu, who seemed to be waiting for something with his head lowered, sat around the desk. After a moment of contemplation, Captain Feng continued, Be cautious. Lao Wang had an incident yesterday, so you must stay alert. You are our only remaining brothers. Understood. After receiving an acknowledgement, Captain Feng put away the walkie-talkie. At this moment, the rescue team had already advanced to the second floor, and as they became more familiar with the layout and environment of the UFA mall, their pace quickened. It must be said that despite being a hastily assembled group, they were indeed a professional team. Aside from the initial banter on the first floor, the entire squad proceeded in an orderly fashion, making little noise, and had not even drawn their firearms. Boss, we are now at the fourth floor. Should we go straight up? The same young man asked, stopping at the escalator leading to the fourth floor. Still no news from the survivors? The middle-aged man, gazing at the nearby fourth floor, furrowed his brow. No, they haven't responded in the past 40 minutes. Could it be a signal issue? A team member responsible for communication confirmed, sounding slightly puzzled. That's impossible. The walkie-talkies are functioning perfectly, and the mobile signal is fine. Before the middle-aged man could respond, another team member checked his phone and rebutted. Then this is indeed strange. As this remark escaped someone's lips, an air of unease began to settle over the rescue team members, who had initially been filled with confidence due to their smooth progress. They had not failed to rescue other survivors yesterday. Those survivors had been ecstatic upon learning of their arrival, sending messages incessantly. They had even had to switch their phones to vibrate mode to avoid attracting too many zombies while advancing. However, today's situation was unprecedented. More precisely, everything had been normal until 40 minutes ago. What had transpired during this interval? Why had those survivors stopped responding? Just as the middle-aged man hesitated over whether to issue a command to proceed to the fourth floor, several messages popped up. Looking at the IDs, they belonged to the survivors from the fourth floor. Haven't you arrived yet? My phone is about to die. Good heavens, if you don't come soon, we'll become appetizers for the zombies. The internet suddenly dropped. It's fine, just come normally. There are no zombies outside. Seeing these messages, the previously doubtful team members let out a sigh of relief. It turned out they had merely been overthinking. It was simply an internet outage. All right, let us continue moving forward. Accompanied by a flurry of conversations, a group of team members turned their attention to the middle-aged man. It was evident that he understood this was not the moment for hesitation. He gestured, and 10 team members swiftly ascended the stairs toward the fourth floor. Meanwhile, in a shop adjacent to the fourth floor warehouse, Lin Mu, concealed behind the counter, adeptly operated several unpowered smartphones, utilizing all his acquired skills to imitate the speech patterns of various individuals, continuously dispatching messages. Fortunately, he had brought along usable phones in advance. Otherwise, they might have inadvertently revealed their presence. As he pondered this, a message popped up in the thread. "We have reached the 4th floor. You may come out now." The instant Lin Mu saw this message, he couldn't suppress a gulp, stifling his primal hunger for flesh. He hastily concocted an excuse and sent it off. "We fear there are zombies outside. Please come and rescue us." Upon reading this, the team member responsible for communication, who had already exited the escalator, furrowed his brow and clicked his tongue. Are these people truly that timid? At this moment, witnessing the impending completion of their mission, the other team members also sighed in relief. One member couldn't resist teasing. If they weren't scared, they would have bolted from this mall long ago. Do they really need us to save them? This remark elicited knowing smiles from those around him. The team member instinctively stepped forward and casually pulled open the warehouse door. "All right, it's safe outside. You can," before he could finish his sentence. He suddenly froze in place, his eyes widening as if he had encountered something horrifically terrifying, his expression betraying an indescribable fear and shock, halting the words that were about to escape his lips. "Xiaohai, what's wrong?" The middle-aged man, as the leader, was the first to sense something amiss and inquired. Xiaohai opened his mouth, but could not articulate a word. He merely pointed into the dark warehouse, his face expressionless, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. What on earth is happening? Seeing this scene, another teammate behind Xiaohai grew anxious. He shoved Xiaohai aside and kicked open the warehouse door, illuminating it with the flashlight he carried. What he beheld was a sight he would never forget. In the pitch-black warehouse, where the flashlight's beam fell, there was coagulated blood, scattered pieces of flesh, and dismembered corpses strewn about. Resembling a hellish landscape, a rich, overwhelming stench of blood surged forth, engulfing the team members entirely. To be frank, none of the members of this elite squad lacked psychological fortitude. However, the horrifying scene before them, akin to a slaughterhouse, made several of them retch. The team member in charge of communication and even the middle-aged man stood frozen, their eyes filled with terror. Where are the people? Where are the survivors? Have they all perished? Yet, such thoughts were quickly overshadowed. Almost in the moment of their stupefaction, a shrill scream erupted from the rear of the 10-member team. What was that? Is it a zombie? The group instinctively turned to look, only to see several zombies, having crept up behind them unbeknownst, attacking their teammate. Observing the team member being dragged away while wailing, even these elite squad members began to feel a twinge of panic. After all, they were human, and as humans, they could not evade the most fundamental emotions. Just as the middle-aged man drew his gun, preparing to shoot at the zombies, a putrid gust of wind howled from behind him. Realizing something was amiss, the middle-aged man instinctively attempted to turn his head, but time was already against him. In those final moments of his life, this cautious Captain Li caught a glimpse with his peripheral vision of a scene that made his pupils constrict in sheer dread. A massive, muscular zombie, towering nearly 2 meters high, lunged silently toward his back. Behind this behemoth were several ordinary zombies spilling forth from the darkness of the warehouse. No, it was even more than that. Zombies continued to emerge from the adjacent shops as well. Particularly, one gaunt zombie clad in black exuded an aura even more potent than that of the muscular zombie behind him. What on earth was happening? In that instant of intertwining confusion, Captain Li recalled the various anomalies since entering the mall and the earlier distress signals that had emanated from an unknown source. A terrifying thought uncontrollably seized his mind: an ambush. This group of zombies had orchestrated a planned ambush. It was a hunt specifically targeting their rescue team. There was no time to contemplate the causes and effects of the situation. At this moment, Captain Li was left with a singular thought. He had to inform the base. He was certain he would not survive, but if the Xixing base remained unaware of this information, if they did not know that such terrifying zombies lurked here, they would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. No, perhaps they had already suffered. Suddenly, Captain Li recalled the missing Captain Huang and his team from the previous day. The fear within him exploded like fireworks, instantly swelling to consume him entirely. He had never felt such an urgent need to shout into the intercom. However, it was all too late. From the moment he had been distracted by the commotion behind him. Indeed, from the moment he had stepped into the mall, the outcome had already been sealed. It's an ambush. Before he could finish uttering the word ambush, his throat was suddenly crushed by the rock-like creature that lunged from behind him. Subsequently, his body was flung to the ground like a broken puppet. the sound of shattering bones echoed chillingly, and the intercom and handgun were sent flying far away, only to be deftly retrieved by Lin Mu, who had been prepared for this moment. Clearly, the abnormal sounds had prompted those on the other end of the intercom to grow anxious, crackling voices erupting. Old Li, what happened? Respond, Old Li, respond. The team leader, Feng, had no idea that the Old Li he referenced had already met his end. His unwilling gaze transformed into a spray of blood upon the ground. This splattering blood even fell upon the faces of those teammates who had succumbed to panic amidst the unfolding chaos. The warmth of the blood could not wash away the bone-chilling fear. What on earth is happening? As he gazed at the horde of zombies rapidly encroaching from all directions, the once confident chubby teammate began to unravel. Just moments ago, everything had appeared normal. How had it devolved into this? Instinctively, he swung the steel rod in his hand, attempting to fend off the advancing zombies. Yet, alas, the sheer number of these undead was overwhelming, and the ongoing battle and screams merely drew more wandering zombies closer. Almost within seconds of Captain Li's demise, this self-proclaimed zombie fighter was completely engulfed by the throng of the undead. His screams faded to an inaudible whisper amidst the cacophony of the horde's roars. Similarly, the other rescue team members fared no better. Under the assault of two first-tier zombies, the muscular behemoth and the rock-like creature, along with two shadowy figures, these elite members of the Shishing base were utterly reduced to mere souls devoured by the undead. Lin Mu, meanwhile, holding the intercom, silently observed the bloody spectacle before him, a faint smile unconsciously curling the corners of his pallid and gaunt lips. What is happening? Respond. Within the intercom, a voice tinged with panic continued to resonate. It was evident that the recent screams and roars had reached the ears of the individual on the other end. Turning to face the intercom, a flicker of a sardonic smile reminiscent of a cat catching a mouse briefly flashed in Lin Mu's crimson eyes at this very moment, in the makeshift office of the Shishing outpost. Captain Feng's urgent roars echoed throughout the room, creating an atmosphere so heavy it felt as if it could drip with tension. The sounds that had just emanated from the intercom were heard by the three individuals present. Any reasonable person could discern from the frenzied screams and roars what had befallen the rescue team on the other end of the line. A massacre. But why? Why did a team equipped with such advanced gear offer virtually no resistance during the attack? Not even firing a single shot? Who were their assailants? A multitude of questions, like a haunting nightmare, entwined themselves around the minds of Captain Feng and Hongjia. Even Director Liu, who had kept his head bowed, turned pale upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Visible beads of cold sweat oozed from the creases of his chubby cheeks, plummeting to the floor with a soft thud. After a brief moment, the voice on the intercom fell silent. Just as Captain Feng trembled and prepared to switch off the device, a hoarse voice, akin to the grating sound of a worn-out bellows, pierced through the static. "You are insects." Upon hearing these words, an indescribable dread surged within each individual present. Nevertheless, Captain Feng swallowed hard, feigning calmness as he inquired, "Who are you? What has happened to our team?" Regrettably, the only response to his question was the sound of plastic and metal shattering. The intercom had been crushed by the other party. In the office, Captain Feng, Hongjia, and Director Liu exchanged glances, enveloped in a heavy silence. At that moment, Director Liu's phone suddenly rang, shattering the stillness. "I'll step outside for a moment." At the sound of the ringtone, a glimmer of hope flickered in Director Liu's eyes. He gestured towards his phone and, without looking back, pushed the door open and stepped out. In the corridor, the diligent survivors toiled nearby, some greeting Director Liu with enthusiasm upon spotting him. However, he did not spare them a glance, quickly confirming the caller's identity before answering. "How did you fare with the task I entrusted to you?" Shaking off the recent fear, Director Liu asked with urgency. "Director, good news. I just personally checked that hospital. There are only a few relatively robust zombies in the lobby. Nothing particularly alarming for us. However, I didn't see the handgun. I am unsure where it fell, but it's all right. Director. I believe we can easily take that hospital. Once we seize the medications, the entire outpost will surely look to you for guidance." This was the voice of the young subordinate who had been following Director Liu the previous night. Upon hearing these words, excitement flared in Director Liu's eyes, causing the flesh on his face to quiver slightly. Yet, recalling the recent tragedy, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you absolutely certain? I do not wish for any mishaps." Hearing the hint of scrutiny in his tone, the young subordinate, who had already left the community hospital and was approaching the outpost, chuckled confidently. "Of course, I assure you. I've sent you the photos I took." Such significant matters are for you to decide. As he spoke, the young subordinate cautiously traversed the desolate street, sending the recently captured images through his phone, unbeknownst to him. Lurking in the shadows cast by the sunlight and the corners of nearby shops, a figure remained stealthily close behind him, making not a single sound. It was the shadow sentinel left by Lin Mu to safeguard the community hospital. From the moment this young subordinate had appeared outside the street community hospital, his every move, including the recent phone call, had been closely monitored by the shadow sentinel, though unaware of the human's intentions. The sentinel recalled the orders given by its master to be vigilant for any suspicious activity around the hospital. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Director Liu impatiently tapped on the images sent by the young subordinate, confirming that the community hospital contained only slightly more robust zombies. Ignited a fervor within him. Just as his subordinate had suggested, he could not only consider retrieving the gun, but could also directly seize control of the entire community hospital, once the medications were in his possession. Would the survivors at the outpost dare to defy him? Would that man named Feng, who constantly sought to undermine his authority, still pose a threat? The thought of usurpation made Director Liu curse internally. It was he who was the true leader of this street. Captain Feng was merely sent to assist him. Yet, with Captain Feng rescuing survivors and bringing back supplies in less than 2 days, his reputation eclipsed Liu's. Even Hongjie, who had originally been aligned with him, had shifted her allegiance. If he didn't act soon, this outpost would likely fall under Feng's control. Nevertheless, the young subordinate's earlier words held some truth. He needed to exercise greater caution. Recalling the harrowing screams and roars heard through the intercom, Director Liu shivered involuntarily. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed another number with a sense of solemnity and trepidation. The phone rang, and just as Director Liu pondered his thoughts, a weary voice emerged from the other end. "Hello, who is this?" Hearing the voice, Director Liu smiled, albeit with a hint of restraint. "Good day, Professor Wang Qing'a. I am Liu Qianfeng from Yuaning Street. You may call me Xiao Lu. We spoke on the phone yesterday. Do you remember?" There was a brief silence from the other end before the voice responded, as if recalling something. "Ah, it's you. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Director Liu swallowed hard and replied, "Professor Wang, regarding your request to observe the evolution of zombies, I have results. These zombies are indeed evolving. I even discreetly captured 2 of them. If you require them, I can deliver them to you." Upon hearing this, Professor Wang chuckled on the other end of the line. "I have known this information for some time now, but your willingness to share is commendable. Since we're at it, let me share some news with you. Here at the University City Shelter, along with several laboratories in Dying City and abroad, we have established a classification system for zombies. Currently, it is confirmed that these zombies are continuously evolving, and this evolution can lead to qualitative changes triggered by quantitative accumulation. We refer to those zombies that cross a certain threshold as first-tier zombies. These evolved zombies are exceptionally formidable, making them difficult for ordinary people to confront. Please exercise caution at your outpost." Listening to this, Director Liu's pupils contracted, and he mentally noted the valuable information. "Professor, will this evolution of the zombies ever cease?" Following Professor Wang's lead, Director Liu inquired. "It's uncertain. Based on the observations thus far, there appears to be no indication that this evolution is slowing down," Professor Wang replied, his tone somber. "This information is meant to be partially disclosed to the public, so sharing it a little earlier is not a problem." Upon hearing this, Director Liu couldn't help but gasp in shock, inwardly lamenting, "Is there no good news in this damned apocalypse? By the way, what exactly did you want to ask me?" As Director Liu pondered in his heart, Professor Wang's voice resonated once more. Given his understanding of these grassroots officials, it was evident that the individual named Liu Qianfeng was not merely calling to report trivial matters. Rather, he had ulterior motives. Indeed, as Professor Wang's words faded, Director Liu's somewhat awkward voice emerged on the line. "Professor, I would like to inquire about what you mentioned yesterday regarding the evolver. You wish to become an evolver?" Without allowing Liu to elaborate, Professor Wang interrupted him, speaking candidly. Upon hearing this, Director Liu immediately sensed an opportunity, responding rapidly, "It's not for me. It's an idea my subordinate has to that moment." The subordinate, blissfully returning to the base after completing a mission, likely had no inkling that he had been unwittingly cast in the role of someone aspiring to be an evolver by Director Liu. Before Professor Wang could interject, Director Liu continued, "Moreover, we are preparing to launch an assault on a community hospital, and for safety's sake, we require stronger forces." Professor Wang paused thoughtfully before replying, "If it was about yesterday's inquiry, I have nothing new. However, Today, we indeed isolated some intriguing substances from the first-tier zombies' crystal marrow using chromatography and electrophoresis. But this substance is still in the experimental phase. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Director Liu disregarded the technical jargon and replied, "Of course, consider it an experiment. It would be a tremendous assistance to us." Professor Wang chuckled and said, "Very well. Once the preparation techniques are refined in a couple of days, I shall dispatch a drone to deliver some to you. Just exercise caution when using it. Additionally, if you encounter any particularly unique zombies, please capture them for me. We are quite interested in such specimens." Director Liu nodded vigorously, enthusiastically assuring, "Certainly, Professor, I will be vigilant." With that, Professor Wang ended the call. Director Liu put away his phone. Suddenly reminded of the chilling voice he had heard over the intercom moments earlier, his instincts warned him that such a sound could not have originated from a human. Moreover, could a zombie capable of producing such a sound be the very type Professor Wang was interested in? Regardless, once the Evolver serum arrived, he believed his scheme would be half accomplished. Based on Professor Wang's earlier descriptions of the strength of a first-tier Evolver, he could not foresee any unforeseen complications arising from his operation to seize the community hospital. Once he secured the hospital, he would be poised to fully control the West Xing base, expelling those who dared to disrupt his plans. Furthermore, he could even broadcast the entire process of capturing the hospital live. When others witnessed his valor and the terrifying strength of the Evolver, not only would the survivors within the West Xing base regard him with newfound respect, but those who had previously wavered on whether to join the base would undoubtedly flock to it, thereby strengthening it even further. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a smile unwittingly graced Director Liu's face, which then transformed into a euphoric grin in a place where no one could observe him. He envisioned himself as the sovereign of a grand sanctuary, basked in the reverence of countless followers. Within the West Xing base, a series of chain reactions were unfolding as the rescue team's disappearance took its toll. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor of the Yofa shopping mall, the horde had concluded its slaughter and feasting. The once pristine tiled floor was now marred by blood and shattered bones. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu casually discarded the crushed walkie-talkie from his hand and signaled to a few of his subordinates not far away. Soon, a blood-stained fragment of a hand grenade and several slightly damaged bulletproof vests appeared in his hands. Feeling the cold touch of the grenade, Lin Mu squinted, a glint of excitement and malice flashing in his eyes. With this acquisition, his confidence in confronting the human stronghold had significantly increased. Not to mention, these unwitting benefactors had thoughtfully supplied him with a handgun and several bulletproof vests. Truly considerate. Indeed, this was a literal sense of thoughtfulness, as these individuals' hearts were now intimately pressed against his own stomach that a peculiar dark humor flickered in his mind as Lin Mu shifted his gaze forward. At this moment, the first-tier zombie known as Pancher stood bloodied at the forefront, his eyes now exhibiting more agility and determination than when Lin Mu first encountered him. Behind him were two shadowy guardians who had just devoured a copious amount of flesh and were on the verge of breaking through to become first-tier zombies. Beside them stood the bald canine, Daba, and atop its back sat the small figure of Linger, who had somehow procured a steel rod. The sight of her wielding the steel rod and riding Daba did indeed evoke images of knights from Tales, albeit in a zombie-themed rendition. However, Lin Mu couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity. The steel rod she wielded was nearly taller than she was. Did this little girl truly possess the strength to wield it? Or was her role merely to squawk while Daba handled the mayhem? With a light shake of his head and a soft chuckle, Lin Mu took a deep breath, the satisfaction evident on his face. Indeed, this was the essence of existence. Regaining his focus, Lin Mu directed the zombies to continue their search for survivors within the Yofa Mall. Earlier, in his haste to eradicate the survivors on the fourth floor and to preempt the incoming rescue team, he had neglected to scour the second and third floors of the mall. Based on his experiences on the first floor, it was likely that there were still some survivors hidden in those two levels. He reasoned that this would be sufficient for him to break through to the mid-stage of the first tier. In fact, after devouring the survivors in the warehouse, Lin Mu had already grasped the threshold of the mid-stage of the first tier. A mere night's rest would naturally facilitate his breakthrough. However, the clumsy rock had also advanced to the first tier. The thought of this instilled a sense of unease within Lin Mu. This was not due to fear of rock surpassing him and taking the lead, but rather the realization that, after several life-and-death crises, his relationship with his subordinates had fundamentally shifted. It was no longer a matter of simply relying on strength to compel obedience. Furthermore, Rock's capabilities could hardly exceed his own, drawing from the combat experience honed in his previous life. Lin Mu was confident that he could easily overwhelm Rock, even at the same tier. Rather, the elevation of Rock's strength made Lin Mu acutely aware that he was not the only one rapidly evolving in this apocalypse. Both zombies and humans were continually advancing. This was evident from the equipment configurations of the rescue team today compared to the infiltrating team from yesterday. Grenades, firearms, despite Lin Mu's seemingly effortless handling of these threats. He understood that, should the appropriate circumstances arise, these weapons could easily claim his life. Ultimately, the crux of the matter was that he was still not strong enough. Lin Mu needed to evolve faster than other creatures if he wished to maintain his victories. He could not afford to lose, not even once. In this apocalyptic world, failure meant total devastation, a descent into becoming mere fodder for evolutionary beasts, a resource for human advancement. It seemed he could not afford to relax. As thoughts flickered through his mind, Lin Mu swallowed the steaming flesh still warm in his mouth. Feeling the meat gradually transform into threads of energy coursing through his body, he rose and continued toward his next prey. Time slipped away amidst slaughter and evolution as dusk fell on the second day of the apocalypse. Lin Mu, reeking of blood, emerged alongside his subordinates onto the streets outside the shopping district. A closer inspection revealed that the ordinary zombies trailing behind him were dragging numerous corpses. This was Lin Mu's preparation, a reward for the shadow guards left behind in the hospital, as well as sustenance for the growth of the corpse blood fruit. If one were to observe closely, it would become apparent that Lin Mu was now emanating a stronger aura than before. Yes, he had reached the mid-stage of the first tier. After several hours of relentless consumption, Lin Mu had ascended to the mid-stage of the first tier through the flesh of ordinary beings. The journey from the shopping district to the street community hospital was brief. Within just over 10 minutes, Lin Mu returned to the corpse nest before he could check on the status of the corpse blood fruit. A shadow guard he had stationed at the hospital let out a low growl and hurried toward him. Speaking of which, perhaps he should give names to these shadow guards. While pondering this, the shadow guard growled again. Today, humans have come outside. I followed, still resembling an ordinary zombie. The shadow guard struggled to articulate its words, relaying the details of the human it encountered today, amidst the series of low growls. Even with its limited expressive capabilities, Lin Mu grasped the general outline of the situation. In other words, after he went to the mall, the base had indeed sent someone to investigate. However, what they witnessed was merely the illusion Lin Mu had set up in advance. Moreover, this little shadow guard had followed the human and pinpointed the exact location of the West Xing base. This thought, a flicker of joy appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. What a delightful surprise. While speaking, Lin Mu affectionately patted the little shadow guard's head and summoned the other two. The three little shadow guards looked at Lin Mu with confusion, unsure of his intentions. Lin Mu, with a glimmer in his blood-red eyes, observed the trio. Although they appeared remarkably similar, Lin Mu had discerned subtle differences through 2 days of observation. The 2 shadow guards that had accompanied him today were more robust, exhibiting better coordination in battle. The one left behind at the hospital, while slimmer, possessed a keen intelligence, capable of swiftly comprehending many of Lin Mu's commands. This was precisely why Lin Mu had chosen to leave it behind. Since that was the case, he decided to name them Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3. The larger one accompanying him today would be Shadow 1, the slightly smaller one Shadow 2, and the one remaining at the hospital would be Shadow 3. Perfect. Truly, I am brilliant. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu bellowed to the 3 little shadow guards. From this day forth, you shall be known as Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3. The current shadow guards were evidently not like yesterday, struggling to grasp Lin Mu's commands. They quickly understood that he was assigning them new names. Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 excitedly growled to each other, eagerly seeking out Rock and by to boast. Meanwhile, Shadow 3 displayed a human-like expression of confusion, seemingly aggrieved by the fact that, despite its intelligence, it was relegated to the 3rd position. Observing this scene, Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle and gently rubbed Shadow 3's head again. He retrieved several corpses from nearby and placed them before it. Eat up. This time Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 are not here. Upon hearing this, Shadow 3's previously pained expression vanished as it eagerly faced the tempting flesh before it. Watching Shadow 3 devour it with gusto, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile. Zombies were indeed easy to please. Yet, he couldn't shake the peculiar sensation of raising children. Turning his gaze to the moonlit scene outside the hospital hall, Lin Mu instinctively yawned. then redirected his attention to the medicine storage room at the end of the corridor. It was time to check on the growth of the corpse blood fruit. As he walked toward the storage room, a vague and indistinct term suddenly crossed Lin Mu's mind, one he had heard from Shadow 3 moments ago, while he had not comprehended its meaning in the hall. It suddenly clicked as he reached the corridor. Evolver. Upon reaching this point, Lin Mu paused momentarily, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the direction of the Shishing stronghold. Although in his previous life, the widespread emergence of evolution potions could be traced back to a mere 10 days after the onset of the apocalypse. Research regarding these potions had commenced long before that. Although Lin Mu had not yet joined the University City shelter at that time, he was well aware of the relevant research information. It was by no means a secret if his memory served him correctly. The first human trials of the evolution potion likely took place approximately 3 to 4 days after the world fell into chaos. The fact that the Shishing stronghold was able to send individuals for covert reconnaissance indicated that they surely had further intentions. It was improbable that they were merely passing time out of boredom. Coupled with some of the remarks made by Ing San earlier, Lin Mu quickly sketched an outline of the situation in his mind. It appeared that the Shishing stronghold intended to harness the power of evolutionists to seize control of the hospital. Such aspirations were rather grandiose. The strength of a first-tier evolutionist was nearly equivalent to that of a first-tier zombie, and when combined with certain human weaponry, a single first-tier evolutionist could typically contend with 2 to 3 first-tier zombies simultaneously. If the community hospital was merely populated by ordinary zombies, the Shishing stronghold scheme had a high probability of success. However, it was unfortunate for them that they encountered him, with a chillingly soft laugh that sent shivers down the spine. Lin Mu narrowed his blood-red eyes and shifted his gaze back to the medicine storage room. With the blood fruit of the dead in hand, he would soon become a true special zombie in just 2 days. Utilizing the advantage of knowing the enemy's movements while remaining hidden, along with the provided human equipment, he anticipated delivering a significant surprise, or rather, a fright. To these humans, he could only hope that the so-called evolutionist would prove to be somewhat formidable, offering him both amusement and delectable sustenance. Recalling the time in his previous life when he had inadvertently consumed the flesh and blood of human evolutionists, a glimmer shone in his eyes as he swallowed hard, unable to suppress the motion of his throat. For zombies, nothing was more enticing than the flesh and blood of human evolutionists. A single bite induced a sensation akin to ascension, a feeling Lin Mu had yet to forget. Shaking his head slightly, he wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth and stepped into the medicine storage room. At this moment, the bodies he had previously brought back to the nest, aside from the portion allocated to Ing San, were now all piled beneath the blood fruit of the dead. Lin Mu could even see the blood-red roots, resembling veins, pulsating continuously, sprouting new tendrils that reached towards the fresh flesh. At the very bottom of the blood fruit, yesterday's flesh had been entirely consumed, reduced to a heap of eerie white bones. Correspondingly, after absorbing this energy, the blood fruit of the dead had grown significantly larger than the day before, its increased size bending the supporting stems and leaves, while a rich aura of blood permeated the air, emanating a faint red glow. This little darling truly had an insatiable appetite. He hoped it would not disappoint him upon ripening. Reluctantly diverting his gaze, Lin Mu composed himself and began contemplating his subsequent plans for him. The most pressing matter was to provide ample nutrients for the growth of the blood fruit of the dead. With this goal in mind, he intended to utilize the next 2 days of the bloodfruit's growth to thoroughly cleanse the surrounding area of the community hospital, eradicating lurking threats in their infancy. Simultaneously, any excess flesh could be allocated to the 3 shadow guards and Xiaolinger, enabling the 4 little ones to swiftly reach first-tier status. After all, it was already the 2nd day of the apocalypse. And as his subordinates, they too needed to expedite their evolution. As for himself, along with the somewhat foolish Pancher and Daba, they would need to devise a plan to hunt evolutionary creatures or other first-tier zombies. However, with the apocalypse only having commenced 2 days prior, the numbers of first-tier zombies and evolutionary creatures were still too scant, rendering the efficiency of hunting rather low and the risks potentially outweighing the rewards. Lin Mu's thoughts flickered as he considered consuming ordinary creatures. Given Ing San's earlier description, he estimated that the Shishing stronghold likely housed around 600 individuals. Moreover, as time progressed, the number of newcomers joining that stronghold would undoubtedly increase. If he could ensnare all of these individuals in one fell swoop, it would suffice for him and his subordinates to all break through to second-tier status. Yet, this endeavor could not be rushed. A direct assault at this point would undoubtedly spell doom that he needed to proceed step by step, gradually pulling the human stronghold into the abyss from behind the scenes. Speaking of which, Lin Mu suddenly paused as he took out the piece of cowhide map and the brown pill from his pocket. During his journey back, he had studied the cowhide map, attempting to decipher its markings. It was then that he discovered that a particular location marked on the map was actually quite close to him. His gaze lingered on a specific mark on the cowhide map, and after a brief search on his phone's map, he quickly pinpointed the exact location of this marked spot, the Seahai community. This upscale residential area, located to the east of the commercial district and adjacent to the subway station, boasted a high occupancy rate due to its position within the commercial hub and convenient transportation. The total number of residents in the community was estimated to exceed 10,000, making it a veritable large-scale complex. Ironically, before his internship in his previous life, Lin Mu had planned to rent a place here. However, upon inquiring about the prices, he could only lament his insufficient financial resources. Yet now, with the apocalypse having descended, the credit currency system based on governmental trust had long since collapsed. The hefty bundle of 100 yuan bills could scarcely procure a loaf of bread or a bottle of water. Alleviating any concerns he had regarding financial limitations, with a wry smile, Lin Mu quickly designated the Seahai community as his target. Once he consumed the blood fruit of the dead and transformed into a special zombie, he could venture there, simultaneously locating the marked point on the map while also aiming to subdue a zombie adept at managing hordes. As his rank swelled, Lin Mu indeed required such a zombie to serve as a capable steward. After all, while caring for children might be manageable for a day or two, it would become unbearable over time. Furthermore, for Lin Mu, regardless of the external circumstances, his primary focus must remain on his own evolution. Under Lin Mu's meticulous planning, the community hospital's zombie nest operated with remarkable efficiency. Fresh blood and flesh continuously flowed in from the outside, being absorbed and devoured by the blood fruit of the dead and the zombies. The area surrounding the community hospital, along with a portion of the commercial district, was systematically purged by Lin Mu's subordinates. Time flew swiftly in this process, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. As the soft morning light once again illuminated the steel jungle, the fourth day of the apocalypse quietly arrived. Through collaborative research between the Dying City Zombie Special Experiment Center and relevant global departments, multiple nations jointly announced the news of zombie evolution and established a ranking system for zombies, with the commonly seen first-tier zombies characterized by, in delightful news, several universities in Dajiang City and Dahan City successfully designed a mature and pure energy separation device, heralding the birth of the first-tier evolutionist. The latest reports indicated that the capital of the Peacock Nation had fallen, with the terrifying zombie Shijia Mozen completely out of control, urging the Chinese citizens of the Peacock Nation to ensure their personal safety. Within the community hospital, Lin Mu, as usual, scrolled through his phone as an influx of information from the human world surged forth like a tidal wave, seemingly heralding the gradual birth of a new world in the wake of the apocalypse. Countless netizens buzzed with discussions beneath this deluge of information. Oh my, look at what I've found. Evolutionists. Is this the beginning of a path to immortality? What a futile endeavor. Have you not noticed that even the zombies are evolving? Even if one could become an evolved being, it would hardly be the lot of us ordinary individuals. The inhabitants above are acutely aware of this reality. Alas, yesterday, my dear cat narrowly escaped a dire fate. I seek solace in these trying times. Not to mention, my friend, how is it that you are omnipresent? Numerous netizens have their attention fixated on the first-tier evolved beings and first-tier zombies. Meanwhile, many who were privy to the situation long ago have commenced discussions regarding other revelations. The most frequently mentioned, without a doubt, is the fall of the capital of the Peacock Nation. After all, this is not merely a matter of written reports, with the internet still operational and electronic devices functioning normally. The entire process of the capital's downfall has been meticulously documented. Like a relentless flood, the terrifying tide of undead and the gruesome scenes are laid bare, even on the fourth day of this apocalyptic era. It continues to jolt the nerves of many. The Peacock Nation has certainly reaped its just deserts. With such a high population density and lagging infrastructure and defense capabilities, the fall of its capital was an inevitability. Indeed, it is surprising that it occurred so swiftly. Who knows what monstrosities could emerge from a colossal city of over 30 million inhabitants? The military's struggle against these insidious zombies within the urban area is truly formidable. One can only hope that such calamities do not befall China. The internet is abuzz with discussions. Even Lin Mu, upon encountering this news, was momentarily taken aback. What startled Lin Mu was not the horrifying spectacle of the zombie tide. His entire focus was captivated by the name Shurjiamozen. Perhaps the current populace lacks understanding, but as a reanimated corpse who has lived once before, he is exceedingly familiar with this name. This is the true king of zombies. Ranked fourth in the global undead hierarchy in his previous life, the fourth in the world. Contemplating this, even Lin Mu could not suppress a flicker of dread and envy in his eyes. If one were to categorize the destructive capacity of a zombie king into tiers, regional, national, continental, and global, this Shurjiamozen would undoubtedly be a paragon of the global level. Moreover, the realm of activity of this terrifying zombie king knows no defined boundaries. In his past life, after completely dominating the Peacock Nation, Shurjiamozen unleashed a catastrophic wave of undead upon the Indonesian archipelago and Australia, obliterating numerous small nations. For humanity, this is the true horror. It is rumored that this fearsome zombie king once aimed to traverse the Tibetan plateau to invade China directly, but later seemed to have been thwarted by one of the three lords, suffering grave injuries and retreating. Until Lin Mu's rebirth, he had not set foot in China again. Who could have imagined that the strongest zombie of the Peacock Nation would be observed so early? With a slight sigh of contemplation, Lin Mu withdrew his thoughts from the tangled web of information. As these top-tier zombie kings begin to emerge, he must hasten his own evolution. With that thought, a smile involuntarily graced Lin Mu's lips. After 2 days of evolution, his strength had progressed from mid-tier to late-tier first rank. Several of his subordinates, including Xiao Linger, had all transformed into first-tier zombies, with Pancher and Daba even advancing into mid-tier first rank through their continuous rampages. In the early stages of the apocalypse, such a rate of evolution is already astonishing. Indeed, while continuing their sweep in the commercial area, Daba had even discovered a growing zombie blood fruit, a delightful surprise. However, the reason for Lin Mu's current smile was not solely due to the elevation of himself and his subordinates or unexpected gains. It was also because today marked the day of maturation for his zombie blood fruit. After a long wait, he was finally about to reap the rewards. An uncontrollable excitement surged from within Lin Mu. He stood up, growling a command to the surrounding little zombies to heighten their vigilance. Then directed 3 shadow guards to encircle the community hospital from different directions, preventing any other creatures from intruding. Having completed these tasks, Lin Mu no longer hesitated and made his way toward the end of the corridor. Heading for the medicine storage room, upon opening the iron door, the vividly red zombie blood fruit was within arm's reach. After 2 days of abundant flesh and blood nourishment, including 2 evolved beings and a first-tier zombie, this particular zombie blood fruit had undoubtedly reached its theoretical limit, its size comparable to that of a human head. Beneath it, the pulsating roots were laid over a chilling expanse of nearly 40 centimeters of stark, white bones within the storage room. By visual estimation, there were at least 200 remains. It was precisely these remnants of flesh that had nurtured this zombie blood fruit to its utmost growth, suppressing the urge to devour. Lin Mu silently gazed at the fruit, awaiting its final maturation. The claws that continuously grasped and released, along with the rhythmically heaving chest, indicated that Lin Mu's heart was far from calm. Approximately 30 minutes later, as if reaching a critical point, the roots beneath the zombie blood fruit began to tremble violently, the residual flesh rapidly dissolving into energy that surged into the fruit. The stem and leaves gradually withered, while the red glow emitted by the zombie blood fruit intensified. At last, with a subtle ripple radiating outward from the fruit center, the zombie blood fruit had completely matured. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu retrieved the pill he had obtained from Xiao Linger's backpack without hesitation. Swallowing it in one swift motion, he took 2 steps forward, catching the swaying zombie blood fruit just before it tumbled. This brown pill, which Lin Mu had conducted some experiments on over the past 2 days, had undergone careful scrutiny, including scraping off some powder to consume, ensuring its safety before this decisive moment. According to reason, substances guided by the bloodline of zombies are generally beneficial and pose no harm to them. Lin Mu's actions were merely a precaution. After all, one only has one life. They asked for why he chose to ingest this pill at this moment. To be honest, Lin Mu himself did not have a definitive answer. He merely sensed that the pill would significantly aid him in becoming a special zombie. The inexplicable intuition of evolved beings is often remarkably accurate. Feeling the warmth radiating from the zombie blood fruit in his hand, Lin Mu hesitated little and directly bit into it. The contrast between the mature zombie blood fruit and its unripe state was colossal. In the mere instant it entered his mouth, Lin Mu could feel the fruit melting rapidly. Akin to fish gelatin flowing into his stomach, the luscious zombie blood fruit was consumed entirely within mere breaths, even the pit swallowed whole, savoring the sweetness lingering between his lips and teeth. Lin Mu soon felt the fruit in his stomach transforming into warm currents, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. The exhilarating sensation allowed Lin Mu's nerves to unwind, as if he had been cast into a warm ocean. However, Lin Mu was well aware that the true test was yet to come. As anticipated, in the very next moment that thought crossed Lin Mu's mind, a searing pain coursed through his muscles, as if his entire being were being kneaded like dough by a giant hand. This marked the beginning of the zombie blood fruit's transformation of his corpse-like body. As time progressed, the agony of muscle tearing persisted, supplanted by a new sensation of bone-deep numbness, akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants. The excruciating pain rendered Lin Mu's body tremble violently, his lips cut by sharp teeth, oozing black blood. What in the world? When he consumed the zombie blood fruit in his previous life, it was never this painful. A multitude of chaotic thoughts flickered through Lin Mu's mind. He could only divert his attention by contemplating various matters, desperately relying on sheer willpower to endure. From an external perspective, the black blood almost instantaneously ruptured Lin Mu's skin, oozing forth from his countless pores. Within mere seconds, he was transformed into a bloodied corpse. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As time elapsed, the blood continued to seep out as if it would never cease, mingling with the metabolic impurities within him, completely enveloping Lin Mu. In the pharmaceutical storage room, a massive black egg took shape, from which a crimson halo, belonging to the corpse blood fruit, emanated through the crevices. At that moment, within the colossal egg, an entirely new, soul-rending agony surged forth, surpassing all prior pain, occupying the entirety of Lin Mu's conscious world. He found himself unable to even contemplate, for each thought that crossed his mind felt as though it were being torn apart, akin to his brain being incessantly shredded and subsequently compressed. This was a torment stemming from the depths of his soul, or perhaps a form of rebirth. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, just as Lin Mu teetered on the brink of losing consciousness, that seemingly eternal agony began to recede. He felt as though he had once more returned to the embrace of a warm ocean. He had succeeded. A wave of tearless joy surged within him. It was not that he was incapable of enduring pain. In his previous life, he had undergone numerous experiments without the aid of anesthesia, as no anesthetic could affect a zombie. Thus, enduring excruciating torment had nearly become his norm, simultaneously forging his resilient spirit. However, this time, Lin Mu acknowledged that he was truly on the verge of collapse. The experience of having his flesh, marrow, and even soul ground to dust was something no ordinary being could withstand. Fortunately, he had persevered. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Mu noticed 3 distinct orbs of light hovering before him. Drawing from his past experiences, he understood that these represented the pathways of choice. Each orb symbolized a different route suited to him. The feeble, singular light point from his previous life, which was no larger than a soybean and continuously receding from him, stood in stark contrast to the massive orbs before him that seemed eager to approach. How to describe this feeling? To illustrate, the choice in his past life felt akin to being a penniless wretch pursuing lofty goddesses who hardly acknowledged his existence, ultimately dismissing him with mere trifles. This time, however, the situation was entirely reversed. The orbs appeared almost eager to press against his face, imploring him to choose. The tremendous disparity elicited a smile from Lin Mu. Yet it did not cloud his capacity for rational judgment. The orb on the left, a deep purple-black, was exceptionally agile and erratic, likely representing the path of the corpse hunter. Those who followed this route exhibited astonishing speed and formidable attack power, excelling in assassination and one-on-one combat. However, it was ill-suited for Lin Mu, who aspired to dominate a vast force. The orb on the right, pulsating with explosive energy, was a vibrant yellow, clearly indicative of the tyrant pathway. This path, characterized by brute strength and simplistic thinking, was not one Lin Mu wished to consider. He was unconcerned, knowing that under his command, the rock would undoubtedly pursue the path of the tyrant. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mu reached out and firmly grasped the central orb, which exuded a steady pressure, a crimson sphere representing the path of the corpse master, long before consuming the corpse blood fruit that day. Lin Mu had envisioned numerous possibilities. His primary consideration was the path of the corpse master. In his previous life, during the late stages of the apocalypse, this was the pathway that birthed the most zombie kings. Although corpse masters might not be exceptionally strong in the early stages, their bodily strength and individual combat prowess could not compare to those of the corpse hunters or tyrants. Yet, as evolution continued and the zombie domain expanded, with more zombies under their dominion, ultimately leading to self-reflection, the path of the corpse master evolved into what could be termed the child of the version, figures such as Europa's Tartarus, the previously reported Shurjamozan, and America's Blood Zeus were all formidable zombie kings of the corpse master pathway. Even in the Grand City, the last emperor, also of the corpse master pathway, would bow before these titans. After all, on the global zombie rankings, one stood second, another fourth, and yet another fifth. When considering their subordinate zombie factions, it was likely they could collectively dominate most of Blue Star without lifting a finger, if Lin Mu recalled correctly. It seemed that among the top 100 in the global zombie rankings, excluding aberrations, over 30 confirmed corpse master zombies existed. Adding those with uncertain pathways, the number could be even higher. This terrifying ratio hinted at the pathway's dreadfulness. To summarize in one phrase, a remarkably low lower limit, yet an exceptionally high upper limit, suited for masters. Once the pathway was established, the next step was to ascertain the specific rank. Based on the previous performance of the orbs, Lin Mu estimated that his rank would not be low, that he simply wondered if he could attain one of the legendary top-tier corpse master ranks. Returning to his thoughts, he observed the orb transforming into a small serpent, winding its way up his arm and surging into his body. In an instant, Lin Mu felt as though countless starlights surrounded him. These points of light traced exquisite lines, rendering him as if he were immersed in a starry sky. He understood that each star represented a rank. However, there were far too many. Gazing at the multitude of stars embracing him, Lin Mu suddenly grasped what some individuals in his previous life referred to as the troubles of happiness. He couldn't possibly seize them all at once. Could he? With a playful thought in his mind, just as Lin Mu prepared to observe these stars and make a choice, a particularly bright star suddenly veered towards him, akin to a meteor rushing forth. Before Lin Mu could react, the star darted into his spiritual essence from his forehead. A closer examination revealed that as it passed, the other stars dimmed slightly, as if they were deliberately yielding. However, Lin Mu clearly lacked the energy to observe such details, for at that moment, all information regarding the rank represented by this star surged forth in his mind, as if it were innate knowledge. Sovereign. It was actually the Sovereign. Upon learning the name of this corpse master rank, Lin Mu was momentarily stunned. After a brief period of astonishment, an overwhelming joy and excitement welled up within him. I am truly a sovereign, he couldn't help but exclaim. Unable to contain his exhilaration, this was one of the pinnacle ranks of the corpse master pathway, and he had genuinely obtained it. Little did most know, there are 3 universally recognized, most formidable ranks within the corpse master pathway: Demon Lord, Emperor, and Sovereign. Among them, the Demon Lord is a harbinger of slaughter, embodying the chaotic and brutal aspect of the corpse master path. That particular Shakyamuni Demon Lord is a zombie who wields the Demon Lord rank. The Emperor excels in dominion, representing the pinnacle of controlling zombies within the corpse master pathway. In a previous life, several formidable zombie kings entered the top 100 rankings. Mastering this very path, the Sovereign is a warrior, symbolizing the strongest individual combat power within the corpse master pathway. It is worth noting that even without delving into the corpse master path, those enthusiasts of electronic cricket battles in a past life created a theoretical ranking of the individual combat abilities of zombies across various paths and ranks, although the entire list was fraught with controversy. Regardless of how it fluctuated, the apex consistently featured the Sovereign of the corpse master path and the transcendent of the aberration path. Indeed, it is rather surprising that the most powerful special zombie does not belong to the corpse hunting path or the tyrant path, but rather to the aberration and corpse master paths. Of course, this refers to the late-stage Sovereign and the transcendent after secondary aberration transformation. Nevertheless, the might of the Sovereign is beyond question. Furthermore, from the perspective of genuine aspiration, Lin Mu finds himself more eager to become a Sovereign than the slightly inferior Demon Lord or Emperor. After all, true strength lies in one's own power, while commanding a horde of zombies ultimately relies on external forces. With this thought, Lin Mu exhaled slowly, calming his excited heart. Subsequently, the unique abilities belonging to the Sovereign rank naturally surfaced in his mind. First and foremost is the passive ability, corpse manipulation. This needs little elaboration, as it is the fundamental ability of all zombies within the corpse master pathway. allowing one to command zombies within a certain range. Typically, a late-stage first-tier corpse master can control approximately 50 zombies, with a radius of 30 meters centered around themselves. For newly established human strongholds, this number of zombies can prove quite troublesome. As for Lin Mu, perhaps due to the exceptional nature of the sovereign rank, he can immediately command 100 zombies, with a range extending to 60 meters. Do not underestimate this seemingly modest increase in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Commanding 100 zombies to act simultaneously can be considered a micro-zombie tide. Generally, zombies of the corpse master path reaching the second tier may not even be able to command such a multitude at once. As for the second ability, it is the domain of the corpse, a power that only higher-tier sovereign zombies can master. Lin Mu's domain is known as the sovereign's domain. Likewise, due to the formidable nature of the sovereign rank, this domain is significantly more powerful than ordinary domains. With his late-stage first-tier strength, Lin Mu estimates that when activating his domain, his combat power can increase by a comprehensive 50. Furthermore, within the domain, he can move small objects with his will or forcibly alter his direction in battle. These are all highly practical abilities. Additionally, when activating the domain, within a 10-meter radius enveloped by it, Lin Mu can unconditionally control low-tier zombies and influence and suppress other beings of the same tier. The number of low-tier zombies controlled here does not count against the number commanded through corpse manipulation. Moreover, as a core capability of higher-tier sovereign zombies, the domain will continually strengthen in tandem with the tier advancement of the sovereign zombies. In a previous life, Lin Mu had seen in some confidential documents that certain top-tier corpse masters could even establish laws within their domains, distorting the fundamental physical constants of a given area, such as altering gravity or achieving instantaneous movement. Even more fantastical were the theoretical influences on time and space. In summary, for those high-tier corpse masters, stepping into their domains is akin to entering their sovereign realm. Within this domain, they are true kings, presiding over all as indicated by the name sovereign of the corpse master path. This also elucidates why, as one progresses later in their development, the combat power of the corpse master path grows increasingly formidable. Moving onward, the third ability is the exclusive capacity of the sovereign rank, Sovereign Blood Seal. Its effect is both straightforward and domineering. By implanting a Sovereign Blood Seal on a zombie, both parties receive a 30% boost in all attributes during their normal state, establishing a life force channel that can be actively severed. By actively triggering the Sovereign Blood Seal, for 5 minutes, the Sovereign will gain a complete boost from the other party's abilities, along with a random acquisition of one special ability. To illustrate simply, Lin Mu can place a Sovereign Blood Seal on the boulder, thereby sharing 30% of all attributes, including strength, speed, reaction time, and cognitive ability, during their ordinary interactions. Moreover, should the boulder find itself grievously injured, Lin Mu can utilize the life force channel to sustain its life. Of course, the reverse applies as well. However, Lin Mu does not anticipate being grievously harmed by others in battle if he actively triggers it. Lin Mu can directly embody the boulder, acquiring its full attributes and temporarily gaining one of its abilities. This is indeed somewhat overpowered, reflecting on his previous life, when he was a shadow zombie. His solitary active ability was pitiably limited. Upon activation, the shadow zombie conceals its form and receives a 50% speed boost for 1 minute. Lin Mu felt utterly despondent. Is the disparity between zombies this vast? It is no exaggeration to say that with just the Sovereign Blood Seal, Lin Mu can nearly attain 90% of the strength of a Beastmaster zombie. After all, the special abilities of the Beastmaster zombie are similar in nature to attribute sharing. However, who says there is only one Sovereign Blood Seal? Even having just reached late-stage first tier, Lin Mu can sense that there are at least 2 usable Sovereign Blood Seals within him. Not to mention, this ability will undoubtedly multiply as he evolves. No wonder it is said that sovereigns reach an explosive peak in individual combat power during late stages. To use a gaming term, this mechanism is exceedingly overpowered. Moreover, the values are generously bestowed. Lin Mu found himself at a loss for words. He mused that if other zombies retained their consciousness and were aware of the sovereign abilities, they would likely be clamoring for a cut. In this corpse master path, this sovereign rank, it's simply unplayable. However, it is regrettable that in the apocalypse, there exists no so-called inept planner. Strength is strength, devoid of rationale, with passive corpse manipulation, coupled with 2 formidable active abilities. The Sovereign's Domain and the Sovereign Blood Seal. Lin Mu, who has just become a sovereign at late-stage first tier, has already mastered 3 abilities, none of which are weak. It is worth noting that those ordinary special zombies After consuming corpse blood, fruits typically acquire only one ability, just like Lin Mu in his previous life as a shadow zombie. To gain additional abilities, these ordinary zombies must wait for 2 transformations from 3rd tier to 4th tier and 6th tier to 7th tier. During these 2 transformations, whether ordinary zombies, special zombies, human evolvers, or even aberrant species, they can acquire a special ability based on their strength. Most of these abilities merely enhance strength or speed, though a few can allow an ordinary evolved being to reverse their fate. Emerging as a paragon. Naturally, such instances are exceedingly rare. Rather than believing in this, Lin Mu feels it is more plausible to consider himself the reincarnation of the corpse ancestor. Recollecting his thoughts, just as Lin Mu believed everything had concluded and prepared to break through the black egg encasing his body, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Lin Mu could distinctly perceive that the pill he had previously swallowed had suddenly dissolved. What on earth? As Lin Mu was engulfed in confusion, the pill transformed into a peculiar mass of energy, merging seamlessly into his body. In the next instant, he felt as though his consciousness was inexplicably pulled from the black egg, shooting upwards like a cannonball. Everything on the ground shrank rapidly, and his field of vision expanded immensely. Accompanied by a series of resonating hums, Lin Mu sensed layers of dense fog being parted before his eyes, until finally, it felt as if he had traversed through something that a vast river of stars unfolded before him. Dazzling and profound in its serenity, within this celestial expanse, Lin Mu faintly discerned a shattered silhouette. A subtle sense of loneliness and desolation unexpectedly surged within him. Then, with a resounding sigh, the world before Lin Mu shattered into fragments. His spirit plummeted swiftly, returning to the confines of the black egg. Before he could ponder further, a new ability emerged in his mind. However, upon witnessing this ability, Lin Mu found himself even more perplexed. Ability, Devour ability description, guided by the bloodline. Seemingly concerned that Lin Mu might not comprehend, this new ability came with a description. Yet, did the provision of an explanation guarantee understanding? Lin Mu furrowed his brow, reflecting briefly, and confirmed that he had indeed never encountered such an ability in his previous life, that it wasn't entirely accurate to say he had never seen anything like it. He was well aware of common devouring abilities, such as those of the mythical Tao Tai, which indulged in gluttony. However, none of those abilities bore a description as vague as this one. It felt as though the creator of this ability was concealing something. Moreover, recalling the vision he had seen just before acquiring this ability, it was evident even to a corpse that a great secret lay behind it. Perhaps, the greatest gain from his transformation into the sovereign was this enigmatic ability. But what did the phrase guided by the bloodline truly signify? Thoughts flickered through his mind. After a moment, Lin Mu shook his head, putting an end to his baseless conjectures. He had ample time to explore this gradually. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Mu opened his eyes to darkness, exerting strength in his limbs. With a series of cracking sounds, he swiftly broke through the black egg, breathing in the fresh air from the outside world. Lin Mu stood bare on the white bones of the medicinal storage room. After a brief moment of sensation, his gaze widened in astonishment as he looked at his palms. His strength had increased. Lin Mu could feel it. This transformation not only granted him 4 abilities, but also comprehensively enhanced his physical form. It was only natural, considering that the entire process of becoming a special zombie had remodeled both his body and soul. Now, compared to before becoming the sovereign, his foundational strength had doubled. Not only strength, but his other physical attributes, such as speed, had also seen corresponding improvements. A doubling of capabilities, for an ordinary zombie, equated to a complete elevation from a regular zombie to a first-tier zombie. In terms of sheer strength, Lin Mu estimated that he could now rival a low-tier second-stage zombie, that if he could bestow the sovereign's blood mark upon rock and activate the corpse domain. Lin Mu felt confident in contending with a high-tier second-stage zombie. Of course, this referred to ordinary zombies, and the duration of the battle could not be prolonged. It seemed that the advantages of becoming a top-tier special zombie were indeed numerous. It was no wonder that the zombie kings of his previous life were so formidable. Yet, it was precisely this that justified his days of waiting. A satisfied smile crept across Lin Mu's face. Immediately, he approached the glass cabinet storing the medicinal supplies, using its reflection to observe the changes in his appearance. His height and physique remained unchanged. However, unlike before, the decayed flesh on his face and body had completely shed, revealing pale, new skin, with faint black veins subtly visible. If one overlooked the chilling aura emanating from Lin Mu and his blood-red, ravenous eyes, he appeared not much different from an ordinary person. albeit slightly paler. Yet, Lin Mu understood that this was merely a superficial resemblance as evolution progressed. The intrinsic gap between zombies and humans would only widen in his previous life. Shortly after the apocalypse began, humanity had entirely abandoned the notion of studying zombies as subordinate species and instead classified them as a new form of life that had never existed on Blue Star. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Mu casually donned a piece of clothing he had prepared earlier, pushed open the iron door, and stepped outside. His immediate objective was to ascertain the extent of his capabilities in practical combat as a special zombie. After all, any numerical enhancement on paper was merely theoretical. Whether he could translate that strength into real combat was what truly concerned Lin Mu.as for the target of his practical assessment. He would let his subordinates handle that. At this moment, outside, Rock was vigilantly monitoring the surroundings of the hospital, alongside 3 shadow guards and Xiao Linger, who was playfully frolicking with the giant white creature. Unbeknownst to them, they were on the brink of impending calamity. At noon, with the sun hanging high in the sky, Lin Mu stood at the center of an empty parking lot behind the community hospital. Not far in front of him stood a bewildered Rock and the 3 shadow guards. Xiao Linger and the giant white creature were playfully mingling with other ordinary zombies, forming a circle around the parking lot. Sporting expressions of curiosity. "Hey boss, do you really want me to hit you?" Rock hesitated, scratching his head as he let out a low growl toward Lin Mu. Clearly, even after leveling up to the first tier, his intelligence had seen some improvement, yet he still couldn't fathom why his leader would propose such a strange request, asking him to strike him. "Come on." Sensing the hesitation of Pan Shi, Lin Mu refrained from idle chatter and let out a low growl, receiving a definitive response from him. No longer hesitating, Pan Shi and the 3 shadow guards took on a combative stance. The first to strike was Pan Shi, the most evolved zombie present, aside from Lin Mu and the onlooking Dabai. From the moment he stepped out of that small dark room, he could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from his leader. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of this pressure, his instinct for battle compelled him to act preemptively. Otherwise, he feared he might miss his opportunity to engage, with a series of roars accompanying his charge. Pan Shi trampled the ground, barreling towards Lin Mu like a rampaging bull. His massive frame and formidable strength caused the cement beneath him to tremble with each step, sending gravel flying. Following closely behind, the 2 shadow guards, Ing Yi and Ing Air, had also entered the first tier and moved in perfect synchrony. They trailed Pan Shi like twin black sides, while Ing Sen stealthily concealed himself, constantly shifting in search of the opportune moment to strike. In the center of the parking lot, Lin Mu observed the spectacle before him, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. It seemed his recent teachings had not been in vain, as the combat skills of his subordinates had shown remarkable improvement, demonstrating their understanding of how to leverage their strengths. However, Lin Mu did not pause or underestimate his subordinates in the slightest. As Pan Shi charged forward, Lin Mu stood his ground, slightly bending forward into a stance reminiscent of a defensive barrier. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Pan Shi's eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend why his leader would choose to engage him in a test of strength. Yet, this confusion was fleeting. With a resounding crash, the 2 collided, sending dust flying for several meters. The ordinary zombies spectating this clash looked around, eager to discern the outcome. The dust settled to reveal a striking scene. Pan Shi, mid-charge with his gaping maw, found himself halted by a single hand from Lin Mu, unable to advance any further. The stark contrast between Pan Shi's towering 2-meter frame and Lin Mu's relatively slender arm was striking. The ground beneath Lin Mu cracked under the pressure of their collision, yet he remained utterly unmoved. Then, with a swift motion, Lin Mu flung Pan Shi aside, who let out a howl as he was sent crashing into the distance like a winter melon. Ing Yi and Ing Air, realizing the shift in circumstances, attempted to alter their trajectory as they landed, but were met with the piercing gaze of Lin Mu. In the next instant, with 2 more howls. Lin Mu seized each of them by an arm, tossing them towards the direction in which Pan Shi had fallen, much like a baseball. Observing this from afar, Ing San's pupils dilated in alarm, and he turned to flee. However, he barely took 2 steps before Lin Mu reached out a hand, grasping the air as if commanding it. Instantly, Ing San's body stiffened, rendered immobile as if under some unseen force. This was the passive ability of controlling the dead. Although this ability significantly reduced the number of first-tier zombies Lin Mu could manipulate, he could still control at least 5 simultaneously. Thus, with this single passive ability, Lin Mu could effortlessly dominate Pan Shi and the three shadow guards. This was precisely why he had refrained from utilizing his special abilities initially. After all, one must leave some suspense in battle. Approaching Ying San, who stood frozen in place, Lin Mu delivered a swift blow to his head, rendering him unconscious. The ability to control the dead continued to activate, ensnaring Pan Shi and the other two shadow guards, who had been stealthily preparing to counterattack. With a simple gesture, Lin Mu directed Pan Shi and the two shadow guards to line up obediently before him. With two resounding thuds, the shadow guards each received a blow to the head and promptly fell asleep. Pan Shi, being tougher, endured 3 blows before finally succumbing to a punch that sent him into unconsciousness, his head lolling to the side. Observing the large bump on Pan Shi's head, Lin Mu felt a pang of sympathy and rubbed his fingers. Deciding to use his feet for such tasks in the future, notably, with his current strength, he could proceed with the next phase of his plans. Whispering to himself, a smile graced Lin Mu's lips. Though he lamented that his subordinates had not compelled him to unleash his dominion domain at AS for the blood marks, none of the 2 marks within him had yet been planted. Perhaps he could first attempt to place a blood mark on Pan Shi to gauge its effectiveness. While contemplating, Lin Mu's gaze swept over the parking lot, where the ordinary zombies who met his eyes promptly lowered their heads, their expressions filled with reverence. Some even instinctively bowed, emitting whimpering sounds to express their submission and respect towards Lin Mu. In response to these gazes, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile slightly until he caught sight of Dabai, who was cowering behind Xiao Linger, covering its head with its paws and letting out sounds of distress. Seemingly aware of Lin Mu's gaze, Dabai instinctively huddled its body, attempting to hide itself more perfectly. Yet, this foolish creature appeared to forget its own size. Its actions only caused Xiao Linger to stumble and drew the attention of the surrounding ordinary zombies, whose expressions seemed to question, "Aren't you one of us? How can a mid-tier first-level zombie beast behave like this?" Faced with this scene, Lin Mu sighed, wiped his face, and approached, pulling the trembling Dabai out from its hiding spot before leading it and his subordinates back to the community hospital. The zombie beast possessed a significantly heightened sense of power compared to ordinary zombies, especially the canine-type zombie beasts. Shortly after Lin Mu exited the medicine storage room, Dabai returned, wagging its tail. Having sensed the terrifying aura surrounding Lin Mu, its body trembled, and it became exceedingly obedient. However, that was not the case just moments ago, when Lin Mu had instructed Dabai to join in the assault alongside Pan Shi and the 3 shadow guards. Dabai had vehemently refused, clinging to a hospital pillar and casting Lin Mu a mournful glance as if to say, "Boss, what have I done wrong? Are you trying to kill me?" With Dabai's adamant resistance, the group attacking Lin Mu was left with only Pan Shi and the 3 shadow guards, leading to the earlier spectacle. Upon returning to the community hospital, Lin Mu found himself grooming Dabai, who was regrowing some short fur. He then summoned Pan Shi. "Roar, boss." Pan Shi groaned as he awakened from his daze, rubbing the now mostly diminished bump on his head as he approached Lin Mu. "Come here, let me give you a buff." Lin Mu beckoned, growling in response. "What is a buff?" It is evident that Pan Shi has not grasped Lin Mu's intent, as 3 small question marks appear above his head. In response, Lin Mu merely chuckles, offering no further explanation. With a subtle gesture, a blood-red mark composed of intricate patterns emerges from his forehead. The sovereign blood mark, surrounded by a crimson glow, emanates a subtle yet undeniable pressure. The previously restless Pan Shi, upon witnessing this mark, cannot help but emit a few short whimpers, becoming somewhat uneasy. This is the innate pressure generated by a high-tier zombie bloodline, the sovereign class, compared to an ordinary first-tier zombie. Its rank is far superior, causing the common zombies to instinctively submit to the power it radiates. Lin Mu nods slightly at this scene, realizing that implanting the sovereign blood mark should pose no issues. Such formidable power does, however, come with certain restrictions. Firstly, the zombie receiving the sovereign blood mark must be willing and unable to resist. After all, the exposed blood mark is exceedingly fragile. Any form of rebellion could result in its complete shattering, with severe consequences. Secondly, once the blood mark is implanted, it cannot be retracted for a considerable period. This means that Lin Mu must exercise caution when selecting a target for the blood mark. If the chosen target lacks sufficient evolutionary potential, they may not provide long-term assistance, rendering the blood mark effectively wasted. Based on these 2 considerations, Lin Mu has temporarily selected Pan Shi as the first target for the sovereign blood mark, while reserving the other for future use. After all, this sovereign blood mark also possesses the ability to transmit vitality in case of unforeseen circumstances should any of his subordinates find themselves on the brink of death. This ability could serve as a lifeline. As he ponders, the glowing blood mark traverses less than a meter, seamlessly integrating into Poncher's mind. From Lin Mu's perspective, as the sovereign blood mark melts, Poncher's entire form begins to radiate a faint light. It appears as though a force, centered around his head, is spreading throughout his body. Mere minutes later, the light dissipates, restoring everything to normal. However, a subtle, intricate pattern akin to the blood mark appears on Poncher's forehead. Simultaneously, Lin Mu senses a portion of Poncher's strength surging within him. This power is roughly equivalent to that of an adult. While not particularly abundant, it signifies an enhancement in his baseline abilities. Moreover, Poncher has yet to transform into a special zombie, currently only having reached the mid-tier of the first rank. Once he evolves into a special zombie, this enhancement will only increase, perhaps in the future. Lin Mu could bestow the sovereign blood mark upon zombies from various paths, such as hunter, tyrant, and mutant, thereby comprehensively augmenting himself and eliminating any weaknesses that a thought flickers in his mind. However, he is soon interrupted by Poncher's exuberant exclamations. "Look at me, boss, I'm feeling invincible." Thrilled by the threefold attributes shared by Lin Mu, Poncher dances with excitement. The comprehensive threefold enhancement provided by Lin Mu has transformed Poncher's capabilities, boosting his strength by half, while other attributes, such as speed, receive even greater increases. Yet, observing Poncher's antics, Lin Mu cannot help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Why does it seem that intelligence did not accompany the shared attributes? Could there be an issue with the sovereign blood mark? Just as Lin Mu contemplates, Poncher, noticing Lin Mu's lack of attention, strides off with reckless abandon, eager to wreak havoc on Daba. Over the past couple of days, while Lin Mu has been focused on cultivating the zombie blood fruit, Poncher has engaged in numerous skirmishes with Daba, mostly suffering defeats. Now, with his newfound strength, Daba is likely to endure a rough time, though it remains uncertain how many of his newly grown fur will survive. Waving away this odd thought, Lin Mu begins to contemplate his subsequent plans. Having consumed the zombie blood fruit and attained the title of sovereign, he now possesses a clearer understanding of his current strength. He is finally ready to proceed with his plans. The first order of business is to address the actions concerning the Xixing stronghold. Even though he is now a late-stage sovereign zombie, Lin Mu is acutely aware that such strength still carries a significant risk when confronting a well-established human stronghold. Thus, he must remain cautious and accumulate strength. However, this does not imply that Lin Mu is entirely inactive. Considering the timeline, the enhancer potion should have been developed by now, and the Xixing stronghold's assault on the community hospital is imminent. He must prepare accordingly. Another matter that has been on his mind is the exploration of the Xixing community. As he contemplates, a glimmer of light flickers in Lin Mu's blood-red eyes that eye in his mind. The missions to investigate the Xixing community and to deal with the human stronghold could be executed simultaneously. He could completely strip the hospital nest of all valuable items, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. Or rather, a trap for those humans. Once they arrive at the hospital, he could execute a surprise attack, ensnaring them all. Meanwhile, the time spent outside could be utilized to scout the Xixing community. This way, he would waste no time while maximizing efficiency. Perfect. After solidifying this plan in his mind, Lin Mu hesitates not a moment longer and swiftly begins preparations. Low growls reverberate throughout the community hospital lobby. Ingsan and the subordinates he has nurtured over the past couple of days remain at the hospital, observing human movements. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Mu has specifically left 2 mobile phones for Ingsan. One is for communication, while the other can be used for photography and recording, thereby acquiring intelligence more effectively. As for the basic operations of the phones, Lin Mu had already taught the 3 shadow guards. It is not difficult for a first-tier zombie to learn simple phone operations while retaining some pre-zombie habits. After arranging matters at the nest, Lin Mu sends Poncher to guard the newly discovered zombie blood fruit located within the business district. As Lin Mu puts it, if the zombie blood fruit is lost, you might as well forego becoming a special zombie and skip meals for the next 2 days. Under such a terrifying threat, Poncher obediently complies, bounding off with his newly recruited minions towards the business district. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 shadow guards, Daba and Shaoling, along with numerous zombies, follow Lin Mu's lead to the Xixing community. As Lin Mu issues commands, the entire nest becomes agitated, their growls intertwining like a symphony. Approximately half an hour later, having completed all arrangements, Lin Mu, accompanied by his subordinates, proceeds eastward through the business district, heading towards the Xixing community. Simultaneously, several hundred meters away, within the office of the Xixing stronghold, a voice filled with fury echoes. You dare refuse? I don't care whether you agree or not. This operation must proceed. You know all too well how desperately we need supplies. Director Lu's voice reverberates in the office as he pounds his fist on the desk, his gaze piercing into the frowning Captain Feng. Of course, 1,000 people require supplies, but I said you should not directly send 100 people to assault the community hospital. You must understand that we are currently short-handed. Taking away 100 people today would nullify many of our plans for the stronghold. The risks are too great, Captain Feng explains. Upon hearing his words, Director Lu merely snorts derisively, glancing at the silent Hongjie at the door before continuing. If we can retrieve the supplies, it will all be worth it. Moreover, I am doing this to ensure absolute safety. As he speaks, he pulls out a stack of photographs from his pocket and tosses them onto Captain Feng's desk. Previously, I sent someone to scout. The hospital has only a few ordinary zombies. However, if you hesitate now, waiting a few more days may not yield the same opportunity. After all, these zombies change drastically day by day. Director Lu squinted his eyes, pointing at the photographs on the table, his facial flesh quivering as he spoke. Captain Feng and Hong Jie both picked up the photographs, scrutinizing them for a moment. Although somewhat reluctant, they eventually nodded in agreement with Director Lu's proposal. Watching Captain Feng and Hong Jie turn to leave, Director Lu let out a cold huff and shut the office door behind him. These individuals truly cannot discern between the minor and the major. He muttered to himself. A moment later, the anger on Director Lu's face subsided, replaced by a smug smile. His meticulous planning was finally poised for success. Next, he simply needed to cultivate an evolver using the evolver serum. Accompanied by a team of 100 for protection, that he was certain he could personally seize control of that community hospital. Yes, personally. This time, Director Lu intended to make a grand entrance at the community hospital, showcasing his prowess before the residents of the Xixing stronghold, to ensure that the residents of the Xixing stronghold and the surrounding survivors could witness the entire process of him taking over the community hospital. He had even arranged for a dedicated individual to handle the live broadcast. This was no trifling matter, in Director Lu's own words. After reflecting deeply over the past few days and observing the actions of other strongholds, he had devised this brilliant strategy to enhance the collective sense of honor among the stronghold's residents and bolster its strength. The insistence on bringing 100 people along, while ostensibly for ensuring the plan's success, was, in fact, Director Lu's means of safeguarding himself. After all, despite his desire for fame and support, he was fundamentally quite cautious about his own life. In fact, this operation marked the first time he had truly stepped out of the Xixing stronghold during this apocalyptic period. Suppressing his smile, Director Lu patted down his slightly wrinkled attire and exited through the side door of the office into another room. In the center of that room was a table, upon which rested a drone and a carefully packaged vial of pale yellow serum. A few words were inscribed on it. Evolver serum, experimental. Not far from the table, a young subordinate sat on a chair, his gaze darting between Director Lu and the Evolver serum, appearing somewhat anxious. Director, do I really have to drink this? The young subordinate asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. Did you not say you wanted to drink it? Do you not wish to grow stronger? Director Lu asserted, handing the unwrapped serum to the young subordinate. Drink it. If there are any issues, I will take responsibility. Upon hearing this, the young subordinate hesitated no longer. Unscrewing the cap, pinching his nose, and downing the entire vial of serum, the pale yellow liquid flowed into his digestive system, spreading throughout his body as it was absorbed by his gastrointestinal tract. From Director Lu's perspective at that moment, the young subordinate resembled an overheated boiler, steam emanating from his entire being. Accompanied by anguished cries, his form began to undergo a slow transformation. An hour later, as the blazing sun hung high in the sky, at the entrance of the shelter, numerous survivors peered out to watch as a bustling crowd gathered around. After a moment of uproar, Director Lu led over 100 fully armed team members away from the Xixing stronghold. The 100-strong contingent slowly advanced towards the community hospital down the street. Following closely behind Director Lu was a cloaked figure. Through the brim of the hood, it was evident that this individual was the young subordinate who had consumed the Evolver serum. Compared to before he ingested the serum, this young subordinate had grown taller and appeared more robust. At first glance, it seemed to be a positive change. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice his facial skin was cracked, covered in distorted red patches, with a massive tumor protruding from his neck. The overall appearance was somewhat horrifying. This was also the reason he had donned the hood. If Lin Mu were present, he would surely recognize that this was the manifestation of symptoms resulting from the consumption of Evolver serum during the early days of the apocalypse, when the separation and purification technology was not yet mature, leading to incomplete dissociation of the evolutionary energy and zombie bloodline. While this serum would not cause zombification, it would alter the personality of the human who ingested it, depriving them of the opportunity to continue evolving. In other words, individuals who consumed the serum to become first-tier evolvers would be incapable of further advancement to second-tier evolvers. Of course, this information was unbeknownst to both Director Liu and the young subordinate before him. They even believed this was a standard reaction to becoming an evolver. Perhaps Professor Wang was aware of this, but chose not to disclose it to them. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air, rustling the fallen leaves, accompanied by the sound of bloodied leaves being crushed underfoot. Lin Mu and his entourage had traversed the commercial district and arrived at the entrance of the Sihai community. The gates of the community stood wide open, surrounded by splattered blood, and several decayed human corpses could even be seen on the iron railings of the surrounding walls. These could have been remnants from the initial chaos of the apocalypse. Or perhaps something else entirely. But in this world of despair, who would truly care? With a swift kick, Lin Mu sent a severed head tumbling aside. Two shadow guards moved ahead of him, stepping into the Sihai community. Approximately 5 minutes later, as Lin Mu stood at the entrance of the Sihai community, studying the map of this expansive area, Shadow 1 leapt out from a nearby flower bed, approaching him with a low growl. Upon hearing Shadow 1's growl, Lin Mu furrowed his brow and turned to face him. Are you saying you've encountered many peculiar corpses? With a hint of curiosity, Lin Mu followed his shadow guard into the Sihai community. Proceeding in the direction indicated, within 2 minutes, Lin Mu arrived at a small square, originally designated as the community's exercise area, where he beheld a multitude of overlapping, somewhat decayed corpses, from a rough estimation. There were at least 200 bodies here, zombies, humans, and various animals, all present in abundance. Moreover, the bloodstains on the ground suggested that something had dragged them here, as if this place had become a graveyard. As for why Lin Mu referred to it as that thing, the reason was simple. The deep wounds on the zombie corpses could not have been inflicted by a human, and not just one or two. Almost every corpse bore similar injuries. A swift, efficient kill, a masterful hand. These 3 succinct phrases encapsulated Lin Mu's entire assessment of the unseen figure responsible for slaying these creatures. Yet even Lin Mu could not immediately determine what had killed these beings before him. With such perplexities in mind, just as Lin Mu prepared to turn around and find the location marked by the brown paper, Shadow 2 also emerged from a distance, bringing Lin Mu a new piece of information. You encountered 2 injured first-tier zombies and a corpse of a first-tier zombie that had lost its crystal marrow. Upon hearing Lin Mu's low growl, Shadow 2 nodded vigorously. Take me there. Lin Mu decisively waved his hand, leading the group of corpses in that direction. This was not because Lin Mu aspired to be the Sherlock Holmes of the zombie realm. Rather, it was purely due to the phrase 2 injured first-tier zombies capturing his attention. Good heavens, injured first-tier zombies, and 2 of them. Lin Mu felt as if he could see 2 writhing crystal marrows beckoning to him. Who could resist such an allure? In a swift manner, Lin Mu, under the guidance of Ing Air, spotted 2 first-tier zombies from a distance. The 2 zombies hobbled together, their movements uneven, revealing faint scars on their bodies and legs, as if they were on guard against something. Upon closer inspection, the wounds they bore a resemblance to those on the corpses he had encountered earlier. Not far from these 2 zombies, there was another first-tier zombie with a gaping head wound, along with several smaller zombies peering in fear, seemingly apprehensive of something. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mu concluded that the orchestrator of this scene was undoubtedly that mysterious creature, although he surmised that these zombies had likely been deemed as food by the entity. He still acted decisively. He relished the thrill of seizing opportunity in the midst of chaos. If anyone dared to challenge him, they were welcome to T or Y. At least for the time being, as the Overlord. Lin Mu felt confident that he was not inferior to any other evolved being. Even if he could not emerge victorious, he was certain he could at least achieve a stalemate. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mu's figure appeared behind the 2 first-tier zombies, having made not a sound. It was not until he reached them that the 2 zombies, who had been gazing upwards, realized his presence. However, it was clearly too late. With a deep, muffled growl escaping his lips, a faint red light radiated from him, expanding outward in all directions. In an instant, it enveloped the entire area within a 10-meter radius, accompanied by a low hum. Even the falling leaves seemed to slow down beneath the crimson glow. This was the power of the Overlord domain, the realm of the dead. The movements of the two first-tier zombies visibly slowed, as if turning around required immense effort. Lin Mu, with an expression of calm indifference, strolled forward, extending his hands to rest upon the heads of the two first-tier zombies, who displayed evident fear. Before they could mount any effective resistance, Lin Mu exerted force, his obsidian claws piercing through skull and flesh, sinking into their heads, lifting them effortlessly. The two first-tier zombies thrashed wildly, desperately attempting to escape. Their scalps, along with chunks of flesh, were torn away in the commotion, dark blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering across the ground. Yet, against Lin Mu, whose strength was already more than double theirs, and who was bolstered by the encroaching power of the realm of the dead, their struggles were undeniably futile. It was no exaggeration to say that, under the influence of the realm of the dead, the disparity between Lin Mu and these two first-tier zombies was greater than that between a first-tier zombie and an ordinary one. Moreover, this was without Lin Mu having actively invoked the mark of the Overlord. Moments later, with two dull thuds, the unfortunate first-tier zombies were reduced to headless corpses, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the crystalline essence from their brains was grasped firmly in Lin Mu's hands. The power of the realm of the dead was indeed formidable. Unable to contain his admiration, Lin Mu returned his focus, glancing toward his approaching subordinates, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Through this battle, or rather, this one-sided massacre, Lin Mu gained a clearer understanding of his realm of the dead. He estimated that if he were to fully activate the domain, the energy within him could sustain it for approximately 5 minutes. This duration was comparable to the time he could actively invoke the mark of the Overlord. Not too long, yet not too short, sufficient to conclude a skirmish or undertake other meaningful endeavors. Just as Lin Mu prepared to swallow the crystalline essence in his hand, an unsettling sensation washed over him, akin to being watched. Frowning, Lin Mu instinctively turned to glance at a nearby apartment building. However, he saw nothing amiss. After scrutinizing the building for an extended moment and surveying his surroundings to ensure there were no anomalies, Lin Mu swallowed the crystalline essence and continued toward the location marked on the brown paper map. Accompanied by the horde of corpses, shortly after his departure, atop the apartment building he had been observing, a figure slowly emerged. From the silhouette, it appeared to be a zombie. Moments later, with a deep, furious roar, the zombie vanished from the rooftop as if teleporting, its whereabouts unknown. Meanwhile, at the intersection of the green space between Building 18 and Building 19 in the Sea-High community, just as Lin Mu was about to cross and reach the nearby marked point on the brown paper, that prickling sensation returned to his mind. What on earth? Not again. As Lin Mu furrowed his brow once more, preparing to take action, the next moment, seemingly sensing something, a flicker of confusion appeared in his blood-red eyes. This time, the creature observing him seemed different from the previous one. Perhaps it was a gut feeling, but Lin Mu could discern the subtle differences between the two instances of being watched. He paused for a moment, abruptly turning his head toward the stairwell of a certain unit in Building 18 to eye in the shadows. He spotted a figure staring intently at him. A first-tier zombie. No, it was more accurate to say it was a rather peculiar first-tier zombie. As Lin Mu hastened closer, he gradually discerned all the details of this first-tier zombie. With his profound understanding of various zombie characteristics, he recognized from a distance that this particular first-tier zombie was different. It seemed as if it were a marionette, controlled by an unseen force. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and instinctively, Lin Mu gazed into the eyes of the zombie, upon seeing its hollow, lifeless gaze. Devoid of any spark, as if it had long since withered, Lin Mu confirmed the suspicion in his heart. The aberrant pathway, puppet master. This first-tier zombie before him was a puppet manipulated by the puppet master. In general, when one observes a zombie under manipulation, the first thought that should arise is the master pathway. However, drawing from Lin Mu's experience, he could discern the distinction between this zombie and those controlled via the master pathway with merely a cursory glance. To put it simply, in the vast majority of instances, the master pathway solely governs living corpses. The Tier 1 zombie before him was evidently manipulated post-mortem. Moreover, from another perspective, as the Overlord, Lin Mu failed to detect any signs of other master pathway zombies in the vicinity. Consequently, Lin Mu's focus swiftly shifted towards the aberrant pathway, the corpse conductor. In Lin Mu's view, this aberrant pathway resembled a hodgepodge, or rather, it could be described as a trend of plagiarism. This pathway seemed particularly fond of mimicking the characteristics of other pathways. Aside from those aberrant beings, such as crawlers, multi-legged beasts, and lickers, which are the epitome of aberration. The remaining entities were mere copycats. For instance, the mutant warrior in Corpse Mountain, renowned for imitating the tyrant pathway, as well as the most infamous corpse conductor in Blood Guanine, which emulated the master pathway. Although it is termed imitation, based on research from his previous life, it resembled a form of convergent evolution. While both the master pathway and the aberrant pathway ultimately achieved the same result, controlling zombies, the methods and types of manipulation differed. For instance, Lin Mu sprang into action, seizing the Tier 1 zombie attempting to flee, and with a single hand, he crushed its skull, revealing a dense, web-like structure writhing within, akin to spider silk, the aberrant symbiote, or brainworm. These entities represented the quintessential means by which the corpse conductor controlled its puppets. As thoughts flitted through his mind, without hesitation, Lin Mu shattered the writhing structure in his grasp and carelessly discarded the deceased puppet aside, in a dimly lit room on the second floor of Building 18. A gaunt zombie concealed in the shadows suddenly paused and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Its crimson eyes, sharp as a hawk's, reflected disbelief and terror, trembling uncontrollably. As this zombie prepared to flee to the upper levels, Lin Mu, standing quietly in the stairwell with eyes closed, suddenly cracked a smile. Found you. When a Tier 1 corpse conductor manipulates a zombie, the distance cannot be too great. Therefore, after decisively eliminating the controlled Tier 1 puppet with a thunderous strike, Lin Mu silently expanded his corpse domain, attuning himself to the movements around him. He believed that upon the puppet's demise and the backlash that ensued, the corpse conductor would inevitably react. And now, it was evident he had guessed correctly. Lin Mu's blood-red eyes narrowed, and he launched himself like a projectile, crashing into a metal railing before darting toward the source of the disturbance. The entrance of a second-floor apartment. With a resounding bang, Lin Mu's fist smashed into the security door, deforming it and creating a massive dent. With a swift kick, he sent the twisted door flying. Finally, he beheld the scene within. The window was ajar. Curtains drawn tight, a gentle breeze stirred the dimly lit room, where amidst a pool of blood, a gaunt zombie, its face resembling that of a vulture, stared intently at him. Its corpse-like eyes, seemingly glowing green, reflected anger and confusion, but more prominently, shock and panic. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu, who had initially intended to strike it down immediately, raised an eyebrow, revealing an amused expression. Although this Tier 1 zombie was a corpse conductor whose brain had developed during its transformation into a special zombie, the fact that it could display such lively, human-like expressions was remarkable. Lin Mu advanced cautiously, while the corpse conductor instinctively backed away, bracing itself against the ground. As Lin Mu observed this entity, his gaze drifted toward the open window and the bloodstains lining the sill. Suddenly, recalling the peculiar behavior of the Tier 1 puppet in the stairwell, an idea surged within him. Are you using the puppet as bait to hunt other evolved beings? A cold voice echoed. Lin Mu understood that with the intellect displayed by the corpse conductor before him, it would undoubtedly comprehend his words. If it did not, that was of little concern. He could simply eliminate it. Lin Mu was no benevolent soul and possessed little patience, sensing the intense murderous aura emanating from Lin Mu. The corpse conductor quivered and quickly began to roar. I used the corpse in the stairwell to attract the attention of other beings, and then, it seemed that this was the first time the corpse conductor had spoken at such length. Pausing momentarily to organize its thoughts before continuing, then I leap out the window to ambush my prey from behind. While growling, the corpse conductor gestured towards the window, and then towards a decaying pile of corpses in the living room. With a mere glance, Lin Mu discerned at least 3 Tier 1 corpses among the remains. Intriguing. As his gaze returned to the corpse conductor, Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. One of his objectives in visiting the Sea-High community was to recruit an intelligent zombie to assist in managing his horde. Through their brief exchange, it was evident that this corpse conductor was an excellent candidate. Lin Mu gradually lowered himself, adopting a superior stance as he regarded the corpse conductor. His elongated claws slowly lifted, resting upon its neck. Are you interested in serving me? As his deep voice resonated, Lin Mu's claws glided across, drawing forth a stream of inky blood. Under such circumstances, the corpse conductor dared not utter a word of refusal. It glanced around, and upon catching sight of the densely packed horde below through the window's crack, its expression morphed into one of complexity as it growled, I shall heed your command. The corpse conductor gradually bowed its form in submission to Lin Mu. Lin Mu's gaze brightened with a hint of amusement. Moments later, he yanked the corpse conductor up, tore aside the curtains, and led it to the window. Sunlight flooded in, piercing the gloom of the living room. Gazing down at the obedient yet fervent horde, and the large white dog wagging its tail in playful abandon with Xiaoling. Lin Mu turned to the corpse conductor, his voice low. I shall not speak at length, but I assure you, you will not regret your decision today. It seemed the corpse conductor, having sensed the distinct difference between Lin Mu and all the other zombies it had encountered, slowly lifted its head. Its gaze met Lin Mu's confident and resolute eyes. After a moment of shared silence, a flicker of understanding sparkled within the corpse conductor's own eyes. This enigmatic figure it had unwittingly accepted as its leader appeared quite promising. Disregarding the inner turmoil of the corpse conductor, Lin Mu's voice continued to resonate. From this day forth, you shall be known as Yao Gui, aiding me in ruling over the horde. With those words, Lin Mu turned and descended the stairs without a backward glance. Yao Gui promptly followed, roaring, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name." Upon reaching the stairwell, Yao Gui, who had been trailing behind Lin Mu, seemed to make a decision. It hastily stepped forward, coming alongside Lin Mu, and began to roar. You mean to say that 4 Tier 1 zombies and another special zombie like myself have joined forces to seize control of that place? The voice of Lin Mu was deep and resonant. The demon slowly nodded, then tore apart the fabric of his upper garment, revealing numerous scars. Your Majesty, these scars are the result of those fiends' actions. The reason I chose to hunt here is to prepare for my eventual revenge against them. Upon seeing the crisscrossing wounds, Lin Mu furrowed his brow, and as if a thought struck him, he suddenly inquired, do the zombies in Building 13 engage in large-scale hunts of other creatures? Taken aback by Lin Mu's somewhat abrupt question, the demon hesitated before responding, no. They seldom venture out. It seems they are guarding a certain fruit that can transform ordinary zombies into special ones like us. After speaking, the demon's blood-red eyes flickered, and he continued, I know the individual Your Majesty is curious about. I have encountered her before. Her? Lin Mu caught the subtle shift in the demon's choice of words and asked, Indeed, if Your Majesty is referring to the entity that hunts other creatures on a large scale in this area, then it is she. However, my knowledge about her is limited. The demon rolled up his pant leg, exposing a horrific scar, approximately 40 centimeters long, which had nearly healed by now. That being's speed is astonishing. Even though she attacked me, I could not discern her true appearance. She is akin to the Grim Reaper of this place, the true sovereign of this community. As he spoke, a flicker of fear and trepidation appeared on the demon's face. His gaze then inadvertently drifted towards Lin Mu, seemingly evaluating the strength of his newly recognized leader against that nightmarish figure. However, after pondering for a while, the demon seemed unable to draw a clear comparison. Standing before him, Lin Mu turned his head back towards the direction of Building 13, contemplating his subsequent plans at that moment. Yingyi, whom Lin Mu had dispatched to scout the situation, returned once more. Judging by his urgent demeanor, it seemed he had made a significant discovery. Boss, humans. Yingyi's voice was somewhat hurried, just as Lin Mu furrowed his brow in confusion over what was peculiar about humans. He accepted a phone from Ying-san, opening the slightly blurry video footage that Ying-san had recorded. The moment he laid eyes on the video, Lin Mu suddenly froze. It indeed depicted humans. But unlike ordinary survivors, this was a fully armed squad of soldiers. This was in stark contrast to the 2 rescue teams sent from the Xixing outpost that Lin Mu had previously dealt with. Upon cursory inspection, the soldiers were equipped with helmets, goggles, submachine guns, and gloves, an arsenal typical of the Chinese regular army. Even in the rear, one soldier functioning as a communicator was seen with a small radio. What on earth are they planning? Lin Mu muttered to himself, continuing to open the next segment of the video. As the squad advanced, muffled voices of conversation could be heard, causing Lin Mu's brow to furrow even more deeply. Li Feng, how far are we from Building 13? 50 meters. Maneuver past the 2 buildings ahead and turn left. Once we arrive, Team 1 will clear the zombies, while Team 2 swiftly retrieves the necessary items from Professor Liu's residence. If we encounter Professor Liu's daughter, prioritize her rescue. Even if she is turned into a zombie, we must control her and bring her back. Understood. Upon hearing the leader's command, a low voice responded, and after a moment's pause, a soldier seemed to recall something and quietly asked, what was Professor Liu's daughter's name again? Lu Linger. You fool. Haven't you read the mission briefing? As they spoke, the soldiers exhibited tight coordination as they steadily advanced. By the time he blended into the horde of zombies, the recording had concluded, and they were already nearing the base of Building 13. With a beep, Lin Mu turned off the video. Taking a deep breath as thoughts raced through his mind, this Sea-High community was indeed intriguing. First, there were so many special zombies, and now even military personnel had become involved. Moreover, Lu Linger, wasn't that reminiscent of Xiao Lingo's name? Coupled with the other information shared by these individuals, the location indicated on that brown paper map was likely Xiao Linger's home. Furthermore, it appeared that her family was still alive and had joined some survivor faction. How fascinating. However, it seemed prudent to wait for these individuals to engage the horde of zombies in Building 13 before making a move. When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. This presented a perfect opportunity for Lin Mu to catch them unawares. With that thought, a smile flickered across Lin Mu's face. At this stage, the only survivor faction capable of deploying a squad of regular soldiers within Dajiang City. Apart from the distant number 2 shelter, was number 1 shelter. This place was indeed shrouded in mystery. Reflecting on his past memories, Lin Mu's thoughts flowed incessantly. The number 1 shelter in Dajiang City was established shortly after the apocalypse by the government offices of the former Shifeng District and Bihai District, along with the military's 23rd Division stationed at the base of Guishi Mountain, under orders from higher authorities. Officially named the Dajiang City Southern Temporary Government Human Shelter. It held absolute dominance in both autonomy and strength among the 4 human shelters in Dajiang City. As for why Lin Mu deemed it mysterious, it was because this formidable shelter abruptly lost contact with the other shelters not long after being upgraded to a base. If memory serves correctly, this occurred approximately a month and a half after the apocalypse began. This time frame coincided with the first occurrence of an energy tide following the apocalypse. The so-called energy tide is somewhat akin to the resurgence of spiritual energy depicted in certain novels. Following the first energy tide, the global energy density surged dramatically, accelerating the evolutionary pace of living beings and even hastening plant growth. Some exotic species that had never existed on Blue Star began to emerge. Moreover, under the influence of the energy tide, the terrain in many regions of Blue Star underwent changes. According to estimates by professional teams from his past life, the surface area of Blue Star expanded by 50% due to the energy tide. Vast expanses of uninhabited zones sprang forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, becoming human prohibitive areas. It is rumored that the first sighting of 4th-tier evolved beings occurred following this energy tide. However, research into this matter has remained a top-secret project for the human hierarchy, and Lin Mu knew little about it. Returning to the mysterious disappearance of the number 1 base, in the aftermath of the incident, the other survivor bases in Dajiang City reacted promptly. Lin Mu, assigned by the university town base, had accompanied several teams to investigate. However, what they encountered left Lin Mu and the senior officials of the university town base utterly astonished. It was not that the scene was particularly bloody. As a zombie, Lin Mu was hardly fazed by gory spectacles. On the contrary, the entire number 1 base was eerily deserted. Many electrical appliances were still operational. And aside from a few vehicles that seemed to have lost control and crashed into walls, everything appeared normal. Except for one thing. It was completely devoid of life. No one knew where the vast number of people in this enormous base had vanished to, nor why there was not a single sound. Even the distress signals went unanswered. Subsequently, several bases in the Great River City collaborated and conducted multiple searches, yet they yielded no results by the end of the apocalypse's first year. The Dawncore City, belonging to Great River City, was established, completely razing the territory that originally belonged to Shelter Number 1. This incident faded into obscurity, becoming an unsolved mystery. Reflecting on his previous life and the information he had gathered from various sources, Lin Mu found himself increasingly intrigued by this group of soldiers, who seemed to originate from Shelter Number 1. However, his interest was purely academic. He certainly did not wish to encounter an event that could cause the inexplicable disappearance of all lives within the base. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Mu finally refined his plan in his mind. He waved his hand, instructing Yi to continue monitoring the situation at Building 13, before he set off in another direction. The horde of corpses behind him gradually dispersed under the guidance of the demon, encircling Building 13. Notably, the direction Lin Mu chose was not towards Building 13. Since it was a matter of trapping the prey. A sufficient number of zombies were required to form a surrounding circle. The horde he had brought to the Sea-High community was evidently insufficient. Therefore, Lin Mu planned to utilize his ability to control corpses to command additional zombies. Precisely to test the limits of his power, this very moment. Within Building 13, after a brief silence, gunfire erupted suddenly to first-tier zombies. All units alert. There are first-tier zombies. The first soldier to enter the stairwell of Building 13 raised his submachine gun and opened fire continuously upwards. At the end of his line of sight, a massive zombie was rapidly approaching, using the staircase and handrail as cover. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that there were far more than just this one zombie drawing near. From a distance, Building 13 resembled a disturbed anthill, as waves of zombies surged from the upper floors, relentlessly advancing towards the location of the soldier squad below. Some zombies even climbed the exterior of Building 13, using balconies and air conditioning units for support, launching a swift assault towards the soldier squad. Outside, zombies were abundant. Damn it. This place has turned into a zombie nest. I estimate there are at least 200 zombies. Before their arrival, it was scouted that there were hardly any zombies in Building 13. What was going on? Stop wasting time. Rush in quickly. Use the building's internal structure for defense. Voices echoed through the communication channel. At this moment, the first-tier zombie that had charged down was already engaged in combat with the leading member of the team. It must be said that there is a vast difference between professional soldiers and ordinary survivor squads. Even in the absence of evolved beings, this team was able to force the first-tier zombie into retreat with just 2 members. If it weren't for the poor shooting angles within the stairwell, they would have likely turned that first-tier zombie into a sieve long ago. However, for this squad, the good news ended there. Damn it, something is hiding among these ordinary zombies. It's a special zombie. A hunter zombie. With a chilling scream, a soldier who had yet to enter the stairwell was suddenly knocked down by a shadow leaping from the side, instantly swallowed by the tide of corpses. No, don't bite me. His words hadn't yet faded when the previously advancing squad encountered an unforeseen obstacle and abruptly halted. What is happening? A soldier, having bumped into the shoulder of the person in front, turned in confusion, only to witness a shocking scene. There were not just 1 but 4 first-tier zombies above them. Following his gaze, 4 pairs of crimson eyes loomed down from above, fixated on their squad. The sound of dripping, putrid saliva even fell onto the handrail beside him. The energy detection device on the soldier, designed to sense first-tier zombies, emitted a continuous screech, flashing a dangerous red light. Yet at this moment, he no longer needed it. Merely by observing their size and aura, everyone understood that those 4 zombies above were undoubtedly first-tier zombies, with their escape route blocked and 4 first-tier zombies ahead. The hearts of the group plummeted. Fortunately, the first-tier zombie had already lost its combat ability due to sustained gunfire. Considering this premise, they only needed to confront 3 first-tier zombies and a few ordinary zombies crowded in the stairwell. However, that was still no easy feat. Break through upwards. With our weaponry, a few first-tier zombies are not difficult to handle. Adopt the stances you practiced during training and break through. After a brief pause, accompanied by a rallying cry, everyone regained their focus. The next moment, the sound of gunfire once again reverberated through the corridor. From outside Building 13, numerous zombies were seen tumbling from the exterior, while the corridor transformed into a sea of corpses and blood. Black zombie blood flowed down like a stream, accompanied by the occasional thud of falling zombie bodies, shocking onlookers. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, including the zombies that originally resided within Building 13, Lin Mu was controlling a horde of corpses that slowly enveloped Building 13 like a wall. Judging by the numbers, there were at least 200. Indeed, 200. Although Lin Mu could directly command only 100 zombies with his corpse-controlling ability, often, initiating a horde does not require controlling all the zombies within it. Much like a shepherd on the prairie, sometimes the corpse master only needs to control a few key zombies at critical points to guide and direct the entire horde towards the desired direction. Of course, this was limited to hordes. If he wished for these zombies to perform more intricate tasks, such as moving objects, he could only rely on the zombies he fully controlled. Furthermore, as the precision and complexity of the operations increased, the number of zombies he could control would further diminish. After all, corpse masters are not supercomputers and cannot multitask. As the roars echoed, the horde Lin Mu directed merged with the forces previously arranged by the demon, forming a complete encirclement in the closest vicinity. The vanguard of the horde had already made contact with the zombies that had survived within Building 13. Under Lin Mu's command, these zombies from Building 13 offered no resistance and were shredded to pieces, trampled into a puddle of flesh by the horde. This is the terror of a zombie tide. For regular human military forces, a single zombie, even a powerful zombie king, is relatively manageable since their destructive capabilities are limited. However, the zombie tide is different. Wherever this terrifying wave passes, no living creature can survive. Even other zombies, as long as they do not join the horde, will be instantly torn to shreds. This is far more terrifying than the locust plagues that ravaged before the outbreak of zombies. This represents a force capable of truly obliterating a human faction that in just 4 days of the apocalypse. The massive gathering of zombies triggered a tide that caused the destruction of dozens of strongholds across China, including 2 shelters outside Building 13. As the tide drew ever closer, the horde within the corridor and the soldier squad finally sensed something amiss. Members of the soldier squad, retreating to a resident's home on the 5th floor, opened the window and looked down. The densely packed zombies sent chills down his spine. Damn it, it's a zombie tide. A miniature zombie tide heading our way. How is this possible? Aren't zombie tides supposed to move towards areas densely populated by survivors? In this very place, which is undeniably a nest of the undead, how could a tide of corpses be approaching us? The soldiers exchanged anxious whispers, their voices unconsciously tinged with a hint of panic. This was an emotion they had not experienced even when confronting 4 first-tier zombies or when besieged by a solitary hunter zombie. The fear was born simply from the horrific scenes they had witnessed in recent days, all instigated by the relentless tide of corpses. The more they knew, the more they understood the terror of this phenomenon. Earlier that day, just before their departure, the experts at the shelter had specifically warned them to retreat immediately upon encountering a horde. Yet, judging by the current situation, retreat seemed to be a forlorn hope. Do you think this abnormal tide of corpses is a result of that newly discovered corpse master from Dajong City? The initial soldier, suppressing the growing fear within, turned and inquired, "Have you ever seen a corpse master capable of controlling such a massive horde? Moreover, what benefit would it gain from inciting such a tide? Here, it is nothing but zombies. Surely it wouldn't trigger a horde just for the sake of a few of us." As several soldiers engaged in discussion, the radio operator finally set up the communication device. Connecting to power, a low voice emanated from the radio amid the crackling sound. "Hello, Lu Bin, can you hear me? What is the situation?" The Lu Bin mentioned was the captain of this squad. Hearing the voice, Lu Bin hurriedly exited the nearby room, grasping the radio's intercom and responding urgently. "It's dire. The area by Professor Lu's house happens to be a zombie nest, and after we recklessly infiltrated the apartment building, we encountered a tide of corpses." After glancing downstairs, his voice grew heavy with an ominous tone. "The tide has cut off all our escape routes. We cannot break through." Upon hearing this, not only Lu Bin and the surrounding soldiers fell into a profound silence, but the other end of the radio did as well. Far across the river, 8 kilometers away at shelter number 1, a middle-aged man clad in military attire exhibited a flicker of compassion in his eyes. He placed the intercom down and whispered to a nearby individual, "Do we have any helicopters available?" Upon hearing this, the person paused momentarily before shaking his head in resignation, although he wished he could say otherwise. All the helicopters at shelter number 1 were currently engaged in other missions. They were simply too far from Seahai community to reach in time. After receiving the response, the military-clad man clenched his fist and slammed it heavily onto the table before him. "Damn this apocalypse!" With that low roar, the radio fell silent. In Seahai community, though Lu Bin was oblivious to the discussions taking place among the higher-ups at shelter number 1. He could surmise from the final curse uttered by the commander and the abrupt termination of the radio that no assistance would be forthcoming to rescue them. Setting down the intercom, sensing the despondent atmosphere among the soldiers, Lu Bin scanned the surroundings and spoke slowly, "Gentlemen, we must now rely solely on ourselves. I am aware of the feelings you all harbor at this moment, but I anticipated this from the moment we volunteered for this mission. I believe you did as well." As he spoke, he raised his fist to his chest. In this apocalyptic world, certain duties must be undertaken by someone. Let us not forget the caliber of the army from which we hail. With that, he forcefully lowered his fist, picked up his already loaded submachine gun, and boldly advanced towards the door. Witnessing this scene, the previously wavering soldiers felt a renewed fire ignite within their eyes. Damn it, aren't they just a bunch of zombies? They readied their weapons. Just then, the already shaky door finally succumbed to the assault of 3 first-tier zombies and 1 hunter zombie. Crashing down with a thunderous roar, the undead surged into the room like a relentless tide. Amidst the continuous gunfire, black blood and dismembered bodies rained through the air. Taste the fury of humanity. "You undead bastards!" a soldier bellowed, ripping a grenade from his waist, pulling the pin, and tossing it into the horde. The grenade rolled and fortuitously stopped at the toe of a first-tier zombie, initially stunned. The zombie stared at the small object that had rolled to its feet, then curiously picked it up, bringing it close to its crimson eyes for inspection. Then, with a deafening explosion, the entire building and staircase shook violently. In the relatively enclosed environment of the residential building, The grenade undoubtedly unleashed its maximum potential. The first-tier zombie at the epicenter had no time to emit a screech before it was obliterated into a cloud of bloody mist. The two other nearby first-tier zombies suffered massive wounds from the shrapnel, howling in agony. As for the ordinary zombies caught in the explosion's radius, they were utterly reduced to mere fragments. Instantly, a massive void appeared amidst the tide of zombies, with blood and flesh splattered against the walls, creating haunting images. This was the devastating lethality of firearms against flesh and blood. "Goodness, how brutal," remarked Lin Mu from a nearby building, observing the clash between the soldier squad and the zombies through the shattered glass. His eyes narrowed in concentration. The recent explosion served as a reflection of Lin Mu's decision to invoke the tide of corpses rather than confront the soldier squad directly, a choice that proved to be remarkably astute. After all, in such a confined space, even if Lin Mu possessed unparalleled strength and could evade the grenade, his subordinates would not be so fortunate, especially those like Yao Gui, who were not adept in combat, or ordinary first-tier zombies like Xiaoling who would undoubtedly meet the same grim fate as those unfortunate first-tier zombies if caught in the blast's range. Lin Mu could only protect one blood-marked entity. He had no means to safeguard the entire horde. Furthermore, even if this soldier squad had expended considerable resources traveling from shelter number 1 to this location, who could guarantee that none of them possessed a second grenade? Shifting his gaze, Lin Mu glanced at the surging tide of corpses now at the foot of Building 13, and a cruel smile crept upon his lips. For him, regardless of the outcome of the skirmish between the soldier squad and the zombies, the result would remain unchanged. Once the tide of corpses reached Building 13, anything that obstructed Lin Mu would be utterly torn asunder. Thus, at this moment, Lin Mu's mindset was one of mere amusement as he observed the unfolding conflict. Or rather, the farce. It was a pity for those soldiers. If given the chance, transforming them into zombies would indeed have been a splendid choice. Yet, with the tide of corpses advancing, how could any intact bodies remain? With a slight sigh, Lin Mu casually accepted a fresh piece of flesh offered by Yao Gui, savoring its tantalizing flavor. Uncertain of where he had procured them, he donned a pair of sunglasses and leaned back into a recliner prepared by Yao Gui. Bathed in the afternoon sun atop the building, Lin Mu tossed a piece of bloody meat to the large white creature that was playfully tussling with Xiaoling. Life was indeed delightful. Truly, the essence of comfort is often revealed through comparison. Just a single building apart, the contrast between heaven and hell was starkly evident. One side was embroiled in a fierce battle for survival, while the other remained in complete control, relishing a moment of leisure. Such an incongruous scene unfolded in a certain part of Sihai community. We have any more grenades? We can't hold out any longer. The communication channel of the squad was rife with shouts as the horde of corpses reached the base of Building 13. The undead that had initially surged down the stairs were driven back once more. In the area occupied by the soldiers, the density of zombies continued to escalate. If it were not for the relentless barrage of firepower that had already claimed the lives of many first-tier zombies, their predicament would undoubtedly be far more dire. Yet, despite this, a menacing sword hung over their heads. The special zombie from the Hunter's Path had not been eliminated. Lurking in the shadows, it claimed the life of a squad member each time it appeared. As of now, this 12-man team had dwindled to a mere 8. That their ammunition was nearly depleted, with just one grenade remaining. They had expended too much on the way here, leaving them with only this solitary piece. Seizing the moment while changing magazines, a soldier retrieved the last grenade from his tactical backpack. Before he could utter a word, a bloodied hand snatched the grenade from his grasp. Looking up, he saw it was Captain Lu Bin. "I've been bitten by a zombie. I won't survive. I can only clear a path for you. The rest is up to you." Without further ado, Lu Bin handed the soldier his heated submachine gun, took a deep breath, pulled the pin from the grenade, and charged towards the approaching swarm at the entrance. "Captain." Several soldiers immediately realized his intent. One instinctively tried to intervene, but upon witnessing the horde poised to breach their defenses, he could only grit his teeth and clench his fists. Just as Lu Bin reached the entrance and tackled two ordinary zombies, the special zombie from the Hunter's Path, which had been lying in wait in the shadows, suddenly lunged forward, its claws sharp as blades, aimed directly at Lu Bin. That moment, Lu Bin's expression revealed he had anticipated this, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, muttering, "Damn it, I've finally been waiting for you." Beast. With a swift slash, the claws effortlessly tore through his bulletproof vest, piercing his abdomen as the hunter prepared to retreat into the horde for its next assault. Lu Bin managed to grasp its leg. Although his strength was not great, it disrupted the hunter's rapid movement, sending it crashing against the wall with a thud. It was at this moment that the grenade's delayed fuse reached its climax. Die with my brothers, you beast. Accompanied by this final roar and a thunderous explosion, both the hunter and Lu Bin were engulfed in a mist of blood, scattering their remains in every direction. The dense horde was momentarily cleared, creating a vast void. The soldiers behind, unable to mourn, quickly surged out of the room, racing towards the higher floors in their mission objective. Meanwhile, on the roof of the adjacent building, Lin Mu observed the scene unfold, silently removing his sunglasses, his previous demeanor of nonchalance replaced by a gaze of complexity and respect directed at the epicenter of the explosion. Quite impressive. Indeed, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Yet he believed that true warriors, be they human, zombie, or evolved beings, deserved a fundamental level of respect. This, he deemed, was the most basic reverence for life itself. Being adversaries might merely stem from differing stances. After a brief pause, a cold glimmer returned to Lin Mu's eyes. It's time to wrap this up. As he rose and waved slowly, his necromantic abilities surged forth, further intensifying the already unstoppable tide of zombies. The relentless horde advanced towards the higher floors, their howls echoing throughout the entire complex. Approximately 20 minutes later, the iron gate on the roof of Building 13 was breached by the throng of undead, signifying the complete occupation of the building by Lin Mu's controlled horde. The struggle between the clam and the clam digger had finally reached its denouement. 2 minutes later, Lin Mu and his subordinates swiftly arrived at the base of Building 13. Here, at the designated spot marked by brown paper, a formidable zombie nest had emerged, attracting the attention of the military. That I must uncover the secrets hidden within this place. Gazing up at the building, now almost stained crimson with blood, Lin Mu whispered to himself. He then ascended the bloodied staircase, encountering countless corpses along the way. Notably, as they neared the building, Xiaolinger and Dabai became increasingly animated, as if they had returned home. No. In fact, they had indeed returned home. As they passed the 5th-floor corridor, something caught Lin Mu's attention. He bent down and picked up a bloodied badge from the ground, which prominently bore the name Lu Bin. So that was his name. With a contemplative sigh, Lin Mu casually slipped the badge into his coat pocket, after retrieving the crystal cores from the few first-tier zombie corpses left behind. He cast a brief glance around, not lingering, and continued his ascent with the horde. As they rose through the floors, Lin Mu discovered the mangled bodies of the soldiers who had rushed out earlier. One by one. Finally, on the 14th floor, he halted upon seeing the last corpse sprawled on the ground, its hand reaching forward as if trying to grasp something. It pointed toward the very location they had aimed for. Their intended destination, room 1404, Building 13, Unit B. Regrettably, this squad had exerted such effort only to have never set foot in this place. With a slight sigh, Lin Mu prepared to kick down the anti-theft door of room 1404. At that moment, Xiaolinger seemed to shudder, instinctively rushing forward, retrieving a key from her small backpack, and unlocking the door. Dabai transformed into a whirlwind, dashing into the room with a joyful bark. Witnessing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile wryly. He shot a glare at the chuckling specter behind him before stepping inside. From the looks of it, Xiaolinger's home was no different from that of an ordinary family. The living room featured a wooden sofa against the wall, with a rectangular coffee table in front. An ordinary living room, an ordinary kitchen. Everything appeared utterly normal, as if the apocalypse had never touched it. With nary a trace of blood, except for Lin Mu's blood-red eyes narrowed as he glanced down the corridor toward a locked room. His instincts told him there was something within that room, something that beckoned him closer. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Mu did not hesitate further. He dispatched the specter and a few ordinary zombies to search for the 2 blood fruits within the building, while he himself, accompanied by a regular zombie, proceeded directly toward the locked room. Meanwhile, across the blood-stained river, several kilometers away in shelter number 1, in a busy corner of a laboratory, a middle-aged man in military uniform turned to his side. His voice tinged with barely contained anger. Lu Lingfeng, what exactly do you have in that house? We've already lost an elite squad. Why are you still withholding information from me? Following his gaze, a weary man with dark circles under his eyes paused momentarily upon hearing the tone. He wiped his glasses with the corner of his lab coat and replied, Old Xing, it's not that I don't want to tell you. This matter is classified as top secret, and I have no authority to disclose it. Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged man in military attire could no longer contain his fury. He slammed his fist down on the table, causing several flasks to tremble. His anger was no longer concealed. Superiors? What time do you think it is now? Do you still expect to adhere to the old world's methods? I tell you, today you must reveal to me what this is, and what your project team intends to accomplish. Otherwise, get out of this sanctuary. After his outburst, the military man realized he had overreacted. He let out a slight sigh, his voice sinking to a somber tone. At the very least, let me know why those brothers died, so I have an explanation. Corpse Realm.as, if having made a momentous decision, Lu Lingfeng lifted his head and uttered a single word. What? The military man furrowed his brows, seemingly attempting to grasp the meaning of the term. The items in my possession include a token, a map, and some mysterious pills. We have yet to commence our research on the map and the pills. However, we have experimented with the token. When struck under magnetic confinement, it can open a miniature spatial passage, leading to a world we refer to as the Corpse Realm. We speculate that it is the origin of the apocalypse we currently face. After dismissing those irrelevant to the discussion, Lu Lingfeng spoke with an air of calm. The military man paused, deep in thought. So, what you mean is, Lu Lingfeng nodded slowly, our project is focused on researching how to completely open that passage. The higher-ups hope to eradicate this apocalypse by striking at the source of the zombies. The military man nodded in understanding, but hesitated before asking. Professor Lu, you are scientists, but forgive my frankness. Do you not think that treating such an enigmatic spatial passage as a panacea for all problems is rather rash? Upon hearing his words, Lu Lingfeng did not retort. After a moment of silence, he spoke. In this apocalypse, some things must be done. Even if hope is faint, it is better than waiting idly for death. Moreover, to my knowledge, there are no fewer than 100 such plans initiated within the borders of China alone. He locked eyes with the military man, his gaze piercing. This is not merely your concern or mine. It is humanity's self-rescue. Humanity must find a way out in this apocalypse. The military man, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Lu Lingfeng's gaze, nodded. I understand. I will continue to dispatch teams to retrieve the token from the Sea-High community, along with the map and the pills. However, Lu Lingfeng waved his hand. His voice suddenly heavied. No need for that. There are tokens available elsewhere, and I will inform you when the time comes. As for the map and the pills, at the onset of the apocalypse, before you arrived, we broke through the horde of zombies, and my large dog managed to escape with Xiaoling. Those items cannot fall into the hands of the undead. His voice grew increasingly grave. I did not expect your team to arrive so swiftly. If only I could have kept Xiaoling by my side back then. I wonder if she is safe now. As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the laboratory. Meanwhile, in room 1404 of the Sea-High community, the large white dog was playfully frolicking around Xiaoling in the living room, its fur occasionally sweeping small objects off the coffee table. Not far from them, Lin Mu, feeling utterly exasperated, forcefully pried open the iron lock, prompting the bewildered ordinary zombie beside him to venture inside and assess the situation. After confirming it was safe, he tossed a piece of fresh flesh to the worker zombie, allowing it to leave. Lin Mu then stepped decisively into the room. The windows had been boarded up with wooden planks, casting a dim light within. After fumbling for a while, he turned on the light and began to rummage through the clutter, following his instinct until he discovered a rusty, locked box among the debris. The box appeared somewhat aged, yet the lock was new, suggesting it had only recently been placed there. Muttering to himself, Lin Mu gave a firm twist, unfastening the outer lock. What met his eyes caused him to momentarily freeze. It was a token, broad as a palm, entirely blood black, its material indiscernible. Intricate patterns twisted together, forming unfamiliar characters that enveloped it. The Corpse Realm token. How could this object be found in such a place? No, wait. This is only the 4th day of the apocalypse. How could there be a Corpse Realm token? Lin Mu recognized the item before him, and it was precisely this recognition that rendered him astonished. Running his fingers over the token's engravings, he was certain it was undoubtedly the Corpse Realm token. However, according to what he had learned in his previous life, the Corpse Realm token only appeared 2 months into the apocalypse. When the Corpse Realm first opened, this item was the key to unlocking the gates of the Corpse Realm. Yet, here it was, merely 4 days into the apocalypse. How could this be possible? Lin Mu's pupils constricted in shock for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. Shock and panic would solve nothing. Only contemplation and action could reveal the essence of the truth. This was the insight Lin Mu had garnered from executing countless missions in his past life. A principle he steadfastly adhered to. Observing the token before him, he narrowed his blood-red eyes and began to ponder the myriad possibilities. The appearance of this object in an ordinary household, coupled with its evident careful preservation, suggested that it likely did not emerge after the onset of the apocalypse. Moreover, considering the team that had come searching for it, Lin Mu had reason to believe that humanity, at least its upper echelons, might have been aware of some information regarding the apocalypse prior to its arrival and had initiated relevant research. These were revelations Lin Mu had been entirely oblivious to in his previous life. One possibility was that the people from the university base had known but had chosen not to inform him. Another possibility was that even those at the university base were unaware of these matters. And later, even after the establishment of the core city, they remained ignorant. Contemplating this, Lin Mu's blood-red pupils flickered, an unusual light flashing in his eyes. Where did the token originate? How did humanity come to possess it? Were they aware of what this token represented? And what of the mysterious map and the brown pills? A multitude of questions that had never crossed his mind in his past life surged within him. Yet, rather than feeling lost, Lin Mu was exhilarated. A thrill akin to brushing against the truth surged within him. This apocalypse concealed far more than he had ever known. In other words, this world was infinitely more mysterious and vibrant than he had imagined. Now this is truly intriguing. Lin Mu instinctively tightened his grip on the token, a wicked and excited smile spreading across his face. Lin Mu did not fear the unknown or the mysterious. On the contrary, he relished the challenge. He had always been one to flirt with danger, from his almost deliberate exposure of his corpse nest location to human strongholds at that time. One could discern his penchant for games of chance. He relished the thrill of competition, eager to win and to continue winning. With cunning schemes and overwhelming force, Lin Mu spared no effort. Although the apocalypse had only just begun, Lin Mu, having lived once before, had already perceived the harsh truth of this world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Mere survival held no meaning. Take the present moment, for instance. If he were to cling to safety and simply endure, he would miss out on the mysterious pills and even the chance to become a ruler, let alone qualify to touch the secrets of this world. Thus, he must relentlessly forge ahead, employing any means necessary to outpace his competitors. Striving to stand atop the world, regaining his thoughts, Lin Mu exhaled a deep breath, gazing through the cracks between the wooden planks of the window at the steel jungle of the great river city. How splendid! Accompanied by this cold whisper, Lin Mu left the room without a backward glance. The remnants of the setting sun gradually faded away as night once again descended upon the Seahai community. The sweep through the 13 buildings was reaching its conclusion. A dozen bulletproof vests and firearms lay piled on the coffee table before Lin Mu. Although the remaining ammunition of that soldier squad was scant, it was sufficient for Lin Mu to accomplish certain tasks. These human artifacts, combined with the 7 or 8 shards of crystal marrow already consumed by Lin Mu, along with 2 bloodfruit entwined with copious flesh and blood, constituted all of Lin Mu's gains from this venture. Despite having ingested several shards of crystal marrow, Lin Mu's rank remained at the late stage of the first tier. However, he could sense that he was drawing ever closer to perfection in the first tier. Indeed, if one were to speak of gains, the demon should also be counted among them. Turning his gaze to the demon, who was busily directing the horde of corpses to transport the spoils downstairs, Lin Mu seemed to perceive a potential for becoming a high-ranking laborer, albeit one who would not be paid. Unconsciously chuckling to himself, Lin Mu rose, gesturing grandly. Let us return home. Upon hearing this command, the horde of corpses erupted into excitement, howling with fervor in the once quiet community. Their voices echoed incessantly. Approximately 10 minutes later, under Lin Mu's leadership, the horde exited the Seahai community, traversing the desolate shops along the street towards the community hospital. The bulletproof vests and firearms were packed into cardboard boxes, personally guarded by the demon, while the 2 bloodfruits, along with the heap of corpses, were carried by a large group of ordinary zombies. Consequently, the horde's pace was somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, as Lin Mu gazed at the abundant spoils behind him, his mood remained remarkably buoyant. Moreover, having left the Seahai community and stepped onto the street, his sense of vigilance inevitably diminished. At that moment, a faint red glimmer suddenly flickered behind the glass of a nearby shop. Sensing the anomaly, Lin Mu instinctively turned to look in that direction. Before he could discern what was happening, the glass shattered without warning in the next instant. A blurred shadow leapt forth from within, lunging at Lin Mu amid the rain of glass shards. The icy claws, glinting with deadly intent, aimed directly at Lin Mu's head. As if this long-awaited hunter sought to deliver a fatal blow. The abruptness of the attack left the horde behind him unable to react in time. Even Lin Mu himself could only instinctively unleash his corpse domain, exerting all his strength to twist his head away. Fortunately, the corpse domain proved effective. Under the crimson glow, the shards of glass were visibly slowed. The claw, reminiscent of death itself, momentarily dulled its strike. It was this fleeting moment that allowed Lin Mu to evade the lethal attack. A flash of cold light passed by, and strands of neatly severed black hair drifted down before his face, a line of blood appearing on his cheek, dark droplets oozing and falling to the ground. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Mu had never felt his heart race so violently. It was a narrow escape. Gasping for breath, Lin Mu assumed a combat stance, instinctively focusing his gaze ahead. At that moment, the assailant, under the influence of the Dominion, finally revealed her form. The instant Lin Mu recognized her face, his pupils constricted sharply, and his breath caught in his throat, following Lin Mu's line of sight. Amidst the scattered shards of glass and the scent of blood from her crimson-streaked hair was the visage of a young girl, perhaps 17 or 18 years old. If one were to overlook the scarlet eyes and the blood-stained pallor of her cheeks, her appearance could indeed be deemed stunning, possessing an ethereal chill akin to a moon suspended in the night sky. However, what truly astonished Lin Mu was not the appearance of this zombie, but rather the identity it represented. He recognized this zombie. No, it should be said, it was the Corpse Empress, the Shadow Empress. Ranked 5th among the 10 zombie monarchs of ancient China, she was known as the strongest corpse hunter alongside the Charm Emperor. The Empress of Shadows, Mo. The two words escaped Lin Mu's lips, tinged with a hint of palpable dread and confusion. The dread was easily comprehensible, faced with such a top-tier zombie, particularly one renowned for her assassination skills. Even another monarch would need to exercise caution. As for the confusion, wasn't this Shadow Empress supposed to have first appeared in Dachuan City? Why was she here in Great River City? Furthermore, why did she harbor such intense hostility towards him? A multitude of questions surged in Lin Mu's mind, until he discerned the expression upon the Shadow Empress's face. It seemed he had stumbled upon the answer to his final question. Opposite Lin Mu, the Shadow Empress furrowed her brow, an expression of rage and wariness evident upon her features, as though someone had snatched away something that belonged to her, yet she was uncertain if she could overpower her adversary. Observing this expression, and recalling the events that transpired upon his entry into the Seahai community, the creatures that had been hunted, the two injured first-tier zombies, and the peculiar glances, an answer appeared to present itself. In the Seahai community, the so-called Grim Reaper spoken of by the demon, the true ruler of the Seahai community, was none other than the Shadow Empress before him, and it seemed that he had unwittingly intercepted the two injured first-tier zombies. Drawing the gaze of this zombie king upon himself, truly, the zombie king renowned for her assassination skills, she had refrained from striking within the community, assessing his strength, only to launch a fatal assault the moment he stepped outside. Lowering his psychological defenses, had he not instinctively opened his corpse domain, and had it not been for his honed instincts for danger from his past life, he might very well have met his demise here. The 10 monarchs were indeed terrifying. Even so, the treasures he had already consumed were not something Lin Mu would relinquish. Whatever other cost he was asked to pay were out of the question. Regardless of the title of king or emperor, even if the corpse ancestor himself were to appear, Lin Mu would not surrender a single shard of crystal marrow today. Moreover, was this not fortuitous? After so long in the apocalypse, no one had been able to truly indulge alongside him. Oh, not let me down, Shadow Empress. Accompanied by a murmur, Lin Mu's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. And within his slightly lowered gaze, a surge of bloodthirsty madness welled up. The aura of a late-stage, first-tier zombie radiated unabashedly. His body seemed to quiver in anticipation, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Detecting the shift in Lin Mu, the demon behind him instinctively took 2 steps back, his gaze fleetingly scanning over Lin Mu and the Shadow Emperor, an inadvertent flicker of panic manifesting on his face. He could sense that the commanding aura, which had always surrounded his newly recognized leader, seemed to have dissipated, replaced instead by an overwhelming madness, a ferocity of slaughter that had long been suppressed. This sensation was something the demon had never experienced from this leader before. Swallowing hard, although he yearned to lead the horde of corpses in support of Lin Mu, reason cautioned him that the clash between these two formidable entities was beyond his capacity to engage. As well as that of the ordinary zombies trailing behind him, reality soon proved his intuition correct. For in the very next moment after the demon retreated, Lin Mu and the Shadow Emperor, who had been locked in a standoff, suddenly sprang into action without warning to the demon's eyes. He could only perceive 2 indistinct shadows colliding amidst the crimson glow and flickering darkness, in the blink of an eye. The sound of their collision reverberated throughout the street, shattering the glass of several nearby shops, while even the trees lining the sidewalk, close to the heart of the battle, shed their bark, revealing gaping wounds. Witnessing this scene, not only the demon but even the nearby Xiaolinger and Dabai were gripped by astonishment. Dabai, who had reached the mid-stage of the first rank and was more sensitive to the presence of zombies, trembled visibly, instinctively letting out a whimper. The reason was simple. At that moment, the aura emanating from the clash between Lin Mu and the Shadow Emperor was overwhelmingly fierce and terrifying that if soldiers from the first shelter were present, equipped with zombie ability detection devices, they would be astounded to discover that the energy density at the center of the collision had escalated to a level comparable to that of a late-stage second-rank zombie battle. Indeed, late-stage second rank, with a foundation that was already formidable, coupled with being within the dominion of the master domain, Lin Mu's strength was nearing the late stage of the second rank. Likewise, the Shadow Emperor before him was in a similar position. Lin Mu could sense that this corpse emperor, like him, was only at the late stage of the first rank. That it appeared that this corpse emperor had consumed the blood fruit and attained the pinnacle of the corpse hunting pathway. If memory served correctly, the Shadow Emperor's rank in the previous life was one of the two top-tier hunting ranks, Hunting God. In comparison to Charm, which emphasized splitting abilities and seduction, Hunting God represented the ultimate offensive power of the corpse hunting pathway. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in the early stages of the apocalypse, the offensive power of the Hunting God rank was the strongest among all zombies. After yet another fierce collision, Lin Mu gasped for breath, his crimson eyes fixated ahead. Upon closer inspection, he bore numerous wounds across his body, with several of them so severe that a slight misstep could have cost him his combat capability or even his life. Conversely, not far across from him, the Shadow Emperor was evidently faring no better. During their fierce exchange, Lin Mu had adopted a strategy of trading wounds for wounds, which left the Shadow Emperor accustomed to assassination and swift kills. Quite unaccustomed that moment, her left arm hung limply, its grotesquely twisted joint clearly indicating that it had been broken, and on her face, the previously resentful expression had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable wariness. It was evident that this King of Shadows had not anticipated the battle would unfold in such a manner. What was even more perplexing to her was that the zombie before her seemed inexhaustible, growing stronger with each confrontation. Even after sustaining over 10 wounds from her strikes, it fought on with relentless zeal, as if reveling in the chaos of battle, from those crimson, nearly frenzied eyes. The Shadow Emperor perceived a devil seemingly emerge from the depths of hell. Moreover, this devil's combat prowess appeared to surpass her own. This caused even the top-tier zombie to hesitate momentarily. Just then, Lin Mu sensed the Shadow Emperor's hesitation and seized the opportunity, propelling himself forward with explosive force, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, the Shadow Emperor, who had initially intended to hold back, seemed incensed by Lin Mu's relentless onslaught. After evading his attack, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in her scarlet eyes. In the next instant, shadows, like twisted vengeful spirits, erupted from her form, concealing her figure while emitting piercing wails as they surged toward Lin Mu. Catching sight of this, Lin Mu's eyes betrayed a flicker of anticipated understanding. The Shadow Soul Piercer, a signature ability of the Shadow Emperor in the early stages of the apocalypse. As a zombie king particularly hostile towards humanity and responsible for considerable harm to them. Human research on the Shadow Emperor had been extensive. Lin Mu had even crossed paths with her during certain missions, although it was not her true form he faced, but rather the vengeful spirits summoned by the Shadow Soul Piercer during a hunting expedition. Even so, the assault of dozens of vengeful spirits had left Lin Mu severely battered, instilling in him a psychological scar regarding the Shadow Emperor. This was one reason why he had reacted so strongly upon encountering her earlier. According to human research from his previous life, the Shadow Soul Piercer could consume the souls of all beings killed by the Shadow Emperor, transforming them into vengeful spirits. This not only enhanced the attack power of the Shadow Soul Piercer, but also allowed the spirits to act in unison, actively assaulting opponents. Naturally, such an extraordinary ability came with numerous limitations, much like Lin Mu's own sovereign bloodmark. However, the humans of his previous life were unaware of the specific constraints, and even if they had discovered them, what difference would it make? This in no way diminishes the formidable power of the Shadow Soul Dagger. Particularly in this fierce confrontation with the Shadow Emperor, Lin Mu possesses a significant informational advantage. At the very least, he is well acquainted with the Shadow Emperor's combat style and most of her unique abilities. In contrast, the Shadow Emperor's understanding of him is minimal. Yet, on the flip side, the initial strength of the corpse hunting path somewhat compensates for the disadvantages caused by this asymmetry of information. Thus, the current situation has emerged, with Lin Mu and the Shadow Emperor locked in a near-even contest. With a deep, resonant roar, Lin Mu swiftly twisted his body, evading most of the vengeful souls. However, under his deliberate control, a small portion of these souls still latched onto him, tearing away at his flesh. This was indeed a calculated maneuver. A closer inspection would reveal that beneath Lin Mu's blood-red, frenzied eyes lay an absolute calmness. It is this very composure that enables him to swiftly assess the situation and seize opportunities amidst the chaos of battle, allowing him to survive numerous crises in his past life. Presently, Lin Mu's intention to be struck by the vengeful souls is quite simple. He seeks to create a feigned vulnerability, enticing the Shadow Emperor to approach him, so that he may deliver a lethal blow using his trump card, the blood domination. This, however, is a necessity, as the Shadow Emperor's speed is astonishingly swift. Even with the assistance of the corpse domain, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Mu to strike her through conventional means. Prolonging this stalemate would only result in a vicious cycle. Thus, deliberately exposing a flaw in his defense to seek an opportunity becomes the optimal strategy for Lin Mu. After all, with a physique enhanced to 30% of that of a rock-level zombie, Lin Mu's recovery speed and endurance slightly surpass that of the Shadow Emperor. This is his advantage, as expected, the moment Lin Mu's body stiffened from the assault of the vengeful souls. A pale claw, resembling the scythe of death, lunged at him through the layers of vengeful souls. This was an attack from the Shadow Emperor. I've been waiting for you. With a low growl, Lin Mu did not hesitate. He actively activated the power of blood domination. In an instant, all attributes belonging to the rock were conferred upon him, causing his form to swell dramatically. Although the attributes of the mid-tier zombie rock are not particularly formidable compared to Lin Mu or the Shadow Emperor, even the slightest shift in this evenly matched, high-intensity combat could tip the scales. Indeed, after receiving the attributes from rock, Lin Mu slightly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal claw while simultaneously reaching out to grasp the Shadow Emperor's icy wrist. Then, with a powerful thrust of his legs and a twist of his waist, Lin Mu yanked her arm, propelling her down towards the ground with a force akin to that of a spring. The resounding crash, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, reverberated throughout the street. The horde of zombies observing from over 10 meters away stared, their eyes wide with shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. If any human were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, for they had never encountered such an organized and human-like expression on the face of a zombie. This astonishment had adorned the faces of the onlooking zombies since the first clash between Lin Mu and the Shadow Emperor, remaining unshaken ever since. In the spot where the Shadow Emperor crashed down, 5 meters in front of Lin Mu, leaves swirled in the air. The wailing vengeful souls dissipated like water lilies untethered from their support. Vanishing into nothingness, revealed beneath the shroud of souls was the Shadow Emperor, bloodied and struggling. The recent blow had evidently inflicted significant damage upon her. Lin Mu, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes, instinctively preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Yet, the next moment brought a drastic change to his expression as he retreated swiftly. Drops of an inky liquid began to drip from the trembling, rising form of the Shadow Emperor, cascading to the ground like dark ink staining white paper, spreading rapidly and engulfing an area nearly 10 meters around her. If Lin Mu had not retreated, he too would have been ensnared by this abyssal domain. As for the consequences, wherever the black water flowed, the fallen leaves, the spattered blood from the recent battle, shards of glass, and the decaying bones carelessly discarded by the roadside, all vanished without a sound, erased from existence as though they had never been. Within this silent, ink-black realm, the Shadow Emperor's wounds healed at an alarming rate, her form becoming faintly transparent. Without concentrated focus, one might not even notice her presence. The silent ink domain. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu uttered 4 words with deliberate heaviness, his expression becoming graver than ever. If the Shadow Soul Dagger is the signature ability of the Shadow Emperor in the early apocalypse, then the silent ink domain is her absolute hallmark. Among all known God Hunter-class zombies and indeed all zombies of the corpse-hunting path, only the Shadow Emperor possesses this ability. This power is a significant reason for her designation as one of the 10 emperors. The ink domain brings death. This was the most straightforward assessment of this ability by humanity in the previous life. It implies that the emergence of the ink domain signifies the Shadow Emperor's approach, and within the area cloaked by this domain. No living being can survive. It is rumored that in the previous life, the Shadow Emperor even utilized this ability to slay a prominent zombie from the land of cherry blossoms, one that ranked among the top 100 zombies. The specific details of that battle remain unknown due to the concealment of the silent ink domain, yet the tragic fate of that top 100 zombie from the land of cherry blossoms became widely circulated on the internet in the previous life. That battle solidified the Shadow Emperor's fearsome reputation. However, should not this ability have been acquired by the Shadow Emperor only at the 4th tier? As the first stage approached its climax, she was able to unleash her power. Or perhaps the information she had gleaned from her previous life had once again revealed discrepancies. A flurry of thoughts flashed through Lin Mu's mind as he assumed a posture of imminent confrontation, ever ready to evade the encroaching embrace of the silent ink domain and the Shadow Monarch's assault. Behind him, the previously passive horde of corpses, upon witnessing Lin Mu's stance, advanced rather than retreated, stepping forward in unison to unleash an enraged roar towards the Shadow Monarch ensconced within the silent ink domain. The resonating howls echoed throughout the entire street. Time seemed to crawl in the tense standoff, as neither side took the initiative to strike. Perhaps it was Lin Mu's terrifying strength that led the Shadow Monarch to deem a reckless gamble on life and death unworthy. Or perhaps the Shadow Monarch's command over the silent ink domain was still unrefined. Alternatively, there could be other reasons at play. After a brief standoff lasting mere seconds, the pitch-black ink domain contracted like a stream flowing backward, swiftly transforming into droplets that reabsorbed into the Shadow Monarch's form. At that moment, the Shadow Monarch bore no visible wounds, as if she had not endured this brutal clash at all, sensing the gradual dissipating of the murderous intent emanating from the Shadow Monarch. Lin Mu's tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly, standing upright as his crimson, bloodshot eyes gradually returned to their normal scarlet hue in Lin Mu's gaze. The initial trepidation or resentment on the Shadow Monarch's face had vanished entirely, replaced by an expression of contemplation. It was no surprise to Lin Mu that a creature of such caliber could exhibit such a spectrum of emotions. What intrigued him was why this King of Shadows had abandoned the prospect of a life and death struggle with him, and instead opted for contemplation. From his previous life's knowledge of the Shadow Monarch, he knew that once this entity set its sights on a target, it seldom relinquished its pursuit, nor did it ever display such unguarded vulnerability while standing before an adversary. After a moment's pause, as Lin Mu pondered, the Shadow Monarch seemed to arrive at a decision, slightly parting her lips to growl, seemingly preparing to communicate with Lin Mu. However, in the next instant, she suddenly sensed something. Turning her head to gaze into the distance, her low growl interrupted. "Companion, you are formidable. Should the need arise, I will seek your assistance." With that ambiguous statement, the Shadow Monarch transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing before Lin Mu's eyes as if teleporting. This speed was at least double his own. After a brief mental calculation, Lin Mu abandoned the thought of pursuit, his gaze lingering on the direction in which the Shadow Monarch had disappeared. If circumstances allowed, he genuinely wished to slay this zombie king, to unearth secrets from her or seize the opportunities she originally possessed. Yet, conditions did not permit. As for bringing her under his command or, further still, implanting a blood seal, Lin Mu had not even entertained such notions. They were far too absurd. Perhaps absurdity could be likened to opening the door to absurdity itself. Absurdity that would arrive home to find himself dreaming of such scenarios. In the recent encounter, had the silent ink domain fully unfolded, Lin Mu would have had only a 60% chance of retreating unscathed, not to mention the myriad of other demands that would be impossible to satisfy. Although he understood that the Shadow Monarch, in the late first stage, would incur immense costs to unleash the silent ink domain, he dared not gamble. Alternatively, it could be said that his subordinates could not afford to take such risks. To defeat an enigmatic zombie king at the cost of his subordinates' grievous sacrifices was hardly a worthwhile transaction. Moreover, if the objective were merely to defeat her without ensuring her demise, and she were to escape, the situation would only exacerbate. However, this battle was not without its rewards for Lin Mu. At the very least, he had gained experience in combating a zombie monarch, along with a comprehensive assessment of his own strength. At this juncture, Lin Mu's prowess had already reached the level of the 10 monarchs of China. This was exceedingly formidable. It is worth noting that such levels of zombie monarchs are scarce, with only a handful present in China, and globally no more than a dozen. This serves as a testament to Lin Mu's current formidable strength. Of course, the reason the 10 monarchs held their status was largely due to their astounding evolutionary speed. Should he become complacent with his current achievements and cease to evolve, Lin Mu understood without a doubt that within mere days, these zombie monarchs would leave him far behind. After all, in terms of evolutionary progress, Lin Mu had not surpassed these monarchs. He merely stood shoulder to shoulder with them. As for the second potential reward, it could very well be the direction the Shadow Monarch had taken in her final words. Contemplating this, Lin Mu directed his gaze towards the path the Shadow Monarch had departed. It seemed to lead towards the Great Jiang City Wildlife Park. In Lin Mu's memory, the Great Jiang City Wildlife Park was not merely an ordinary zoo. Its section within the city was adjacent to the Great Jiang City Ecological Environment Research Institute and the Great Jiang City Wildlife Research Center. Together, they had established a vast wildlife observation area, teeming with a plethora of species from around the globe, and an ecologically diverse environment. It was arguably the largest wildlife observation center in the entire central China region. Consequently, post-apocalypse, it had become exceedingly perilous. With numerous evolved beasts occupying most of the area, engaging in a latent standoff with zombies and zombie beasts. In his previous life, to investigate this area, the university town's human base had suffered notable losses. Moreover, if Lin Mu's memory served him correctly, this location had once been the site of some extraordinary treasure, prompting fierce competition among the zombie horde and resulting in a series of upheavals. Yet, due to the passage of time and his lack of first-hand involvement, Lin Mu could not recall the specifics of what had transpired. Perhaps when he ascended to the second stage of zombification and completely obliterated the Western Xing human stronghold, he could venture there to explore. Perhaps he might uncover something particularly valuable. Upon realizing this, Lin Mu returned to the present, the Shadow Monarch's parting words resurfacing in his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. Assistance, a zombie monarch in Great Jiang City. Did she truly have matters that required his aid? Furthermore, this seemed inconsistent with the Shadow Monarch's established character. Despite his lingering doubts, Lin Mu did not dwell on them. Just as he turned to gaze towards the community hospital down the street, his phone suddenly rang. Taking out his phone and wiping away the bloodstains, he was pleasantly surprised to see a video call request from Ingsan. Without hesitation, he accepted the call. On the other end of the video call, Ingsan uttered not a word but directed the phone's camera towards a specific direction. From the perspective, it appeared that Ingsan was concealed within a room near a window in a certain residential building. Capturing footage of the scene below, the video revealed a 100-strong team from the Western Xing stronghold, illuminated by torches and flashlights, engaged in hushed conversations that were intermittently drowned out by the noise. Lin Mu squinted, focusing intently on the screen of his phone. Had this human stronghold already begun to mobilize? Very well, let them be the first to feel the blade, accompanied by a chilling voice. Lin Mu cast his gaze backward, towards the more than 10 firearms and bulletproof vests strapped to the back of the large figure before him. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips as a plan gradually took shape within his mind. Moments later, he led the horde of corpses towards the community hospital, the nest of the dead. Meanwhile, beneath the shroud of night, at the small supermarket situated along the route from the Xixing stronghold to the community hospital, Director Liu emerged, surrounded by a throng of admirers, accompanied by a younger aide wielding live-streaming equipment. His face beamed with delight, his plump features quivering with each movement. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to witness is how the Xixing stronghold purges the supermarket. Please enjoy as our valiant warriors demonstrate their prowess in exterminating zombies under my leadership. A.S. Liu's voice faded. The scene shifted. Several agile team members, wielding clubs, charged into the supermarket, confronting the incoming zombies head-on. The sound of shattering skulls and splattering viscera became the soundtrack of the broadcast, igniting the already fervent atmosphere in the live-streaming room. Since the onset of the apocalypse, broadcasts depicting zombie hunts had surpassed all other genres, firmly occupying the apex of live-streaming content. Moreover, what Director Liu was showcasing was not merely the slaughter of a few zombies. It was a massacre of the undead horde. Hence, this live stream rightfully garnered immense attention. From noon until now, it had amassed a considerable audience. Observing the team members navigating effortlessly through the throng of zombies, with clubs and blades in hand, countless zombies fell with mournful wails, their skulls crushed or severed in swift, brutal motions. One individual even brandished a zombie's head before the camera, eliciting roars of exhilaration from the viewers. Incredible. This is exhilarating. These little zombies are nothing to fear. as expected of a well-established stronghold. Battling zombies is like child's play. The barrage of comments flooded in that moment. The once dreaded zombies appeared less terrifying, as if every keyboard warrior watching the stream could single-handedly vanquish a swarm of the undead. It was akin to a playful taunt. Witnessing other survivors effortlessly dispatching zombies instilled a sense of pride, even in those shivering in closets, watching the stream, with the zombies in the small supermarket being continuously eradicated. The excitement in the live stream surged. Not only ordinary survivors, but also numerous official accounts from large institutions and shelters entered the chatroom. After all, it was only the 4th day of the apocalypse. Videos showcasing such large-scale zombie exterminations were rare. Through this live stream, they could glean strategies for combating zombies while also understanding their behaviors. The second survivor base of Dying City. Another big shot has arrived. Quick, get a photo. Are you there? How about a residency qualification? The official agency from Europa has also joined. This is getting lively. It seems the Xixing stronghold is quite impressive. Isn't it obvious? Slaying zombies is as easy as drinking water. I've been watching since the beginning of the stream. It's no exaggeration to say that the Xixing stronghold has eliminated at least over 200 zombies, occupying 4 to 5 small supermarkets and shops. A viewer quickly typed in the comments, the keyboard clattering furiously. How much supplies must that yield? I want some. Shocked cat wants to steal. Isn't that you, bro? You're still around. Outside the small supermarket, witnessing the increasing excitement of the live stream. With numerous large institutions joining in, Director Lu felt an invigorating flame igniting within him, his eyes nearly squinting into slits. He realized that his gamble on this broadcast had paid off, not only enhancing his notoriety and capturing the attention of superiors, but also sparking the interest of many to join the Xixing stronghold. Bursting with excitement, he patted his aide beside him, instructing him to point the camera at himself, and proclaimed loudly, "Dear viewers in the live stream, I am Lu Qianfeng, and this zombie extermination operation is organized by me. As the leader of the Xixing stronghold, I have been diligently working to assist." Just as Director Lu directed the camera towards his own face, preparing to boast about his achievements, the atmosphere in the live stream abruptly shifted. Some irate viewers, seeing the footage of the zombie hunt cut off, began hurling insults. "Who is this fat pig? Move your face away. I want to see the zombie hunt. Hurry up. Is this guy out of his mind? He has been live for so long and has done a thing, yet he wants to take credit. Dajiang Shelter, aren't you going to step in and manage this?" The number of critical comments in the live stream began to multiply. Witnessing this unabashed mockery, the once enthusiastic expression on Director Lu's face hardened, quickly turning a shade of deep crimson. Yet, as the initiator of the broadcast, with so many large institutions and shelters observing, he dared not unleash his frustration upon the viewers. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came forth. Observing this scene, the comments section erupted with laughter. "Haha, what an electronic pet. This is hilarious. Let me ask you, why is your face so red?" Just as the viewers debated, and Lu found himself at a loss. A sudden scream pierced through the chaos as a colossal zombie descended from the 2nd floor of the small shopping mall, its immense form thundering down the stairs, upon spotting the humans. Its eyes flared crimson, charging towards the line of defense established by the team members. With a series of terrifying roars, within mere moments, the massive zombie breached their defenses, its overwhelming force sending one team member flying, crashing heavily onto the concrete floor. The previous scream had emanated from this unfortunate individual. Witnessing this, the previously confident Director Lu felt a tremor run through him, instinctively taking a step back. He was fortunate that the live stream was not focused on him at that moment. Otherwise, he would have surely faced a torrent of ridicule. However, at that instant, the audience in the live stream had no inclination to pay attention to Lu, the so-called electronic pet. All eyes were riveted on the suddenly emerged zombie. This is definitely a first-level zombie. There's no mistaking it, just like the one announced a few days ago. Is this thing really a zombie? It's terrifying. This group won't end up in disaster. Will they? Our shelter lost an entire squad to a first-level zombie just a few days back. The online community is abuzz with discussion, though some time has elapsed since the first appearance of the first-tier zombie. Officially acknowledged by the authorities, there remain individuals who have yet to witness it or keep abreast of official updates. Much like those who, before the apocalypse, rarely tuned into the news more than twice a year. Consequently, the live stream is inundated with a flurry of comments. However, with such a multitude of viewers, coupled with large organizations and shelters, there are certainly knowledgeable individuals present, Yet, this segment remains predominantly silent, seemingly awaiting to observe how the Xixing stronghold intends to confront this first-tier zombie. It is noteworthy that within a mere span of 10 seconds since its emergence, 3 team members have already been toppled, one of whom has even been seized by the zombie, commencing its gruesome feast. Blood splattering in all directions. The horrific scene has instilled a sense of fear in many of the team members who rushed into the supermarket, prompting them to reconsider their advance on another front. After a brief moment of panic, Director Liu suddenly recalled something, slapping his forehead. That's right, we still have the evolved ones. Murmuring to himself, he turned towards the cloaked figure who had been awaiting his command. Huang Xiaohua, go. Everyone witness your prowess and silence those foolish viewers in the live stream. With this declaration, the individual known as Huang Xiaohua let out a cold snort, removing his cloak and striding confidently forward. However, his fearsome appearance left many team members taken aback. Were it not for Huang Xiaohua still exhibiting numerous human traits, his eyes not glowing crimson, many might have mistaken him for a zombie. Even those familiar with Huang Xiaohua at the Xixing stronghold found his transformation shocking, let alone the multitude of viewers in the live stream as the camera panned to Huang Xiaohua. The already bustling live stream exploded with activity. His position on the streaming leaderboard surged from 5th to 1st in an instant, as more and more viewers flocked to the broadcast. What the hell? A zombie emerged from this crowd. What is this? Is he even human? Could the rumors be true that certain shelters are conducting human experiments? Newcomers? Can someone explain what is happening? The discussion rapidly converged on Huang Xiaohua, observing his confident approach towards the first-tier zombie. Many bewildered viewers grew increasingly perplexed. Has he lost his mind? Is the stronghold sending him to his doom? This doesn't seem right. What has happened to him? The barrage of comments continued, becoming a disruption to the live broadcast. At this moment, a bold, red font message appeared in the streaming chat. Dahai City Shelter Number 3. This is a first-tier evolved being. Upon seeing this official confirmation, a portion of the ordinary viewers, though still somewhat incredulous, chose to believe. Almost simultaneously, numerous individuals claiming to have encountered first-tier evolved beings emerged, affirming, this is indeed how a first-tier evolved being appears. Amidst the intense discourse, the focus of the live stream quickly shifted from skepticism to enthusiastic discussions regarding the first-tier evolved being. What? So it's a first-tier evolved being. The underlings are blind, the river of the dead recedes, and the evolved ones stand resolute. What first-tier evolved being can compare to my explosive gang? Is this really how first-tier evolved beings look? Quite grotesque. Oh dear, in this apocalypse, who cares about appearances? The live stream was a cacophony of opinions, yet one sentiment resonated universally. Anticipation for this so-called first-tier evolved being's performance against the first-tier zombie. After all, earlier that morning, although organizations declared they had developed an evolved serum capable of producing humans who could dominate first-tier zombies, there were neither videos nor photographs to substantiate such claims. For the vast majority of survivors, the abilities exhibited by the first-tier evolved being would dictate their future investment in related research at this moment, within the temporary laboratory situated at the heart of the Dajiang University City Human Shelter. Several high-ranking officials had gathered. Standing beside them was Professor Wang Qinghe, the one who had previously sent the evolved serum to Director Liu. Their gazes were fixated on the computer screen displaying the live stream. Or more precisely, on the first-tier evolved being serving as a test subject. That I still maintain that we should not place our hopes in the human form, but rather focus on the vigorous development of new weaponry. One official remarked, the development cycle is insufficient, and the zombies are evolving far too rapidly. Moreover, given the current circumstances, we lack the resources for weapon development. But don't you think that a powerful individual is excessively uncontrollable? The officials, originally university professors, whispered amongst themselves while watching the live stream. Were Lin Mu present, he would instantly perceive the underlying sentiments in their discourse, an anxiety stemming from the old order's fear of the new order. Alongside an instinctive resistance to novel concepts. In the previous cycle, the apprehensions voiced by these individuals were not confined to the Dajiang University City Shelter. They echoed throughout China and even globally. As time passed and evolved beings emerged, these concerns not only persisted but gradually escalated into a rivalry between the evolved faction and the conservative faction, ultimately leading to a far-reaching internal conflict within the human camp. As for the outcome, it could be said that neither faction emerged victorious. Instead, It hastened the establishment of the Human United Front organization, thereby facilitating the formation of core cities during the latter stages of the apocalypse. Each governed by high-tier evolved beings of at least 7th rank, or even transcendent beings. Of course, all this transpired a year after the apocalypse began, and it bears little relevance to the current live stream. The discussions continued, and the leading official among the group slightly turned his head to inquire, "Professor Wang, will the first tier evolved being you are studying become uncontrollable?" Wang Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at the chattering officials, snorting dismissively as he affirmed, "Of course not. When has our organization ever produced anything problematic?" Upon hearing the words Al-Qaeda, the leader instinctively furrowed his brow, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. Thus far, the contributions made by Al-Qaeda had indeed proven to be without fault. Al-Qaeda, an immense entity that has suddenly emerged in the post-apocalyptic world, boasts a network of peripheral members spanning across continents, primarily comprising elite scholars. However, one should not underestimate Al-Qaeda simply because of this. This newly arisen behemoth possesses a well-organized military force. Within the initial days of the apocalypse, they wielded their power to purge a considerable area, establishing over a dozen large shelters entirely under their control. Moreover, according to estimates from the Chinese Intelligence Center, their currently displayed strength is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true extent of their power may rival that of a medium-sized nation. Indeed, a medium-sized nation. Furthermore, this is merely an estimate, as even within China, no one comprehends how this organization came into existence. Initially, there were speculations that it was the handiwork of a certain country across the ocean. However, after a phone call between the heads of both parties, everyone was left bewildered. Subsequent investigations revealed that this organization was established without any backing from a nation. To this day, no one knows the internal organizational structure or the power dynamics at play. This entity emerged suddenly, much like the outbreak of zombies. While maintaining a cautious stance, it must be acknowledged that the technology and weaponry provided by Al-Qaeda are indeed effective, not only in China, but within just a few days of the apocalypse. Numerous large shelters and bases in North America also forged collaborations with Al-Qaeda. The Evolver Serum is a product of cooperation between Al-Qaeda and several major shelters. Furthermore, organizations similar to Al-Qaeda have also sprung up unexpectedly. Al-Qaeda primarily operates in East Asia and North America, while Europe and Africa host analogous entities. Information regarding these mysterious organizations remains classified, unbeknownst to the general public. "Understood," the leader said, waving his hand slightly. Just as the others were preparing to speak, the scene in the live broadcast suddenly shifted, capturing everyone's attention. Inside a small supermarket, a first-tier zombie, having dispatched several ordinary survivors before it, noticed a peculiar human approaching slowly. After discarding the mangled corpse it had been gnawing on, the first-tier zombie abruptly raised its head, letting out a roar, and charged forward with its mouth wide open, stained with bits of flesh. On the other side, Huang Xiaohua showed no signs of fear. With a cold smirk, he advanced directly to meet the threat. Subsequently, amid the astonished barrage of comments in the live broadcast, the two collided violently. A deep, muffled sound reverberated throughout the supermarket. Huang Xiaohua extended his hands, seizing the wrist of the first-tier zombie, restraining its claws while tilting his head to evade an incoming bite. A fierce struggle ensued between him and the first-tier zombie. From a rear view, his figure not only did not retreat but instead pushed the first-tier zombie backward step by step. The shelves and corpses along the way proved utterly incapable of impeding his progress. In mere seconds, the first-tier zombie, which was on the verge of exiting the supermarket, was forced back to the stairs. Huang Xiaohua appeared remarkably at ease, seemingly possessing surplus strength. Upon witnessing this scene, the live broadcast erupted in excitement. The torrent of comments caused the entire stream to lag. Yet this did not dampen the viewers' enthusiasm. Did I just see that? A first-tier zombie was actually repelled by a single individual, a mortal body, rivaling the divine. Seeing is believing. Truly, a first-tier evolver. Oh my. After so long in this apocalypse, humanity finally has a means to combat zombies. At this moment in the live broadcast, there was no trace of negative commentary. Everyone was unanimously praising the feat, with many contemplating how to become a first-tier evolver. After all, in this apocalypse, nothing is more enticing than powered as for changes in appearance. What does that even matter? Amidst this, a message from the official account of the human shelter in Dajiang City University Town floated by. Currently, the Evolver Serum is still in the experimental phase. The matured formulation to be released in the future will not induce side effects. Upon reading this, the comments in the live broadcast momentarily halted, then surged forth like a tsunami, even more fervent than before. Even some large shelters and institutions that had not previously considered developing the first-tier Evolver serum could no longer remain idle. In hardly any time at all, Director Liu's phone, left in the live broadcast, began to ring incessantly, the beeping echoing nonstop. Witnessing this turn of events, Director Liu, who had been somewhat displeased by the mockery in the live stream, couldn't help but wear a broad smile. He finally understood what it felt like to be sought after, not just here with Director Liu, but also in the Dajiang City University town shelter. A flurry of activity ensued. Numerous shelters and even national entities directly called in to inquire about the first-tier Evolver serum. It can be said that the scene in the live broadcast has thoroughly propelled the name of the Evolver into the limelight. Those experts and scholars who had initially doubted the emergence of Evolvers due to potential issues fell silent, with some even beginning to shift their stance, contemplating how to acquire a vial of the Evolver serum. Meanwhile, within the small supermarket, the struggle between Huang Xiaohua and the first-tier zombie neared its conclusion. With a furious roar, both parties sprang into action simultaneously. "Oh, you think a mindless creature like you can rely on brute force alone?" Huang Xiaohua growled, slightly sidestepping to create space. The first-tier zombie, colliding with him at full force, abruptly lost its balance due to inertia, slipping on the slick blood on the ground and crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. In that moment of imbalance, the camera in the live broadcast caught the first-tier zombie's bewildered expression. This is what a first-tier zombie looks like. Hardly impressive. The zombie, cursed human. How dare you disregard the rules of combat? In the presence of an intelligent first-tier Evolver, the first-tier zombie was simply no match. Upon witnessing this turn of events, the live broadcast erupted with jubilation. Huang Xiaohua also noticed the camera aimed at him, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he proclaimed, "Behold, the ingenuity of humanity is not something mere beasts like you can ever hope to rival." Accompanied by these words, he drew a machete from behind him and struck down at the first-tier zombie that was about to rise. With a resounding slash, blood splattered everywhere. Although the first-tier zombie desperately attempted to evade, one of its arms was severed, dark blood gushing forth. Due to Huang Xiaohua's unfamiliarity with his own strength, this full-force strike caused the machete to continue its trajectory after severing the arm. Clanging against the ground with a loud crash, a multitude of sparks erupted, shattering several tiles while also sending the blade's tip flying away. This should have been considered a misstep, yet to the viewers in the live stream, the scene only accentuated the formidable power of the first-tier evolved being. The chat room erupted with fervent discussions, and the smiles on the faces of Director Liu and his companions grew ever brighter. Even without seeing it, Huang Xiaohua understood that his recent performance had indeed made a significant impact. The thought of being observed and even admired by so many individuals caused his heart to blaze with excitement. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a street thug, the kind of person looked down upon by society, to the extent that even his parents hesitated to mention his name in front of others. In his life, he had never experienced such a moment of glory. It was the apocalypse, the transformation into an evolved being, that had elevated him. Even Director Liu was now treating him with courtesy, requesting his assistance. This feeling was simply marvelous. With this thought in mind, Huang Xiaohua's heart raced, and he excitedly growled, "Remember, the one who kills you is Huang Xiaohua. Die, beast." While laughing, he dodged the struggling attack of the first-tier zombie, raising his machete for another decisive strike. Without any unforeseen events, he directly beheaded the first-tier zombie. As he lifted the decapitated head from the pool of blood, the live stream experienced another surge of excitement. Everyone was thrilled. This is humanity. Humanity endures. Well said. What are zombies compared to us? As long as we can evolve, human wisdom can undoubtedly crush the undead. So cool. Sisters, I'm in love. Looks don't matter. I like the ugly ones. Is that really liking the ugly? I'm almost embarrassed to call you out on that. The chat room was filled with endless praise. Seizing this opportunity, Director Liu once again turned the camera towards himself and proclaimed loudly, "Dear viewers, clearing out this small supermarket was merely an appetizer. Later, we shall continue the live stream, cleansing the community hospital. Prepare for a true visual feast." Upon hearing Director Liu's words, this time, there were not many who criticized or mocked him in the chat room. More attention was directed towards what he had just stated about cleansing the community hospital. Cleansing the hospital? How bold. I remember that post-apocalypse, hospitals are one of the most dangerous places. with a first-tier evolved being present. How dangerous could it be? Didn't you see that first-tier zombie being slaughtered? Yes, and let's not forget, they have over 100 people with them. Why worry? Just enjoy the show. The chat room buzzed with discussions. Meanwhile, the 100-strong team at the Shishing base, under command, ransacked the entire small supermarket of supplies and transported them back to their base. Throughout this process, the chat room was filled with envious and jealous comments. I'm so hungry. With all this food, can I have some? My cat is about to starve to death. Sob, sob, sob. Damn it. I really want to join this base. They clearly have no shortage of food. How do you know? My home is right next to the Shishing base. Picture. Lucky you. Even in the apocalypse, you still have to deal with us unlucky ones. Approximately 20 minutes later, not far from the community hospital. Observing the rolling comments in the live stream, Director Lu picked up the radio and said triumphantly, Captain Foam, have you tallied how many people joined our base this afternoon? Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the radio paused momentarily, incredulously stating, 500, a full 500 people. Director Lu, I must say your method is indeed effective, and I apologize for my previous actions. Sensing the capitulation in Captain Feng's words, Director Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter, his nose nearly rising to the heavens. Haha, just a small matter, I don't mind. Though he spoke such words, in his heart, Director Lu felt an intense heat, secretly looking down on Captain Foam. Is that all it takes to make you submit? Is that what surprises you? Just wait until I completely take the community hospital. You won't even know how shocked you'll be. Just as Director Lu basked in his self-satisfaction, envisioning a triumphant return to the base amidst the cheers of thousands, a somewhat panicked voice interrupted his daydream. Director, there's a group of zombies approaching from the direction of the commercial area near the hospital, and their numbers are quite substantial. The speaker was a scout whom Director Lu had previously dispatched to survey the surroundings. The 100-strong team was out to avoid encountering a horde, and some precautions were indeed necessary. Clearly, Director Lu was not as incompetent as he appeared on the surface. However, having just experienced such immense joy, even after slaughtering a first-tier zombie, it would be impossible to claim that he had not let his guard down at all. Hearing the frantic voice of his subordinate, Director Lu's expression darkened as he took the phone from him. After glancing at the photo on the screen, he let out a sneer. Just 30 or 40 ordinary zombies. Why are you so flustered? Don't you know we just eradicated a small nest? Upon hearing this, not only did the team members around Director Lu laugh, but the viewers in the live stream also joined in. Witnessing such a scene, the subordinate forced a smile and lowered his voice, saying, Director, there's more than just this photo. What? Speak up. Director Lu frowned out. I said, there are more photos. You haven't finished looking. Despite the subordinate's attempt to keep his voice low, it was still heard by the viewers in the live stream and the surrounding team members. This time, the laughter in the chat room grew even louder, while Director Lu's face turned an alarming shade of crimson. Yet, he dared not explode in anger. He could only glare fiercely at the subordinate. Snatching the phone, he quickly flipped through the photos. The more he scrolled, the slower his fingers moved, and a pallor began to creep onto his once flushed face. Sensing the change, the surrounding team members gathered closer, eager to see what was amiss. Even the subordinate holding the camera for the live stream leaned in. Upon seeing the images on the phone, everyone collectively gasped, and several individuals with weaker mental fortitude couldn't help but shudder. The images depicted not 30 or 40 zombies. From a cursory glance, there were at least 100, possibly nearing 200. A horde, a miniature horde. This was troublesome. The worst fears had come to pass. This gathering of 100 individuals had indeed triggered a horde. Isn't there a first-tier evolved being? What are you all worried about? With an evolved being on hand, what horde could be a challenge? The audience, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding the zombie horde, felt a subtle apprehension towards the West Xing Stronghold's 100-man squad. Meanwhile, many survivors, having just witnessed the formidable power of first-tier evolved beings and lacking any concept of the zombie tide, scoffed at the situation. They seemed to anticipate a dramatic scene of the evolved beings effortlessly tearing the horde apart. Upon encountering such remarks, several seasoned veterans immediately countered with indignation. What is an evolved being? Really? I suspect you've never even ventured online. Why not search for videos of the zombie tide yourself? One couldn't help but recall the harrowing footage of the zombie tide in the capital of Peacock Nation. Truly terrifying. It's laughable to think this mere micro-horde could even compare to that. Indeed, some individuals mistakenly believed that a smattering of knowledge about the zombie tide rendered them invincible, failing to consider the scale of the horde. The chat room was abuzz with heated exchanges. In the real world, Director Lu, having emerged from his initial panic, regained his composure. Indeed, we have 100 individuals, and with evolved beings stationed here, this micro-horde of merely 100 or so zombies poses no real threat. As he spoke, Director Lu nodded to himself, his voice growing resolute. He turned to the somewhat flustered team and bellowed, "Calm down. We have 100 people, evolved beings, and firearms. What do a mere couple of hundred zombies amount to? Follow my command, and prepare to engage. Let the people in the chat room witness the strength of our West Xing stronghold." With Director Lu's continual encouragement, many began to respond, seizing their weapons in readiness to confront the horde. At that moment, in a shadowy corner at the end of the street, beneath a black-brimmed hat, a pair of crimson eyes narrowed slightly, he observed every move of this 100-man team. They assumed defensive postures to prepare for the micro-horde. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Finally taking the bait. "Do not disappoint my expectations." He lowered his hat, revealing the pale visage of Lin Mu. "Yao Gui, you may prepare your forces for action. When the time comes, ensure you wear those bulletproof vests and remember to act convincingly." In Lin Mu's hand was a phone currently engaged in a call. On the other end, Yao Gui's voice resonated, an unmistakable bloodthirsty excitement barely contained, akin to a strategist who had long awaited the moment to ensnare his prey. "Yes, Your Majesty, my subordinates will not let you down." As for the reason behind Yao Gui's exuberance and Lin Mu's concealment at the street's end, observing the movements of this 100-man squad, let us rewind 30 minutes. When the 100-man squad of the West Xing stronghold was scavenging for supplies in a small mall, Lin Mu led a horde of zombies to deposit the spoils acquired from the Sea-High community behind the UFA mall, arriving at the vicinity of the street's community hospital. Thanks to the surveillance and prior warnings from the shadow guards, the horde did not attract the attention of the 100-man team. However, upon witnessing the numerous survivors attacking the hospital, Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. After all, these were 100 equipped individuals, not merely 100 pigs. To overpower such a formidable team, Lin Mu would need to devise a plan, even considering the risks involved that a direct confrontation was out of the question. Given his awareness of their firearms, and notably, the presence of an evolved being among them, after some contemplation and a brief discussion with Yao Gui, a plan began to form in Lin Mu's mind. It was quite simple. First, exploit the 100-man team's recent victory, which rendered them dismissive of the zombies' threat. He intended to use the horde to wear them down. Meanwhile, Yao Gui, along with the likes of Pan Shi, Xiaolinger, and a dozen other highly evolved zombies, would don bulletproof vests and wield firearms recently acquired from the military squad, stealthily ambushing the rear of the group to sow chaos among them. Naturally, this was no easy feat, just teaching Yao Gui and the others how to disengage safeties, chamber rounds, and fire took Lin Mu over 10 minutes. However, the outcome was ultimately favorable. The horde that had initially followed Lin Mu, along with several subordinates, had maneuvered to the rear of the 100-man squad, ready to strike at Lin Mu's command. This was a battleground behind enemy lines. Meanwhile, the frontal battlefield consisted of Lin Mu, 3 shadow guards ensuring his safety, and the hulking Bai who could not disguise himself as a human. As for the horde, it was the result of his ability to control the undead. Notably, Lin Mu did not unleash an overwhelming tide of over 200 zombies at once, but rather meticulously controlled the number to 150. This quantity was sufficient to pose a threat to the 100-man squad at West Xing, depleting their strength without causing Director Lu to flee in panic back to the stronghold. The focus was on Director Lu. Upon first seeing the visage of this portly middle-aged man in a video on his phone, Lin Mu could hardly contain his emotions. The palpable murderous intent and overwhelming fury caused the horde surrounding him to recoil in fear. The reason was straightforward. This Director Lu was the very individual who had fortunately led Lin Mu to join the University City base in his previous life. Reflecting on the past, he had even felt gratitude towards this man. Who would have thought that the influential Director Lu from his former life would be associated with the West Xing stronghold? Truly, what a twist of fate. Within a certain building, Lin Mu observed Director Lu commanding the 100-man squad from behind glass, his eyes betraying a murderous glint. If one were to consider what ultimately compelled him to devise this somewhat reckless plan to annihilate the 100-man squad of the West Xing stronghold, Director Lu would undoubtedly rank among the most significant reasons. Lin Mu was determined to capture this rotund figure alive and reward him appropriately for his role in introducing Lin Mu to the University City base. With this thought, Lin Mu's tongue brushed against his blood-stained teeth, a cordial smile blossoming on his face. Upon witnessing this smile, Shadow 3 was momentarily taken aback, shivering involuntarily. Director, the vanguard of the zombie tide has arrived. Shall we open fire? Approximately 2 minutes later, a junior holding a pair of binoculars turned to Director Liu and reported at this moment. Under Liu's directive and with the assistance of the prominent figures in the chatroom, the 100-man squad had dispersed, establishing 3 rudimentary defensive lines, fully prepared to confront the zombie tide. Finally, it was about to begin. He could hardly contain his anticipation. Who could understand the exhilaration that surged through him at the thought of mercilessly slaughtering those zombies? With so many influential figures in the chatroom contributing strategies to fortify their defenses, this trivial micro-horde would be but a trivial challenge. Casting a glance at the excited barrage of comments in the chatroom, Director Liu revealed a triumphant smile and shouted to his team ahead, "Unleash hell upon them. Spare neither ammunition nor weaponry. Push back this horde, and the hospital shall be ours. All resources will be doubled for everyone upon our return." Upon hearing Director Liu's words, particularly the phrase about the doubling of supplies, all team members were instantly invigorated. The slight fear they had harbored towards the zombie horde dissipated swiftly, with a resounding bang. The first gunshot echoed through the streets. The continuous sounds of roaring and slashing added a bloody hue to the tranquil night of Dajang City that in stark contrast to the well-equipped military squad from before. This 100-strong team was evidently far less well-armed. With over 100 personnel, they possessed merely a handful of firearms, most of which were single-shot pistols. Yet, it must be acknowledged that humanity's ingenuity in the face of apocalypse remained remarkably robust. In the absence of numerous firearms, many individuals had crafted their own crossbows and Molotov cocktails, which proved immensely effective in fending off the horde. The Molotov cocktails, in particular, played a pivotal role. According to the earlier plans and deployments, several previously full fuel tanks had been overturned, spilling the noxious liquid across the ground. With the throwing of the Molotovs, the fuel ignited rapidly, creating a natural barrier of flames along the street. Some zombies hesitated before this fiery wall, while others, driven by their primal hunger, braved the flames, suffering severe burns that greatly diminished their mobility. Witnessing the effectiveness of the fire barrier, many team members felt a surge of confidence, and the live chat erupted with admiration for this innovative approach to combating the undead. They commended the large shelter for devising such a practical solution, vowing to relay this strategy to their base's administrators once offline. This overwhelming enthusiasm, however, was met with a few voices of caution, who noted an unsettling peculiarity. The zombies before them seemed excessively aggressive, unlike the majority that had previously shied away from the flames. I too sensed this oddity. The timing and quantity of this horde felt coincidental, and I hoped it was merely an illusion. Nonetheless, these concerns were swiftly drowned in the torrent of enthusiastic comments. Garnering little attention, a small fraction of viewers merely scoffed, deeming such worries overly paranoid, arguing that a recent expert article had established the regional variability of zombie evolution. Perhaps the zombies of Dajang City were indeed distinct. After all, if zombies truly possess such organizational capability, humanity's fate would be dire. The chat continued to pulsate with activity. As the 100-strong team pressed on with increasing vigor, the zombie throng fell like wheat before the scythe. The line of defense before the community hospital holding firm. The team members, who had previously only dared to engage with firearms or crossbows, grew emboldened by the apparent fragility of the so-called horde. Many at the first line of defense even grasped machetes and fire axes, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the undead. The situation appeared overwhelmingly favorable. Director Liu, who had been closely monitoring the battle, even began to celebrate prematurely. "What horde? It's hardly anything to fear," he mused, reflecting on how his cautiousness within the base had perhaps been excessive. Had he taken the initiative on the first day of the apocalypse, leading the charge against the zombies, the name phone would have faded into obscurity. As he observed the relentless destruction of the undead, Liu's fervor swelled, and he entertained the notion of seizing a weapon himself to join the fray, relishing the potential to enhance his presence in the live stream. However, this thought did not linger long. A few minutes later, a subordinate rushed to him from the front line, panting heavily, interrupting Liu's reverie. "What's the matter? Is the horde dealt with?" Liu's voice held a note of surprise. "Not quite," the subordinate gasped, his tone strange and hesitant. "Spit it out, quickly, no dilly-dallying." Liu replied, a tinge of impatience creeping into his voice. Hearing this, the subordinate ceased his hesitance and, glancing at the live stream camera, continued, "It just feels like this horde is never ending. The brothers at the first line estimated that just a few minutes ago, we took down at least 100 zombies. Yet, the throng beyond the fire barrier seems unchanged, still as numerous as before. The subordinate's voice trailed off. Lu furrowed his brow, a glimmer of confusion crossing his expression. Never-ending? How could that be? At that moment, another subordinate chimed in. Could it be that the commotion from our battle attracted more zombies from the surrounding area? Lu's frown deepened at this suggestion. Logically, after a gradual afternoon of clearing, the zombies from the vicinity between the Shushing base and the community hospital should have been nearly eradicated. How could there still be a steady influx? Were they perhaps coming from the commercial district? Yet, hadn't the experts indicated that ordinary zombies have diminished auditory perception, only able to sense movement within 100 meters? Theoretically, zombies from the commercial district shouldn't be converging here. But even if they were, what difference would it make? With 100 personnel on his side, bolstered by the defense, they could slay as many zombies as came their way. With this thought, Lu's demeanor hardened, his confidence buoyed by the recent victories. Observing the two subordinates still engaged in debate, he interrupted with a decisive snort, declaring, "Continue the fight. Whatever beasts appear, we will slay them all. I wish to see what sort of monstrosity we are facing." Perhaps Lu himself was unaware that as he spoke these words, the unwavering confidence in his tone had begun to wane. This was partially due to the unexpected turn of events, but more significantly, it stemmed from the exhaustion brought on by continuous combat. All beings require rest. After an entire afternoon of high-intensity, mentally taxing skirmishes, no one could maintain peak performance. If Lu was feeling this fatigue, those at the forefront battling the hordes would undoubtedly be even more drained. And this was precisely what Lin Mu had anticipated. 2 minutes later, a subordinate returned from the first line, bearing troubling news. Ammunition was nearing depletion, and the number of zombies remained unchanged. The viewers in the live stream, particularly those from the larger shelters, began to sense something amiss. The audience buzzed with speculation. Why does this horde seem endless? It is quite strange. If there were truly this many zombies, wouldn't they have overwhelmed the 100-strong team in one fell swoop? Indeed, such a feeling suggested the presence of a puppeteer orchestrating the zombies from behind the scenes. Upon this conjecture surfacing, the chat momentarily froze, for many viewers shared this sentiment. For some particularly astute observers, from the moment they had cleared the small supermarket, the experiences of this 100-strong team had felt increasingly disjointed. Do you think it could be the recently announced zombie master manipulating the zombies behind the scenes? One user queried, "What is this zombie master?" Another asked. The concept of a zombie master could indeed command the undead. But the numbers would be far fewer, and could the zombies truly possess such intelligence? Some individuals who were still unfamiliar with the path of the zombies posed questions in the barrage, their expressions one of utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, other professionals began to voice their objections, analyzing the underlying causes of this anomalous phenomenon. The perspective shifts back to the front of the community hospital. 5 minutes later, the once young brother had already fallen victim to the horde of corpses. Another weary team member rushed over, bearing the grim news. The prepared fuel tanks and gasoline barrels had been completely depleted, and only a few Molotov cocktails remained. The fiery barrier meant to impede the zombies would soon dissipate. As this news spread, the previously confident battalion of 100 began to feel a sense of foreboding. In the live stream, more viewers became aware of the unusual situation, and discussions grew increasingly fervent. 10 minutes later, the first line of defense was breached by the tide of corpses, and the remaining members, along with the audience in the live stream, watched helplessly as the more than 10 team members left behind were completely engulfed by the howling zombies, leaving only a pool of blood in their wake. This scene caused a brief pause in the live stream before it erupted into chaos. Since the broadcast began at noon, this was the first time the battalion had suffered such significant casualties. Moreover, given the relentless advance of the zombies, further losses were anticipated. If the zombies continued to pour in endlessly, it was only a matter of time before the second line of defense would be breached as well. With this thought, a shadow fell over the hearts of most members of the battalion. A few who had narrowly escaped from the first line of defense even entertained thoughts of fleeing. This change was clearly observed by Director Lu. However, under the relentless barrage of bad news, this director, caught in the eye of the storm, seemed somewhat frozen. He had never anticipated such a turn of events and had no contingency plans. In an instant, he could not conceive of any solutions. "What should we do, Director? The second line of defense won't hold for long. Should we retreat?" The anxious voice of the young brother echoed in Lu's ears. Lu paused momentarily, instinctively glancing back at the retreat route leading directly to their stronghold. His heart in turmoil. Of course, he wanted to retreat, but what would happen to the supplies in the hospital? Who would take responsibility for the lost manpower? More critically, if they retreated, the humiliating scene would be witnessed by all in the live stream. All the efforts he had made today would turn to dust. Why are these more than 100 zombies unending? Is there no other way? Think of another solution. Perhaps he could still make a desperate gamble, allowing the remaining individuals to enter the hospital, using its complex structure as cover to eliminate these zombies wave by wave. This way, they might be able to hold out until the tide passed or until Captain Feng's rescue arrived. But if this approach failed, he would have no chance of escape left. He would die. Lu's eyes were frantic, his hands trembling in uncertainty. After a moment, it seemed he had thought of something. His eyes brightened. Perhaps he could escape first, letting those here continue to hold the community hospital. That a thought surged within Lu. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden gunshot interrupted him, accompanied by a furious curse. Damn it! Who shot without looking? Instead of firing at the zombies, you shot at me. At the third line of defense, a team member clutched his bleeding abdomen and the back of his shoulder, shouting angrily at several armed teammates. I didn't fire. Neither did I. Don't look at me, brother. You know me. I've already exhausted my ammunition. How could I shoot? The teammates exchanged glances, their expressions innocent. If you didn't fire, then who did? Could it be that the guys from the first and second line somehow made their way behind me to shoot? As he spoke, he pointed into the pitch-black distance behind them. That was the direction they had come from, and as the last line of defense, there were no additional personnel stationed behind them. One team member followed his finger's direction, just as he prepared to retract his gaze. It seemed he saw something. Furrowing his brows, he squinted as if trying to see more clearly. What are you doing? There are no zombies or people behind us. Don't evade the question. Answer me quickly. Seeing the suspicious demeanor of this person, the injured man was filled with rage and growled in a low voice. At this moment, Lu, just a few meters away, heard the commotion and approached, these people were guarding his escape route. And Lu could not allow any mishaps. What is going on? Lu's tone carried a hint of interrogation. The group exchanged glances, and just as the injured man was about to say something, the team member who had been staring into the darkness suddenly spoke, pointing in a direction. Do you see that? Someone is coming. Following the direction of his finger, indeed, the group spotted more than 10 indistinct figures emerging from the darkness, judging by their clothing and gear. Especially the glint of firearms, these individuals seemed to be human. Could it be that the stronghold has detected something unusual and sent reinforcements to aid us? Are you foolish? That is not a handgun. It is a submachine gun. Our stronghold doesn't have such good equipment. Could it be that the university town shelter is coming to our aid? I heard that the evolution agents we have were provided by them. They might have seen us in crisis and come to help. I think it's highly likely that that's the case. The group engaged in a flurry of discussion. One among them, noticing that the 10 or so figures were moving slowly, called out in excitement and urgency. Brothers from the shelter, hurry. Our defense line is about to collapse. Yeah, we still have one team member here who was accidentally shot by you. You must take responsibility. They laughed, glancing at the injured man. Seeing hope on the horizon, the injured team member didn't say much, just smiled and shook his head. As long as I can survive and return, being shot once isn't fatal. Observing the eagerness of the group, a smile returned to Lu's face. Unfortunately, just moments ago, in an effort to avoid capturing his escape on camera, he had sent the young brother responsible for the live stream to the second line of defense. Otherwise, he could have recorded the scene of allies coming to his aid, which would show the viewers in the stream that the Xixing stronghold had allied itself with the university town shelter. Just as Lu was contemplating this, preparing to step forward and embrace those figures, the 10 silhouettes in the darkness shifted, simultaneously raising their weapons. Friends, what are you doing? Watching the glinting muzzles of the guns, Lu instinctively took 2 steps back, retreating behind several teammates. Before he could finish his words, gunfire erupted instantly. Flames spewed from the glinting muzzles, and with the powerful barrage of the submachine guns, several of Lu's teammates, who had been joking just moments ago, fell like wheat before the scythe. Illuminated by the flames, Lu finally saw the faces of those so-called allies. They were not human at all, with decaying cheeks and blood red, ravenous eyes. These were clearly zombies. Zombies were firing at them. At that moment, Director Lu's heart seemed to plummet into an abyss. There was no time to ponder why the zombies were clad in bulletproof vests, firing upon them. Nor could he contemplate why the firepower of these zombies inexplicably bypassed him. Focusing instead on his surrounding team members, this moment, there was only one thought occupying Director Lu's mind: to flee. Naturally, he would not escape towards the stronghold, for there were zombies there. That he could only seek temporary refuge in the community hospital, adhering to the previous plan of awaiting reinforcements. Director, Why are you so flustered? A team member, just withdrawn from the second line of defense and wiping the blood from his body, could not help but inquire upon seeing Director Liu hurriedly approaching him, breathless and agitated. Director Liu urged, "Quickly, regroup the team. We must retreat to the community hospital and resist the zombies." He did not mention that a horde of zombies was firing at him, nor did he reveal to this team member that within mere breaths, the already dwindling numbers of the third line of defense had been completely torn apart. This was partly because he knew that even if he spoke of it, no one would believe him until they witnessed it themselves, a futile exercise in persuasion. Moreover, he feared that should these individuals learn of the blocked escape route, they might lose their will to resist and scatter in panic, disregarding his commands. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would indeed spell doom for Director Liu. He was no marksman and dared not engage in close combat with the zombies. As Director Liu's orders were relayed to the front lines, the members of the second line, who had already harbored thoughts of retreat, began to withdraw, abandoning some incapacitated comrades as bait. They swiftly converged on the community hospital. Witnessing this scene, some viewers in the live stream expressed their dismay, typing vitriol against those who had deserted their teammates. However, most viewers fell into a profound silence. The once vibrant chat became sparse, yet the number of viewers remained unchanged, even increasing in light of the unfolding events. The earlier slaughter had provided mere entertainment. Now, the raw and authentic scene of resisting the zombies was what many astute spectators longed to witness. Regardless of the outcome, they could glean valuable insights without incurring any cost, a rare opportunity in a world ravaged by the apocalypse. The livestream camera shook violently as the operator hurried back into the community hospital. Gradually, the footage stabilized, allowing the viewers to discern the current state of the hospital's lobby. Everywhere they looked, they saw panting, utterly exhausted team members. Their bodies were smeared with blackened blood, and beneath the myriad signs of battle, it was difficult to ascertain if anyone had been infected by the zombies. In fact, it was safe to say that among them, several had undoubtedly succumbed to infection. Yet, none of these individuals stepped forward, and the remaining survivors tacitly chose to remain silent. After all, aside from non-combat personnel, like Director Liu, there were only about 50 who were truly capable of fighting left in the hospital lobby. If any conflict or division were to arise for whatever reason, hope would vanish entirely. An oppressive silence weighed heavily upon everyone present. The large doors of the hospital clanged incessantly. The heavy objects that had been used to barricade the entrance during their retreat shook violently, a result of the relentless assault from the horde outside. Although several members were busy gathering tables and chairs to reinforce the door, and over a dozen were bracing against it to prevent the zombies from breaching. Any discerning observer understood that the glass doors of the community hospital, even reinforced, would not withstand the onslaught for long. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to those inside, figures of several zombies began to materialize in the corridor of the second floor of the community hospital. These were the contingency plans Lin Mu had set in place while devising the encirclement strategy, considering the relentless attrition from the zombie horde and the blockage of their retreat by the zombies stationed behind. These panicked survivors would likely select a building as their last bastion for resistance. Thus, Lin Mu had initially deployed some zombies within the community hospital. To further bolster this plan, after a period of combat, he had sent Ing San into the hospital with the device that could deliver a final blow to these survivors. Peering into the darkness of the second floor, Ing San, whose slight frame set him apart from the typical zombies, emerged, clutching the very hand grenade Lin Mu had procured from the extermination of the rescue team at Yofa Mall. With the wisdom imparted by Lin Mu, it was clear that Ing San understood precisely how to wield this cold piece of iron. He now awaited the opportune moment, an instance of chaos among the crowd when no one would notice the grenade. Fortunately, such a moment did not require long to arrive. As the outside cacophony of the horde intensified, it finally happened. With a resounding crash of shattering glass, the horde of zombies surged into the hospital lobby like a tidal wave. The team members who lost their footing due to the broken glass were almost instantly overwhelmed by the oncoming tide of zombies. Amidst the gruesome carnage, the sounds of their screams echoed hauntingly, chilling the bones of all who heard them. This moment, not only the 100-strong team members, but even the viewers in the live stream seemed to be enveloped in panic, with various comments flooding the chat. No way, what about that evolved one? Someone save us. This is too grotesque. I can't bear it anymore. I should never have clicked on this stream. I was planning to join the Shishing stronghold. But now I quietly retreat. The chaos was palpable. and it was evident that no one was paying attention to the events unfolding in the live stream. Director Liu, pushing his surrounding subordinates forward while himself retreating, silently moved closer to the back of the lobby. When he caught sight of Huang Xiaohua, who was also retreating nearby, an inexplicable rage surged within Liu. He rushed over, delivering a sharp slap to Huang's head. Bellowing, "Useless. You're an evolved one. What the hell are you running for? Get up there and slay the zombies now." Upon hearing Liu's words, Huang Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback, instinctively redirecting himself toward the horde. "Wait, why the hell should I listen to that bloated pig? I'm the strongest now," he muttered under his breath. Yet, before he could fully process his thoughts, he found himself at the forefront of the crowd. Several zombies lunged at him with ferocious roars. In a moment of desperation, he could only draw his battered machete and strike back in haste. Fortunately, as a first-tier evolved individual, his physical prowess was formidable enough that even in a hurried defense, Huang Xiaohua managed to dispatch several zombies. Just as he flicked the blood off his blade and surveyed his surroundings to prepare for an escape, the once frenzied horde that had surged into the hospital suddenly hesitated, as if struck by fear, and began to slowly retreat. Within mere breaths, they had fallen back to the shattered glass door. What is going on? Huang Xiaohua stood there in bewilderment. Not only he, but the other survivors in the lobby, who were frantically retreating, also paused. A few looked towards Huang Xiaohua, seemingly attributing the zombies' fear to his recent act of dispatching one. However, Huang Xiaohua was well aware of his own limitations. The eerie silence lasted less than a second before it was shattered by a perplexed voice asking, "By the way, has anyone heard the sound of a fuse burning?" As the man's words fell, a faint crackling sound echoed through the hall. The noise was barely audible, mingling with the roars of the zombies and the wails of the wounded, almost imperceptible unless one listened closely. Yet, all who heard it felt a chill run down their spines. There could be no mistake. It was the sound of a grenade's fuse igniting. But their grenades had just been expended in the recent struggle against the horde. Where could this sound possibly originate? "Li Ming, what is that thing behind you?" A team member seemed to have spotted something and pointed hurriedly. This gesture drew the attention of those who had not heard the sound, or who had not even noticed the existence of a grenade. On the bloodied ground lay a grenade wrapped in steel nails and shards of iron. A grenade. How could it be here? Li Ming, oblivious to the impending disaster, reached out to pick it up. "Don't!" One of the team shouted in alarm, but it was too late. The grenade, which had been hastily tossed into the crowd by Ying San amidst the chaos, was now on the verge of detonation. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted, fire and metallic debris bursting forth. Some of the closer team members, including Li Ming, were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Others, further away, were knocked senseless by the shockwave, only to be claimed by the shrapnel that followed. The poor fellow responsible for the live broadcast fared even worse, his body torn in two yet not immediately dead, writhing in agony as his pain cries reverberated through the hall. His live streaming equipment was cast to the ground by the blast, the camera lens shattering abruptly, plunging the broadcast into darkness. "Can someone tell me what just happened?" I stepped out for a moment. "Did the community hospital intervene? Has it started?" "Buddy, it's been over 10 minutes. You might want to check the bathroom." "Started? It's already over." "No, what on earth happened?" "Same question." +1. I just heard an explosion, and then the stream went black. Confused viewers buzzed with speculation. Some knowledgeable ones began to analyze the situation. It must have been a grenade explosion in such a semi-enclosed space. It would have to be a fragmentation grenade to cause this level of destruction, but it's too strange. Why would a grenade explode among our own? Did someone fumble and fail to throw it? I can't comprehend it. This zombie horde seems extraordinary. These folks are likely to become food for the undead. Classic judgment call. It's obvious to anyone that this horde poses a serious threat. Meanwhile, within the human sanctuary of Dajang City, Professor Wang and several high-ranking officials furrowed their brows at the abruptly cut live stream. The officials exchanged murmurs as they scanned the comments scrolling by. Professor Wang narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he picked up his phone and upon reading a message received through special channels, a glimmer of imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. The scene shifted back to the community hospital. The cries of anguish were drowned out by the relentless howls of the zombies. The hall was a chaotic tableau of flying flesh and blood. A horrific sight in every direction. In the far corner of the hall, Director Liu, who had miraculously avoided injury from the shrapnel, gazed upon the hellish scene ahead, his face pale and lips quivering. But there was no time to ponder the origin of the grenade. Outside, the roars of the horde grew increasingly fierce. the fetid wind blowing and made Lu's stomach churn. He had no doubt that in the next moment, these zombies would surge in and devour them whole. Surveying the hall, he noted that the remaining combatants who were still capable of fighting numbered less than half, most of whom were injured. Moreover, Lu spotted signs of zombification on some of their faces. It was over, utterly over. How could this happen? In his dazed state, Lu caught sight of Huang Xiaohua, still vibrant and full of life amidst the crowd. The robust physique and reflexes endowed by evolution had left Huang with only minor scrapes. Huang Xiaohua, hurry and save me, help me escape. With the live stream now terminated, Lu could no longer afford to care about the expressions of those around him. He scrambled desperately towards Huang Xiaohua, hoping that this evolved individual could lead him to safety. Amidst the wailing crowd, Huang Xiaohua, momentarily dazed by the explosion, shook his head and turned to see Director Lu crawling towards him. His face smeared with tears and snot, filled with desperate hope. Prior to becoming an evolved being, Huang had been obedient to Lu's commands. After his evolution, he felt a degree of gratitude towards Lu, which led him to heed some of his advice. However, after witnessing the massacre of countless zombies during the live stream and truly understanding his own strength, the look in Huang's eyes when he regarded Lu was now one of disdain. Were it not for Lu's previous high status before the apocalypse, how could this ineffectual glutton presume to stand over him? Why should he have ever bothered to flatter him or obey his every word? Furthermore, the current predicament they found themselves in was ultimately a result of Lu's actions. The thought ignited a fury within Huang Xiaohua, causing him to forget the time he had begged Lu for the evolution serum. Just as he was about to scoff and kick Lu away, the commotion behind him caught his attention. It was only then that the dazed Huang Xiaohua realized he was still surrounded by the horde. The terrifying thought of the zombie swarm made him break out in a cold sweat. When he turned back to assess the changes within the horde, his cold sweat transformed into violent tremors, fear and astonishment flooding his every feature. Following his gaze, he saw the horde parting like a sea, as if welcoming a king, revealing more than a dozen zombies clad in body armor and wielding firearms. Just by their stature, Huang could tell these zombies were far more formidable than those they had previously slaughtered without a second thought. Moreover, through the energy sensing shared among evolved beings, Huang detected the presence of 6 or 7 first-tier zombies among them. In that moment, a wave of despair washed over his face. Why were these zombies armed? Why were there so many first-tier zombies? A multitude of problems, akin to a haunting nightmare, enveloped Huang Xiaohua's mind. Yet, what instilled in him a deeper sense of dread lay ahead. Within his line of sight, the gun-wielding zombies did not unleash their firepower. Instead, they slowly parted to create a passage. At the end of this path emerged a gaunt figure draped in a black coat. A zombie caressing a massive, fluffy dog beside it. Although the true nature of this zombie eluded him, the abyssal aura it exuded, reminiscent of a prison, and its unparalleled status among the undead left Huang Xiaohua convinced that this creature was far more terrifying than any he had ever encountered. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind, causing his already pallid complexion to grow even more ashen. Could it be that this monstrous zombie was the catalyst for the horde? Observing the subservient demeanor of the surrounding zombies, he pondered whether his hypothesis might indeed hold some truth. At this moment, Huang Xiaohua's pupils constricted sharply. Just then, Lin Mu approached him. With a half-smirk, Lin Mu sauntered forward, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the survivors before finally settling on Huang Xiaohua and the stunned Director Lu, who was half-risen, yet frozen in place. No hurry. Take your time. None of you shall escape. His cold, rasping voice resonated like a death knell in the silent hall. The words, though softly spoken, rang with startling clarity, eliciting expressions of shock from all present, each mind echoing a singular thought. This zombie could speak. Moreover, it possessed human-like cognition. Among the crowd, Director Lu's reaction was the most pronounced, for Lin Mu's voice triggered a cascade of troubling memories. He realized the uncanny resemblance between Lin Mu's voice and that of the mysterious figure from the walkie-talkie just the previous day. More precisely, aside from the static interference, it was the same entity. No, the same zombie. At this revelation, Director Lu paused momentarily. Memories of various incidents that had transpired in the commercial district and the community hospital suddenly intertwined in his mind like a web of fate. The once half-crouched Director Lu abruptly collapsed to the ground. As if deflated, he gazed up at the advancing Lin Mu. He envisioned a vast, dark net. This zombie king resembled a spider that had long awaited its prey. While they, the denizens of the Xixing stronghold, were akin to insects ensnared within its clutches. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. From the rescue mission at Yofa Mall to the disappearance of Captain Wang's squad on the very first day of the apocalypse, each event seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand. The master of this hand was undoubtedly the terrifying creature before him. As despair gripped him, Director Lu swallowed hard, contemplating whether humanity still harbored any hope in the face of such a horrific zombie. He fervently wished that the live broadcast was still ongoing. Even if it captured his current pitiful state, it mattered not. At least, if the shelter in Dajiang City witnessed this scene, if Professor Wang Qinghe laid eyes upon it, there remained a slim chance they might dispatch a rescue team to eliminate the zombie before them and save him. Worst case, humanity would at least be aware of the emergence of such an unfathomably terrifying zombie king in Dajiang City. However, with the deafening bang of a grenade, all hope was extinguished, just as Director Lu braced himself against the ground, attempting to retreat amidst the blood. A sudden roar pierced the air. Die! The voice belonged to Huang Xiaohua. As Lin Mu closed the distance to within 3 meters, Huang Xiaohua, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, chose to strike first. His instinct as an evolved being compelled him to act, echoing the reasons behind Poncher's earlier offensive. He sensed that failure to act could lead to his demise in the next heartbeat. Yet, what his instincts failed to reveal was that even with a strike, the outcome would remain unchanged. As Huang Xiaohua lunged at Lin Mu, the latter did not even pause his stride, merely displaying an expression of amusement, as if toying with his prey. In the next instant, the domain of the dead expanded. A crimson glow enveloping half the hall. In that sanguine light, Huang Xiaohua's initial fury transformed into sheer astonishment. When Lin Mu extended his ghostly pale hand to seize his fist, Huang Xiaohua's expression contorted into one of utter agony. His arm had been crushed, reduced to a mushy pulp. If one were not told otherwise, no one would have guessed that the mass of flesh encased in skin was indeed a hand. Yet the horror was far from over. With a resounding crack, Lin Mu twisted Huang Xiaohua's outstretched arm with the ease of a mere flick, rendering it as pliable as dough. Why was his own speed diminishing so drastically? What was this zombie? How could it, despite being on the same evolutionary tier, possess such formidable strength? What was with this crimson light? Huang Xiaohua's mind teetered on the brink of collapse, his anguished roars echoing. Though he fought desperately to break free, the absolute disparity in speed and strength rendered his movements painfully slow in Lin Mu's eyes. This was not arrogance on Lin Mu's part, compared to the shadow monarch he had faced earlier. This first-tier evolved being was hardly a worthy opponent. Finding the encounter rather dull, Lin Mu ceased to toy with his prey, swiftly swiping a claw towards Huang Xiaohua, within the domain of the dead. Even the sounds of collision seemed to resonate with an ominous depth. In a mere exchange, this once formidable first-tier evolved being, who had inspired great hopes within the Xixing stronghold, was flung aside like a broken doll, crashing through a pane of glass and landing in the outpatient pharmacy. Rest assured, the question of whether Huang Xiaohua lived or died was moot, for his head was firmly in Lin Mu's grasp. His expression of pain and confusion forever frozen in time. After executing this act, Lin Mu smiled with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the other stunned survivors in the hall before settling on the terrified Director Lu, who was now soaked in yellowish liquid. In a frantic state, Director Lu rummaged through his pockets, his extreme panic causing him to fumble repeatedly before finally retrieving a bloodied phone. With trembling hands, he hastily dialed, gazing at the device as if it were a lifeline. After witnessing Huang Xiaohua's brutal ejection, he recalled the phone that had fallen from Huang Xiaohua's belongings. Only then did it strike him that he could make a call. In this dire situation, there was no hope for rescue from the Xixing stronghold. This call was destined for Professor Wang. Save me. Please, save me. As mucus and tears intertwined, time seemed to stretch interminably in the waiting. Director Lu cradled his phone in trembling hands. Thankfully, just a few seconds later, the call connected. Hello, Professor Wang. I am. Before Director Lu could finish his sentence, a pallid hand snatched the phone from his grasp. Looking up, he found himself locked in a gaze with Lin Mu, whose eyes bore a semblance of a smile, yet exuded an unsettling aura. From the depths of those blood-red irises, Director Lu sensed a palpable killing intent, one that had never before been displayed by this corpse king. What had he done to provoke such treatment from this being? The question eluded him, and it was clear he could not fathom the answer. Lin Mu reveled in the astonishment etched upon Director Lu's face, then thrust the severed head of Huang Xiaohua into his bewildered, outstretched hands, casting a glance at the caller ID. Upon seeing the name Wang Qinghe, Lin Mu suddenly erupted into a low, ominous chuckle. It was a laugh that, to Director Lu's ears, was more chilling than the roar of a demon. Hello, Xiao Lu, what is the situation on your end? Why has the live stream cut off? Noticing Director Lu's silence, Professor Wang's voice grew urgent. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Mu narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly into the phone. Professor Wang, it has been a while. At that moment, within the temporary laboratory of the Human Sanctuary in University City, Professor Wang held his phone, his brow furrowed deeply under the scrutinizing gaze of several high-ranking officials, though the raspy voice on the other end was soft. It echoed clearly among the assembled leaders, who quickly recognized its abnormality. It was evident to all that the voice emanating from the phone could not possibly belong to a human, at least not to Lu Qianfeng. Professor Wang paused, echoing a question posed by Captain Feng the day before. Who are you? On the other end, the crackling continued. After a moment, just as Professor Wang was about to hang up, believing the connection to be poor, the voice returned, sounding like a winded bellows. Please send my regards to Mentor Xiao. I will repay him in due time, and of course, I shall also repay you. The surrounding officials were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the mention of Mentor Xiao, a figure unknown to them within the confines of the University City Sanctuary. However, Professor Wang's pupils constricted in shock that a flicker of astonishment crossed his otherwise calm visage. Who is he? How does he know Mentor Xiao's name? This was the superior contact assigned to him only yesterday by the organization. Within the internal structure of the organization, only a select few knew of the alias Mentor Xiao. Moreover, judging by the words of the voice on the line, it was clear that this entity possessed even more information, enough to know that Professor Wang could reach Mentor Xiao. But how was that possible? Since hearing Lin Mu's voice, Professor Wang's expression had betrayed his composure. Those present, all of whom were not ordinary individuals, noticed his peculiar reaction, sparking their curiosity about the voice on the other end. What are you? Where is Lu Qianfeng? Tell me. Professor Wang's voice grew frantic. After a brief pause, the voice on the line responded languidly. Why the urgency? You will find out soon enough. Look, the last person who asked me this question already knows the answer. Doesn't he? With that whispered remark, the sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by a dial tone that as the line went dead. Professor Wang inhaled deeply, the last two whispered phrases reverberating in his mind. After a moment, he picked up his phone again, glancing once more at the special message sent solely to him. He then turned to his second-in-command at the University City Sanctuary, the very individual who had initially led the high-ranking officials. In a low, resolute tone, he declared, Lu Jun, regardless of the means, whether this is a human or something else, help me capture him. Professor Wang's voice carried an unyielding authority. What? Lu Jun, the sanctuary's second-in-command, was momentarily taken aback but soon recognized the gravity in Professor Wang's tone. After a brief pause, he responded, We are merely collaborators with the organization. You do not have the authority to command us. Furthermore, I need to know the reason. Professor Wang snorted coldly, offering no explanation. Instead, he continued, Assist me in capturing him. Once the torch device is operational, I will request some provisions for your sanctuary. Upon hearing the term torch device, Lu Jun's expression shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, he seemed to arrive at a decision. Very well, but you must understand, the area surrounding University City has yet to be cleared. If we are to pursue this entity, it may take 2 days. Additionally, I will need to consult Mayor Lin. The Mayor Lin he referenced was the head of the University City Human Sanctuary, a former deputy mayor of the Dajiang City, who had been conducting inspections in University City during the outbreak and had subsequently led the establishment of the sanctuary in collaboration with the military. It was Mayor Lin who had resolutely pushed for the collaboration with the organization. That is acceptable. We can wait 2 days, Professor Wang replied, his somber expression gradually lifting, returning to an inscrutable demeanor that offered no hint of his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the bloodied hall of the community hospital, after uttering his final words, Lin Mu crushed the phone and lowered his gaze to Director Lu, who stood frozen, cradling the severed head. Would you not agree? Director Lu? Lin Mu's earlier inquiry was evidently directed at the 3 decision-makers from the Xixing outpost. Director Lu had indeed received his answer as a reward for resolving the conundrum. Lin Mu deemed him worthy as tonight's meal. With sharp claws, he lifted Director Lu's fleshy chin and beckoned to the horde of corpses behind him. The long-awaiting zombies, upon receiving the command, surged forward without hesitation, roaring like a tide toward the fresh flesh in the hall. After the series of harrowing events, the once formidable team of 100 was stripped of their will to resist. their cries of despair swallowed by the overwhelming horde. Yet, curiously, these zombies instinctively avoided Lin Mu. Or rather, they refrained from approaching Director Liu, the common undead. Selected food by the king was a delicacy beyond their reach, amidst the stench of decay permeating the air and the incessant wails for help. Director Liu felt on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, considerate Lin Mu did not prolong his torment. Moments later, amidst Liu's anguished cries, Lin Mu dragged his body past the lifeless forms toward the corridor's end. As he departed, Lin Mu let out a roar directed at the three shadowy sentinels indulging in their feast. Go find me a chainsaw and an axe. Remember, they need not be sharp. The duller, the better. Though I do not comprehend the exact meaning behind Lin Mu's words, the three shadow guards, under his meticulous guidance over the past few days, are well aware of the existence of tools such as axes and chainsaws. Although they feel a twinge of reluctance towards the prey before them, upon hearing Lin Mu's directive, they swiftly vanish from the hall in search of the items he requires. Meanwhile, Lin Mu drags the incapacitated Director Liu into the medicine storage room. Approximately 15 minutes later, the three shadow guards return, delivering the axe, chainsaw, and some hemostatic supplies to the storage room. As the iron door creaks shut, a haunting wail emanates from within, sending a shiver down the spines of the shadow guards. However, they remain indifferent to Lin Mu's actions. Their primary concern is to satiate their hunger. If they do not hurry to eat, the remaining provisions are likely to be devoured by the gluttonous Pancher and Daba, leaving them to starve. With this thought, the three shadow guards shudder once more, transforming into fleeting shadows as they rush back to the hall, joining a grand revelry composed of over 100 fresh corpses. Time flows languidly under the shroud of night. As the fifth day of the apocalypse dawns, the iron door of the blood-stained community hospital's medicine storage room, which had remained shut throughout the night, slowly opens. A mist of blood billows forth. Moments later, Lin Mu, drenched in blood, emerges in the hall. Daba, engaged in playful antics with Xiaolinger, instinctively turns to glance in his direction. For reasons unknown, he perceives a subtle change in Lin Mu compared to the previous day. It is not merely an enhancement of strength, but an inexplicable transformation in aura. Daba tilts his head in contemplation, despite having learned many new things from Xiaolinger and Lin Mu recently. He cannot find a word to articulate this change. After a few seconds, he abandons his musings and resumes his play with Xiaolinger. Lin Mu, meanwhile, gently ruffles Daba's fur and stretches lazily in the hall. The adjectives that elude Daba are, in Lin Mu's eyes, quite simple. For words, refreshed and invigorated. It is a delightful sensation that follows the resolution of enmity and the completion of a mission. After a night of intimate communication with Director Liu, stepping into the hall and gazing at the vast sky while feeling the gentle, sanguine breeze, Lin Mu senses as though a shackle within him has been severed. The feeling of having personally resolved his grievances is truly splendid, leaving him utterly at ease. Reflecting on this, a faint smile graces Lin Mu's lips, though his mouth is stained with blood, lending him a rather grotesque appearance. It is undeniably one of the most genuine smiles he has displayed since the onset of the apocalypse. After a brief moment, as if recalling something, his smile fades. However, he is aware that his enemies extend beyond Director Liu. The remaining shackles still bind his heart, causing him a dull ache. Wang Qinghe, Minter Xiao, the Mayor Lin, and the clandestine organization lurking in the shadows. There is no rush. Director Liu is merely the beginning. None of you will escape. As he contemplates, Lin Mu's smile gradually turns cold, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he regains his focus. With a thoughtful expression, he extends his hand, clenches his fist, and strikes the air. A resounding explosion reverberates, the rush of air even sweeping away the blood-stained papers on the ground. After a moment of assessment, Lin Mu reveals a satisfied expression. He has finally reached full circle in the first stage. Before arriving at Sihai Community, he had already attained the late stage of the first tier, the substantial consumption over the course of one day. Coupled with the lavish banquet of the previous night, especially the flesh of that first-tier revolver, has allowed Lin Mu to reach the pinnacle of the first stage. At this moment, his body can no longer bear additional energy except for the transformation into the second tier. In fact, even if Lin Mu were to continue suppressing, his body would instinctively evolve into the second tier. This is the trend of evolution. Indeed, once he crosses into the second tier, he can take action to obliterate that Western Xing stronghold. Murmuring softly to himself, Lin Mu raises his gaze once more towards the outside of the hospital. But this time his vision pierces further, His thoughts swirl that it is only the 5th day of the apocalypse, and he has already reached full circle in the first stage. Based on his past life's experiences, the transformation from a first-tier to a second-tier zombie typically takes 1 or 2 days. This means that by the 7th day at most, he will become a second-tier zombie. This speed is significantly swifter than the first confirmed appearance of second-tier zombies in his previous life. Nevertheless, having learned from prior experiences, Lin Mu is acutely aware that much of the information he received in his past life is incomplete, merely what the authorities wished the public to see. To say nothing of the Shadow King, Lin Mu does not believe that this individual remained a first-tier zombie by the 10th day of the apocalypse. Furthermore, beyond the Shadow King, there are several top-tier zombie monarchs. Along with the legendary 3 sovereigns, the evolutionary speed of these kings of the undead will be even more terrifying. With this in mind, he feels a twinge of pressure. Yet, that is precisely what makes it intriguing. Having been reborn, he must witness some different vistas. Muttering to himself, Lin Mu turns and calls upon Panshur, who is laboriously transporting fresh corpses, along with Yao Gui, who is commanding the horde of zombies. Yao Gui arrives first, but is swiftly shoved aside by the bulkier Panshur. The look in his small eye seems to convey, "Who are you, buddy? Do you think you have a closer relationship with the boss than I do? I am the original shareholder," though Yao Gui's eyes twitch slightly at being pushed aside. He refrains from speaking, evidently unwilling to waste words with this simple-minded brute. Naturally, the underlying reason is that without the corpse puppets, Yao Gui cannot contend with Panshur. After all, Panshur has already entered the late stage of the first tier following yesterday's battle, while Yao Gui remains at the mid-stage of the first tier. Ignoring the unspoken thoughts of the two before him, Lin Mu speaks in a low voice. "Yao Gui, I will need to enter seclusion for 2 days to break through and become a second-tier zombie. During this time, the 3 shadow guards will be responsible for my safety. Your task, along with Panshur, is to find ways to weaken the human stronghold known as Western Xing as much as possible. Daba and Xiaolinger will remain here to assist you. I hope to hear good news from you upon my emergence." This time, Lin Mu refrained from meticulously outlining a detailed plan. Instead, he provided a general direction, delegating authority to the Yao Gui and Panshur. The purpose of this approach was evident: to hone their abilities. After all, what Lin Mu required was not merely a handful of simple enforcers, but truly capable aides who could resolve issues effectively. This was the very essence of his initial intention to establish a power base. Moreover, Lin Mu cast a glance at Panshur, then turned to observe Xiaolinger and Dabai, who were nearby. Eavesdropping with elongated ears, that a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Currently, among his ranks, only the Yao Gui was a special type of zombie. However, once the corpse blood fruits from the business district and those harvested from the sea-high community ripened, both Panshur, Xiaolinger, and Dabai would transform into special zombies. These corpse blood fruits had been personally nurtured under Lin Mu's careful supervision. While it was uncertain if they would achieve peak ranks like him, they would certainly not fall short. Calculating the time, it would only be a matter of days. Coupled with his own breakthrough to become a second-tier zombie, the overall strength of his zombie nest would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At that juncture, confronting the West Xing stronghold would become significantly more manageable. Nodding to himself, he observed the Yao Gui still explaining to Panshur what their leader had just said. Xiaolingo was perched on Dabai's back, both of them mimicking each other's movements as they eavesdropped. Sounds occasionally emanated from the second floor, accompanied by shadows darting in the stairwell. 3 shadow guards engaged in playful antics. The other zombies, who had submitted to Lin Mu or served under him, diligently attended to their respective duties within the nest. Witnessing all of this, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile once more. Without looking back, he stepped into the medication storage room. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, at the West Xing stronghold, in that familiar office, the office remained unchanged, but the number of occupants had dwindled from 3 to 2. The atmosphere within the office stood in stark contrast to the clear blue skies outside, heavy with a palpable tension. There's still no news from Director Liu? Captain Feng, seated beside the others, remarked wearily, dark circles under his eyes. No, the phone is completely unreachable. However, I've dispatched someone to investigate. We should receive results shortly, Hong Jie replied, shaking her head slightly, worry etched across her brow. The plan to clear the community hospital on the streets had initially progressed smoothly. Yet ever since the emergence of the zombie tide, the situation had taken a drastic turn. The thunderous roar that severed the live broadcast left both Captain Feng and Hong Jie in the dark about what had transpired with Director Liu. Was it truly just the zombie tide? Captain Feng pinched the bridge of his nose. Inhaling deeply, he was well aware of the strength of the 100-member team he had personally trained. Even if the zombie tide was indeed endless, they should have been able to retreat without leaving a single trace. What puzzled Captain Feng was why Director Lu chose to hide in the community hospital instead of retreating directly to Westxing. As a soldier, his instincts told him there was a reason he was not privy to at the very least. Something crucial had been omitted from the live broadcast. After spending time together these past few days, Captain Feng understood Lu's character well. He was not the type to fight to the bitter end. So, what exactly had occurred? Moreover, what worried Captain Feng the most was whether the relentless zombie tide and the ominous forces lurking behind it posed a direct threat to the safety of the Westxing stronghold. The 100-member team led by Director Lu comprised primarily of young adults, representing nearly one-third of the current stronghold's combat capability if they failed to return and the stronghold faced another zombie tide. The consequences would be unimaginable. With a soft sigh, Captain Feng turned to meet the worried expression on Hong Jie's face. There's another piece of bad news. After the live broadcast was cut off yesterday, the new survivors who recently joined the stronghold have begun contemplating leaving. This morning, over 10 individuals mingled with the patrol team, preparing to slip away. Fortunately, I arrived just in time to stop them. The entire stronghold is now rife with anxiety, with all sorts of rumors circulating that we need to devise a plan. Captain Feng paused before speaking again. We'll have to seek assistance from the University City Refuge. Just as he was about to continue, a series of loud knocks interrupted his words. Standing by the door, Hong Jie hadn't even had the chance to open it when the door was flung open in haste. A frantic team member, his face pale with fear, rushed in. He was the very individual Hong Jie had dispatched to assess the situation at the community hospital. It's full of corpses over there. Blood everywhere. The team member gasped for breath, his gaze darting between Hong Jie and Captain Feng, his eyes brimming with terror. What happened? Speak slowly, Hong Jie urged, pulling a chair for him to sit down, her voice trembling with anxiety. Although she knew that Director Lu had been missing for an entire night, the odds of him being alive were slim. Yet before receiving precise information, both she and Captain Feng still harbored a glimmer of hope. Even if they had endured a harrowing night at the community hospital, there should still be a few survivors from the 100-member team, right? Humans are inherently prone to harboring unrealistic fantasies in the face of harsh realities. However, the team members' next words completely extinguished that flicker of hope in Hong Jie's heart. They're all dead. We didn't see a single living person, nor did we hear any sounds of resistance. The hospital has become a zombie nest, filled with the undead. As he spoke, he retrieved a camera from his satchel and handed it to Hong Jie. Upon opening the camera and glancing at the images, her face turned ashen. Captain Feng, leaning in to take the camera from her, also wore an expression of profound gloom. The team member's account was indeed accurate. They were all gone. The community hospital resembled a scene drenched in blood, with corpses and dismembered flesh strewn about. In reality, there was little flesh remaining, as most had been consumed by zombies. What remained were mostly bloodied bones. In a blurry photograph taken with a telephoto lens from over 100 meters away, Captain Feng even discerned a mound of bones resembling a mountain of corpses. Such a mass of remains could not be formed without the flesh and blood of at least 100 individuals. The office fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Moments later, Captain Feng averted his gaze, deleted the photos from the camera, and returned it to the team member, stating, "You know what you need to know. Do not spread this information within the stronghold. You are clear on what to do." Understood. The team member accepted the camera with both hands, refraining from further questions, and exited the office. Ultimately, one cannot conceal the truth forever. The community hospital was not far away, and those who ventured out for supplies would inevitably uncover the reality. Hong Jie hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I certainly understand. We will delay this matter for as long as possible. If the survivors in the stronghold find out now, the ensuing panic would likely overwhelm us." Captain Feng's tone grew firm. "What concerns me is the fact that such a large zombie nest lay right beneath our noses, and we failed to detect it. Moreover, Director Lu had dispatched personnel to investigate yesterday, and there was no sign of a zombie tide, only ordinary zombies." Reflecting on Lu's resolute demeanor before departure, Captain Feng furrowed his brow. He had believed that this operation would undoubtedly succeed. After all, according to information from the military's internal website, similar actions were being undertaken by other smaller strongholds, and the entire process had gone remarkably smoothly. So where had things gone awry? Turning his head towards the direction of the community hospital, Captain Feng found himself mulling over thoughts akin to those of Director Liu from the previous night. It felt as though they were akin to hapless insects ensnared in a spider's web, with every struggle only deepening their entrapment. They were on the verge of collapse, entirely oblivious to the identity of their adversary. "Make a call to the University Town Shelter, seek assistance," came the voice of Hongjia once more, as she gestured towards a black landline on the table. This was the direct line to the University Town Shelter, which had distributed such devices to every outpost within its jurisdiction just 2 days prior. Captain Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he stepped forward, preparing to dial, the phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at Hongjia, who wore a similarly puzzled expression, he picked up the receiver. "Hello, this is the Xixing outpost." Upon hearing Captain Feng's voice, the caller responded swiftly. "Hello, I am Lu Jun. We are already aware of yesterday's incident at our shelter." There were no pleasantries. The tone was brisk and efficient. "We will be dispatching a company of soldiers to assist you in eliminating the threat. However, our intelligence regarding the cause of yesterday's calamity is quite limited, and we require your full cooperation. Do you understand?" Captain Feng clearly recognized the authoritative voice of the second-in-command at the University Town Shelter. Lu Jun's voice resonated. A look of astonishment gradually spread across Captain Feng's face, momentarily rendering him speechless. It was not an overreaction. Rather, the unfolding scene felt surreal. After all, securing assistance from the shelter was no easy feat just yesterday. 1,000-strong outpost at Ling Hu had faced an onslaught from evolved beasts and had urgently sought help from the University Town Shelter. Yet, by the time the outpost was utterly decimated, no aid had arrived, the shelter citing its own dire circumstances. Most were aware that the University Town Shelter and its surrounding areas were still grappling with unresolved threats. Thus, Captain Feng had not harbored high hopes prior to this call, which explained his initial expression of concern. Yet unexpectedly, the University Town Shelter had granted him such a delightful surprise. A personal order from Director Liu himself to send a company of soldiers to assist in neutralizing the threat. Captain Feng felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, leaving him slightly lightheaded and breathless. "Feng Luzhou, do you understand? According to the plan, the company will arrive at your outpost tomorrow. You need to familiarize yourself with the surrounding situation today, particularly concerning the community hospital." The voice on the other end continued. Without hesitation, Captain Feng replied, "Yes, sir. I will ensure the mission is accomplished." After a brief exchange, he gently placed the receiver down, his hands trembling slightly, and turned to Hongjia, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. "The shelter's support, a company of 120 soldiers equipped with mortars and heavy weaponry. We are saved," Captain Feng succinctly declared. Upon hearing this, Hongjia was momentarily taken aback, but soon the clouds of worry dissipated from her face. Although she had sensed what was about to transpire from their earlier conversation, it was only upon hearing Captain Feng's words that she felt truly reassured. "That's wonderful," she exclaimed, but just as she was about to elaborate, she noticed Captain Feng's joy gradually ebbing away, replaced by a contemplative expression. There must be a reason behind such unusual circumstances. While it was indeed a positive development that the shelter was willing to send aid, what could be the underlying motive? Surely it was merely an act of altruism, as if the shelter sought to be the savior of the apocalypse. That seemed far-fetched. Captain Feng voiced his doubts, and after a discussion with Hongjia, they concluded that the clues pointed towards the myriad of anomalies they had encountered in recent days. Whatever the case, we can't concern ourselves with the shelter's motivations. We lack the ability to manage such matters, he remarked, pulling his gaze away. Hongjia, having quietly closed the door, approached him. In the midst of the apocalypse, time seemed particularly arduous, especially when anticipating an event. Fortunately, as the morning sun once again illuminated the dilapidated outpost, everything appeared to be in order. The 6th day of the apocalypse had quietly arrived. The sounds of metal clanging and chainsaws slicing reverberated throughout the outpost. However, due to enforced regulations aimed at preventing the attraction of zombies, these noises were mostly subdued. Following a day of turmoil, the uncertainty surrounding the whereabouts of Director Liu and his 100-strong team had intensified anxiety among the survivors, particularly for those who had witnessed the abrupt termination of the live broadcast. Thankfully, the outpost's other 2 administrators had released news that a company of soldiers would arrive today from the University Town Shelter, which swiftly calmed many of the previously unsettled survivors. In a makeshift public area of the Xixing outpost, a throng of people gathered. After the initial days of the apocalypse, many had begun to adapt. Some of the bolder individuals had even spontaneously formed small teams to undertake various supply collection tasks posted on the outpost bulletin board. Concurrently, in the free trade zone of the public area, they utilized temporary currency issued by the Xixing outpost to purchase food. This so-called currency was merely special plastic tokens discovered in a private warehouse. Unlike the bustling activity of the bulletin area, the atmosphere within the office was markedly subdued. Despite knowing that the company of soldiers would soon be arriving to assist them, Captain Feng wore a troubled expression. "Are there still no updates from the reconnaissance teams?" he inquired, his tone somber. The teams he referred to had been dispatched yesterday afternoon after communicating with the shelter, each consisting of 5 lightly equipped members armed with specialized binoculars and cameras, solely tasked with scouting the surrounding area without engaging in combat. Based on the shelter's accumulated experience, as well as their own past encounters, these teams were not expected to encounter issues, at least not to the extent of having no communication whatsoever. With no news and all phone lines down, should we continue to send people out to investigate? Hongjie asked uncertainly, shaking her head. No, let us wait for the shelter's support to arrive. With so many people, there should at least be some sign of life, even if they were cast into the sea, Captain Feng replied. This situation is undeniably peculiar. Meanwhile, 200 meters outside the Xixing stronghold, in a narrow alley cluttered with disordered wires, a figure hurriedly fled forward. He covered his mouth, glancing back intermittently, terrified of producing even the slightest sound. Upon reaching a corner, whether due to sheer exhaustion or a belief that he had found safety, the man swiftly retrieved his phone, frantically pressed a few buttons, and unlocked the device. He opened the dialing interface. If Captain Feng and Hongjie were to see this individual, they would undoubtedly recognize him as the leader of a reconnaissance team they had dispatched yesterday. Just as he pressed the call button, before he could initiate the call, he seemed to sense something. Swallowing hard, he instinctively raised his gaze ahead. There, merely half a meter in front of him, stood a zombie, staring intently at him with hollow eyes that resembled swirling voids, utterly silent. Only saliva, mixed with streaks of blood, dripped to the ground with a soft plop. This eerie and horrifying scene nearly frightened the soul out of the reconnaissance team leader. When did this creature arrive before him? It seemed to evoke memories of the past several dozen minutes. A harrowing experience steeped in despair. Fear swiftly engulfed his pupils, and in the recesses of his mind, he could almost envision the tragic end of his teammates. One of them had been literally torn apart by several of these hollow-eyed zombies. Torn apart, not merely bitten to death. These soulless creatures did not consume flesh. They merely shredded it, allowing their victims to perish in utter hopelessness. Although these beings moved with a clumsy, puppet-like demeanor, they attacked with relentless ferocity, providing no respite. They operated as a singular entity. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was not merely these strange zombies. If it were solely these peculiar creatures, his team could have potentially escaped. What truly plunged them into despair was the towering figure, standing at a staggering 2 meters and 50 centimeters, adorned with blood-like patterns. And that little girl. Yes, the zombie girl, along with that dog the size of a small car. An hour ago, while passing by a certain residential building, they had encountered that little girl. Initially, they believed her to be a survivor and sought to rescue her. Little did they know, this decision would mark the beginning of their nightmare. Terrifying. Are these creatures truly zombies? Amidst the tumult of thoughts, fear and despair gripped him like a vice, constricting his throat, leaving him breathless. Before he could react, a hand, adorned with crimson patterns and as large as a basin, reached out from behind, seizing his neck. This time, it was not merely a matter of breathlessness. The great hand tightened. His neck was instantly snapped, the sound of his vertebrae shattering resonating dully. After a resounding thud as his body struck the ground, it continued to convulse involuntarily, murky liquid seeping from his lower body. The owner of that great hand was none other than Pancher, or, more accurately, Pancher after consuming the corpse blood fruit and transforming into a special type of zombie. In alignment with Lin Mu's earlier predictions, Pancher had entered the path of the tyrant after ingesting the corpse blood fruit. His rank was Resilient Blood Corpse King. This rank is a higher tier of the Resilient Blood Corpse, characterized by an increasingly fierce demeanor in battle, capable of absorbing surrounding flesh and blood to rapidly heal itself. In terms of strength, this rank enhances the body more than typical Tyrant Path zombies, placing it firmly in the absolute first tier among them. The only ranks comparable to it are the Mountain Corpse King and War General, which also belong to the first tier of the Tyrant Path. Above these ranks lie the truly top-tier professions. However, if Lin Mu were present, he would undoubtedly assert that there are no top-tier ranks in the Tyrant Path. Indeed, for reasons unknown, The previous world had never witnessed the emergence of a genuine top-tier profession within the Tyrant Path. Those who could ascertain specific ranks among the Tyrant Path zombie kings were not of the top tier. This conundrum had perplexed numerous researchers in the previous era for an extended period, according to predictions and speculative research on bloodlines. The Tyrant Path should indeed possess top-tier ranks. Many researchers even simulated and identified various abilities of this rank, even naming it Overlord. Yet, for reasons unknown, the ultimate zombie of this rank never materialized, not even within laboratory confines. Thus, Pan Shur, relying on his profound accumulation and the remarkably perfected corpse blood fruit he cultivated, becoming the resilient blood corpse king was already a pinnacle achievement. Licking the remnants of blood and spinal fluid from his hands, Pan Shur turned his gaze to the corpse puppet before him, who was rummaging through the bodies, extracting phones and other useful equipment. With a puzzled growl, he remarked, "Little demon, why not just consume it directly?" The boss said rummaging through trash is a bad habit that it was evident that, even after transforming into a special zombie, Pan Shur remained unchanged. The familiar taste, the familiar formula. Hearing Pan Shur's words, the corpse puppet's mouth twitched, revealing a stiff and speechless expression. "You fool, don't talk to me. Go see if Ling Mu has finished her kill." The voice of the demon echoed from the corpse puppet's mouth. Suddenly, sensing something, he furrowed his brow and instinctively looked up, only to see Pan Shur circling around him, performing a series of nonsensical movements. That moment, a large red anger symbol seemed to manifest above the corpse puppet's head. "For heaven's sake, stop circling around me." The demon controlled the corpse puppet to rise and kicked at Pan Shur. However, instead of moving Pan Shur even slightly, he ended up falling flat on his backside. This outcome caused the corpse puppet's chest to heave violently. His fists clenched tightly. Just as he was about to erupt, a crisp shout from afar interrupted his actions. Turning around, he saw Ling Mu and Daba, having arrived at the alley's entrance unbeknownst to him. Daba was carrying several fresh, bleeding carcasses. Having transformed into a special zombie beast, he had grown considerably larger, reaching a length of 3 meters, making it nearly impossible for Daba to fit into the narrow alley. Upon closer inspection, ignoring the bloodied portions, the new, fine, white fur enveloped Daba like satin if one overlooked the intelligent glint in his eyes and the continuously panting tongue. This creature could indeed be deemed imposing in contrast to Pan Shur and Daba. Ling Mu had undergone even more significant changes. After becoming a special zombie, all her decaying flesh had fallen away, and her eyes sparkled with vitality, resembling a lively little girl from a distance. Of course, provoking this little girl would yield severe consequences, as demonstrated by the fate of this reconnaissance team. In comparison to Pan Shur, who directly consumed the corpse blood fruit to become the resilient blood corpse king, Ling Mu and Daba's transformation into special zombies was undoubtedly far more arduous. This difficulty primarily stemmed from 2 aspects. The first was the stringent requirements regarding the corpse blood fruit itself. To become a beast master corpse, both the zombie and its companion must share a profound bond and consume the twin-born corpse blood fruit within the same time frame. This was exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, Lin Mu had already devised a plan. Previously, they had obtained 2 specimens of the corpse blood fruit from the Seahai community. Though not conjoined twins, they have nonetheless emerged from the same heap of corpses. Through a simple grafting technique, one can fulfill the conditions for conjoined twins. This is not a mere whim of Lin Mu. In a previous life, the beast-taming corpses in the laboratory were birthed through such methods. After consuming the blood fruit of the dead last night, Ling Mu and Daba embarked on their transformative journey towards becoming extraordinary zombies. However, their trials have evidently only just begun. The difficulty arises from the fact that prior to consuming the blood fruit, they followed Lin Mu's instructions to ingest the remaining 2 brown pills. The torment of these brown pills is evident from the challenges Lin Mu faced when he became a special zombie. As a result, the entire nest of corpses was enveloped in screams and the howls of dogs throughout the night. Fortunately, the foundation built by Ling Mu and Daba was remarkably robust, allowing them to endure. In return, their rewards were equally substantial. The original rank of beast-taming corpses has evolved into a previously unheard of new rank, Beastmaster. The reason for Ling Mu's eyes sparkling with such vitality and undergoing such a transformation lies in the influence of this new rank. This rank can be simply understood as an upgraded version of beast-taming corpses. It not only comprehensively enhances the original abilities of the beast-taming corpses, but also grants Ling Mu a unique ability, submission. This is a passive ability. Specifically, when this ability activates, zombie beasts and evolved beasts instinctively draw near and submit to Xiao Linger, allowing her to command them. Xiao Linger can also freely communicate with zombie beasts or evolved beasts. Although this ability has limitations when it comes to highly evolved zombie beasts and evolved beasts, it is foreseeable that with this ability, Xiao Linger will traverse far along the path of beast-taming corpses. After all, in the apocalyptic world, zombie beasts and evolved beasts represent a formidable force. Upon learning of this ability, both Yao Gui and Pan Shi were taken aback, involuntarily envisioning themselves surrounded by a throng of zombie beasts. Trembling in fear after provoking this little girl at this stage, if one were to assess combat strength, the combination of Dabai and Xiao Linger would be more than capable of overpowering Pan Shi. Of course, neither of them alone could match Pan Shi, as the majority of the strength of the beast-taming corpses lies in their combined techniques. Meanwhile, Pan Shi is able to suppress Yao Gui. Regardless of whether Yao Gui controls the corpse puppets, this is an unavoidable reality, a SA rank that mimics the corpse master pathway. The corpse manipulator has also accurately imitated the initial weaknesses of the corpse masters. As for the 3 shadow guards, well, they have yet to become special zombies, currently classified as non-existent. However, what puzzles Xiao Linger and Dabai is that they have not received the mysterious ability called Devour that Lin Mu described to them before his seclusion. Perhaps Lin Mu's acquisition of this ability was a matter of chance, or due to some other reasons. In any case, this is not the time for such musings. All resolved, gazing at Xiao Lingo approaching. Yao Gui's corpse puppet stretched its back and stood up, glaring fiercely at the seemingly innocent Pan Shi. We have dealt with all the members of the squad you sent. I even had a few zombie rats keep an eye on those nefarious individuals at the outposts. With the cutest voice uttering the most ruthless words, a smile blossomed on Xiao Linger's face. Truly impressive, Xiao Linger. Sincerely awed, Yao Gui manipulated the corpse puppet and led Xiao Linger out of the alley, where they merged with the surrounding horde of corpses, heading towards the tide of the dead. After Lin Mu entered seclusion, Yao Gui dispatched several zombies to monitor the movements of that human outpost, simultaneously secretly establishing a plan. Yet Yao Gui did not rush into action. Instead, they waited until last night, when Pan Shi, Xiao Linger, and Dabai had all transformed into special zombies before making their move. Thus, the scene before us unfolded in a certain sense. This marks the first proactive strike by Lin Mu's forces against the West Xing outpost. It also signifies that Lin Mu's subordinates have genuinely acquired the ability to independently resolve issues. Stepping onto the stage of the apocalypse, perhaps in the distant future, when humanity reflects on this terrifying zombie force, they will define this incident as a turning point. However, at present, aside from the 2 beleaguered administrators of the West Xing outpost, no one notices the abnormalities of the situation. Even Captain Feng and Hong Jie of the West Xing outpost currently lack the energy to address the disappearance of the reconnaissance team. They have been awaiting the arrival of support from the shelter for far too long, and it has finally reached the outpost. At this moment, the public area of the West Xing outpost is teeming with people. The thunderous roar of helicopter blades slicing through the air grows ever closer. Looking towards the direction of the University City shelter, a few helicopters are gradually magnifying from mere black dots into clear silhouettes. These helicopters are not of the same model. Most are those equipped by television stations or universities for filming or transportation purposes. To accommodate more individuals. Some steel plates have been welded to the exterior of the helicopters, rendering them somewhat bulky and peculiar in appearance. Nevertheless, they are still helicopters, symbols of human technological civilization and the strength of formidable shelters. When will our outpost ever have helicopters? You must be dreaming. Peach, for a small outpost like ours, merely surviving is a challenge, let alone having helicopters. I think you've forgotten what happened the night before last. The crowd in the public area craned their necks to gaze at the approaching helicopters, while 2 individuals whispered to each other, their voices tinged with envy. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to move to the University City shelter. It's not that simple. I've heard that the University City shelter no longer accepts outsiders casually. Like the large bases in Dying City, they've implemented some sort of residence permit. This is something ordinary people like us cannot obtain. Furthermore, even if we managed to get one, how would you traverse the 2 kilometers from here to the University City shelter? You'd likely be devoured by zombies before you've even left the outpost. With a sigh, the 2 individuals' voices betrayed a hint of disappointment. regardless of whether it is before or after the apocalypse, wherever there are people. Those in positions of privilege will instinctively establish hierarchies to showcase their superiority or safeguard their share of the pie. Even if that pie is on the verge of rotting, this is an inevitable choice of human nature, unaltered by individual will. Survivors without a residence permit resent this cannibalistic system. Yet, as soon as they are fortunate enough to obtain a residence permit, even if they have not truly entered the shelter, these individuals will swiftly change their demeanor, becoming the staunchest defenders of the residence permit system. They will proclaim that this is a choice made out of necessity due to limited resources in the shelter, encouraging people to use their labor to obtain a residence permit. Such occurrences have happened countless times throughout history and will continue as long as humanity exists. This has been the case since ancient times. As the sound of the rotor blades becomes deafening, the people in the public area quickly step back, creating a large open space. A soft ladder is lowered from the helicopter. Fully armed soldiers swiftly descend onto the open ground. Forming up at this time, Captain Feng and Hong Jie have already reached the front of the crowd. Before them stands the commander of this unit. Captain Feng extends his hand and speaks. "Hello, welcome to the West Xing outpost." Without shaking Captain Feng's hand, the individual does not even remove their goggles, merely replying coolly. Liang. As Captain Feng stood there, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected cold reception, he quickly regained his composure and attempted to introduce the Xixing stronghold. However, Liang dismissed his efforts with a wave of his hand. "We are here to address the anomalies at the Xixing Community Hospital and shall not linger. Once the situation is resolved, we will return." As he spoke, he followed Captain Feng and several officers toward the office. Meanwhile, the soldiers set up makeshift tents on the spot, swiftly acclimatizing themselves to the surrounding environment. Approximately half an hour later, a sudden roar erupted from the office, so loud that even those in the common area could hear it. "No, I refuse." Captain Feng slammed his palm onto the table, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Li Yang. "Why should our personnel serve as bait? Are our people inferior to yours, making your shelter more noble?" His voice reverberated through the office. Li Yang calmly picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip, and replied nonchalantly, "If we do not come and do not implement our plan, the personnel you would lose will still be lost. Understand this clearly. This is not a negotiation. It is an order. In terms of rank, I am your superior, and you must heed my commands." Each of Li Yang's statements struck Captain Feng like a hammer, leaving him momentarily speechless, realizing he had no leverage to counter. Though this man was somewhat cold-hearted, his assertions were undeniably correct. Without their small team, even without adopting their plan, the Xixing stronghold would still suffer losses. It was certainly more sensible to use personnel as bait to draw out the mastermind lurking behind the scenes. Nevertheless, the notion of sacrificing lives in such a manner was difficult for Captain Feng to accept, especially as it was only the 6th day of the apocalypse. Many still clung to the civilized ideals of the world before the outbreak. Unable to adjust to the new reality, clenching and then relaxing his fists, Captain Feng took a moment before exhaling deeply. "Very well, I agree to your terms. Let it be decided. You may continue to dispatch reconnaissance teams, and our soldiers will follow in your wake. We shall strive to uncover the truth behind the annihilation of the 100-man squad with minimal casualties." As Li Yang spoke, he suddenly recalled the reminders from the military headquarters and Professor Wang before their departure. He paused briefly before adding, "Arrange for some reconnaissance uniforms for me. I will have my soldiers disguise themselves as scouts and follow behind you." Upon hearing this peculiar request, Hong Jie paused momentarily before instinctively asking, "What do you need to disguise yourselves as reconnaissance teams for?" Li Yang cast a glance at the seemingly large-breasted but empty-headed woman, then furrowed his brow as he turned to Captain Feng. Speaking in a low tone, "Have you not realized, after your encounters with that entity, that it possesses considerable intelligence? Whether that entity is human or zombie, our mission is to capture it alive and bring it back. Or do you think we are here for what purpose?" Li Yang's voice echoed through the office as he gestured toward the open area outside. In the distance, many soldiers were busy maintaining several 82mm mortars and 2 machine guns. In this apocalypse, such weaponry was the ultimate truth. As long as the adversaries remained carbon-based, defeat was not an option for them. If necessary, they could even raise the community hospital to the ground. Li Yang's confidence was unwavering. In truth, he was not mistaken. Unless faced with an endless horde of zombies, no evolved being could withstand artillery fire at this stage. Reports from the internet indicated that in recent days, Various shelters and strongholds across China had utilized artillery to eliminate hundreds of named zombie kings. Some of these formidable zombies even ranked among the top 100 in the so-called Chinese zombie ranking, which served as a precursor to the global zombie rankings, categorizing high-threat zombies within China. This list had been published on the 5th day of the apocalypse, featuring numerous powerful zombie kings. Naturally, hidden figures like Lin Mu were not included. Returning to the office of the Xixing stronghold, after a lengthy discussion between Li Yong and Captain Feng, a detailed plan was swiftly laid out. Approximately 2 hours later, as noon approached, 2 teams of over 10 personnel each set out from the base, one following the other. Not far from the Xixing stronghold, in a modest dwelling, Xiao Linger was cradling a squeaking zombie mouse, softly growling as if attempting to communicate with it. Behind her were the hulking figure of Pan Shi. Cautious of the low ceiling and the corpse puppets controlled by Yao Ge. So, you mean to say that more bipedal creatures have emerged from the stronghold, and in large numbers? The zombie mouse nodded vigorously, emitting a series of squeaks. Understood. I comprehend now. Placing the zombie mouse back on the ground, Xiao Linger tossed it a piece of flesh from her backpack before turning to the corpse puppets controlled by Yao Gui. More humans have come out of that stronghold, and in considerable numbers. Should we still go hunt? Xiao Linger spoke instinctively, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, despite her enhanced intelligence as a special zombie. She remained a mid-tier first-stage zombie with limited cognitive abilities, unable to grasp complex logic or conceive many ideas. In truth, this was the norm for zombies. In terms of intelligence, Xiaolinga was already exceptional among first-stage zombies. Figures like Lin Mu or Yao Gui were ultimately rare. Lin Mu retained memories from his human days, while Yao Gui possessed the corpse controller class, which allowed for further brain development. Upon hearing Xiaolinger's words, a flicker of excitement briefly crossed Yao Gui's eyes. However, this excitement swiftly morphed into confusion. According to what the boss had previously stated, these humans should have settled down for a while after being injured. Why were they so quick to send people out to their demise? The demon muttered to itself with a low growl, glancing at the excited little Linger, before turning to regard the even more exhilarated Pan Shi behind. An expression of frustration at unmet potential crossed its face. How I wish the boss were here. He would undoubtedly comprehend the situation and at the very least provide guidance on what actions to take. Unfortunately, their leader was undergoing a transformation, and given the current trend of fresh blood and flesh being delivered daily to the medicine storage room, this metamorphosis would not cease easily. Retracting its thoughts, the demon gazed towards the direction of the Xixing stronghold, coupled with the immense roar that had recently echoed from the sky. That iron mass, significantly larger than a bird, instinctively led the demon to suspect a connection between this object and the reconnaissance team dispatched from the human stronghold. Ah yes, it's called a helicopter. The sudden recollection of the term interrupted the demon's contemplation and reminded it of what this flying contraption represented. Yet, even so, the demon could not fathom the precise correlation between the arrival of these helicopters and the unusual movements of the humans. Regardless, those humans who had emerged from the stronghold were to be eliminated, whether to satiate their hunger for flesh, deplete the stronghold's strength, or to prevent these nuisances from disturbing their leader's transformation. A cautious growl escaped the demon's lips as it beckoned Pan Shi and little Linger to descend the stairs. Halfway down, it nudged a foolish dog that had become stuck in the stairwell. Unable to ascend or descend. In this post-apocalyptic world, the desolation beyond the stronghold brought an unshakable chill, one that even the blazing sun could not dispel, a coldness that stemmed from within, were it not for the exceedingly generous task rewards and the soldiers covertly protecting them. Yi would genuinely be reluctant to participate in this reconnaissance team and step outside the stronghold. After all, he had vaguely heard whispers that several reconnaissance teams that had ventured out yesterday had yet to return. With no word and no sight of them, their fate was all too evident in this wasteland. Shaking his head to dispel the fear that lingered, Yui steeled himself, observing everything around him with utmost caution as he moved alongside the larger group towards the community hospital. Due to Director Lu's recent sweep, they had encountered relatively few zombies on this journey. Yet, paradoxically, the absence of danger heightened their anxiety. He found himself in such a predicament. Fortunately, he would not have to maintain this state of trepidation for long. As soon, his heart would literally drop. The two teams advanced slowly, one behind the other, until they unknowingly reached a mere 100 meters from the community hospital. It seemed that the path ahead would pose no danger. Yi murmured to himself, gradually exhaling a sigh of relief. According to their prior plan, They did not need to actually reach the community hospital, as they could turn back 100 meters before it. As they prepared to return, everyone instinctively relaxed their vigilance. Just as the crowd began to turn back towards the Shishing stronghold, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the front of the line. Turning his gaze forward, Yi beheld over 20 ordinary zombies surging forth from an unknown direction, charging towards the reconnaissance team. Although these zombies exhibited hollow gazes and somewhat sluggish movements, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In the sudden onslaught of more than 20 zombies, 2 unfortunate souls failed to evade in time and were knocked down, their screams echoing through the air. Witnessing this scene, Yui instinctively attempted to retreat but then remembered the group of soldiers assigned to protect them. Swiftly, he turned back and shouted, "Help! Quickly, save them!" However, Yi found it perplexing that these soldiers did not pull out their firearms to engage, but instead chose to observe silently that a few soldiers even began retreating, seemingly treating themselves as mere members of the reconnaissance team. "What are you doing? Save them!" Unable to comprehend the soldiers' actions, Yui shouted in frustration. Just as he prepared to voice his concerns further, a soldier who had approached his side abruptly silenced him. The soldier tightened his grip around Yi's neck and hissed in his ear, "Don't shout, kid. Cooperate with our actions. If you expose our identities, I won't hesitate to put a couple of holes in you." He gestured towards the firearm concealed beneath his coat. Listening to the soldier's menacing words, Yi, though confused about why they wouldn't directly intervene to save the others or why they needed to remain incognito, nodded obediently and followed the soldier as they retreated. Faintly, he overheard the soldier communicating through a walkie-talkie with other team members. "Lu Gu, have you confirmed anything? Preliminary confirmation suggests those attacking zombies exhibit signs of manipulation. They are likely connected to the mastermind behind the zombie tide we saw during the live stream. Good. Continue to observe. Once we draw out the full extent of their power, we shall strike." Understood. As they sprinted swiftly, Yui focused intently on the conversation over the walkie-talkie, which inevitably caused his awareness of the surroundings to wane. When they hurried past a storefront, Yui sensed something was amiss and instinctively turned to look inside. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a resounding crash, the glass facade of the shop shattered, and a figure over 2 meters tall, adorned with crimson markings, burst forth. Before Yui could react, it seized him in its grasp and violently slammed him against the adjacent wall. The poor young man didn't even have the chance to scream before Pancher reduced him to a gruesome puddle of flesh, the sound echoing ominously in the air. The soldier who had been by Yi's side clearly witnessed this horrific scene. He abruptly halted, drawing a submachine gun from his jacket, preparing to retaliate. Yet, in close quarters, the speed of an ordinary human paled in comparison to that of Pancher, who had already transformed into a special zombie. Though Pancher often appeared somewhat clumsy, his combat instincts were anything but weak. The very reason Lin Mu had accepted him into their ranks was largely due to his battle prowess. Seizing the moment as the soldier readied his weapon, Pancher swiftly swatted the submachine gun aside, his massive fist hurtling towards the soldier's face. In a panic, the soldier instinctively pulled the trigger, but the bullets merely grazed the wall, leaving a trail of holes in their wake. In those final moments of life, the soldier managed to shout a few desperate words, "B2 team under attack." Subsequently, his cranium was sent flying as if it were a bowling ball by the impact of a boulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain as the headless corpse staggered and collapsed to the ground. Soldiers disguised as reconnaissance team members turned their attention towards the scene, swiftly aiming their weapons at the boulder. Faced with a dozen gleaming firearms pointed directly at him, even with his mind somewhat dulled, the boulder understood that he had encountered a formidable adversary. This group of humans was not the ordinary survivors they had previously hunted. They bore a resemblance to the soldiers described by the malevolent spirits. These humans were often equipped with powerful weaponry, rendering them exceedingly dangerous. At that moment, with firearms trained upon him, the boulder exhibited no hesitation and took off at high speed. His choice proved wise. For the next instant, a torrential barrage of bullets descended upon the very spot he had just vacated. Generally speaking, ordinary zombies would only be able to disregard small firearms after evolving to the 3rd tier. Although the boulder was a blood-tough zombie king of the tyrant path, possessing physical strength far superior to that of regular zombies, he was still merely at the late stage of the 1st tier. Confronted with such concentrated firepower, failure to evade would certainly lead to his demise from a barrage of critical hits. Within just a couple of breaths, the dynamics of the battlefield underwent a dramatic shift. Despite the boulder utilizing his speed and strength to eliminate another soldier, the remaining troops had already encircled him. As the hail of bullets rained in from all directions, the boulder found himself with no room to evade. In the blink of an eye, 8 or 9 bullet holes marred his body. However, to the astonishment of the soldiers, these wounds not only failed to diminish the boulder's combat prowess but seemed to invigorate him further. Enveloped in a mist of crimson, his speed increasing, the bullet holes on his body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. A special zombie, indeed, the soldiers cursed inwardly. Was it possible that, aside from the previously encountered corpse lord zombie, they had stumbled upon yet another tyrant? Surely, these two weren't allied. What a stroke of misfortune! Within the communication channel, the soldiers exchanged urgent messages. Suddenly, someone appeared to have made a realization, exclaiming loudly, "What is this tyrant shouting about? Does anyone know?" As they focused their attention, they observed the boulder moving rapidly, desperately dodging bullets while emitting a series of urgent, low growls. Recognizing the sound from a comprehensive guide on zombie behavior he had previously seen abroad. One soldier exclaimed, "That's a signal for help." Help? From whom? Is it that corpse lord controlling the zombies? Even now, these soldiers continued to regard the malevolent spirits as mere corpse lord zombies, believing them to be the orchestrators of the recent zombie tide. Little did they know, there couldn't possibly be a third special path zombie, could there? Before the soldier could finish his thought, a sharp bark pierced the air from behind him. "There's a dog here?" Frowning, he instinctively turned his head to glance back. The sight nearly sent his soul fleeing. Behind him stood a dog, yet it was not what he had envisioned. This was a zombie dog, towering at nearly 2 meters. Resembling a small mountain, he had no doubt that its gaping maw could easily rend him in two. Well, in truth, he needn't have doubted, for the next moment, he was indeed bitten in half by the monstrous creature. His remains swallowed whole. The commotion drew the attention of other soldiers. When they turned to look, each was momentarily startled by the sight of the formidable beast, involuntarily shivering. However, the soldierly discipline prevented them from losing heart like ordinary survivors. They quickly divided into 2 teams, one to confront the imposing zombie dog, while the other continued to engage the tyrant zombie. As a result, the pressure on the boulder was significantly alleviated. Not to mention, several soldiers were aiding the actual reconnaissance team in dealing with the zombie puppets. Thus, the boulder found himself facing only 6 or 7 soldiers. Just as he steadied himself, preparing to engage in combat with these soldiers, an unexpected disturbance arose from the vicinity where soldiers were confronting the zombie dog. Gasps and the sound of rushing air captured everyone's attention. Through the gaps between the soldiers, the boulder caught a glimpse of the zombie dog's current appearance. At that moment, one thought consumed his mind. Who is this? Is this still the Dabai I know? Following the boulder's gaze, a magnificent canine stood proudly, adorned with a splendid mark upon its forehead. Delicate golden patterns radiated outward from the mark, imbuing the once endearing face of Dabai with an air of mystery and nobility. Golden currents of energy enveloped its form, and its pristine fur billowed. The boulder swore it was the first time he had described a dog as handsome. Incidentally, he had only just learned the word swear a couple of days prior. The transformation was a result of Dabai being influenced by the core ability of its master. Similar to other corpse lords, during the first-tier zombie phase, as the master, Xiaoling had little combat capability, merely able to channel her power into Dabai. Moreover, due to the unique nature of the master, Dabai, influenced by this transfer, had even awakened a portion of its latent bloodline power. Thus, the scene before them unfolded possessed solely by combat prowess. Dabai now equated to an ordinary late-stage second-tier zombie. This was truly terrifying. However, the soldiers, lacking any understanding of the implications of such power, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Don't be afraid, just fire. A mere zombie dog can't turn the tide." Accompanied by a voice feigning composure, the gunfire, which had paused for a brief moment, erupted once more. Regrettably, a hail of bullets swept through the air, finding no target. Gazing ahead, the imposing figure of the Great White, once ensconced within the circle of onlookers, had vanished without a trace. The second-tier zombies, with a speed 6 times that of an adult, could surge forward, covering over 30 meters in the blink of an eye. Such velocity surpassed the aiming capabilities of many soldiers, rendering them unable to even catch a glimpse of its form. Furthermore, the Great White continuously altered its trajectory while in motion, amidst the cacophony of gunfire and screams. It resembled a speeding car, leaving a trail of bodies flung violently in its wake. Some unfortunate souls were even torn apart by its sheer kinetic force, their remains scattered. In mere moments. For soldiers perished at the hands of the Great White's onslaught and savage bites. It is important to note that the reconnaissance team they had disguised themselves as consisted of fewer than 20 individuals. Such losses were significant indeed. However, this collision was not without its toll on the Great White either. Its massive form rendered it an easy target. The close-range barrage from submachine guns inflicted numerous wounds upon it, causing blood to ooze from its pristine white fur, staining it crimson. Even the electrical arcs bore a hint of red hue. Moreover, its ability to maintain control would last no more than 3 minutes. Beyond that duration, the injured Great White would undoubtedly lose a substantial portion of its combat effectiveness. Currently, the rock was restrained by 6 or 7 fully armed soldiers, while the cadaveric puppets were being besieged by alert humans. Should this continue, even in victory, the rock's forces would certainly pay a heavy price. This, however, was not the gravest concern. Merely moments later, an officer concealed within the front reconnaissance team, who had yet to engage, suddenly heard his radio crackle to life. Although the specifics were unclear, the officer nodded and retrieved a long, metal tube equipped with a scope and grip from the case he had been dragging behind him. Within a nearby building, a demon controlling the cadaveric puppets recognized the dark green paint of the weapon. His blood-red eyes narrowed. He identified it instantly as a rocket launcher. Lin Mu had specifically mentioned such a device before his transformation. As a portable anti-tank weapon, the rocket launcher was more than sufficient for dealing with zombies. Lin Mu's warning echoed clearly in the demon's mind. Upon encountering this weapon, humans should flee without a trace of hope. Following the trajectory aimed by the rocket launcher, the target was none other than the Great White, whose speed had diminished due to its injuries. This was unacceptable. Action must be taken. The demon understood all too well the catastrophic consequences of a rocket striking the Great White. Furthermore, in the midst of the fierce battle, the Great White remained oblivious to the imminent threat posed by the rocket launcher. As for Xiao Linger, that little one was fully engrossed in maintaining her control. Oblivious to the danger approaching in a moment of desperation, the demon could only command the cadaveric puppets to charge frantically towards the soldier wielding the rocket launcher, due to the overload of its abilities. The demon could no longer conceal itself, and the surging energy revealed its position. Clearly, the officer had not anticipated that his actions would provoke such a frenzy among the horde of zombies. Dismayed by the onslaught of the undead, he momentarily lost his composure. The crosshairs that had been aimed at the Great White deviated in an instant. In a flash, his eyes scanned the energy detector, and upon spotting a suddenly bright dot, realization struck him. The impending threat was not merely the 2 special zombies. Their primary objective was to capture the entity responsible for summoning the horde. According to prior speculations from the shelter, this entity was likely a zombie of the master pathway. If his assumptions were correct, the entity now appearing on the energy detector was indeed the one they sought. The timing of the bright dot coincided perfectly with the moment the horde surged towards it. In a moment of panic, thoughts raced through his mind as the captain of this makeshift soldier team. He instinctively knew what needed to be done to fulfill their mission and where to direct the rocket launcher to extricate himself from this deadly predicament. Perhaps it was the imminent threat of life and death that ignited a surge of adrenaline within the officer. In a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, he recalled the method shared by the shelter prior to their mission for locating the hiding place of the master pathway zombie. Half-guessing, he pinpointed the demon's location that he then aimed the rocket launcher in that direction. With a resounding bang, the rocket launcher was activated. The warhead soared across the battlefield like an arrow piercing the clouds, detonating against the facade of a nearby building amidst the astonished gazes of all present. The tremendous explosion sent tremors throughout the entire battlefield, ringing in the ears of everyone in attendance. Moments later, as the flames and smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, the officer, still clutching the now heated launcher, exhaled deeply in relief. He knew he had made the right gamble. Whether they were soldiers engaged in combat with the Great White and the Rock, or survivors from the reconnaissance team, all eyes turned towards him. In that instant, the Great White and the Rock vanished without a trace, seizing the opportunity presented by the distraction. The survivors of the reconnaissance team regarded the officer with astonishment and confusion, while the soldiers looked at their captain with gratitude. Without that crucial rocket, which had frightened away the 2 special zombies, they would likely have perished here today. Wait, frightened away? Did the Great Dog and the Tyrant Pathway zombie truly flee in fear? A thought quickly surfaced in the officer's mind. Could they be going to rescue the Master Pathway zombie? Although there were no precedents for such occurrences, after witnessing the recent battle, he was convinced that there existed intricate connections among the 3 special zombies. Perhaps, during the previous live broadcast, the demise of the 100-man team at the community hospital was not solely the work of the Master Pathway zombie, but rather a collaborative effort involving all 3 special zombies. Considering the strength demonstrated by these three zombies, it was entirely plausible, though this did not elucidate the origin of the grenade that had severed the live broadcast, nor did it explain the mysterious phone call. The captain felt that his deductions were nearing the truth. Right, the mission objective was to capture a live specimen. With this realization, the officer, who had been momentarily lost in thought and rather self-satisfied, quickly regained his focus. He turned towards the room that had been reduced to rubble by the rocket launcher. Quickly organized the remaining forces. We must capture that master pathway zombie, alive or dead. Before those two special zombies can intervene, commands were issued urgently over the intercom. The officer paid little heed to the injured soldiers or the survivors from the Xixing stronghold, accompanied by a few individuals. He hurriedly made his way towards the building where the aberrations were located. For precaution, one of them even retrieved a rocket launcher from the long case, trailing behind the group. Nevertheless, the speed of these ordinary humans was evidently no match for the full-force onslaught of the Rock and the Great White. Moreover, the Rock and the Great White had commenced their advance toward the direction of the aberrations the moment the explosion erupted. By the time this group reached the room where the aberrations had previously concealed themselves, they found nothing but a floor stained with black blood and scattered remnants of flesh. The room, in its desolation, seemed to narrate the horrors it had recently endured. Had they arrived too late? Yet, it was not entirely bleak news. The fact that this zombie had been taken away indicated that he was still alive. They had now completely grasped the situation at hand. Completing the entire capture plan was merely a matter of time. The squad leader muttered a few words to himself before picking up his phone to dial Li Yong's number. Approximately half an hour later, Li Yong, situated within the confines of the Xixing stronghold, directly called the university town shelter. After a couple of beeps, the call connected. To Li Yong's bewilderment, besides the prearranged Professor Wang, there appeared to be another individual on the line. However, due to the demands of the mission, Li Yong did not dwell on it and proceeded to relay all the details of the operations, along with his conjectures, to the person on the other end. Are you suggesting that there are three special zombies orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Professor Wang's voice was deep. Li Yang swiftly responded, indeed, and based on our field experience, we have discovered that these zombies are not as terrifying as we initially imagined. The previous annihilation of that 100-man squad may have stemmed from their own insufficient capabilities. It seemed that Professor Wang paused for a moment to fully digest this information before a hint of joy emerged in his voice. Is that so? I understand. You have done exceptionally well. If you can successfully bring back those special zombies intact, I can make you a promise. It will secure your advancement within the shelter. Furthermore, we would be delighted to welcome you into the base organization. The terms would be at your discretion. With that, Professor Wang's voice fell silent as he voluntarily ended the call. Li Yang exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair and gazing at the ceiling, a glimmer of excitement welling in his eyes. The reason he had eagerly volunteered to undertake this risky mission was precisely for this opportunity, to advance further. Moreover, Professor Wang had extended an invitation for him to join the base organization. A prospect worth considering. As the apocalypse entered its sixth day, organizations like the base had become known to many mid-level and grassroots officials, consequently attracting an increasing number of individuals eager to join. On the other side, within a newly constructed laboratory at the university town shelter, Professor Wang set down his phone, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Behind him stood a man clad in a black robe, his features obscured. Qinghe, how goes the situation? The man inquired, his deep voice devoid of discernible emotion. Director Xiao, the plan is proceeding smoothly. We have unveiled the true nature of those entities. They are merely three special pathway zombies, albeit more adept at cooperation than regular zombies, making them somewhat troublesome. The soldiers here at the shelter have already injured one of the corpse master pathway zombies. I believe we will have results by tomorrow at the latest. Professor Wang replied, bowing slightly with a tone that was neither rushed nor slow. After a moment, he seemed to recall something and added, with a hint of inquiry, however, there has yet to be any news regarding the grenade and that phone call you were most concerned about. It could be the doing of the corpse master pathway zombie, or perhaps. Professor Wang's words were abruptly interrupted by Director Xiao raising a hand. As long as we can capture those special zombies, particularly the corpse master pathway zombie, we are in urgent need of that lineage for our research. Regarding that phone call and the grenade, I have my own suspicions. As he spoke, Director Xiao removed his hat, revealing a face marked by wrinkles, indicative of someone in their 30s or 40s, with one eye crimson and the other pitch black. To be honest, Professor Wang had been startled upon first encountering him. The reasons behind Director Zhao's current state remained a mystery that Professor Wang did not dare to inquire about directly. Hearing Director Zhao's words, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Professor Wang's eyes as he furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you implying that it involves the other two organizations?" His question was once again cut short by Director Zhao. "You were correct in your assumption. Due to certain circumstances, competition among us, particularly at the higher echelons, is exceedingly fierce. This incident is likely the result of those individuals hearing about my plans to establish a laboratory in Dajang City, and they deliberately concocted this scheme to target me, aiming to hinder our experimental progress." Director Zhao continued, his gaze profound. "Utilizing 3 special zombies to play such deceitful tricks to disrupt our research rhythm is not something I have not encountered before. Back before the apocalypse, they employed similar tactics. In fact, I owe them a debt of gratitude for delivering 3 special zombies into my hands. A smile graced the corners of Minter Hao's lips. Observing this, Professor Wang joined in the laughter. In the distance, the construction workers in the laboratory cast a perplexed glance at the two, momentarily revealing an expression akin to that of a madman. However, this expression faded as quickly as it appeared. According to his sources, the figure clad in black robes was someone whom Mayor Lin had summoned at great expense from a mysterious organization for research purposes. The entire building under construction, specifically the laboratory, was designed for this enigmatic individual, hinting at a remarkable background. Returning our focus to the community hospital, within the hall, a resounding bark echoed as the heavily injured Great White, now back to its original form and covered in scars, charged into the lobby, accompanied by the equally battered Rock and the weird Xiaoling, who could barely maintain her footing. Yet now, they seemed to disregard their own wounds. For the attention of nearly all the zombies was fixated on the demon. Even the 3 shadow guards, who had been vigilantly protecting Lin Mu from a distance, subtly inched closer. At that moment, the state of the demon could only be described as tragic. Half of its body was charred, revealing stark white bones beneath. Blood slowly oozed from the fissured skin, not due to the severity of the injury, but because the demon's blood had nearly run dry. Although the rocket launcher had not directly struck the demon but had instead impacted the outer wall of the room, it was, by nature, an anti-tank weapon with formidable penetrating power. Additionally, in the confined space of the indoors, the effects of the shockwave were magnified. It could be said that the demon's survival was a stroke of luck. Fortunately, its core organ, the crystalline marrow, remained undamaged. As the central organ of an evolved being, as long as the crystalline marrow was intact, there remained hope for recovery. Moreover, zombies were inherently resilient creatures. As long as there was sufficient flesh and blood, they could swiftly heal their wounds. Thus, within the hospital lobby, atop the makeshift platform of bones, a poignant scene unfolded. Great White and Rock, feeling a sense of guilt, continuously retrieved the fresh blood and flesh they had secretly hoarded from the second floor of the hospital, feeding piece after piece into the demon's mouth. Meanwhile, Xiaoling softly sang a haunting melody, seemingly attempting to soothe the demon's pain through the power of music. In response, the demon, struggling and emitting muffled sounds, felt as if it were on the brink of tears, experiencing not only physical torment, but also profound psychological distress. Under the attentive care of Rock and Great White, the demon was pressed against the bone platform like a rag doll, with no right to refuse, forced to gnash and chew on the flesh that made its cheeks bulge. Although the method was undeniably crude, the results were evident. With each mouthful of flesh consumed, the demon's wounds began to heal slowly, fresh flesh sprouting gradually. However, this healing process was considerably slower compared to the early days of the apocalypse when Rock devoured flesh to mend its own injuries. This was not due to Rock's superior physical prowess over the demon. Rather, at that time, Rock was not even classified as a special zombie. The slower healing rate was because a first-tier zombie required a significantly larger amount of energy to recover from injuries. Given the current trend, it would take a couple of days before the demon could hope to leave the platform of bones. Once the demon's condition stabilized, the 3 shadow guards turned to depart, while Rock and the other zombies returned to their respective territories to commence their healing processes. At the distant Xixing base, 2 squads had now returned, although more than half of the soldiers had fallen, and the actual reconnaissance team was reduced to a mere third of its original strength. The good news they brought was a relief to Li Yang and Captain Feng, instilling in them a sense of reassurance. Understanding the nature of the threat they faced and being confident in their ability to resolve the issue was crucial for both the Xixing base and the soldiers. The casualties sustained were anticipated and deemed acceptable. The squad leader, What are your plans moving forward? After witnessing the formidable strength of these soldiers during the battle, Captain Feng's demeanor softened, and his tone adopted a more deferential quality, as if acknowledging the other party's authority. After all, the weapons were in their hands. Hearing Captain Feng's inquiry, Li Yang chuckled and replied, "There's nothing particularly profound in our strategy. Our weapons and ammunition are sufficient. We shall advance directly. We plan to leave a reserve force of 30 within the base to safeguard its security while deploying the remaining 80 into 2 teams of 40. Armed with mortars and heavy machine guns, to obliterate that zombie nest." As he spoke, Li Yang glanced out of the window, pondering for a moment before continuing, "Of course, as time is of the essence. We must act in the morning. I will need you to send a few individuals familiar with the area to assist us in our advance." Once Li Yang finished speaking, he looked toward Captain Feng and Hong Jie. And upon seeing no objections from either, the plan was solidified. Preparations for attending to the wounded and other pre-battle arrangements were underway. Li Yang and Captain Feng meticulously simulated the entire plan on a makeshift map. And time swiftly passed in the process. Finally, as night descended, accompanied by a crack of thunder in the distance, a gentle drizzle fell like a gossamer veil over the Xixing base. The first rain since the apocalypse arrived without warning. "I hope it doesn't affect our plans," Hong Jie murmured to herself while standing by the window, using her palm to catch a few raindrops. Perhaps it was a trick of perception, but she sensed a hint of bloodiness even in the rain. "Rain? What is this? Is someone up there drooling?" Within the hospital lobby, Rock, like a child who had received a toy, cradled a handful of rainwater as he approached the demon, chattering incessantly. The demon wished to explain, but with its mouth filled with flesh or on the verge of being so, there was no opportunity to speak. Just then, Rock seemed to sense something, pausing momentarily before an uncontrollable excitement filled his eyes. He turned to gaze at the medicine storage room at the corridors, in the shadows. The iron door remained closed, yet Lin Mu's figure had appeared outside the storage room, standing there unannounced. "Boss," Rock exclaimed with uncontained enthusiasm. Lin Mu responded with a subtle smile, and then a faint red glow emanated from him, swiftly enveloping an expansive area with a radius of 30 meters. This encompassed the entire community hospital and a corner of several buildings outside. Forming an inverted red hemisphere as the raindrops entered the realm of the red glow, they seemed to freeze momentarily, gently suspending at the surface of the hemisphere, and in mere seconds, a film of water began to form. After approximately half a minute, Lin Mu retracted the domain, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he allowed the water film to cascade down like a waterfall from the heavens. However, once his attention shifted back to the hospital lobby, particularly upon seeing the gravely injured demon, the smile on Lin Mu's face melted away like snow, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. "Base organization, how clever of you to come knocking at my door. Very well, I shall not need to search for you." Within the hospital's grand hall, the low growls of the demons intertwined with the steadfast murmurs of the boulder nearby. The murderous intent emanating from Lin Mu intensified with each passing moment. Despite the fact that the base organization had not made a direct appearance throughout the entire incident, Lin Mu was all too familiar with those individuals from his previous life, piecing together the accounts relayed by the demons and the conversations of the soldiers. He swiftly constructed a nearly complete picture of the situation. With this understanding, he resolved to collect his due interest first. He would annihilate those oblivious soldiers and subsequently obliterate the Western Qing stronghold. When Lin Mu mentioned the obliteration of the Western Qing stronghold, his words reflected no hesitation or apprehension, but rather an overwhelming confidence. This was the manifestation of a significant enhancement in his strength. Just moments ago, when the demon mentioned that the soldiers of that unit were equipped with rocket launchers, Lin Mu's brow furrowed slightly. The aura radiating from him had already reached the early stages of the second tier. As a master of the Dominion class, coupled with his profound accumulation, Lin Mu in the early second tier was far from being an ordinary zombie in terms of attributes related to physicality, such as strength and speed. Even without activating any abilities, Lin Mu was now capable of rivaling an ordinary early-stage third-tier zombie. One should not underestimate this leap in tiers. Often, quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. Being in the early third tier implied that Lin Mu could disregard the impact of standard small-caliber firearms. Although he still could not withstand machine guns or other human firearms, his enhanced speed afforded him greater assurance in evading or resisting such weaponry. Moreover, This transition into the second tier brought about improvements in physical prowess that were merely the tip of the iceberg of Lin Mu's gains. In the span of 2 days, he had actually ascended to the rank of a second-tier zombie by the end of the first day. Yet, just as he prepared to emerge from his seclusion, an indescribable hunger surged within him, akin to a ravenous beast desperately yearning for sustenance. This was the very reason behind the previous account of fresh flesh and blood being delivered to the medical storage room in successive loads. Drawing from past experiences, Lin Mu was aware that typically, top-tier zombies required the consumption of a certain amount of flesh to facilitate the evolution of their unique abilities that in previous life laboratory experiments. Humanity had conducted similar trials. However, Lin Mu had not anticipated that his evolution of special abilities would necessitate such an extensive quantity of flesh. Had he not made prior preparations and had a carcass nest as support, continuously supplying him with sustenance, he doubted he could have endured this transformation with such ease. As for the reason, while Lin Mu could not fully ascertain it, his attention had shifted to the unique ability known as Devour. During these 2 days of metamorphosis, the flesh he consumed was not digested by his stomach. Rather, it was transmuted into pure energy by an intangible force, infused into his being in an almost brutal manner. Throughout this process, Lin Mu felt an insatiable craving deep within his bloodline for flesh, transforming into an overwhelming hunger that compelled him to consume even more. If one were to consider this as following the guidance of the bloodline, it would indeed align with the description of the Devour ability. However, Lin Mu sensed that his understanding of this ability was merely scratching the surface. It was possible that the Devour ability had not even been actively triggered. What he experienced was merely some passive capabilities accompanying the act of consumption. Nevertheless, the enhancement of Lin Mu's dominion abilities upon entering the second tier exceeded his expectations. First and foremost, his ability to control corpses had tripled, allowing him to directly command 300 ordinary zombies. With a significant increase in the number of first-tier zombies he could forcibly manipulate. Furthermore, the further development of his brain enabled him to execute more intricate maneuvers and strategies while directing the zombies. Should he fully harness this ability, given sufficient time, he could even unleash a horde of over 1,000 zombies. This was profoundly terrifying. Generally, hordes numbering between 100 and 500 are classified as micro-hordes. Such hordes can obliterate small human settlements and are among the most frequent occurrences in the apocalypse. Most human factions encounter these micro-hordes from time to time, and some large shelters, due to their dense populations, attract these hordes incessantly. If not dealt with promptly, these micro-hordes could pose a significant threat to ordinary human strongholds like the Western Qing base. Hordes ranging from 500 to 2,000 are termed small hordes. These hordes display destructive characteristics, capable of devouring nearly all living beings in their path. Even third-tier evolved beings risk being completely overwhelmed if caught in a small horde without a timely escape. Due to the size of these hordes straddling a precarious threshold, ordinary strongholds regard them with trepidation, while larger shelters, confident in their strength, often dismiss small hordes and are reluctant to expend resources to eradicate them. Consequently, small hordes frequently account for the highest number of obliterated strongholds in the apocalypse. Beyond this are medium hordes, comprising 2,000 to 10,000 zombies, and large hordes, numbering from 10,000 to 100,000, which pose immense threats to shelters and human bases alike. Of course, the classification of horde levels is subjective to humanity. In Lin Mu's previous life, hordes exceeding 100,000 were not uncommon. Yet there was typically no specific classification beyond that threshold. People would assign codenames to these catastrophic events reminiscent of natural disasters. For instance, the previous incident in the capital of Peacock Nation, where millions of zombies triggered a super horde, was internationally dubbed the 01 Delhi catastrophe. Numerous similar events exist, but these are not what Lin Mu needs to contemplate at present. His paramount concern now is to eliminate that unit of soldiers and obliterate the Western Qing stronghold. With the capacity to summon a small horde, Lin Mu evidently possesses the requisite qualifications. The transformation of his corpse manipulation ability is but one of the 3 abilities he wields. Most gratifying for Lin Mu, however, is the transformation of his dominion domain following his ascension to the second tier. In terms of area, the radius of his corpse domain has expanded 9-fold, increasing from 10 meters to 30 meters. The corpse domain itself, a sphere centered around Lin Mu, has experienced an even greater increase in volume. This is merely an enhancement of the fundamental range. In addition, the corpse domain has introduced 2 new features. One of these is called phantomization. Simply put, when the corpse domain is activated, Lin Mu can, much like the Shadow Monarch when he previously activated the Silent Ink domain, partially render his body intangible. This not only augments his defensive capabilities, but also allows him to pass through relatively thin walls. He has just tested this in the medicine storage room. Upon activating the corpse domain and achieving phantomization, his physical form can withstand fire from submachine guns without sustaining damage, roughly equivalent to the strength of a late-stage Tier 3 zombie. This explains why Lin Mu was able to appear in the corridor without opening the door. He utilized the ability to phase through walls. This seemingly simple trait proves to be immensely useful in the apocalyptic world. Whether for ambushes or assassinations, it is an undeniably practical characteristic. The second feature is known as interference. This is an extension of the corpse domain's influence and suppression over evolved beings entering it. Specifically, when Lin Mu expands the corpse domain, it generates intense interference against various waves within its confines, including sound waves and certain electromagnetic spectrums. To put it simply, within the shroud of the corpse domain, individuals cannot produce any sound. And it also disrupts the majority of electronic devices. Just considering its auditory implications reveals the formidable nature of this trait, particularly when dealing with humans. These two features seem almost tailor-made for Lin Mu, providing him with greater possibilities for his future plans. If applied to other special zombies, the dual characteristics accompanying the Dominator domain would likely equate to 2 or 3 special abilities. Truly, it reflects the prowess of a top-tier class. And it is certainly thanks to the Devour talent. After pondering for a moment, satisfaction was evident on his face. Typically, top-tier zombies experience a transformation from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and even with good fortune, they may acquire only one new feature to enhance their capabilities. However, Lin Mu's Dominator domain has directly obtained 2 new and exceptionally powerful traits. In contrast, the changes to the Dominator blood seal are somewhat less significant. From Tier 1 to Tier 2, it simply gained an additional Dominator blood seal. Lin Mu speculates that this may be due to his insufficient rank, which limits his capacity to support the evolution of the Dominator blood seal. Nevertheless, compared to other special zombies, acquiring an additional Dominator blood seal is already a substantial enhancement. Currently, aside from the Dominator blood seal on the rock, Lin Mu possesses 2 unused blood seals within himself. One of these is kept as a reserve, while the other can be directly bestowed upon the Yao Gui. Based on Lin Mu's understanding of the corpse manipulator class, the puppets it controls are not solely limited to deceased zombies. It can also manipulate the bodies of other creatures, including humans. This grants Lin Mu greater options when commanding corpses, and if nothing else, it can increase the scale of the zombie horde. Moreover, among Lin Mu's subordinates, compared to the robust Rock and the imposing Big White, as well as the protected Xiao and the 3 elusive shadow corpses, the Yao Gui is notably fragile that a single rocket launcher shot nearly cost him his life. Lin Mu does not wish to return from his next seclusion only to find that one of his subordinates is missing. Losing this purebred worker, or rather, this esteemed steward, would leave Lin Mu with no place to lament. While contemplating, Lin Mu did not hesitate further and directly activated the Dominator blood seal to coalesce. The Rock had certainly encountered this entity before, but it was the first time the Yao Gui laid eyes on the Dominator blood seal. The faint pressure emanating from the blood seal caused the steward's heart to race. Without needing to guess, the Yao Gui understood that merging with this entity would grant him tremendous benefits. Thus, with the Yao Gui's cooperation, the Dominator blood seal embedded itself into his forehead, forming a pale red pattern akin to that on the Rock's brow. Simultaneously, as Lin Mu actively opened the life channel to transmit vitality, the wounds on the Yao Gui's body visibly healed. In almost 10 minutes, he had recovered significantly. Naturally, this came at the cost of Lin Mu's stomach beginning to rumble. Under healthy conditions, evolved beings can continuously restore their vitality. And the higher the tier of the evolved being, the more vigorous their life force. This is why Lin Mu directly transferred vitality to the Yao Gui, feeling a surge of power belonging to the Yao Gui within him. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he gazed toward the direction of the community hospital. At this juncture, on the 7th day of the apocalypse, Lin Mu's strength is somewhat exceptional. Not to mention the corpse domain and Dominator blood seal, his mere ability to command corpses would suffice to alarm many human strongholds. Furthermore, Lin Mu's power is not limited to himself. Among his 7 zombies, there is the late-stage resilient blood zombie Rock, the mid-stage master Xiao and the late-stage Big White. There is also the mid-stage corpse manipulator Yao Gui, enhanced by the Dominator blood seal, along with 3 mid-stage shadows that have yet to become special zombies. This constitutes a considerable force. Moreover, each of Lin Mu's 7 zombies has also recruited a few subordinates, including some first-tier zombies. When all the scattered zombies are tallied, Lin Mu's active horde approaches 300. It can be said that Lin Mu's influence has essentially been birthed. As Lin Mu and his subordinates grow stronger, this nascent zombie force will continue to expand like a rolling snowball. In the hospital hall, Lin Mu's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the Xixing stronghold. Although his strength has now surpassed Tier 2, and his zombie horde has significantly increased in power. The humans, especially the soldiers from that squad, should not be underestimated. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. How much more so when dealing with cunning humans, based on past experiences. Since these individuals are equipped with rocket launchers, they are likely to carry other heavy weapons, even artillery. At this stage, facing such formidable weaponry, Lin Mu must contemplate a strategy. The deployment of heavy weapons requires time. And based on their previous actions, these humans will likely take the initiative to launch an assault, constructing a defensive line around the hospital. They may attempt to obliterate the hospital's zombie nest with heavy firepower. Confronted with this highly probable scenario, Lin Mu's best option is to strike first, before they can establish their defenses, or even while they are still transporting their weapons. He should decisively crush them, striving to eliminate this squad of soldiers at minimal cost. Following that, he would gather momentum to directly annihilate the Xixing stronghold. With this thought in mind, Lin Mu nodded to himself, having endured and bided his time for so long. The moment to take decisive action had finally arrived. Upon hearing the chilling yet exhilarating whisper, the nearby boulder, clearly having grasped the intentions of its master, revealed an expression of fervor in its eyes. Unable to suppress a roar, the zombies within the hospital's nest seemed to sense something as well, raising their heads in a chorus of growls, as if responding to Lin Mu's words. In an instant, the vicinity of the community hospital erupted with unrest, survivors cautiously scavenging for supplies in the area, upon hearing the commotion, fled the scene like startled birds, eager to distance themselves from this perilous domain. Beneath the ominous clouds, the thunder grew increasingly deafening. The gentle patter of rain washed away the remnants of blood that had marred the corners of the grand city for the past 7 days, obscuring many ongoing or impending skirmishes. At the entrance of the Xixing stronghold, raindrops cascaded from the hastily scrawled characters of Xixing stronghold, leaving streaks of ink in their wake. Dense sounds of footsteps echoed from below the gate. 2 fully armed squads, each comprised of 40 men and equipped with heavy weaponry on carts, marched toward the exterior of the stronghold. Not far behind them, within a rain-sheltered tent, 30 soldiers remained to defend the stronghold. "Hey, how long do you think this operation will take?" One soldier nudged his companion and whispered, "Haha, how long could it possibly take? I reckon not more than 2 hours." The other replied with a scoff. Though those special zombies are stronger than regular ones, they're no different from paper in front of heavy artillery. Just yesterday, we dispatched a team of over 10, and a single rocket launcher took out that hidden zombie overlord's minion. If those zombies hadn't fled so swiftly, we might have captured them alive. With 2 squads of 40 armed with heavy machine guns and mortars today, capturing those zombies should be a walk in the park. He continued, gesturing animatedly. As the 2 engaged in their engrossing conversation, other idle soldiers joined in. "Old Lu makes a good point. I just hope those zombies don't perish too quickly, or we might miss the chance to capture them alive and end up obliterating them instead." "Haha, you could be onto something there. Those Tier 1 special zombies, a burst from a heavy machine gun would shatter them. Didn't we see images of that online?" A group of soldiers conversed animatedly, drawing nearby survivors of the Xixing stronghold into their discussion. Amidst the chatter, some even began to wager on when the 2 squads would return and which team would capture more zombies. The communal area of the Xixing stronghold became a hubbub of excitement, entirely oblivious to the fate of the 100-man squad that had perished days prior, and the missing teams of recent days. Meanwhile, the 2 squads of 40 emerged from the stronghold, gradually separating as they approached the community hospital from different directions. One squad was led by Company Commander Liang, while the other was commanded by an officer named Lu Changfeng. Stepping through the rain, Lu Changfeng led his team steadily forward, remaining vigilant for any unusual occurrences amidst the curtain of drizzle. This level of rainfall, while not hindering the normal operation of firearms and artillery, did impact visibility. Moreover, the sound of rain muffled the zombies' low growls, creating a risk of ambush from unexpected quarters. Such a scenario had just transpired. Had Lu Changfeng not reacted promptly, the squad might have faced casualties. "Lu Changfeng, what's the situation on your end?" Li Yang's voice crackled through the radio. All is normal. We are progressing steadily and expect to reach the designated location to establish a position in 10 minutes. Lu Chanfeng responded into the radio. Good, keep advancing. Just as Lu Chanfeng ordered his team to hasten through an upcoming intersection, a voice from behind interrupted him. Brother Lu, how many people do we have in our squad? Inquired Wang He, Lu Changfeng's right-hand man, a robust figure with dark skin. Lu Changfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, furrowing his brow. 40. Why? Have you forgotten our numbers? That's odd, Wang He replied, peering back. I just counted. And there are only 38. We're missing 2. Are you sure you didn't miscount? Lu Changfeng halted and looked backward. Absolutely not. I counted twice before bringing it to your attention, Wang He insisted, causing Lu Changfeng's frown to deepen. Just as he was about to halt the squad and conduct a head count, a soldier rushed up from the rear, panic evident in his demeanor. Brother Lu, 3 members of our team are missing. Wang Gang just said he was going to the restroom, and then he vanished. Before the soldier could elaborate further, Lu Changfeng interjected, How many did you say are missing? With a nervous tremor in his voice. The soldier replied, 3. Our squad has 5 members, and 3 are unaccounted for. Lu Changfeng and Wang He exchanged astonished glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Brother Lu, I absolutely did not miscount, Wang He quickly clarified. Seemingly anxious to avoid blame, Lu Changfeng waved a hand dismissively, his gaze piercing through the rain toward the rear of the squad, his voice lowering ominously. This isn't a matter of counting. Relay my orders. Immediately regroup the squad. Such a situation was highly unusual. As an officer from the university city shelter, Lu Changfeng's professionalism was markedly superior to that of others like Director Lu. Almost instinctively, he recognized the anomaly and formulated a response. In the distance, through the hazy veil of rain, Lin Mu cast a keen eye upon the soldiers who began to alter their formation. A glint of cold light flickering in his gaze. Your Majesty, this group is not to be trifled with. We only made 2 moves, and they already caught on, the specter known as Yao Gui hissed from behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, his expression unchanged. That is quite normal. Their willingness to initiate an attack indicates that they possess some degree of strength. Professional soldiers from the shelter are undoubtedly more formidable than ordinary survivors. However, Lin Mu paused momentarily before continuing. How is the preparation at the location I instructed you to set up? Upon hearing Lin Mu's inquiry, Yao Gui's lips curled into a sinister smile. Reporting to your Majesty, the traps are all set, just waiting for these individuals to step in. Lin Mu nodded approvingly. Excellent. A chilling voice was drowned out by the sound of the rain. Lin Mu continued to observe, with unwavering focus, the movements of the distant human contingent, while the claws at his side clenched and unclenched incessantly. Fresh blood dripped from his fingertips, evidently belonging to the 3 soldiers who had recently vanished, an act orchestrated by Lin Mu himself. With his current prowess, approaching that troop unnoticed was a task of minimal effort. As for the method of their discreet disappearance, the faint crimson glow emanating from Lin Mu was the answer. Enveloped by the evolved corpse domain, all cries for help and wails of despair from those individuals were completely suppressed. Under the cover of rain, Lin Mu succeeded in dragging those few into the darkness in less than a second. Such speed was beyond the reaction capability of an ordinary person. Lin Mu's motivation for such an act was manifold. Besides acclimating to the strength of the evolved corpse domain, the most significant purpose was to assess the capabilities of this soldier squad and instill a sense of panic among them. He intended to subtly guide them into the encirclement he had prepared. As the troop faced attrition and the rain intensified, it was highly probable that the captain would order a search for a shelter to regroup. To this end, Lin Mu had preemptively positioned Pan Shi and Dabai to lie in ambush near 2 potential rest spots, a supermarket and an office building. Regardless of their choice of refuge, it would ultimately lead them into Lin Mu's grasp. Should this small squad decide to abandon conventional tactics and press onward through the district, it posed no concern. Lin Mu had devised plans B, C, and so forth. Even if this team managed to establish a defensive position, Lin Mu could still launch a direct assault, albeit with some cost. After all, this was merely a squad of approximately 40 individuals. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Mu, having determined the general location, began to summon the tide of corpses. As he needed to consume another squad of 40 soldiers and completely obliterate the Xixing stronghold afterwards, Lin Mu refrained from fully unleashing the horde. Instead, he commanded a small number of zombies to obstruct the humans' path, subtly directing their advance. Meanwhile, on the streets, at the behest of Lu Chanfeng, the soldiers quickly gathered, engaging in hushed conversation. After counting heads, the surrounding soldiers were drenched in cold sweat, feeling that the raindrops falling on their cheeks had turned icy. 5 individuals had gone missing. Lu Chongfeng's expression darkened as he mulled over this figure, repeating it in his mind. In a troop of 40, the disappearance of 5 was no trivial matter. Moreover, amidst this situation, Lu Chongfeng had no inkling of what had caused their vanishing. The initial 3 were manageable, as that small squad had noticed the anomaly. The remaining 2, however, had been assigned to a temporary unit escorting heavy weaponry, resulting in a chaotic composition. It was only after they had completed their headcount that they realized these 2 were missing. Faced with such an eerie predicament, and recalling the previous occurrences in this area, even Lu Chongfeng found himself swallowing hard. Captain, should we seek shelter from the rain first, clarify the situation, and then proceed? Wang He, standing beside Lu Chongfeng, glanced at the soldiers behind him who were beginning to converse in hushed tones. Seek shelter? What if we delay? I made a vow to Li Yang to arrive at the designated location within 30 minutes. Lu Chongfeng instinctively shook his head. This rate of disappearances, by the time they reached their destination, there would likely be very few left. With morale plummeting, their combat effectiveness would wane. Survival is paramount, Captain, Wang He murmured, lowering his head slightly. Moreover, I suspect we may already be under surveillance. Upon hearing Wang He's words, Lu Chongfeng's eyes widened in alarm. He had not overlooked such a possibility. After all, the shelter had informed them of the situation concerning a previous 100-man squad. Yet, the confidence gained from yesterday's battle had led him to subconsciously believe that these zombies were merely a minor threat. That does hold some merit. Regaining his composure, Lu Chongfeng surveyed his surroundings, deep in thought, seemingly uncertain about what decision to make. That moment, a soldier responsible for reconnaissance sprinted over from the distance. Captain, there are scattered hordes of zombies approaching us from ahead. The same goes for the side. Should we wait for these zombies to pass before moving forward? Upon receiving this news, Lu Chongfeng hesitated no longer. He nodded at Wang He, scanned the nearby buildings, confirmed a target, and issued commands to all team members. Brothers, we will take temporary refuge in the supermarket to the left. The choice of the supermarket was not without reason. Lu Chongfeng had observed that the entrance featured a rolling shutter, and the interior was divided into 2 levels. This layout would provide better resistance against zombies, even if luck were to turn against them and they found themselves trapped inside. They could utilize the supermarket's supplies to sustain themselves until rescue arrived. Upon hearing this command, the soldiers, drenched and somewhat resentful, promptly sprang into action, hastening towards the supermarket. From a distance, Lin Mu, observing this scene from atop a residential building, allowed a cold smile to flicker across his face. Yao Gui, Panshur, these humans are heading towards the supermarket. He growled into the phone he held, which was currently engaged in a call. A voice responded swiftly from the other end. Received, Panshur. Understood. Yao Gui. Having completed these arrangements, Lin Mu set down his phone and gently gestured ahead, as if conducting an impending ballet. The rain poured down harder, seemingly in harmony with the unfolding events. Amidst this downpour, the squad finally arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. The spacious awning shielded them from the rain, dividing the interior and exterior into 2 distinct realms. Inside the supermarket, dim light illuminated toppled shelves and scattered moldy food along with various sundries. They stepped through the half-raised rolling shutter and ventured into the supermarket. Once they confirmed that there were no disturbances within, their focus shifted back to the outside. At that moment, one soldier, positioned at the rear, suddenly shivered. He turned to his companion and said, "Hey, do you feel a bit cold? I also smell a strong stench of decay." In response to his words, the soldier beside him did not turn around but casually replied, "Just got rained on. Of course it's cold. As for the stench, where in this apocalypse isn't there a smell of decay?" As he spoke, he kicked at a nearby rotting skeleton, clearly attributing the odor to that cadaver. "Damn it, you startled me. I thought there were zombies nearby." The first soldier, seemingly oblivious to the skeleton, flinched and stepped forward to move the corpse aside, just as he placed his hand upon the remains and prepared to exert force. A drop of viscous liquid splattered onto his arm. How strange, is this supermarket leaking? Frowning instinctively, he glanced up at the ceiling. In the next instant, it appeared he had witnessed something horrifying, his eyes widening and mouth agape in shock. "What's wrong? Focus, don't zone out." The individual nearby had evidently noticed the unusual behavior of his teammate. He nudged him with his elbow. When he observed that his companion remained unresponsive, he furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced upwards. What he beheld next was a scene that nearly drove him to madness. In the dim light, amidst the ventilation ducts and beams, he could discern an array of crimson eyes illuminating every corner of the supermarket ceiling. They emitted not a sound, merely staring intently at him. Zombies. These are all zombies. The horrifying sight before him caused the team member to collapse to the ground with a thud. In that instant, he comprehended the reason behind his teammate's earlier remark about the stench of decay. With so many zombies congregated together, how could there be no foul odor? Wearing a somewhat dazed expression, he mechanically turned his head to look at the teammates who were laughing and joking as they approached him. The words "run" had yet to escape his lips. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the rolling shutter door came crashing down, plunging the store into utter darkness. What the hell? Why did the door close? One team member banged on the door, producing a clanging noise, his tone tinged with impatience. Where's the flashlight? We need to turn on the light, or we won't see anything. I'm looking for it. Just wait a moment. Today is truly unfortunate. Encountering rain on a mission. And now this. Surely we won't run into zombies next. You jinx. Don't set a flag. The team members communicated, attempting to quell the rising panic within. Just then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. What is it? Don't bite me. Zombies. How can there be zombies here? Upon hearing that sound, everyone's hearts tightened instinctively, and they raised their weapons, gazing into the direction of the noise. Yet, in the pitch blackness, they could not locate a target. Fortunately, at that moment, the flashlight finally flickered to life. However, the beam of light that signified hope illuminated a scene that filled the teammates with overwhelming dread. As they looked around, under the glaring yellow light, zombies cascaded down from the ceiling like dumplings. Many team members were caught off guard and were immediately tackled to the ground. The initial scream belonged to a person who was crushed by a pair of bloodied hands, his throat pulverized and dragged into the abyss. In the next instant, gunfire erupted, drowning out the din of the rain and reverberating in everyone's ears. With the fiery tongues of gunfire, bullets scattered throughout the supermarket. However, the sheer number of zombies was insurmountable. It could be said that from the moment they stepped into the supermarket, they had already fallen into the zombies' encirclement. Zombies roared down from the ceiling while more poured from the second floor, completely disrupting their formation in the darkness. Roars and screams filled every inch of the supermarket, rendering normal communication between the team members impossible. The originally coordinated squad, capable of fending off attacks from all directions, was reduced to individual combat in such chaos. This loss of organizational advantage left the soldiers vulnerable. What good were powerful weapons? In single combat, one could only manage to handle one or two directions of zombies, all while being cautious not to hit their teammates concealed in the shadows. In this situation, within mere moments, the soldiers in the supermarket succumbed to despair, their struggle turning into a one-sided massacre. Of course, not all team members had entered the supermarket. From a remaining force of 35, at least 15 stayed outside, including Lu Changfeng, listening to the spine-chilling sounds and the thunderous gunfire emanating from within the supermarket. Lu Changfeng could surmise, even without witnessing it, what was transpiring inside. Moreover, as the gunfire diminished, the zombies' roars grew ever louder. The situation inside was likely dire. Open the door. Why won't it budge? What on earth is happening? Didn't we just check that there was nothing unusual inside? Several team members shouted anxiously, banging on the rolling door. Some even attempted to lift it from below, but to no avail. At least for the time being, they could not breach that door. Faced with this mounting anxiety, the soldiers turned their desperate gazes toward Lu Changfeng. After a brief moment of hesitation under their scrutiny, Lu Changfeng seemed to have an epiphany. He quickly retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket, his fingers flying across the screen. Prior to this mission, the University Town Shelter had not only provided them with heavy weaponry, but also granted them the opportunity to directly request assistance from the shelter. Thanks to the dual support of the base organization and the higher-ups at the shelter. Furthermore, before their departure, Professor Wang had specifically cautioned them that their adversaries could be exceptionally formidable, perhaps even capable of employing human strategies. In the event of any unusual occurrences, they were to promptly contact the shelter. When personnel went missing earlier, Lu Changfeng had indeed pondered whether it was the zombies that had struck. Should he regard it as an abnormal situation and immediately call the shelter? However, perhaps due to his pride, or perhaps the previous day's victory had led him to be somewhat complacent, or maybe he subconsciously believed that it was impossible for zombies to stealthily make 5 fully armed team members disappear. Thus, Lu Changfeng ultimately decided to try once more. That attempt, however, would propel the entire team into an irretrievable abyss. To be honest, Lu Changfeng had not erred in his judgment that a normal person, under such circumstances, would likely make the same choice. After all, humans are creatures that tend to operate under the premise of the worst-case scenario, a scenario that must be conceivable beforehand. Just as if someone had informed Lu Changfeng prior to their departure that he would face the current scene, that he would encounter a horde of zombies capable of setting traps to annihilate their squad, he would have dismissed it with a slap. That it was simply too absurd. That it was akin to telling Grey Wolf that on his way to capture sheep today, he would be swept away by Ultraman with a sliding tackle. No one could foresee such occurrences in advance. Yet now, this ludicrous scene had unfolded with undeniable reality for his team. Lu Changfeng had contemplated whether all of this was merely a series of coincidences. Perhaps those team members had fortuitously strayed temporarily. Perhaps the zombies had fortuitously approached them, herding them into this supermarket. And perhaps this supermarket had fortuitously spawned an overwhelming number of zombies. Furthermore, the rolling door had conveniently malfunctioned, trapping those inside while preventing those outside from entering. However, how could there be so many coincidences in reality? When multiple fortuitous events occur simultaneously, there inevitably exists an element of inevitability. This implies that his team had indeed been targeted. And not just by the 3 special zombies, but by something else as well. Those 3 special zombies could not possibly possess such strength. He must request support, at the very least. He needed to relay the message. Thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. From the moment the anomaly began within the supermarket until now, less than 10 seconds had elapsed. While maneuvering his phone, Lu Changfeng simultaneously activated the walkie-talkie, clipped to his chest. Just as he was about to speak, the phone, which had been ringing, suddenly hung up due to poor signal. Static crackled through the walkie-talkie. Lu Changfeng instinctively furrowed his brow, and just as he prepared to dial again, the surrounding red light caught his attention. What is that? Was there red light just now? A tide of confusion surged within him. Before Lu Changfeng could ponder further, a sudden sound of footsteps amidst the curtain of rain caught his attention. The sound was subtle, yet it resonated within Lu Changfeng's heart like an ominous toll that he lifted his gaze, and through the veil of rain, he discerned a figure approaching him, cloaked in a voluminous black trench coat. Each stride seemed to radiate an invisible force. The crimson glow emanated from this figure, pulsating outward. Raindrops that entered the sphere of red light halted midair, coalescing into a shimmering curtain of water. What is this? Lu Changfeng gasped, instinctively swallowing hard as he surveyed his surroundings. Just as he prepared to inquire about the identity of this enigmatic figure, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a blood-red hue. Beneath the brim of the black coat, a pair of icy, bloodthirsty crimson eyes met his gaze. This is a zombie. This cannot be human. It is a zombie. As realization dawned, an overwhelming wave of terror engulfed Lu Changfeng, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. His body froze as if caught in a tempest. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the terrifying zombie appeared at his side as if it had teleported. The proximity was so close that Lu Changfeng could smell the pungent scent of blood. Instinctively, he attempted to turn away from the creature, but to his astonishment, he found himself unable to move. It was not that he was entirely immobile. Rather, it felt as though he were submerged in the depths of the ocean. Immense pressure bearing down upon him from all sides. Every movement required Herculean effort, and even then, his speed was but a fraction of his usual self, having ascended to the 2nd tier. Lin Mu's mastery over the realm of the undead had intensified. Correspondingly, the oppressive influence of this realm over other beings had also magnified. This manifested starkly in the scene before him. Reporting a complaint is rather ill-advised. Lin Mu's south head leaned close to Lu Changfeng's ear, his voice chillingly reminiscent of a demonic whisper. What are you? Why do you? Lu Changfeng struggled to articulate through the nearly overwhelming dread that threatened to spill forth. Yet Lin Mu offered no reply. After seizing Lu Changfeng's phone and producing a walkie-talkie, he swiftly twisted his hand, extinguishing the life of this squad leader. The head fell, blood gushing forth, and in the shadow of the realm, the entire scene unfolded in slow motion, allowing every detail to be scrutinized. Consequently, the soldiers who had regained their composure and witnessed the death of their commander began to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, they had no energy left to ponder the events transpiring within the supermarket. For something far more horrifying had descended upon them. Would you like to experience this sensation? Lin Mu wiped the blood from his hands and looked at the dozen or so cornered prey with a semblance of amusement. The soldiers remained silent, though a few attempted to raise their weapons in defiance. However, They encountered the same debilitating force that had ensnared Lu Changfeng. Their arms felt as though they were burdened with a 1,000-pound weight. Utterly immovable. What is happening? I can't move. Panic ensued among the soldiers. Is this a zombie? How can there be such a creature? Die. Just die. One soldier, clearly losing his composure, pulled the trigger in a frenzy. Yet, every bullet merely ricocheted harmlessly off the ground. Before his voice could fade, the weapon slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Looking up, he found his heart had been extracted by Lin Mu, who held it in his hand. With a casual push, Lin Mu sent the wasteful soldier tumbling to the ground. He swallowed the heart, savoring it for a moment before a satisfied expression crossed his face. Blood splattered onto the surrounding soldiers, amplifying their already heightened terror. Despair gripped the soldiers. Contemplating the horrors that awaited them at the hands of this demon, Lin Mu uttered a phrase that left them momentarily speechless. Is there anyone among you who wishes to live? It requires but a trivial sacrifice. Upon hearing this, the soldiers hesitated. Then a derisive laugh erupted from a young man nearby. That we humans have nothing to discuss with you zombies. Even if you kill me, humanity will. Before he could finish, his head fell to the ground, fulfilling Lin Mu's wish. With an impassive demeanor, Lin Mu retracted his claws and turned his gaze back to the remaining soldiers. Their expressions had dulled, clearly taken aback by the swiftness of Lin Mu's actions. Silence enveloped them, spreading like an insidious fog. Through this display of brutal dominance, Lin Mu sensed a shift among the soldiers. Some were wavering, their eyes betraying a flicker of desperation for life, a yearning that began to eclipse their soldierly ethics. Once more, Lin Mu spoke, delivering his final blow. There is but one spot available. Are you not inclined to consider? As he spoke, he shook his head, feigning readiness to strike. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from him, enveloping the soldiers. That moment, one soldier could no longer contain himself and spoke in a trembling voice. I want to live. Looking up, it was Wang He, Lu Changfeng's trusted aide. After uttering those words, he shut his eyes tightly, unable to bear the weight of his comrades' gazes. Moments later, footsteps approached as Lin Mu stood before him. Very well, eliminate the others, and the spot shall be yours. Lin Mu kicked a firearm towards Wang He, placing it at his feet. In disbelief, Wang He opened his eyes wide, his pupils constricting as he instinctively exclaimed. Impossible. It can't be. Lin Mu merely smiled faintly, his voice calm as he replied, even if you choose not to kill, pleading for mercy from a zombie and agreeing to a transaction with one. Do you truly believe you will have a favorable outcome? As he spoke, Lin Mu gestured to the soldiers surrounding them. Wang He turned to follow his gaze, observing the varied expressions of his comrades, some seething with rage, others bewildered, and a few filled with regret for not speaking up sooner. Though their voices were drowned out by the oppressive atmosphere, Wang He understood their sentiments. He could foresee the consequences awaiting him should he return. No, he wouldn't survive to return. If he hesitated now, he would undoubtedly be the first victim of this terrifying zombie. To live meant he must comply. Closing his eyes, he trembled violently. I'm sorry. I merely wish to survive. Regardless, someone else would eventually voice what I have. If there is only one opportunity, why shouldn't it be me? Moreover, an additional life is still a life. At worst, upon my return, I could slay more zombies to avenge my fallen comrades. Thoughts wrestled within me. After a brief moment, I finally made my decision. Under Lin Mu's watchful gaze, amidst the furious and fearful stares of my teammates, I slowly bent down and picked up the gun. The soldiers around me evidently sensed what my companion intended to do. Instead of the expected frenzied curses, they transformed into pleas for mercy. However, shielded by the domain of corpses, these voices were entirely inaudible to me. What I failed to notice was that, beneath the curtain of rain, in a hidden corner, Ing San was aiming a camera at me, recording the unfolding events. Although Ing San was uncertain of the purpose behind capturing this footage, he complied as it was a directive from his superior. The reason Lin Mu wished for Ing San to document these occurrences was quite simple: to threaten the human before him. In other words, Lin Mu aimed to seize the opportunity to place his own pawn among the humans. This way, whether it was gathering intelligence or dealing with the human sanctuary in the university city, he would possess greater leverage. After all, these large sanctuaries were not as easily managed as smaller outposts. They required careful planning and multiple contingencies. This notion had crossed Lin Mu's mind long ago. Yet he had struggled to find a method of implementation. Now, the arrival of this squad of soldiers reignited that idea within him. He offered these soldiers a chance at survival. even considering discreetly dispatching zombies to ensure their return to the sanctuary. The price for this, however, was that they must personally slay their own comrades. Lin Mu was unperturbed by the prospect of the soldiers' defiance, for the video soon to be recorded served as the ultimate leverage. A soldier collaborating with zombies to butcher his own teammates would undoubtedly incite an uproar, regardless of the location. Should the truth come to light, the soldier's fate would be sealed, death, as the first to plead for mercy. This soldier, desperate to cling to life, would never resort to such an act as long as he wished to survive. Betrayal of Lin Mu was inconceivable. Rather, he would willingly serve him, even if one day he were discovered or chose to betray Lin Mu. It would matter little, he was merely a pawn in time. Lin Mu could devise countless such informants, infiltrating humanity as thoroughly as a beehive. One could argue that Lin Mu may not be the strongest corpse king in this apocalyptic world, but it must be acknowledged that he possessed an unparalleled understanding of humanity. The crisp sound of a bullet being chambered resonated, accompanied by a sharp click. Resolute, Wang He gritted his teeth and raised the gun, his body trembling as he aimed at the teammate before him. Under the pressure of the corpse domain, he had no choice but to direct his weapon at these comrades. Of course, Lin Mu was considerate enough to grant Wang He the authority to pull the trigger himself. Let us begin, Lin Mu's voice echoed softly. Upon hearing this, despite his trembling hands, the moment Wang He lifted the gun, there was no turning back. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed the trigger. The bullet erupted forth, accompanied by a tongue of flamed at that moment. Lin Mu had lifted the veil of the corpse domain, restoring the sounds of the soldiers' furious shouts. Wang He, what are you doing? Beast, have you forgotten how we fought side by side? I saved you twice from the jaws of zombies, and this is how you repay me. Traitor, a traitor to humanity, I disdain to stand with you. Each furious roar struck Wang He's heart like a hammer, draining the color from his face and causing his lips to quiver uncontrollably. Yet, as he witnessed the blood droplets erupting from the bodies of his fallen comrades, he was starkly aware of what he had just done. There was no turning back now, but he had done it to survive. To survive, he had done nothing wrong. With this thought, Wang He hesitated no longer. After changing the magazine, he pulled the trigger again. I just want to live, just to live. Accompanied by the relentless gunfire, Wang He shouted frantically in mere moments. The torrential hail of bullets had claimed the lives of over 10 soldiers. The gun fell from his grasp with a clatter as Wang He, utterly spent, collapsed to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from behind him. Gasping for breath, Wang He turned to see the terrifying zombie applauding him. Now can you let me go? Wang He swallowed hard, uncertainty lacing his voice. Lin Mu, however, wore a cruel smile, leaning in to gaze intently at him. You did well. Just a small additional price, and you can live. Lin Mu's tone bore a hint of mirth, yet to Wang He, it sounded painfully grating and cold. I have personally, Wang He began to roar, but faltered upon reaching the words personally killed my comrades. Nevertheless, he pressed on, I have paid the price as you requested. I have killed them. What more do you want? Lin Mu merely scoffed, shaking his finger. That is not the price I require from you. That was merely your oath of allegiance to join us. Lin Mu's voice was low and steady. Wang He, feeling as if a sensitive nerve had been struck, retorted vehemently. What do you mean by joining you? I will not ally with zombies, nor will I collaborate with you. What I did was solely out of desperation to survive. Lin Mu laughed at his words. A desperate act, indeed. As he spoke, Lin Mu waved towards the curtain of rain. In the next moment, to Wang He's bewilderment, Ing San's figure slowly emerged, holding a water-resistant camera. No way. This must be a joke, Wang He muttered, instinctively sensing that these two zombies had orchestrated something. His eyes, once wide with fury, now narrowed in fear. Impossible. How could zombies scheme? How could they know how to threaten me? It must be my imagination. This zombie is merely trying to frighten me. Thoughts raced through Wang He's mind. Lin Mu smiled and presented the recording before him. The familiar curses and the sound of gunfire shattered the last remnants of his hope. Please, delete that footage. I'll do anything. Just delete it. Wang He lunged forward, attempting to seize the camera. Yet, compared to Lin Mu, his speed was woefully inadequate. Before he could reach it, Lin Mu had retracted the camera and delivered a kick that sent Wang He sprawling backward. Due to Lin Mu's restraint, Wang He merely fell to the ground, trembling. However, this human clearly could not accept the situation. Moments later, sensing an opportunity, Wang He grasped the still-warm weapon and aimed it at Lin Mu. If I kill you all, no one will know about this. Accompanied by a frenzied roar of astonishment, Wang He was poised to pull the trigger. However, at that very moment, a crimson light emanated from Lin Mu, enveloping him in an instant, under the oppressive force of terror. His index finger felt unbearably heavy, nearly impossible to bend. He could only watch as Lin Mu effortlessly extracted the weapon from his grasp. The fervor that had surged within Wang He's mind gradually began to cool. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he was confronted with a sight even more terrifying. This spectacle shattered his grasp on reality. Lin Mu, holding the gun with one hand, fired a shot at his own hand. Under the incredulous gaze of Wang He. In the realm of the undead, the gunshot resonated with a particularly somber cadence. Yet, a storm of confusion surged within Wang He's heart. What was wrong with this zombie? Shooting itself? Even Ing San, who stood nearby, momentarily froze, turning to gaze at Lin Mu. In the next moment, when Lin Mu opened his palm, Wang He was utterly astounded. The anticipated scene of blood gushing forth did not materialize. The hand of this horrifying zombie remained unpierced by the bullet. No, to say it was merely unpierced would be an understatement. There was scarcely a scratch to be found, apart from a slight transparency. The zombie's palm appeared as though it had not been struck by the bullet at all. Were it not for the deformed bullet head still resting in Lin Mu's palm, Wang He would have seriously doubted his own eyes. Even Ing San, who had leaned in, found his blood-red pupils constricting, 3 question marks seemingly floating above his head. Had he finally come to his senses? Lin Mu's icy voice snapped Wang He back from the abyss of astonishment, making him acutely aware of the terrifying entity before him. The weaponry, which humanity prided itself on, was utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of this zombie. How terrifying, coupled with an intellect that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of ordinary humans. Wang He, although aware of the continuous evolution of zombies, could hardly fathom that such an insurmountable undead could exist in this world. Under such circumstances, how could humanity possibly claim victory? Staring vacantly at Lin Mu, an unbidden thought flickered through Wang He's mind. Perhaps serving this zombie might not be so bad after all, though this notion was extinguished almost as swiftly as it arose. It had taken root deep within Wang He's heart. Once certain thoughts emerge, they cannot simply vanish. I am awake. What do you want me to do? Beneath the shroud of the undead realm, Wang He struggled to raise his head, addressing the demon-like zombie before him. Quite simple, Lin Mu replied, tossing the walkie-talkie in his hand. Bring the other squad over here, by whatever means necessary, based on the current timeline. It is highly likely that the other squad has already reached the designated location, establishing a defensive line and completing the heavy weaponry setup. In this scenario, directly assaulting that squad is not a wise choice. The best course of action is to lure them here. This way, we will hold the advantage of time and terrain. As for the people, Lin Mu's gaze bore into Wang He, a playful smirk dancing in his blood-red eyes. This individual, if utilized properly, could prove to be quite valuable. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Wang He fell into silence. Although he understood that this zombie would not easily spare him, he was taken aback by the magnitude of the situation. These men were his brothers. To lead them into the abyss with his own hands was unthinkable, unless, rest assured, as long as you comply with my demands, I will keep my promise. Moreover, you no longer possess the luxury of choice. Do you? Lin Mu turned the camera in his hand, his voice resonating once more. Hearing this, Wang He, who had already embarked on this treacherous path, no longer hesitated. He reached out and took the walkie-talkie from Lin Mu's grasp. Since the moment of the ambush, this device had remained under the influence of the undead realm, failing to transmit any information from this location. The crackling static filled the air that moment. The sky grew increasingly overcast. The light drizzle had gradually escalated to a steady downpour. Beneath the sound of rain, as Lin Mu withdrew the undead realm, the voice from the walkie-talkie finally came through. Hello, this is Liang. Lu Changfeng. What is your status? Why haven't you been responding? Upon hearing this, Wang He, who had been brewing a response, spoke into the device. Li Lianzhong. This is Wang He, the captain of the 12th squad. Wang He, I know you. Where is your captain? Get him to respond. The voice on the walkie-talkie continued. Wang He then calmly replied, feigning composure. It's like this. Lianzhong. We discovered the traces of the 3 zombies. The captain, in a bid to save time, personally led a 10-man squad to pursue the 3 zombies, entrusting me with the communication device to oversee the team's situation. On the other end, amidst the fortified defenses 100 meters away from the community hospital, Li Yang, standing beside a heavy machine gun, instinctively furrowed his brow. What is with Lu Chanfeng? Why is he always so reckless? At this rate, when will we make progress? As he spoke, He turned his gaze into the distance, where a scout made eye contact with him and approached with understanding. "What is going on, Lianzhong?" Without wasting words, Li Yang asked directly. "What is the situation inside the community hospital?" Upon hearing the question, the communications soldier, noticing his commander's anxious expression, swiftly replied, "There are no signs of a large number of zombies in the community hospital. It completely contradicts the description of the zombie nest we received from the Xixing stronghold. We suspect that the zombies had already evacuated before our arrival." Upon hearing this, and recalling that a highly intelligent zombie had been severely injured just the day before, Li Yang quickly pieced together the situation in his mind. Assuming he had uncovered the truth, Li Yang instinctively cursed, "Damn it, we almost let these zombies slip away. Fortunately, I had the foresight to split the teams and encircle this hospital from different directions. Otherwise, those beasts would have truly succeeded." As Li Yang's irate voice echoed, the surrounding soldiers began to comprehend the situation at hand. Li Yang did not dwell too long on Wang He's comments over the walkie-talkie, as this was typical of Lu Chanfeng's character. Entrusting the team to Wang He was not an uncommon occurrence. He picked up the walkie-talkie and barked, "Wang He, order your team to remain on standby until we regroup. Keep a close watch on the situation with Lu Chanfeng, and report any information promptly. No unauthorized actions. Understood?" On the other end, Wang He's voice quickly responded, "Yes, I assure you I will complete the task." Hearing this, Li Yang nodded and turned to shout, "Brothers, those damn zombies have fled. We need to swiftly relocate and catch those rats." Amidst the clanking of metal, the soldiers swiftly gathered their gear, completing their assembly. After a brief communication, they hastened towards Wang He's location, which was also the supermarket where Lin Mu had set his ambush on the other side. Wang He exhaled deeply, setting down the walkie-talkie. His expression complex that he looked at Lin Mu and asked, "Can I leave now?" Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Of course, just that simply." As Wang He rose with a hint of skepticism, preparing to depart, the red glow emanating from Lin Mu surged forth once more, causing Wang He to pause momentarily. What does this signify? Wang He swallowed hard, grappling with the urge to angrily reprimand Lin Mu for his fickleness, only to realize he possessed no leverage. Considering his own precarious existence, he could only muster a forced smile and utter, "Heh, I am merely concerned for your safety." With that, Lin Mu gestured around them and continued, "Do you believe you can survive and reach the stronghold in such a situation?" Lin Mu's voice was calm and measured. Wang He pondered for a moment, then tightened his grip on the gun in his hand, cautiously inquiring, "What do you mean?" Perhaps unbeknownst to Wang He himself, his choice of words had subtly shifted his identity, no longer dismissing Lin Mu's statements. "If you work for me, I can ensure your safe passage to the stronghold, even directly to the sanctuary. Once we have utterly annihilated this group, I will allow you to return to the sanctuary. Furthermore, if the timing is right, I could even deploy zombies as cannon fodder for you to eliminate, thereby elevating your status within the sanctuary." Lin Mu's voice was low and conspiratorial as he leaned closer to Wang He's ear. Wang He felt a shiver run down his spine through Lin Mu's words, and reflecting upon all that had transpired, he understood precisely what this terrifying zombie desired. He wanted to mold him into a spy, a dagger plunged into the heart of the sanctuary. Was this truly the level of cunning that a mere zombie could possess? Despite having been astonished by Lin Mu numerous times before, the thought of this conspiracy sent a tremor of fear through his heart. In his mind's eye, he could almost envision this zombie king standing atop the highest building of the sanctuary, gazing down upon a city awash in a sea of corpses and blood. It was utterly chilling. Perhaps aligning with this zombie was indeed the correct choice. What of humanity, if one's life were forfeit? What meaning could humanity hold? A torrent of thoughts whirled in his mind. Perhaps it was the Stockholm Syndrome at play, or perhaps the lack of an escape route, fearing Lin Mu might expose his deeds to the humans. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang He nodded. He slightly bent forward in a gesture of submission and spoke, "I understand your plan. How shall I address you, esteemed king of the dead?" This utterance marked the moment when this human, once the right-hand man of Lu Chanfeng, had irrevocably descended into the abyss. Observing Wang He's capitulation, a smile crept upon Lin Mu's lips. His icy voice resonated amidst the rain. "You may call me Mu." Wang He paused, displaying his acumen by responding, "I shall follow your will, most illustrious Emperor Mu." Standing nearby, Ing San tilted his head at the name, letting out a few loud, approving roars as if he found the title fitting. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes momentarily before shifting his gaze toward the supermarket's shutter door, but it seemed the time had come. With a series of mechanical clicks and a low hum, the shutter door opened, revealing a gruesome scene. Were this image to be broadcast in the human world, it would undoubtedly require significant censorship. Blood splattered everywhere. An overwhelming mass of zombies hunched over, devouring one corpse after another. The Rock stood at the entrance, drenched in blood, several bullet holes visible upon his body. The demon stood not far behind him, evidently having just descended from the supermarket's second floor. Through the wooden door that several soldiers had burst open at the back of the supermarket, one could faintly discern Big White gnawing on a corpse, tossing it about. Thus, of the 40-member team, apart from the lone pawn who had allied with Lin Mu, the rest had been completely annihilated. Lin Mu's spoils included not only 40 fresh corpses, but also a substantial cache of weaponry and ammunition. Among them lay a bloodied heavy machine gun, a mortar, and several grenades discarded in a corner of the supermarket. Compared to the previous encounter at the Seahai community, where he had decimated a soldier squad from the No. 1 stronghold, this haul was remarkably plentiful in both weaponry and ammunition. These items, whenever equipped upon ordinary zombies, would serve as formidable instruments against humanity. Perhaps he could establish a modernized zombie army. The thought of zombies wielding contemporary weaponry charging against humans brought a smile to Lin Mu's face. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" The demon stowed the control device for the shutter door into his pocket, wiping the remaining blood from his lips as he spoke in a low growl. Lin Mu's gaze traversed past the demon, observing the ravenous horde of corpses in the blood-soaked supermarket. Such an environment was evidently unsuitable for a continued ambush. Those soldiers were seasoned fighters. They could sense the foul play merely by the overwhelming stench of blood without needing to breach the door. Lost in thought, Lin Mu redirected his attention to a nearby office building, nearly 200 meters tall. This was another ambush point he had established prior. Although he had not awaited the now-defunct squad, it could still serve a purpose. Wang He informed the others that they are to temporarily relocate to this office building. He commanded, having gleaned the name of the soldier from their earlier curses. Without looking back, he added, "We will host them there." His gravelly voice echoed ominously. Wang He turned to glance at the bloodied supermarket behind him. Although he was unaware of the nature of the conversation between the zombie named Mu and his subordinates, he could surmise the reasoning behind the relocation to the office building. Such meticulous planning was both chilling and worthy of admiration. Perhaps it was not mere imagination. He felt that this zombie king understood humanity even better than he did himself. At least when it came to the art of hunting humans, he was far more adept. Reclaiming his thoughts, Wang He organized his words and began to speak into the intercom. Just then, to his astonishment, the previously shot soldiers, lying in pools of blood, began to rise, one by one. Most moved with a degree of stiffness, yet a few exhibited movements nearly indistinguishable from those of the living. Although he understood that the zombie master could command other zombies, these soldiers had clearly not undergone zombification. What was happening? Could it be that zombies could also manipulate mere corpses? Due to a lack of specific understanding of zombies, Wang He felt a sense of astonishment. His voice faltering momentarily, prompting Li Yong to check on him and inquire if he felt unwell. After concluding their communication and shutting off the intercom, Wang Yi followed the horde of corpses towards the office building. His gaze remained fixated on those puppeteer-like zombies. Unsure if it was merely an illusion, he rubbed his eyes, feeling as though the few corpses that had just moved with an almost human-like demeanor reverted to their original form, becoming once again mechanically puppet-like. Catching a glimpse of Wang He's puzzled expression, Lin Mu exchanged a knowing glance with the demon, both sharing a smile that in truth, what Wang He had witnessed was not an illusion, but rather a simple experiment conducted by Lin Mu after activating the Sovereign Blood Seal, acquiring the unique ability of the corpse controller from the demon. Notably, after stepping into the second tier, the activation time of the Sovereign Blood Seal had been extended to 10 minutes, doubling its previous duration. The few corpses that moved almost indistinguishably from humans were under Lin Mu's control through his herding ability. The reason he could achieve such lifelike movements lay primarily in the advanced cerebral development afforded by the second-tier sovereign, which surpassed that of the demon, as well as Lin Mu's almost perverse understanding of human movements and behaviors. This simple experiment birthed many new ideas for Lin Mu, while also clarifying the fundamental differences between the methods of the corpse master and the corpse controller in manipulating zombies. The corpse master commands the undead primarily through the power of bloodlines, issuing orders to drive the zombies into action, essentially dominating the horde. In contrast, The corpse controller relies entirely on brain worms, requiring each movement of the corpse to be meticulously crafted. Once the command ceases, the corpse will disconnect and enter a state of paralysis. In relative terms, each method has its own merits and drawbacks. The corpse masters can control far more zombies than the corpse controllers. However, the latter, with ranks such as Blood Guanyin and Corpse Buddha, can execute more intricate operations with the corpses, even using them as extensions of themselves, akin to the signature ability of Corpse Buddha, the Buddha's manifestation. Yet, for Lin Mu, who possessed the sovereign blood seal, he could assertively claim, "I desire them all," fully leveraging the advantages of both pathways for his own benefit. At present, Lin Mu directed 4 corpses, encircling a mahjong table on the 2nd floor of the office building, earnestly engaged in the game. Thanks to the enhancement of his cerebral development, these 4 corpses played mahjong with surprising competence. If one were to overlook their vacant eyes, an ordinary person from a distance would scarcely recognize them as corpses. Wang He and the demon observed with keen interest. Just as the corpse that Wang He had taken a liking to was about to win, his intercom suddenly crackled to life. TSK, with a disappointed click of his tongue. Wang He picked up the intercom, hearing Li Yang's voice emanate from it. "Wang He, we have arrived at the B2 office building. Where are you?" Upon hearing the voice, Wang He glanced back at Lin Mu, receiving an affirmative nod before quickly responding. "We are on the 2nd floor. Don't rush. I'll come down and meet you." After finishing, Wang He hung up the intercom, nodded to Lin Mu, and turned to traverse the corridor towards the 1st floor. As Wang He departed, a flicker of hunger for flesh crossed Lin Mu's eyes, and he lowly growled, "Everyone, let the game of hide and seek begin. Do not let the humans find you." His deep voice echoed through the 2nd floor. In an instant, the previously scattered horde began to conceal themselves. Under the demon's guidance, some zombies hid beneath workstations while others simply tucked away behind doors, restrooms, the general manager's office, in just a few heartbeats. This office area on the 2nd floor, where Lin Mu resided, was nearly filled with excited zombies. After all, this was not their first undertaking. Just moments ago, the zombies had utilized this very tactic to ambush Wang He's team of 40. Although the zombies possessed low intelligence and limited learning capabilities, this was relative to humans. The simple act of hiding oneself to procure food was a skill that even ordinary zombies could grasp after a couple of tries. Requiring no guidance from Lin Mu, the pungent stench of decay was dispersed by the wind blowing from outside. Aside from Lin Mu standing in the center, the only sight that remained was a dozen or so corpses mimicking human behavior. A moment later, a cacophony of footsteps approached from the direction of the staircase, accompanied by hushed voices. "Wang He, why aren't you resting over by the supermarket? How did you end up here?" Li Yang's figure appeared at the end of the corridor, striding towards Lin Mu's location. "But don't mention it. Li's squad leader, we were initially planning to rest there, but when we opened the door, we found a nest of corpses. Damn it, it cost us quite a few brothers. The blood on me is from there." Upon hearing this, an officer behind Li Yang could not help but tease. "I wondered why there were bloodstains all over the ground when we passed by. Your luck is just abysmal." As they conversed, the group swiftly reached the office area on the 2nd floor of the building, where the horde was hiding. Upon entering, Li Yang's eyes were immediately drawn to several soldiers gathered around a mahjong table, engrossed in their game. Do not inquire where the mahjong table came from, for Li Yang was equally ignorant. Yet, the thought of having braved the rain to support them, only to find these rascals violating regulations by playing mahjong during a mission, ignited his ire. This sudden surge of emotion even led him to temporarily overlook the faint scent of decay in the air, as well as why these players were silent. Raising his gaze, he noticed a figure clad in black, sitting with their back to him and engrossed in their phone, instinctively mistaking them for a survivor. Li Yang approached and shoved aside one of the soldiers at the mahjong table, ready to reprimand them. However, to his astonishment, the soldier collapsed to the ground. "Are you all right?" Li Yang instinctively bent down to assist them, but in the next moment, upon seeing the vacant expression in the soldier's eyes, he seemed to grasp something and abruptly froze. This was the peculiar zombie he had encountered yesterday. Before his thoughts could fully form, the soldier beneath him suddenly lunged at him as if possessed. Grasping his arm, before Li Yang could react, he was pulled to the ground. The other 3 soldiers still engaged in mahjong now pounced upon him, pinning down the struggling Li Yang. This abrupt turn of events left the officer trailing behind Li Yang at a loss. Just as he prepared to turn and inquire Wang He about what was happening, he found that Wang He had vanished. Where did he go? The thought flashed through the officer's mind in the next moment. Li Yang's anguished roar jolted him back to reality. Zombies. It's zombies. Fight back. At this moment, the 40-member squad following Li Yang had all entered the office area on the second floor. The fully armed team felt somewhat cramped in this space. Faced with this sudden roar, some were momentarily stunned, still trying to comprehend the situation, while others, realizing the danger, found themselves unable to see what transpired ahead and struggled to maneuver their weapons. Just then, a series of shrieks erupted from various directions. Zombies. There are zombies here. Where did they come from? How could there be zombies hiding behind the doors? Raising his gaze, he surveyed the surroundings, the hidden masses of corpses. Akin to professional ambushers, surged forth from unexpected corners, rushing towards the bewildered soldiers. In an instant, they were reduced to a chaotic melee, a veritable soup of despair. Break through, break through. Charge out. But they were all zombies. Where could they flee? The communication channels echoed with confusion. Bereft of Li Yang's leadership, the squads could only fight their own battles. Those with quick reactions fared better, yet the teams that remained stationary, awaiting orders, found themselves completely encircled by the suddenly emerging undead. The consequences were dire. Captain, where do we go? On one side of the office area, within a squad attempting to break free, a member hastily dodged an incoming zombie and turned to shout. The man he referred to as Captain, a middle-aged individual, swiftly scanned their surroundings. His gaze finally settled on the general manager's office, a mere 10 meters away, where the concentration of zombies appeared relatively sparse, and it was near a safety passage. If they could wait for the zombies to pass, perhaps they could escape. There were too many zombies. Breaking through was impossible. Let us first seek refuge in that office. With a fleeting thought, the captain almost shouted this command. Without hesitation, he surged forward. Amidst the cacophony of battle, blood rained down like a torrential downpour, splattering every corner of the office area, harmonizing with the increasingly heavy rain outside. After sacrificing 2 team members, the squad finally traversed the daunting 10 meters and arrived at the office door. Are we ready? The zombies behind were closing in. Even the sound of the door handle turning betrayed the urgency felt by the team members. It's open. With a creak, the wooden door swung wide. Just as the squad members rushed inside, they froze in shock. Before them was not the spacious office they had hoped for as a refuge, but rather a room crammed with zombies. As if they had been brutally stuffed, at the forefront of the throng stood a colossal zombie, its head nearly brushing the ceiling, its body marred with bloodstains. It seemed this monster had just been attempting to open the door but had been thwarted. The actions of the squad had inadvertently unleashed this abomination. Overwhelmed by terror, the squad members were momentarily paralyzed. The behemoth, meanwhile, slowly bent down, eyeing the dazed intruders. It opened its mouth. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted, and the horde of zombies surged forth, completely engulfing the squad. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere. A soldier, panicking, dashed into the women's restroom, only to encounter a long-waiting zombie that bit through his neck. Some soldiers attempted to flee downstairs or ascend to higher floors, only to find the stairwell they had ascended was inexplicably locked. Ultimately, they met their gruesome demise in the corridor. The cries of agony and roars reverberated through the second floor of the office building. Approximately 10 minutes later, as the final wail subsided, the hunting zombies began to indulge in their grotesque feast. The sounds of flesh tearing and the muffled sounds of consumption became the sole echoes in the silence. At this moment, Wang He, who had been hiding, finally emerged from his concealment, his heart pounding in trepidation. Upon witnessing the hellish scene, he could not suppress a wave of nausea. One by one, the zombies turned their gazes toward him upon hearing his retching. The insatiable hunger for flesh made his heart race. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Fortunately, the zombies did not attack. After a couple of roars, they returned to their gruesome meal. As he stepped over the mass of corpses and slick blood, forcing himself to endure the overwhelming stench. Wang He spotted Lin Mu sitting casually in a clean office chair, toying with a blood-soaked Rubik's Cube. Esteemed Lord Tomb King, has it all come to an end? Wang He's voice trembled with a mix of fear and respect. Having witnessed Lin Mu's power multiple times, he had come to view Lin Mu not merely as a zombie, but as a terrifying figure akin to a blood-soaked deity. Lin Mu tossed the completed Rubik's Cube onto the desk and looked up at him. Indeed, it is over. He gestured toward the floor below, where Li Yang lay, barely clinging to life under the torment of 4 undead puppets. Are you not going to say something to your commander? At Lin Mu's words, a shiver ran down Wang He's spine. After a moment, he slowly turned, casting a complex gaze at Li Yang, who was pinned down. Wang He, may you suffer a terrible fate, you traitor. Li Yang roared, blood filling his mouth, his eyes blazing with fury. Piecing together the recent conversation and previous experiences, he realized all too well what had transpired. Wang He had deceived them. He had colluded with the zombies, luring them into this trap. This traitor, he had betrayed humanity. Li Yang gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Wang He lowered his head slowly, locking eyes with him. In Wang He's gaze, Li Yang discerned myriad emotions, guilt, regret. Yet, beneath those feelings lurked something inscrutable. I'm sorry, Captain Li. Wang He's voice was a mere whisper, just as Li Yang thought he might express remorse, preparing to utter something in a final struggle. Wang He's next words widened his eyes in disbelief. I should have acted sooner to spare you from this pain. What are you saying? Li Yang could scarcely believe his ears. How could Wang He utter such words? The next moment, Wang He's words ignited a deeper fury within him. By the way, Captain, I will also take good care of your family, especially your sister and Law. As he spoke, the inscrutable emotion in Wang He's eyes intensified. Are you even human? Li Yang's mouth gaped, but his words trailed off as he saw Wang He rise, slowly raising the gun in his hand, aiming it at him, staring down the gleaming barrel. Li Yang finally discerned the nature of the inscrutable emotion in Wang He's trembling eyes. Madness. A deeply buried insanity. The person before him was no longer the Wang he had known. As the final thought echoed in his mind, accompanied by a resounding gunshot, Li Yang's head exploded, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Wang He casually stowed away the firearm, exhibiting a strange familiarity in his movements. Clap, clap, clap. Applause resounded once more. Lin Mu, noticing the glint of madness in Wang He's eyes, couldn't help but smiled. He understood humanity well as how to mold it, after witnessing the slaughter of his comrades multiple times. When the inner beast was unleashed, whether a creature draped in human skin could still be called human became an open question, although this transformation in Wang He had only just begun. Lin Mu was quite pleased with his creation, very pleased indeed. It seems you are learning quickly. Lin Mu's voice reached Wang He's ears, gradually calming down. Wang He sensed his earlier disquiet, but did not show any signs of rejection. He lowered his gun and turned to Lin Mu, bowing slightly. As you command. Upon finishing his words, Wang He nervously cast a glance at the surrounding mass of corpses, then turned his gaze towards the direction of the University City shelter. Although he had resolved to work for Lin Mu and submit to his command, the question of how to reasonably return to the University City shelter relying solely on his own strength loomed large. As the captain of a small team, he lacked the authority to request assistance from the University City shelter. In other words, he was compelled to rely on his own legs to make the journey back. Even if Lin Mu allowed him to return and provided refuge to ensure his safety, how could he explain to the old foxes of the University City that an entire squad had perished, leaving only him to traverse several kilometers back to the shelter? Such a scenario was patently unrealistic, rife with too many loopholes. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to speak, Lin Mu's voice resonated. Wang He. Do you wish to become an evolver? The sudden utterance caught Wang He off guard. An evolver? Naturally, he yearned to become one. Attaining the status of an evolver would grant him a first-class residency permit, the opportunity to join an evolver squad, and elevate his standing within the shelter. There would even be the chance to freely choose his missions. However, the path to this aspiration was fraught with challenges. Since the previous live broadcast, the evolver serum had been in high demand, with most being pre-ordered by major shelters before they could even be produced. The scant few that circulated in the market were swiftly snatched up at exorbitant prices by the higher-ups of the shelters, leaving no opportunity for soldiers of his rank to acquire them. As Wang He looked at Lin Mu, memories of past traumas surfaced, casting a bitter shadow over his expression. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Mu's words dispelled that bitterness from Wang He's eyes, causing them to widen in astonishment. What if I could make you an evolver? The statement echoed like a devil's whisper in Wang He's ears. Instinctively, he was about to utter impossible, but upon recognizing who he faced, he retracted the words poised on his lips. Perhaps this terrifying corpse king truly possessed the means to make it happen? If he could become an evolver, aside from the murky origins of the evolver serum, everything else would fall into place. Moreover, he would gain the attention of the higher-ups in the shelter due to this incident. As long as he could bring back sufficient information, it was possible that no one would penalize him. Instead, he might even reap benefits and advance his position. With these thoughts stirring within him, waves of emotion surged in Wang He's heart. Upon witnessing the affirming gaze of Lin Mu, he took a deep breath, feeling a mix of astonishment and elation. The astonishment stemmed from the realization that the true purpose of this terrifying zombie offering him the chance to become an evolver was to facilitate his ascent within the shelter. Like a dagger, the more he climbed, the deeper this horrifying corpse king could embed itself within the shelter's core. The greater his ascent, the more benefits the corpse king would accrue. As for the elation, it blossomed from the hope he discerned in Lin Mu's resolute gaze. This terrifying zombie could indeed make him an evolver. Yes, he exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice, almost stumbling over his words. The desire in his tone was palpable. As if even the distant boulders could sense it. I want to become an evolver. Very well. As for the price, you are an astute individual. I believe you understand, Lin Mu replied in a low, measured tone, rising to tower over the hunched Wang He. Wang He lifted his gaze to meet Lin Mu's crimson and authoritative eyes. After swallowing hard, he declared emphatically, I understand. From now on, I shall follow you. And I am willing to do anything you require. Lin Mu merely chuckled dismissively at Wang He's words, not concerning himself with the sincerity behind them. With Wang He's fate in his hands, Lin Mu had no need to dwell on such matters. Furthermore, armed with the experiences of his past life, he would not trust any human assurances. Wang He's voice still echoed in the office space when Lin Mu retrieved 2 crystalline essences from his side pocket. The viscous crystals, translucent and resembling silver ear fungus, glimmered faintly as they captured Wang He's attention, simultaneously drawing the yearning gazes of the surrounding zombies. In the next moment, the realm of corpses unfurled. Under the crimson glow, the 2 crystalline essences began to levitate gently. Then, as Lin Mu extended his hand, the crystals swiftly disintegrated. The rich energy, under Lin Mu's control, did not disperse but instead coalesced with the impurities of the crystals, transforming into a faintly red liquid. Following this, as the bloodline of the zombie surged within Lin Mu, the aura of the ruler-class bloodline emanated forth. The path of the corpse master inherently possessed the ability to manipulate bloodline power. Under Lin Mu's command, the bloodline power within the energy swiftly separated from the faintly red liquid, akin to an electrophoresis process. In mere breaths, under Wang He's astonished gaze, a sphere of pure white liquid hovered in the air. Stripped of all bloodline energy, the pristine essence was not the pale yellow typically associated with immature evolver serums, but rather a pure white. It was exquisite, akin to a tear of a saint. Gazing at this orb of pure energy, a storm seemed to brew within Wang He, completely overturning his previous understanding. He had thought that the opportunity the Tomb King spoke of, to become an evolver, involved seizing the serums produced by the shelter. Yet, he never anticipated that this fearsome zombie could craft the evolver serum by hand. Such a pure serum was something humanity had yet to extract even in laboratories. How could this be possible? Noticing the shock on Wang He's face, a playful smile curled at the corners of Lin Mu's lips. Had Wang He possessed a deeper understanding of the essence of energy, he would have realized that the crystalline essence contained both the zombie bloodline and pure energy. Indeed, some formidable corpse master zombies were adept at producing pure energy. However, in his past life, few corpse master zombies engaged in such practices. In the laboratories of some powerful shelters, they had utilized corpse master zombies to manufacture evolver serums, which had long been a significant source of the serum for humanity in the past. The reasoning was simple, low cost, high quality. Though he was not a victim himself, in his previous life, Lin Mu had witnessed many corpse master zombies lose their lives in such horrific circumstances. With this thought, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within Lin Mu. The realm of corpses trembled under his influence. Wang He and the other zombies gazed at the swaying red light in confusion. Fortunately, only a moment later, Lin Mu regained his composure. He controlled the power of the realm of corpses, presenting the orb of pure energy to Wang He, and softly urged, consume it, with Lin Mu's permission. Wang He exhibited no hesitation as he consumed the pale, translucent liquid. Accompanied by a cry of anguish, Wang He collapsed to the ground. The transformation from an ordinary human to an evolved being had commenced. Casting a glance at the writhing Wang He, Lin Mu redirected his gaze to Lin Mu. Wang He was merely a pawn in a larger game. What truly mattered now, and what was about to reach its zenith, was the impending hunt. The thought of annihilating the Xixing stronghold and the prospect of fresh flesh and blood thrilled Lin Mu, causing his body to tremble with excitement. Finally, the moment had arrived. A cold, hoarse laughter escaped Lin Mu's lips. The horde of corpses seemed to sense the shift in Lin Mu's emotions, knowing that a revelry was imminent. They roared in unison, displaying their agitation. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds. The sound of rain intensifying as it washed away the remnants of blood on the ground, as if cleaning the stage for a grand performance. Outside the Xixing stronghold, on the balcony of a towering building, Lin Mu's figure gradually emerged. Behind him, 7 subordinates accompanied him along with the throngs of corpses to eye in the span of a few hours. Wang He had transformed into a first-tier evolved being, departing from the horde and returning to the university city shelter. The delay of a few hours before taking action served dual purposes. 1. To utilize the cover of night and allow ample time to unleash the zombie tide, and 2. For a specific item. At this moment, numerous silver-gray metal boxes stood beside Lin Mu, with several antenna arrays protruding, resembling routers. These were signal jamming devices. The absence of Ying-Yi and Ying-Er earlier was due to Lin Mu dispatching them to procure these items. After several hours of searching, they had successfully scavenged enough signal jamming devices from nearby schools. The rationale behind Lin Mu's need for these devices was primarily to prevent the humans at the Xixing stronghold from sending distress signals during the zombie tide, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. After all, unlike the previous annihilation of 2 squads of 40 soldiers each, this stronghold housed over 1,000 individuals. Eradicating such a human force would require a considerable amount of time. Even for Lin Mu, this time was sufficient for the university city shelter to receive news and dispatch reinforcements. Of course, the Dominator domain could indeed interfere with communication signals, but the zombie domain could not be maintained indefinitely. Nor could it encompass every corner of the Xixing stronghold. Thus, to be prudent, Lin Mu had dispatched 2 subordinates to lead some zombies in acquiring these portable signal jamming devices. At this moment, glancing skyward, the light of dusk grew increasingly dim. The rumbling of thunder illuminated the dark clouds, simultaneously brightening Lin Mu's bloodthirsty and exhilarated gaze. Let the roar commence. With a low growl, the horde behind Lin Mu surged forward like boiling water, rushing towards the Xixing stronghold. Once the 3 shadow guards had deployed all the signal jamming devices and covered them with waterproof membranes, a bloody slaughter was set to unfold. At the entrance of the Xixing stronghold, apart from the intensifying rain and the occasional crack of thunder, everything seemed normal. That a squad of soldiers clad in raincoats patrolled the vicinity, their fragmented conversations drifting through the air. Why are we still patrolling in this downpour? I haven't seen 2 zombies all afternoon. What a hassle, one soldier grumbled, stomping on a puddle beside him. Right? Considering the time, our captain should have wrapped things up by now. I just want to leave this stronghold and hurry back to the shelter. Speaking of which, when did you bet on our captain's return? Don't even mention it. If the captain doesn't come back soon, I might as well lose my pants, as the soldiers conversed while moving forward. One soldier trailing behind seemed to notice something and excitedly pointed towards the entrance of the stronghold. They're back. It's our squad. Following his finger, over 20 fully armed soldiers emerged from the darkness, dragging 5 or 6 captured zombies behind them. I told you there was no problem. We even caught a few more zombies than planned. Is that so? I thought something had gone wrong. The squad chatted as they approached the figures emerging from the rain. And other soldiers, who had been resting in the shelter, joined them to welcome their triumphant comrades. However, not everyone shared in this enthusiasm. Under the eaves of a certain building within the stronghold, an officer responsible for managing the 30-soldier team furrowed his brow. For some reason, he harbored a sense of foreboding. Since the afternoon, he had been unable to contact the 2 squads that had gone out. To avoid causing panic, he refrained from sharing this information with others, silently praying that it was merely a malfunction of the communication devices and that nothing serious had occurred. Just moments ago, when the figures appeared outside the stronghold, he felt a flicker of excitement. However, the number of returning soldiers seemed rather sparse. Over 80 soldiers had only returned with just over 20. Given the circumstances, why were these soldiers so composed? Shouldn't they be rushing back to report the situation to him? Were they merely the advance party? Doubt flooded the officer's mind. Yet, his uncertainty did not linger for long. The unfolding scene soon revealed the truth, plunging him into an abyss of terror. At the entrance of the shelter, the first soldier to charge forward was now less than 10 meters away from the figures. Perhaps driven by the hope of returning home, these soldiers, brimming with excitement, called out to the distant figures. Hey, why did you take so long to return? If you keep dragging your feet, we might lose our pants. By the way, where are Captain Li and Captain Lu Changfeng? Why haven't we seen them? As the soldier noticed the figures ahead remained silent, he felt a twinge of confusion and leaned forward to glimpse the rear of the squad. However, he did not see the familiar faces of Li Yang or Lu Changfeng. Instead, he was met with the glaring muzzle of a firearm aimed directly at him. What is the meaning of this? Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the soldier's head and splattering blood as his lifeless body fell to the ground with a thud. The sudden gunfire undoubtedly drew the attention of all, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. The sound of rain pounding against the buildings echoed in everyone's ears. "What are you doing? Are you insane?" A soldier roared in anger, shattering the stillness. Just as he stepped forward to confront the situation, the 20-odd shadowy figures raised their heads in unison, aiming their weapons at the bewildered soldiers. The dark, lifeless eyes of the figures reminded many soldiers of the eerie zombies they had encountered the day before. Before any of them could voice their thoughts, the deafening roar of gunfire engulfed them completely. These shadowy figures were none other than the corpses controlled by Lin Mu. Unlike ordinary zombies, who exhibited pitiful aim when wielding firearms, Lin Mu, albeit lacking marksmanship, understood the correct operation of a gun. And as long as there were enough bullets, one or two would inevitably find their mark. Under the relentless barrage of bullets, the soldiers, faces etched with disbelief and shock, fell like wheat before the scythe. In mere moments, the area surrounding the entrance of the Shishing stronghold was drenched in crimson. At this point, the remaining soldiers finally came to their senses. Fight back. They aren't our comrades, they're zombies. Squad teams, seek cover and retaliate. The officer standing at a distance, almost at the very moment the gunfire erupted, began bellowing orders to the various squads. This remarkable display of swift response certainly bought precious time for the remaining soldiers. In an instant, the two sides exchanged fire as the soldiers found cover amidst the dense hail of bullets and began to counterattack. Several zombies were instantly shot in the head, collapsing to the ground. Compared to Lin Mu, who struggled to control over 20 zombies with less accuracy, these soldiers evidently wielded their firearms with far greater proficiency. It seemed as though the situation had stabilized. But was that truly the case? Just as the officer was about to exhale a sigh of relief, a multitude of crimson dots suddenly flickered to life in the darkness ahead, causing his pupils to dilate in terror as a chill ran down his spine. Where did those red dots come from? No, wait. Those red dots were the blood-red pupils of the zombies. In that moment, the officer found himself unable to fathom just how many zombies were charging towards them. What was happening? How could so many zombies have approached without the patrolling squads reporting anything? Fear and fury surged within the officer. Unbeknownst to him, the patrol teams he referenced had been completely annihilated by Lin Mu 20 minutes prior. Overwhelmed by dread, the officer faltered momentarily in issuing commands. However, the zombies showed no signs of hesitation. The horde, meticulously prepared by Lin Mu and led by the likes of Panshir and Daba, surged like a flood towards the outpost. The seemingly robust gate, constructed from steel bars, was nearly obliterated in an instant. The sign reading Shishing Outpost crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces that scattered in every direction, the ink bleeding out in dark stains. The soldiers, who had been fully focused on outsmarting and battling the zombies, were left dumbfounded by the overwhelming tide of undead that a few unfortunate souls, hidden behind cover and unaware of the shifting battlefield dynamics, were quickly consumed by the horde, their screams transforming into a mist of crimson. "Quick! Retreat! Back into the buildings!" exclaimed the officer, his voice laced with urgency. "What the hell? How did these zombies appear?" Amidst the chaos, the remaining soldiers fought back while retreating, losing large swathes of ground in the blink of an eye. "Hurry to the office. Tell Captain Feng we need reinforcements. We urgently require support from the shelter." Beneath the eaves, the officer seized a soldier who had retreated nearby, urgently barking orders. The soldier, clearly unaccustomed to such a sudden onslaught of zombies, trembled with fear, his voice quaking uncontrollably. Yet, the instincts of a soldier propelled him to overcome his terror and dash towards the distant office. In that very moment, a cacophony of chaos and screams echoed from afar. The officer found himself in the office area. Just to the northwest, adjacent to the main gate, lay the public area of the Shishing outpost. Further north was the residential zone. In this post-apocalyptic world, lights were typically kept off at night, resulting in the survivors retiring to bed early. Thus, at this hour, most inhabitants of the Shishing outpost were situated in the residential area, with some even having drifted into slumber. The sounds of clamor and screams originated from that direction, gazing from afar at the surging tide of zombies and the occasional splatter of blood. The officer could only imagine the horrors unfolding there. Just as he prepared to step into the building behind him to seek temporary refuge, he turned and collided with a towering figure. "Damn it, can't you see? The zombies are here. What good are you standing behind me?" He cursed, rubbing his temples and looking up. His gaze met the fervent, blood-red eyes of Pancher. Heh. The screams were drowned by the downpour. Lapping at the blood on his hands, Pancher directed his gaze towards the residential area. He too yearned to feast in the residential zone. Yet, their leader had assigned him to guard the entrance, purportedly to prevent the bipedal creatures from escaping. Did Pancher truly need to be reminded that he was well aware of their capacity to flee? Moreover, their leader had already mobilized numerous zombies to encircle this grand feast. Despite these thoughts, Pancher felt compelled to adhere to his leader's orders, believing there must be a rationale behind them. After all, their leader was undeniably astute. With this in mind, Pancher dejectedly shook his head, resorting to drawing circles in the dirt with a bloodied femur, resembling a hapless punching bag. In contrast to Pancher's demeanor, Daba, who had plunged into the residential area, was reveling in excitement. His jubilant barks echoed ceaselessly, his exuberance visible from afar. Of course, the term reveling must be taken with a grain of salt. Lin Mu, or Pancher, the massive dog exceeding 3 meters in length, was indeed frolicking. However, to the humans abruptly awakened from their dreams, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Run. Hurry. Where did these zombies come from? What happened to our patrol teams? Where are the soldiers? Are they all useless? Why did the zombies breach the residential area without anyone sounding the alarm? Survivors emerging from makeshift tents, faced with the looming tide of zombies, were nearly paralyzed with fear. The cacophony of sudden chaos snapped the remaining disoriented survivors into action. Some fled with their families, while a few tents even saw the emergence of naked men and women. These exposed figures only served to heighten the zombies' insatiable thirst for flesh. In mere moments, whether fleeing from their tents or remaining within, the survivors were utterly engulfed by the horde. A handful, armed and seeking higher ground for a final stand, were swiftly dispatched by the charging Daba, their bodies reduced to a shower of blood raining down upon the panicked survivors below. Such horrific scenes undoubtedly intensified the frenzy among the survivors. In terms of size, the area of the Xixing outpost spanned only a few thousand square meters. These frantic survivors quickly reached the perimeter of the outpost. To prevent zombies from infiltrating and to keep infected humans at bay, the Xixing outpost had but a single entrance, the main gate. Other areas had been barricaded with car wrecks, sofas, and other heavy objects, forming walls 2 to 3 meters high, all constructed through the survivors' efforts over several days. Some unstable sections had even been welded shut. Now, however, these barriers meant to fend off zombies had transformed into a prison, sealing the survivors within. Why? I haven't done anything wrong. Why must I be punished like this? A muffled weeping echoed from a narrow alleyway, where a small group of survivors huddled behind a wall. Despair hung heavy in the air, enveloping everyone present. In that moment, a young man suddenly retreated, taking a few steps forward before grasping the frame of a car window and scaling the wall. Witnessing this, the survivors below appeared to glimpse a glimmer of hope. A young woman, trembling with fear, cast a glance back at the encroaching horde beyond the alley, wiped her tears, and urgently implored, "Big brother, I can't climb up. Can you help me? If you take me with you, I'll do anything. Shameless harlot, don't take her, take me instead. I can cook, I can do anything." Beside the girl, an elderly woman cast a scornful glance at her and muttered a curse, before turning to the young man with earnest words. As they beheld the approaching horde of corpses behind them, the anxiety amongst the group intensified. The yearning for life compelled them to plead desperately. However, the young man on the wall looked down at them and scoffed, declaring, "You lot are nothing but dead weight. I shall leave alone." With that, he turned his back, leapt down the wall, and vanished from their sight. "Does this man possess any humanity?" they lamented. "Indeed, he stands idly by while we perish." Witnessing this scene, the survivors, unable to scale the wall, could not contain their curses. Yet, in the next moment, they felt a sense of relief for not having attempted the climb. Barely 2 seconds after the young man had descended, a chilling wail echoed from beyond the wall. It was his voice. "Zombies? How can there be zombies here? We must flee." The cries of despair continued, followed by the young man's voice gradually fading away. The survivors on this side of the wall felt cold sweat trickling down their spines as their scalps tingled. If they could gaze down upon the West Xing stronghold from above, they would discover that, apart from the tide of corpses surging at the gate, every few meters outside the stronghold's walls stood a solitary zombie, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the stronghold's barrier, seemingly waiting for something. These were the very hordes that Lin Mu had just murmured about, deployed to encircle the West Xing stronghold. In order to ensure that no survivor escaped. Lin Mu had strategically placed these zombies in advance and commanded them using his necromantic abilities, specifically to thwart any survivors attempting to flee over the wall. Returning the perspective to within the walls, perhaps it was the young man's piercing wails that drew the attention of the distant zombies. Or perhaps it was the gathering of over a dozen survivors that triggered the zombies' instincts. Just seconds after the young man's demise, a zombie lurking outside the alley seemed to sense something amiss. Abruptly turning its head towards the alley, its blood-red eyes fixated hungrily upon the group. Where there was one, there soon followed another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 zombies became aware of the anomaly within the alley. Without a moment's hesitation, accompanied by a chorus of growls, they surged towards the alley, overwhelming the 10 or so survivors in mere seconds. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of the West Qing stronghold. As time progressed, the stench of blood grew so pungent that even the rain could not wash it away. The blood of the survivors mingled with the rainwater, flowing like a stream towards the stronghold's entrance. At this moment, in front of the administrative area, as most of the zombies had been lured by the overwhelming scent of blood into the residential district, many soldiers felt a sudden reduction in pressure. Yang Chifeng, what shall we do? With fewer zombies at the gate now, should we charge out? Remaining in this stronghold is tantamount to death. There is no hope left. What in the world has transpired? Where are the squad leader and Lu Chang'e? Can anyone enlighten me about the situation? The soldiers' low growls echoed chaotically over the communication channel. The man known as Yang Chifeng, who had initially been a squad leader, had temporarily taken command after the death of the officer, but the reality was that only 8 or 9 soldiers remained capable of fighting, and their ammunition was dwindling. Defeat was merely a matter of time. As for charging out, it was far from simple. Yang Chifeng had witnessed a squad attempt to break through the stronghold's gate, only to be ambushed and annihilated by a terrifyingly robust zombie lying in wait. That very zombie was undoubtedly still there. Their only glimmer of hope lay in awaiting support from the university town's shelter. Previously, a soldier had ventured out towards the office but tragically met a gruesome end at the hands of a zombie midway. Consequently, they had dispatched another soldier to rush to the office, hoping that, by utilizing the landline there, they could establish contact with the shelter for assistance. There was still a chance for survival, at least for a little while longer. Just as he prepared to descend and instruct the soldiers to consolidate their defenses and retreat, a sudden flash of red light in the distance captured his attention, though the light was dim. It stood out like a beacon in the night. Not to mention, where the red light shone, the raindrops appeared to slow to a standstill, as if they had entered another realm. This unexpected change drew the gaze of all the soldiers. At the center of this red light, they seemed to discern a figure. An indescribable sense of oppression, akin to a boulder, descended upon each heart. As the figure slowly approached, the pressure intensified, squeezing their hearts as if gripped by an unseen hand. What is this? One soldier gulped, instinctively murmuring in the next moment. Before they could react, the figure within the red light seemed to teleport, crossing through the rain and appearing before the soldiers. Those blood-red, ravenous eyes and pallid skin unmistakably revealed its identity. A zombie. The instant Yang Chifeng laid eyes upon Lin Mu, clarity washed over him regarding many things, including the fate of Li Yang and Lu Changfeng, as well as the orchestrator of this assault. He even recalled the abruptly cut-off live broadcast and the peculiarities that had transpired within the West Qing stronghold. The more he pondered, the colder his heart became. He had to relay this information to the shelter. It was imperative that they understand that the 3 special zombies they had reported previously were nothing in comparison to this terrifying entity before him. In his final moments, Yang Chifeng exerted every ounce of strength to twist his neck, directing his gaze towards the distant office, towards the soldier racing towards it. However, before he could utter a word, he felt a sudden vertigo, his vision spiraling downward. His head tumbled to the ground, his eyes still defiantly staring ahead. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mu had slaughtered all the remaining soldiers in this area with astonishing efficiency, leaving the onlooker, Pancher, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the soldier sprinting towards the office had also sensed the bloodshed behind him. Yet, he could do nothing but grit his teeth and run with all his might. In the fleeting moment he glanced back, he thought he discerned a mocking expression on the terrifying zombie's face. There was no time to ponder the meaning behind it. He cursed himself for not having more legs to flee. After narrowly evading several zombie ambushes, he finally reached the corridor outside the office. The lights within the office were on, and shadows moved about. Clearly, others had arrived, just as he had, seeking assistance from the shelter. Casting a fearful glance behind him, the soldier hesitated not a moment longer and pushed the door open. What greeted him was a hasty gathering of survivors. Stepping past them, he quickly located Captain Feng. Captain Feng, quickly call the shelter. We cannot handle that zombie outside. We must inform them of the situation. The soldier's voice was filled with urgency. In the next moment, as if he had heard him, Captain Feng turned to look at him. From the depths of Captain Feng's gaze, the soldier discerned a sense of helplessness and a trace of despair. This sudden revelation ignited a foreboding feeling within the soldier's heart. Could it be that the call could not get through? The soldier swallowed hard, hastening forward and pushing past several panicked survivors to reach Captain Feng's side. On the desk adjacent to him sat the black landline phone, which could connect directly to the University City shelter at that moment. The receiver lay discarded, and the incessant busy signal made the soldier's heart plummet to the depths of despair. Captain Feng inhaled deeply, shaking his head as he spoke. It's futile. I attempted to make the call the moment the tide of the undead began, but it was utterly impossible. As he spoke, Captain Feng slightly shook his head and retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. Not only the landline, even the mobile signals have been disrupted. We have no other recourse. With a heavy sigh, Captain Feng gazed out the window, filled with profound dread. He had seen the creature radiating crimson light. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. From the onset of the catastrophe to the surge of the undead flooding into the Xixing stronghold, everything transpired far too swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, the entire stronghold teetered on the brink of collapse. Ironically, it was at this moment that the signals from the stronghold were inexplicably disrupted. Could it truly be that fate intended to annihilate the Xixing stronghold? Was it merely a coincidence that the signals were disrupted? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Captain Feng seemed to realize something. His eyes widening in sudden alarm as he turned to his side. The soldier, who had been attempting to make a call, evidently shared this unsettling possibility. Their gazes met, each reflecting an abyss of terror. Was the signal disruption not a mere accident, but rather the doing of those zombies? No, not just any zombies. It was that one zombie. At this realization, both their minds conjured the image of the terrifying creature radiating red light. The soldier recalled the horrifying scene he had witnessed as he fled to the office. Until that moment, he had been unaware of the profound implications of that sinister smile, one that seemed to mock them like toys. Now, he comprehended its meaning. Consequently, an overwhelming dread and profound despair threatened to engulf him entirely. That terrifying zombie loomed over them like an abyss, drawing them step by step into an endless darkness. Throughout this ordeal, he only fully grasped the horror at the last moment. Was this truly a zombie? The soldier muttered softly. Beside him, Captain Feng clearly contemplated even more, much like Director Liu at that time. Countless threads of thought converged in his mind, ultimately piecing together a picture that filled him with terror, one that was nearly impossible to accept. This fear left Captain Feng gasping for breath, his body frozen in place as if plunged into an icy abyss. Suddenly, the soldier seemed to have an epiphany, a glimmer of light flashing in his terrified eyes. I have a way. I can send the information out. Upon hearing this, Captain Feng turned his head. The two remaining survivors in the office and Hong Jie all looked over. Sending the message meant the possibility of receiving assistance, which in turn meant the potential for survival. This notion was akin to a straw for someone drowning. Even if it might prove futile, it rekindled a flicker of hope in their eyes. However, in the next moment, the soldier's words shattered that flicker completely. Delayed transmission. Although the communication signals are disrupted, we can record the message and have it sent automatically once the tide of the undead passes. Upon hearing this, the two survivors, who had been hesitating, bolted from the office through the back door without a backward glance, cursing as they ran. I thought we could receive support, so I came to the office, but it turns out this is a den of lunatics. Indeed, by the time the signal was sent, we would have long been dead. What significance would it hold then? The back door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Ignoring the two frantic survivors, Captain Feng, breathless, looked at the soldier across from him and said, "You mean to utilize the military's internal network's delayed reporting system?" Exactly. That we must relay information about this zombie to the provincial military headquarters, which will then escalate it to the highest military authority. The soldier nodded earnestly as he opened a blood-stained laptop beside him, swiftly operating it. I'll set the transmission for tomorrow morning. If all goes well, the military will soon take notice of this zombie king and may dispatch a specialized team, potentially even employing precision-guided weapons to eliminate it. In that case, we shall die without regrets. With Captain Feng's assistance, the soldier's fingers danced across the keyboard. producing a cacophony of keystrokes. A report specifically designed for notifying the military about significant emergencies was being rapidly compiled. Description of zombie abilities. Suspected capability to initiate a small-scale undead tide, radiating red light that distorts nearby objects, possessing formidable strength, capable of annihilating a squad of 40, and suspected to have already formed a complete undead faction. Zombie appearance image. None. Recommended classification. Imperial level, highest danger level. Please provide a name for the zombie. Just as the soldier was about to edit the name of the zombie, he suddenly paused, struggling to come up with an appropriate title. The terrifying zombie king, manipulating numerous undead and lurking in the shadows, left survivors with no chance to convey messages, as if they were entombed alive in thick coffins. Any struggle seemed utterly futile. How does one even name such a horrific creature? According to the military's current provisional naming scheme for zombies, naming these officially recorded powerful zombie kings and emperors is quite stringent to facilitate the military. The name should give a clear indication of the zombie's characteristics and strength. Thus, suffixes like emperor and king, as well as descriptive adjectives, cannot be used frivolously. Unlike ordinary survivors who might casually refer to any zombie as king or lord, official nomenclature requires rigor before being disseminated to the public. As the soldier hesitated, he failed to notice a glimmer of red light creeping up from behind him. Time was of the essence. What should he name it? Just as the soldier's focus was fixed on the computer screen, his hands trembling, a raspy voice echoed from behind him. Call me the Grave Emperor. Upon hearing this voice, the soldier's eyes brightened, instinctively responding, Grave Emperor? That's quite an intriguing name. How did you come up with it? Captain Feng. As he spoke halfway, the soldier sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow. When he noticed the red light beside him, he suddenly became acutely aware, jolting upright as his body trembled uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, abruptly turning to look. Captain Feng, who had been standing beside him, now lay lifeless on the ground, limbs twisted like a broken doll, less than 50 centimeters away, beneath the shadow of a black-brimmed hat. A pair of crimson eyes gazed at him silently, the pale, blood-streaked corners of its mouth twisted into a chilling smile. That a zombie. It was that terrifying zombie. As the soldier finally comprehended the horrifying reality, his body shuddered violently, nearly causing him to topple from his chair. How strange could it be that I am so terrifying? The raspy voice emerged from the creature's lips as it wiped the blood from its mouth, seemingly attempting to appear less frightening. Why are you staring? Keep writing. Lin Mu's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly, and he offered what he considered a friendly smile to the soldier before him. Yet at that moment, the soldier had no capacity to continue typing. After a brief pause, he let out a blood-curdling shriek. Help. Before his voice had even faded, his head crashed onto the keyboard, spraying blood as it inadvertently filled the input method with the characters Mu Huang in the form. You see, urgency overtakes him that if only they could prolong their existence a bit longer. These humans are truly incapable of restraint. With a resigned sigh, Lin Mu picked up the severed head from the desk, tossing it lightly in his hand as if it were a small rubber ball. That wouldn't you agree, my lady? Temporarily disregarding the form on the computer, Lin Mu turned to the corner where Hong Jie was slumped against the wall. Her pupils somewhat unfocused. Please, don't come any closer, she pleaded, her hands flailing in front of her as her voice trembled with fear, nearly incoherent. Upon closer inspection, a puddle seemed to have formed between her legs. She was utterly terrified, having wet herself in fright. Noticing her hands trembled with emptiness, Lin Mu tossed the head into Hong Jie's embrace. Blood flowed from the severed neck, staining her dress crimson. From a zombie's perspective, there was a certain aesthetic to it. However, for humans, it was an entirely different matter. As she beheld the disembodied head suddenly resting in her arms, Hong Jie paused momentarily before a piercing scream shattered the silence of the office. Compared to the soldier's agonized cries, her shriek was far more shrill, particularly ill-suited for Lin Mu, who was still in the throes of growth as a young zombie. Thus, he instinctively switched off the loudspeaker of her voice. Well, in truth, he simply slapped her, sending her head flying, rolling to rest beside Captain Feng's corpse. At last, tranquility descended upon the office. The rich scent of blood invigorated Lin Mu, prompting him to hum a little tune. After wiping the blood from his hands, he turned back to the laptop designated for editing information and casually pushed the soldier to the ground. Lin Mu seated himself before the computer. Due to the military intranet's constraints, this information could not be deleted, only sent. Thus, Lin Mu could only indulge his wicked sense of humor, continually revising the text at royal class. Highest danger level. Do I appear so terrifying? That's misleading. Altered. Whose abilities are being described here? Is it me? Surely, this is not me. Changed. Forget it. I can't concoct a justification anyway. It all needs amending. After a flurry of edits, Lin Mu wore a satisfied smile, humming his tune as he rose from his seat. He was certain that when the military received this information, it would be met with surprise, just as Lin Mu dealt with the remaining soldiers and the 3 individuals in the office. The massacre outside reached its peak, with the steadfast boulder guarding the entrance and the 3 shadow sentinels monitoring from a distance. The entire stronghold seemed shrouded in a crimson veil. Everywhere he looked, there were panicked crowds and frenzied zombies. Amidst the splattering of blood and flesh, those who were overwhelmed barely had time to scream before being torn apart by the onrushing undead, under the immense psychological strain. The surviving humans resembled frenzied beasts, shoving, fighting, trampling, and scrambling for weapons and supplies, further exacerbating the chaotic scene. The desperate wails echoed like a symphony against the torrential downpour, chilling the hearts of those who listened. The sporadic flashes of lightning only served to illuminate the hellish tableau with a ghastly brightness, rendering it almost too horrifying to behold. This was a celebration belonging to the zombies, a true gluttonous feast. The rain fell heavier, cascading like an inverted ocean at this moment. Within the human refuge of the university town, a makeshift command center had been established in a repurposed teaching building. Gazing through the patrolling soldiers, one could see the temporary command center bustling with activity. Rows of illuminated computers displayed images from the surrounding regions of the university town as numerous staff members hurried about, the rustling of papers echoing urgently. Behind a pane of glass, in a temporary conference room, sat the robed mentor Xiao, slouched in his chair, with the somewhat sullen-faced Professor Wang behind him. Before these 2 members of the base organization stood Lu Jun, the second in command of the refuge, alongside a slightly portly middle-aged man. Given their positions, it was evident that this was the head of the university town base, Deputy Mayor Lin. Still no news from the team sent to the West Qing stronghold? Lu Jun inquired, his gaze shifting from the flickering screens to Professor Wang. His brow furrowed. No, they made their final call to me this morning before departing, and since then, there has been no word. According to the planned schedule, they should have returned by now, Professor Wang replied, his voice faltering, revealing a rare glimpse of uncertainty on his face. Clearly, given the thorough preparations, including temporary support forces, he had not anticipated such an occurrence. The current situation bore a striking resemblance to the earlier annihilation of Director Lu's 100-man squad. Everyone present had witnessed that live broadcast, and it was natural for them to speculate. Deputy Mayor Lin clicked his tongue, extinguishing his cigarette, and remarked, "What a trivial matter. You could have just called me over to adjust the satellite view." He glanced impatiently at Lu Jun and Professor Wang. Waving his hand dismissively, Lu Jun turned to look at him, but chose not to respond. Professor Wang, unable to restrain himself, nearly lashed out, but considering the collaboration between the base organization and the university town refuge, he ultimately held his tongue. The clouds are too heavy, even if we request a satellite. We want to capture the situation over there, Professor Wang explained, suppressing his inner frustration. Upon hearing this, Deputy Mayor Lin hesitated, clearly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just then, a series of loud knocks reverberated through the conference room, capturing the attention of the others and providing Deputy Mayor Lin with an opportunity to deflect. As the door swung open, a burly man, drenched in rain and blood, rushed in, gasping for breath. His dark skin and robust build revealed him to be Wang He. To ensure he raised no suspicions, Wang He had spent hours painstakingly making his way from the B2 office building to the refuge, killing several zombies along the way and covering himself in their black blood as a disguise. After rehearsing his narrative, he practically raced into the refuge, timing his arrival meticulously. After a series of interrogations, he finally reached the command center. "Wang He, you've returned? What about the others?" Compared to the bewilderment of the other 3, Lu Jun, who personally trained the soldiers, immediately recognized Wang He, his eyes lighting up. Upon hearing Lu Jun's words, the other 3 present also realized the identity of the bloodied man before them. This Wang He was the soldier they had dispatched to the West Qing stronghold to investigate the anomalies. With this realization, Deputy Mayor Lin, who had initially been startled by Wang He's bloodied appearance, regained his composure. Adopting a soothing demeanor, he stepped forward, but Wang He's breathless exclamation halted his outstretched hand. "They're all dead. All of them. What did you say?" Deputy Mayor Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. Behind him, Lu Jun and Professor Wang, who had already braced themselves for the worst, exchanged worried glances. What exactly happened? Don't panic. Tell us. Before him stood an officer whose face was etched with exhaustion and feared. Lu Jun drew a chair from the side, inviting Wang He to sit, and in a low voice inquired. Raindrops soaked the soft chair, mingling with dark droplets of blood as they fell to the ground. After a brief tremor, Wang He seemed to regain his composure. Lifting his gaze to fixate intently on Lu Jun, in a tone laced with helplessness, he murmured, "Our plan was without flaw, but just as we were on the verge of capturing those three peculiar zombies, the tide of the undead surged forth. This onslaught came without warning to that moment. Our team was too dispersed in our effort to encircle the three special zombies to be by the time we noticed the outbreak. It was already too late. Captain Li's unit was completely surrounded, and despite our desperate attempts to rescue them, we could do nothing but watch as they were engulfed by the horde." Wang He spoke with tears streaming down his face, as if the horrors he recounted were unfolding before his very eyes. "What about your communication devices? When faced with such a horde, why didn't you call for help?" Mayor Lin, now grasping the gravity of the situation, posed a question that hinted at his acumen. Upon hearing this, Wang He inwardly cursed the officials who never ventured to the front lines. However, he voiced a rehearsed response: "Our team was too scattered. In the chaos of each squad fighting independently, there was simply no time to make a call. Commander Lu, you must be aware of this." As he spoke, Wang He cast a glance toward Lu Jun, who nodded slightly in agreement with Mayor Lin's inquiry, signifying his concurrence with Wang He's explanation.